I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
We've seen 8 teams go through the gauntlet last week to make their way into the group stages, and now we have the top 16 teams from all across the Asia Pacific region to fight for the slot to get into knockouts and hopefully make their way into Masters. And once again, the road to Masters begin here. We're only going to be seeing 2 make it out into Reykjavik. Well, welcome to the first day of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
kananmu.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive from everybody. Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Yep. Welcome to day one of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers and Nomad. Alongside of me is the black and blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Super good, dude. Day number one, and I'm just excited to get every single game done because we're finally here, man. It's been a long time for since last time we were kind of like at C Challengers. Now it's APAC Challengers. We have an extended family here, and I'm just excited to see them on the stage.
You know, I love seeing my favorite cousins, and that's what it is. But hey, black and blue, good morning. I'm loving the hair. I'm loving the style. You have a beautiful smile on your face. But yes, everybody, now we are finally in the zone for this. Well, once again, as Nomad mentioned, this is where the path to Masters starts. It's only going to get more difficult from here. And, well, once again, good luck to everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be more difficult compared to what we saw last week where all the entirety of the planes was all 2-0s. This week it might just be different, but let's just have a recap of what happened last week.
I mean, last week, it really was, at least for Group A that we're seeing here for Onyx, kind of like the teams that we expected to make it there, making it there, right? We all kind of were looking at Onyx and Full Sense to make it out of Group A, and that's kind of exactly what we got, Raph.
Exactly, and my brain is still fried from trying to really encompass what happened last week. Like you mentioned, the expected teams to make it through, they did do what they did, and I think this was a great reference point for how strong Onyx truly was in comparison to, like, for example, teams like Action Page, who we thought might have had a better chance at this.
I mean, for sure, like, you were looking at those groups, and at least for Group A, we kind of had some teams that we were touting, okay, to be the teams to come out of it. But we look at Group B here that we're seeing, like, right now with No Namers and Griffin. That group was completely, pretty much a toss-up, right? There were some unexpected turns, at least in terms of how we got there. But I think for the most part, the teams that we expected to make it through made it through, and that's, you know, equally true for both of these sides. There were some showings from, you know, some of the teams that we were hoping to see do a bit better, like from, you know, Group A, Action PH. From Group B, we did see Global Esports not really able to win a single map. Those type of things that we're hoping they're going to be able to bounce back from once they come into Stage 2, but we gotta keep our eyes on the prize on those who actually made it here. And I mean, No Namers and Griffin, No Namers and Fancy, the two teams that were able to make it, were really kind of impressive in how much they really separated themselves from the rest of the pack of Group B.
That is true. And talking about Global Esports and Griffin, I think we might see something similar today, at least representative-wise. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to watch Oblivion, Force, and Velocity. But the question is, how far is the gap between Global Esports and Velocity? Are we going to see more of the same? Are their playstyles completely different? Again, it just raises so many questions when we look at the teams and compare it to what happened last week.
And yeah, I mean, compared to last week, again, it was all two-sided. It was all one-sided, all 2-0. So we're seeing the lower bracket run of Full Sense right now, and later, and right after, we got Fancy United that went to the lower bracket run as well. They got knocked down by No Namers, but they went back in, and we'll be seeing them a little bit later this week.
Yeah, you talked about, you know, those two teams that we were kind of putting in our heads, like, are they really that close? You talked about Velocity. I think that's a really great point to talk about starting off today, because Velocity is that team that has been kind of like the unknown, right, coming into this, knowing that they are always that team that kind of bested Global. Actually, maybe not kind of, they always went back and forth, and they would always have very close matches. Every single time they'd have a grand finals, they would always end like 2-3, 3-2, either way. And for us to see them today here, you know, kind of the last chance of South Asia amongst other teams that we're going to be seeing today is, I think, one of the biggest reasons why I came up here today with a big smile, because I'm super excited to see these teams, man.
Did you fix your hair like while we were off cam?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
There's a stark difference. I was about to ask you like.
I was super fed hair coming into the opening panel.
Oh well, it's absolutely fine. You look fantastic. You still look fantastic.
You flatter me too much, my buddy.
Oh, you know, I was never.
Let's stop
really
flirting
good
on
at
panel.
lying.
Let's move on.
Yeah, come on. Let's keep it professional here. Let's talk about the 4 teams that qualified. This Onyx G, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United. We kind of touted how Onyx G and Full Sense are favored to get out of Group A and get into the group stages, and they can and very well be comfortable going into the group stages. But for No Namers and Fancy United, what do you guys think about their chances of moving out of the group stages into the knockouts?
Ooh, I mean, when you look at those teams that did make it from the play-ins and you're kind of looking at them to make the playoffs, I think Group A, you can all definitely say that Full Sense and Onyx, they have a real good shot, but Group B, let's be honest about this, it will be a tougher path for them to make it out of these groups. I think No Namers and Fancy are, to be frank, not the favorites here, and they're definitely punching up.
Yeah.
They could be dark horses, but that just makes for a great Cinderella run if it ever does get to it.
I think my biggest problem with Fancy is that if you look at them play, if you look at their tenure, they do a lot of the small things well, right? They do the fundamentals as well as they can. It's practice. They try to refine it as much as they do, but I feel like Fancy really need to do something to make them stick out of the groups, because all the teams we have here in our group stage, they're all strong. That is the baseline. Fancy kind of still need that extra spice to make them really stand out.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they will stand out. But just for the guys that are watching at home right now and are just tuning in who missed the play-ins, let's have a look at the journey that Onyx G, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United went through the play-ins and what we can witness during the group stages and the knockouts.
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and Bekai comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
That's the journey the play-ins groups went through. We're still going to be playing everything in the best of 3 double elimination here for all of the groups, and if it's not the group stages, this very well may be a knockout stage type of format here for all the teams involved, Raph.
I feel like all these teams are championship caliber, at least most of our teams, but, you know, just a little bit of a sidetrack here. I miss you too, Tosh. I miss Taylor. I know you guys were kind of whispering sweet nothings backstage to my ear, but hey, it's all good. We're gonna have our time to all hang out and stuff, but Black and Blue, I sense a little bit of jealousy in there. I see the stare of death. It's all good, homie. You're always gonna be my #1 panel.
I'm not jealous. No, I don't feel bad. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, man, I'm excited as you are, and I'm glad that, you know, not only do we have like the whole family basically here, but we got even more. We got our side cousins. We got, you know, the people from OCE. We got the people from South Asia also representing here today. Will Bonkers be playing today? That's what I want to know, because that's what I want to see.
They will be playing today, but will they
Nice.
still have their logo? That's the main question, because I've seen
Yes,
a
please.
Twitter post where the logo just got yeeted out of existence. But yeah, with that being said, let's have a look at the groups, where Group A and Groups 8 to D lie here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and who exactly is going to be playing. Now, this isn't currently the standings, but this is the bracket that they're going to be playing in. For Group A, we got Boom Esports and No Namers going up in a best of 3, and then it's Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Ooh, that's a hell of a matchup to start off that group. I think we won't be seeing... Actually, no, that will be the first game of the day. Correct me if I'm wrong. Made in Thailand, Cerberus Esports, the latter one.
Yes, it is.
But Boom Esports and No Namers, that's an underdog story if I ever saw one, honestly. A big David and Goliath, as cliche as it might sound.
Cliches all around, but again, there's so many recurring themes all throughout, from our local qualifiers up to now. Boom Esports really pops out. Again, if you look at them, and if you once again take Onyx into consideration, because Onyx kind of rolled everybody in her play-ins, and they got kind of rolled by Boom Esports, so it really begs the question, how good is Boom Esports? And if I remember correctly, there was an interview with one of their players. If you could make a super team, who would your 5 players be? And he was like, oh, just my team, Boom Esports, easy, no worries.
Well, we'll see if they were still the best in Asia Pacific, but let's have a look at Group B as well, because it's one of our favorite teams, aka our favorite logo, or the teams here. We got
Yes.
Bonkers versus Persija Esports happening right after Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports, and then also in Group B, Paper Rex going up against Fancy United Esports.
Ooh, hell of a matchup between some of these teams. Actually, both of these are going to be really tight, I do believe. Paper Rex, obviously, probably the favorite out of this group to make it out of here and win that top seed over Fancy especially, but I'm really looking forward to Bonkers and Persija, because these are kind of like two unknowns right now that I really do think are going to throw us for a loop once we get into those lower Group B matches.
That is true. Persija Esports I think is considered the second best, if not, or a perennial second, third in their respective region. Very, very strong team, and for them to get picked up by Persija, again, they used to be BWL. Finally, they have that extra R&D, that extra support to potentially skyrocket them to wherever they belong in the stars.
And moving things on over towards Group C. Third match of the day is also going to be part of Group C. It's NAOS Esports going up against Bleed Esports, and Xerxia versus Onyx G.
Ooh, man, you look at Xerxia and Onyx G, you think, like, how on earth is that not a playoffs? Is that not a knockouts match, right? That looks straight up, and we're going to see that tomorrow, if anything. That looks straight up like a potential even grand finals matchup that you might expect here for APAC. Then you go on over to NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports. Honestly, right now, the two, number 2 teams, I think you would say, in their own respective countries for MYSG and for PH, respectively. So,
number 2
man,
in
dude,
PH. I see.
Seed-wise, standing-wise, and results-wise.
No, I'm not saying anything. Yo, don't be so defensive, man. I'm just venting my thoughts out.
You know how to poke the hive, don't you, with a stick?
I've done that many times as a child. Don't do it. Obviously, there are bees and stuff inside, but like you mentioned, amongst other things, just don't do it, guys. Don't poke bears, don't poke anything with sticks if you're a small child. But again, Group C, Group of Death. This is honestly one of the most closest toss-ups we're gonna have, because all these teams, they are strong in their own right. NAOS is one of the most intelligent teams we've seen coming from PH. Bleed Esports is, well, it's Bleed Esports, and if you guys have been following them, they might have a little bit of a surprise for you in their roster today. So pay close attention to that. We know Xerxia, there's still an overlying question in how are they going to perform with that slight yet massive change. Onyx, we've seen Onyx. Can they step it up?
Yeah, we'll see if they can step up against Xerxia, and we'll find out what the roster Bleed will be fielding later today. Let's move on over to the final group that we have. It is Group D. It's South Asia's last hope playing later on today. That's the last series. It's Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force, but we also have South Built Esports in full sense in that group.
Man, this is another match, another group that looks like, okay, how is this going to go? I mean, you look at that opening matchup, at least, not today, but I mean, on the top of the
so
group.
who's the number 1 seed? Who's the number 1 seed in PH?
Obviously, it's Southfield Esports. Come on, they get the result. Let's not beat around the bush here. Full sense, though. They're another team, kind of like Onyx, that we were like, okay, what on earth are you even doing in the play-ins? You should be directly in the groups, but the results didn't really, I guess, bode that way for them. But it's looking a lot better now for them, especially as they've kind of warmed up from those play-ins. But that opening matchup, once again, kind of like the Onyx Sersha match, is looking like a pretty much, hey, potential even playoffs, deep playoffs match preview that we might see once again once we do go on over to that knockout stage.
I'm glad you brought up the word warm-up, because a lot of our teams, or honestly a good number of our teams, they do kind of take that extra minute to get really into gear. I feel like Southbuilt is one of them, but the biggest question is Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force, who is going to get hot first? Because like I mentioned, there's the gap between these teams and their respective number 2s. We're not entirely too sure how big it is or how much it would make a difference. So again, this is the last hope for South Asia and the last hope for HKTW, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that is true. So Region Lives is on the line here for the final series of the day between Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force. And let's actually have a look at the schedules that we have for today. Just a quick recap for you guys. It's all going to be Slobber Knockers day 1 itself. We're starting it off with a bang. It's Made in Thailand going up against Cerberus Esports first, followed by Bonkers versus Persija, and then followed by NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports. And lastly, just like what we mentioned, it's Velocity versus Oblivion Force. It is an action-packed day, and it's just gonna get started.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these teams, you see Myth versus Cerberus, I think that's going to be a banger. Bonk versus PSJ Persija, I think that's going to be hella hilarious and fun as well to watch. But I really think the matchup that we really have to be looking at here of teams that could potentially make it super far could be NAOS versus Bleed. Now, these two teams, they ended second in their own respective qualifiers, but they could have very well ended up first, and they had really good performances throughout their group stage, throughout their playoffs run, except for that one grand finals match. And so NAOS and Bleed, these are two teams that I'm really looking forward to today. You look at Velocity and Oblivion Force, and that's another kind of matchup that you aren't honestly too sure, because these are completely different regions matching up.
Again, incompatibility is something that we have to constantly talk about and something that we have to highlight, because APAC has proven to be, well, the proving ground for who has the superior style or more effective style. But I want to look at Bonkers versus Persija, PSJ, because it is, you know, dog with stick versus boys with love for their organization, obviously. So again, the thematic overarching thing over there is it just pops out to me. Either way, no matter where we're gonna go with today, all these matches seem to have, you know, quite a bit of weight to them.
Well, speaking of thematic themes that are thematizing, I don't know, I'm just trying to roll with it.
You can make words.
We can make words. We're allowed to, but it's Made in Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. What's that?
What's that? Was that the thing?
Well, here's the thing, right? We're making words. All right, I'm so sorry. I just had to get that out there.
All right, it's fine. But what's not fine is the first series that we have for today, because it can go either way. We got Made in Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. So let's touch a little bit on the series before we dive deep into the teams. It's the old guard versus the, I guess the old guard, but at the same time they just added one new one element to their team. Let's talk about Made in Thailand first.
Oh.
Black and blue.
Oh, wait. Okay. No, we got a little too excited again. Made in Thailand. Well, again, there's a lot to be said about this team. Let's just get this out of the way as quickly as we can. This is one of the oldest organizations in the entirety of our Southeast Asian esports scene. FPS, they've been gods. They've been everywhere from, like I said, at the very top to the very middle. Hopefully, we don't get to see them kind of fall out of their grace. One thing that we have to talk about Myth too is that this has been a bit of a stopover for really, really strong players or perennial all-stars. For example, we have Wits, we had Astro, PTC even made a stop. I think Patifan also made a stop in Myth. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, again, it is somewhat of a magic fountain over there.
Yeah, that anytime you kind of see any org that's basically named made in ... whichever respective country or region you're from, you know that they were from the very early stone ages of the esports scene in that respective region. You know that they were one of the OGs that started it all. And Myth, they're one of those teams that, as you said, tenure-wise, organization-wise, they've been here for quite a while, before Valorant, hell, before Valorant even was, I guess, concepted. These guys were already, you know, in that scene, and so they do bring that kind of like veteran experience as an organization to the team, and maybe that's why it's been such, I guess, an attractive destination for many of the players who were transitioning into it. You talked about, players like Astro from NGX, players like Wits from Team Secret, who are, from the Philippines, but they took a stop over there all the way in Thailand because they know how attractive of a destination it was. They played with a bunch of other players, and it really was kind of that breeding ground to really develop these players. But now, it's no development team that they're running here right now. They actually have a VCT proper team, a team that's made it all the way into APAC, a team that's competing here, and by God, the team that could actually even make it to Iceland if everything goes their way. They're looking like a really solid team from one of the toughest regions in the entirety of APAC in Thailand.
Yeah, and without further ado, let's introduce the old guard made in Thailand. The mythical roster that is made in Thailand, already made superstars across the region, will be trying to make a name for themselves, make sure that Thailand is on the map in Valorant, Esports. We got Alone Fills, Kadoom, Conga Red, Wannafly, and The Land.
Veterans, again, if you guys have been, paying attention to the scene for as long as its conception, we know that both Wannafly and, if I'm not mistaken, it's Kadoom and Kadoom and Dellen joined the core of Made in Thailand, so they're really looking to make as big of an impact as they can. If we talk about the bracket, they had a pretty good run. They only really lost to Sersha, but they took a map, so it wasn't that much of a steamroll. And again, we talked about how this is a magic fountain for quite a bit of these players. Hopefully they can access that while they're still on this team.
A lot of these players have actually been playing a lot longer tenure-wise than some people might realize. Kadoom at some point was teammates with players like Sir Dethio, formerly Tesseract from Action PH. He was also teammates with Aziz for a while from South Built. So a lot of these players, they actually have been kind of scouting the region and have been participating more than people necessarily realize. And I think that's what they bring to the table. Maybe old guard isn't necessarily, I guess, the most apt phrase for them, but experience definitely is.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we've got a roster that they're going up against. Cerberus Esports. They've been playing for a long time. They added one significant factor here in their roster. We'll talk about that later on as we introduce Cerberus Esports. The #1 team in Vietnam with that added name in the list might just make this a formidable roster to go up against. We got Akashi, Daikute, Keishi, Loki, and Red Nevil.
Red Neville, a complete devil this man on is. Ever since he has gotten onto this roster, ever since they picked him up, he has been setting hell on fire, putting everything on ice as well. Just back and forth, he has been doing everything you could ask for him, and he's one of the biggest reasons why I think this team has elevated themselves from maybe being the number 2 seed during last year when they were placing VCT Challengers to now the definite number 1 best team from Vietnam. And the important part of that is as well, they didn't give up a player to do that. They keep Loki, they keep Daikyu, they keep Akashi, they keep everybody that was paramount to that success that we saw from them last VCT Challengers, and then they add a new coach. Actually, well, to be fair, the coach did come in a bit, kind of like last April, last year in Malix from Korea, but they do have at least, you know, that multifaceted, I guess, experience and strategy that they do bring to the table. I think by far, definitely, the expectations that a lot of us casters had last year for Cerberus Esports, for them to go far, while they didn't make that last year, I think this is their year.
This could be their year. Again, this is the refinement and chemistry route. They really went for the long game here. The investment that the org and the players have with each other is insurmountable, to be honest with you. Now, the question is this going to be their breaking point or where they elevate? Because once again, that's the problem with rosters that stick for too long. Sometimes there are issues where a lot of these times that the players can only identify throughout all those months and all the time that they spent together. If I'm not mistaken, they only added Red Neville in October, so that's still a respectable amount of time, and finally we get to see him in the starting 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll actually have a look at Red Neville's performance throughout their entirety of the qualifiers, as well as his opponent in this head-to-head that we're going to be bringing up. It's Kadum. We're focusing on the 2 duelists, to the 2 jets of these teams, and if you look at the stats, Red Neville is way up there in the ACS, but everything else fairly even.
Yeah, I think like what you really get out of these 2 players, aside from obviously the nice numbers, is really in the game itself. You see them on the server and you see what they do when they're actually in the match, and the stats, while they're impressive, they don't even show how impressive both Kadum blows it up and how Red Neville just speeds through everything like that Red Devil that he is. He is so both of them are so I guess ferocious in their play style, and at the same time very well disciplined as well. It isn't even too far to say that both of these players could be perhaps one of the best players in their own respective regions. Red Neville for sure. Kadum, to be fair, he plays in a bit more competitive region in Thailand, but I think he has what it takes to elevate his game and make it up there with the big names of like Poo One Tap and Padifan and, you know, John Olsen, to make it in Thailand that way.
I'm glad you brought that up when it comes to the competitiveness of the region. But one thing that we have to take into account is how stylistically different both these teams are. When it comes to the stats, yes, they're very similar, but how do they produce those stats? Do they set up as main riflers? Do they really go for that hard entry? And speaking of all those things that I mentioned, this is an actual mirror match when it comes to agent picks. Both these players are very, very proficient with Jet and Raze. So again, it is going to be how they're going to use those tools, how they're going to use those agents, respective to their teams.
And also the main question there is how the map veto will bring out the best of these players, because in terms of the map pool here for Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports, it's relatively 50-50 in terms of win rates. They all perform better, and let's actually have a look at the map veto right now so that we can talk about that a little bit more further here.
I mean, we're looking at the teams that Raph actually did talk about are quite, I guess, stylistically different. Maybe not super different, but there are kind of starker differences from what we saw in Made in Thailand, who have a very good combo of doing, I guess, like flexing between back and forth. Do we go aggro? Do we go slow it down? Where Cerberus kind of like binarily stick to either one of those at certain moments for longer periods of time than Made in Thailand would have. And so you were seeing the opening bans here, but I kind of want to, you know, talk about what we were going to expect first before we actually, you know, see the maps. Because really, we get Breeze banned off, but Breeze and Fracture are almost kind of like insta-bans at this point.
Auto bans.
Yeah, auto bans for a lot of teams in APAC. So sometimes there might be rhyme and reason to why they would ban that, but I think it's more important when these maps actually aren't banned to start things off. So Breeze and Fracture, typically it just tells you they do not want to play in maps that could be a toss-up, because these are the newest maps that are less studied, less practiced, and some teams just aren't as comfortable with them because they're so stylistically different from the rest of the Valorant maps. So they banned those opening 2, Raph, but I think the real talking point here is when we actually get that opening pick, and it's Bind.
Oh. So I was thinking that since we're talking about, letting the map, the veto kind of marinate before we start digging into it, before we start dissecting into it, I think Bind is already a bit of an indicator on how Cerberus want to play. Cerberus, they know that Made in Thailand, I'm pretty sure they've done the research. Made in Thailand has not dropped a single game of Bind since the conception of this lineup. But the sample size is so small. Cerberus, I think they want to use their volume. The amount of times that they played on this map, the amount of agent compositions that they've tried. They're going to be trying to be as flexible as they can. I think Made in Thailand, okay, there we go. We have the Haven pick. I think the veto might actually be Icebox, Black and Blue. What do you think?
Ooh, that could actually go that way. Especially since Cerberus, they get that opening ban for the following one. We see Bind, we see Haven. If anything, from the maps left remaining, they could choose to take out Split on the Cerberus side. That's why I'm going to be assuming here. On the opposing side of things, I think Myth are going to go and ban Ascent, which has been a decent map for the side of Cerberus, especially at the turn of the year. And so, see how things actually go on that veto-wise. We're about to run out of time, and I'm putting my money on Split. Am I a gambler? Maybe not. Actually, I am wrong, and this time the gambit doesn't
pay up. I'm kidding. I think because you did mention that these teams, they go for the default bans, which is Breeze and Fracture. Right? These are maps that are typically not as researched yet in comparison to our legacy maps. I think Icebox has kind of fallen into that trap too, considering that we've had a bit of a major shakeup with it, with the updates. But now, since we're kind of moving on into the veto map, they do take Ascent. I think you were right, but just, a pick late.
Okay, so we end up on Split. Actually, now that I think about this does make kind of sense that they go for Split. So, like, Cerberus, Split hasn't always been their best map, going back in the day, especially last year. But when you look at the turn of the year, in the past 4 months, especially, past quarter, it has been looking like a map that has been at least improving for them. So maybe they're scrimming it a lot. They do have lots of matches played on that in the past few months, so they have improved lately. And Icebox has been the map that has kind of been turned around, where last year was pretty okay for them, and now it's kind of, I guess, sunken down a bit statistically of their win rate percentage. And on the opposing side, Myth have been on the uptick on Icebox lately, when before they were kind of maybe struggling on it to start off.
Pardon me for interjecting it, but I think thematically with these bans and the picks, I don't think these teams want to have a focus on the operator, because the only thing, or the only map we have that can really play to the strength of having long sightline control is Haven. We saw Split, we saw Bind, and I think we left out Ascent. So once again, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on those close brawls. I know we're not in the Agent Select yet, but I feel like we might actually see a double controller meta here.
Well, we might see that later on, but I have to see the predictions from you guys. We've seen Bind, we're seeing Haven, we see Split. We may go the full distance here on game number 1 on this first series, but I have to find out from you guys. Black and Blue, who do you think is going to come out on top of this?
This is very difficult. I think this match is pretty much neck and neck, and I know we've been getting lots of 2-0s in the play-ins. I've been predicting lots of 2-1s, but I'm going to continue to predict 2-1s for this one, because I do think that whichever team wins map number 1 is obviously probably, I mean, if you go 3 maps, they're going to have to lose map number 2. But I really think that's the way this is going to go. I think these teams are really good in making those adjustments mid-match in between the series to be able to come back and bring us and extend us to that final map. So with all of that said beforehand, I think I'm going to go Cerberus with this one. I'm not super confident that they're going to win this, but I do think they have that small edge based on what they've been able to achieve last year and what they've added for this.
I think I might have to go the other way here. I think we're starting off the week with me disagreeing with you, which is because here's the thing, right? Made in Thailand, they might have had the rockier record in the last 5 matches or so, but since we talked about how competitive Thailand can be, I feel like that's an even bigger barometer, right? Because Cerberus, they did win all their matches, but they didn't have the cleanest wins over Fancy. And we've seen, or at least we've seen what Fancy can do. So I might just have to go with Myth here. I might just have to go with Made in Thailand 2-1.
And I have to agree with Raph there. History tells a lot about these teams, and just having that rocky game against a Fancy United Esports in a 3-2, I feel like Made in Thailand can go the distance here and secure this game for themselves. But who are we to talk about the teams? The teams themselves, they are the ones that are going to be playing the game, and they're going to be proving us wrong regardless of what we say or what we analyze about them. So without further ado, we're hopping on game number 1 in this best of 3 series between Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Hello, welcome to the caster desk with me Tash Bunny alongside Asterai, and today this is going to be really exciting. We're having for our first match, we have Myth versus Cerberus, and these are two pretty big teams from their respective countries.
Well, hell's today, yeah. So this is the first time that we're going to be seeing a bunch of these teams. Again, play-ins was more of a, let's try to trim the fat just a little bit and see what we get, the lean meats of the APAC Challengers. And now we're down to the 16 teams, where a lot of them came from their own respective qualifiers. And as you mentioned, Made in Thailand and Cerberus, both teams that actually have, I'd say, somehow similar stories, where this Made in Thailand team was... a lot came in from the Attack All Around roster, the Cerberus roster, just stuck together from since their own inception. So there's a lot of things that are similar, but also going to be, I guess, different in some ways because of the regions that they're coming from.
Yep, that's right. And what's really interesting as well is what's mentioned by the panel. CES is just one of those teams that have retained their players for so long. And this is very different than what we usually see in usual roster shuffles and changes, because usually after 1-2 seasons, we are going to be seeing some players leave, some players come in. Usually it's because of maybe underperformance or maybe just not being able to gel with the team. However, though, this kind of a way the Cerberus is doing actually kind of changes the mindset of how organizations are dealing with players in general, in my opinion, because sometimes sometimes that chemistry, that communication does take a lot longer. Sometimes some players do really well early because of the honeymoon phase, and then sometimes they go through the rough patches, just like any relationship.
Okay. I kind of got hit with that one, just a tiny bit. But I do definitely agree with that. You know, I think it's because of the quickness, the fast pace circuit that we have right now for Valorant in 2022, that a lot of organizations don't want to just hunker down with one roster. That being said, our agent select is already underway for you guys. But back to my point, I really do appreciate how Cerberus has doubled down, has committed to this roster. They have been very dominant, if not unstoppable, in the Vietnam region. But the question now lies is they haven't really had much success when it comes to other regions. They went up against, I believe, Attack All Around before, even Myth, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and have lost 2-0, with the standings, I believe, being 13-6 and 13-3 when Cerberus, I believe, went up against Attack All Around.
Yep, that's right. Looks like they've already have their picks. I'm not surprised though. I mean, I wouldn't say that this is standard pick per se, but Analyst was right. We are going to be seeing more. Oh, it's not really a double controller per se, but it can work that way if you want to think about it. As opposed to the other side, Myth is going with that. I mean, we do have a Brimstone, a Viper, and I think the double Viper comp is coming like this now. I mean, we did talk about it earlier, like how it's not like before when it comes to Astra. Just when Astra as one controller can literally just anchor everything, and now you actually need two because you need to cover up the holes that Astra can no longer cover. So what do you think of the lineups for both teams?
There's a chunk of smokes on Myth's side. This is going to really deter a lot of, I feel like, what Cerberus would want to do, because the composition that they have, I think, relies a lot on sightlines to kind of activate all of their utility, right? You got your trademarks for the chamber here. It can provide a bit of stability around this this bind map, but a lot of what they're gonna want to do is try to charge right in. But that's where the Viper and Brimstone comes from. Myth is, again, it delays so much, and gotta say, you know, that Key always keeps pointing out the Stimmy Turner, man. It allows you to also rush into the sites quite easily, especially when bind is such a choke-centric type of map here.
Yep, that's right. Who needs a neon? I can just zoom in with everyone else. However, look how many smokes that there are. Getting onto site is just so hard. Kadum immediately going inside. Immediately, the wall comes down, and there it goes. It's breaking already. Akashi, not sure where to go, straight or left, but U-Haul already trying to be taken over, I feel, by both teams.
Well, slowly but surely, they're going to have to just come right in a double swing from Akashi and Loki as they almost spot out one. The smoke to come through, just the aftershock. Loki got to back away for a moment, but Red Neville and Kishi are hot on the chase. Want to fly Dylan and Conqueror to hold the fort here as the defenders come in, barreling down. They're stuck right now on short. It's only down to Dylan. He's going to peek through this, spots out nobody, actually defusing the spike, and he misjudged his teammate Snake by thought that maybe, just maybe, Cerberus were going to keep the defuse on and he could get a sneak on kill, but that's not going to happen, and Cerberus take out the first round.
Yep, that's right. Kishi with the 2 kills, wanna fly as well, but when you think about it, it's just so hard. Like, getting onto site is a little bit more easy when you think about it. But it all comes down to the retakes because they weren't able to hold on to lamps. They really lost a lot of area or site. They kind of moved back, and because of that, they weren't able to properly defend their the bomb. But when you think about it again, I mean, yes, we are seeing a very standard sort of wall there from Alone Fills. But there are other ways to play it. I think that when you put a wall like that, you kind of, in a way, it makes it hard for you to actually take care of the back of site because you can't really see, especially with the broken wall.
Yeah, this was like the thing that was a strat or comp before, is even before the buffs, it just was that straight up double smoker, and it works so fantastically well. This rush style right now for Myth, they just don't want to waste any more time. Hopefully they can maybe get a tag off plus the plant on the spike, but they already know it's a lost cause. Dylan going to be trapped in pocket, but he's going to be a lit removed. Yeah, nothing left in imagination, just a full-blown bullying as he got aftershocked and chased down. Now, Spider Sense is tingling. They know it only has to be showers, and that's going to be a clean enough round there for Cerberus.
Yep, that's right. It's so one thing that, I mean, there are some changes onto getting into a site. I mean, people still do prefer playing there, but when you think about it, that chokehold, even though those really high boxes have been removed, it's still hard to get on, especially with the double controller meta, as you mentioned before. And also, when you think about it, I don't really know. Myth really needs to start thinking like, okay, rushing is not really working out for us, so what can we do? Should we start playing it slow? Should we start getting picks? Because when they don't have these picks, they lose a lot of vision because of Loki.
I will say, though, that this composition for Myth does allow for a lot of slow play on the attacking side. Congared feeling the triple push, almost gets one in the end. He's delaying everything that he's using everything he can to delay that short push. But this does give a lot of information for Myth now. They've spotted about 3 people pushing onto a short. Now the inkling for the rest of the squad now is to start working their magic onto B. Whereas you can see on that mini-map, it's only Daikyu that's trapped at the back of the site for the moment.
Yep, that's right. But look at the rotations coming from Cerberus, though. Like, I mean, they kind of had a suspicion that they were just kind of like baiting onto A, and immediately there's 2 people on B, and that's actually Chamber as well as Breach. Breach playing the corner there, and I think it's really good. If he does put out, there we go. There is the concuss. Immediately it's caught out. The sprays come out. He does get 2. So good. Come out with the blinds. He can't see any. Oh, actually, he didn't blind him. Immediately moves away because he knows that someone might be flanking the back. But Kadum wastes no time getting Kishi out of the way, and now it's Akashi all alone. 1 versus 3. Akashi, what are you gonna do? And check the corner there.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing the... how do you say this? The lack of strength that is given to you by an app controller. right about now, because usually when you want to aggressively peek through B long like that, you have to keep pushing on B long unless somebody smokes out hookah, because the attackers will just be inclined to, oh, you know, they're already pushing aggressive on B long.
Yeah.
Let's just charge out, get the punish, and that's going to be easy for us. They're not going to be super afraid of murder hole. That's what I call the entrance coming in from, yeah, because it's a tiny hole.
It is.
And everybody can see it from hookah, right? But it's very easy to get punished by that, and they just knew. If they charge right out, they're just going to have to deal with the 2 at B long, and then they immediately lost control of the B side. It's a standard thing that happens on Bind, and you kind of see that be quite well read by the Myth roster.
Yep, that's right. And when you think about it as well, look at that. There's a change in strats here from Cerberus. Immediately, they're just starting to play very aggressive, and I kind of really like that they're very proactive in changing up their strats instead of waiting till they're behind. But let's see how they go toward it, because now Myth, you can see the hesitance coming from Myth here. Bomb actually dropped at the back of site there, and it's one thing it's for sure is like Myth, they're not hesitant per se, but they want more information before they actually commit, and I think that's a really good thing from them, because rather than just kind of like blindly running forward with the Brimmy Stimmy, they're really taking their time.
And they're trying to, I feel like the way that they're playing about this is just a standard play. You know, you make very little information for the defenders. They get a bit too antsy. They hunker down too much, and they get punished because they're going to be in the corners. But Red Neville, his blades are on point, very deadly, but now he's down to 11. Gonna have to find Conga Red, who actually hits him through the wall. Beautiful stuff from Conga Red here. And that's gonna give Myth plan on the spike, as well as a nice little wall there to pocket in where that spike is planted.
Yep, that's right. But you can see that Cerberus, Daikyu, immediately wants to go for the flanks here. If he actually catches that person offline, that will be careful. But Wannafly does find Kishi out there in return. But I think their Myth is already pretty much ready. They have every single entrance covered. It's a 1-on-3. I don't think Daikyu can do anything. Look at that. They're already ready. The speaks come out, but Congrad already ready for him.
Yeah, we probably saw Conga Red's POV there. He probably saw the barrel of Daikyu. I think Daikyu only saw the elbow, but didn't chase the angle thick enough.
Yeah, I think because he was already alerted, so pretty much he was already. But when you think about it, even before he was there, he was his crosshair was pretty much ready. He had an idea. I mean, they were just look at that, a bit slow there on the follow-up when you think about it. Oh, here's a fun fact for you guys. This is my first bind cast in Malaysia, Singapore. This is one of the 100% banned maps, which is very interesting.
Oh, was he just one charge away from the blade, from the ult? I think he was. That's why they were committing to actually picking up the orb.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I wasn't paying too much attention to the charge there for Daikyu, but usually that's what happens. And smart teams, they just know, you know, aggressively 3-man peek it. You can waste like 10 seconds to just check it. And if you're right, it doesn't really lose you anything. And you get like 2 kills off of that. Really good stuff.
Those sprays are lethal for Pongaran. All he does is spray and someone is just gonna be there. That's amazing game sense. Look where Alone Fills is up there, off angle of the wall. Loki has no clue, has to move away. And look at that, choke points all smoked out. He doesn't know anything. It's a 5-on-1. It's gonna be a flawless. Unless he gets a kill, of course, but I think honestly, Congarad's playing it real safe. They want to make sure that no one goes down in this round. And Loki only has a sheriff. Can he at least get one? I think the team is playing it real safe, but Lon feels that off angle is just so good.
Yeah. I like how Myth doesn't exit out as a full group. They still have one that is checking at least one possible entryway for the attacker. Just very cleanly there for Myth. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So nasty. They didn't even have to use utility. They just knew that they were gonna dry peek it.
Yeah.
And it finds value for them.
And I really like how they have this sort of buddy system. You are gonna be seeing trades for them as well from the side of Myth, which means that it's rare that it's either someone goes down with them or they'll double peek it to make sure that their teammate stays alive. And in that case, it was a flawless. And it was just so well done. However, though, seeing that Myth still playing that, trying to get the information game, I think this is working out way better for them now on this time round compared to before. Because rather than rushing in and just getting, you know, killed at the chokeholds, which is what's usually happening, this is a better option, I feel.
Yeah, it's because of the fact as well that Cerberus's roster or Cerberus's lineup, if you think about it from a compositional standpoint, wait, that does nothing in Conga Red. Oh, I think Red Neville misread that situation, and he got just blasted apart. I'll finish my point later on, because they're just going to charge right into the site right now, using the Seekers as an entry point. They've trapped one. Kishi still holds the angle. He's fully blinded, but nobody follows up. Nobody commits to the fight. And maybe they've hold off Myth just for the moment. As you can see, the rest of the squad now moving straight onto the A site. There is a lot of traps from the chamber here, but that's just about that. They've already used the orbital strike. They're really committing to this one, and that should allow them safe passage into this Viper's pit plus the wall. There really is nothing that they can stop
God, Daikute!
30 seconds
All
left.
right.
That was just so good. His game sense is something else. He kind of just like spraying it out if you think about it. But here comes the Concuss by Conga Red immediately. But Conga Red just gets annihilated there from Cerberus. Looks like they're changing up the way they play. Look how much they're holding. It's still a 3-on-4, still winnable. They need to plant. The plant is coming down, but WannaFly gets one. Kishi does trade one in return. WannaFly making sure his teammate is ready. They trade that. 2 seconds, no time to plant. Will he will get a kill out of that? Not quite. So unlucky.
Wow, really good stuff. And the delay tactics on that spike beam, I actually thought it was planted already, but Myth just couldn't find the space to do so. That was so awkward.
Yeah, it really was, because look how Cerberus was taking care of the area, especially when you think about it. One thing that's very, very terrifying is that chamber ult, because of how dominating it is and how much damage it does. So when you have a person just kind of just spamming that in the kind of like the general vicinity where you would be planting it, it makes it so hard to plant. And on top of that, you're seeing them just relentlessly attacking the same area over and over again, taking any chance away. But Conga Red immediately, his Dugo does get shot out. They do know there's someone there, but not quite enough idea how many players are there. Kadum watching in from the side, making sure that hookah will be cleared out. But look at that, 1, 2, 3 Myth players coming in from long, clearing out the trademark. But shots are traded. Both teams know that they're here. All of China knows they're there.
Gotta like the torches or the beacons. All right. Oh, before anything else, last round, just so that our amazing, amazing viewers will not point it out to us, you know, just because they will probably do so. The reason why the plant was delayed is because it was actually from the mid side. The person that Daikute killed was holding the spike.
Yeah.
So coming from short, so that was like the perfect opportunity for Daikute just to get that value. That was even like through the smoke as well.
That's right. It was actually really funny. But look at Conga Red's. Every time he sprays, he gets one. Kadum gonna pick that, but Akashi with the judge straight to the face. That is so satisfying when you get a kill with that. Neville though, he knows someone's that one tap from Red Neville. Ooh, spicy.
All right, Red Neville catches them in transition back to probably a safe space. No lineups whatsoever, so it's all going to be on the contact. Now Conga Red left into the 1 versus 4. Almost a good catch, but this recon dart is going to delay him even further. They're kind of going at him 1 by 1, which is dangerous to say at the least, but Kishi makes it a quick encounter. That's going to be that. Cerberus still at the helm of this first half, 4-3. Not too bad, but they definitely want to get more, as I feel like once Myth starts to hunker down in that second half, they'll have more difficulties piercing into the site.
Yep, that's right when you think about it. I really like Red Neville. 3K over here. The one taps were just really, really good, but all I can say, I was a bit surprised at Akashi with a double peek there when his teammate could have peeked instead. Or rather, they could just peek together. I think there was a bit of a miscom there. Either way, they did win that round though. And looks like CS looking really, really good right now. We did talk about them last night, Astro. I remember we said that they're... Oh, yeah, we did say that they are very, very solid when it comes to Vietnamese team. And we know that in Vietnam, it's always ever-changing who's on top. So seeing them start the day this strong is I think it's a very, very promising thing for the team, especially when you go against one of the biggest teams in Thailand as your first match.
For sure, it does give you that confidence boost, you know, just to just kind of get you through the day. There's so many matches that we'll be experiencing here, so it's definitely going to be something that allows them to ride the momentum, as it were. Yeah, it's kind of called a timeout already, but I do want to also mention that the way that I felt like Cerberus has played here has really been good, in the sense that I was supposed to mention this a little bit earlier, and it feels like Cerberus's composition really relies on them to double down onto the Astro utility.
Yeah.
Because
if it's a position that they don't utilize the Astra with people that can actually follow up on it, it feels really awkward. Because I think now, before Astra, since you can like, you know, recycle her stars, it was much easier for you to just use your utility, get around with it, you know, budget smokes, and then place it somewhere else. But now it's way longer. You have to double down on where you actually place it. And now I think they're just putting Daiki's position in a site where they're actually not fighting as much, and then using the Astra's utility for a much more proactive stance.
Yep, that's right. Daikyu ready to peek. He does get a flash, but decides not to comment on that. He was actually so lucky that flash actually was there. However, though, both teams playing real slow. Congrade gonna slowly make his way up. Splash does come out. Immediately he teleports away, and I think that's a good thing because there is usually when it comes to Congrade, if he flashes, there is absolutely 100% gonna be a follow-up. It's not just gonna be it's very rare that we see a more, how to say this, more getting information kind of flash rather when you think about it.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what Myth was talking about, or rather discussing in that timeout. I do like that they did that rather early, sooner rather than later, because sometimes you do need to kind of rethink your way. Because one thing that I did notice about CES is that they are very, very proactive in changing up their strats. They're not scared to play aggressive. They're not afraid to kind of like, you know, press on the brakes they want. But there is the party coming from Kadum, tries to clear out the corners here, doesn't find anyone, just throws it out, doesn't hit anyone just yet. Still very, very much alive, but the plant does happen. This is going to be a retake from CES.
There's a lot of utilities still available here for CES, while Myth, on the other hand, have used basically about everything, like all the smokes, even the fuel on that Viper wall. So it's going to take them a couple of seconds before they can reuse it again. And ooh la la, they also have the Cosmic Divide just in the nick of things. Look at how Red Neville already tagging it right there. Gonna go for the aggressive peek, but he's still on the spike. And as they try to play Peekaboo through the Cosmic Divide, it still works in the favor of CES. All that utility to Myth wasted down the toilet, as CES, all they really had to do was make an impenetrable divide to stop them from defusing that spike.
That was, oh my god, that was big brain. I was just wondering why they wanted to play a retake. I mean, not a bad thing, but I was like, okay, this is very conservative. Because right before that, they were playing more aggressively, and I just realized, oh wait, Mid now has no utilities. They can't do anything. And Loki's Cosmic Divide is just insane. I mean, I've seen on TikTok how people just weave in and out and just kind of get knife on that. But look how they made a sort of like a bodyguard system protecting the diffuser. Look at that. Myth comes in, immediately someone just shoots out in the hit. It's big brain, but it's actually kind of hilarious at the same time.
It's a really good way to just break down onto Myth there. It was kind of weird as well that Myth didn't have the Molly from Dylan to kind of follow up. He just like charged out with the rest of the squad, which is hella awkward. Like they had so much to delay, but I think they used it initially just to overwhelm the site. And Myth here, is that right? Did they use their second timeout already? Do they have second timeout for first half?
Yeah, they did.
I think we do.
This is their second timeout.
Teleport's ready.
Okay.
They're just not sure what to do, but I think their utilities, as you mentioned before, they're just using so much just to get onto the site. And they're not thinking about the post plan at all. CS is just so aware of this, and they're using that to their advantage.
A gift.
Yeah, CS just go with the utility use is basically it, honestly. Because again, what the difficulty is with what Mid is doing is the standard thing that happens on Bind, right? Is that if you wall and plant at default when you're attacking, you still have 3/4 of the map that is given to the defenders.
Yep, that's
and
right.
usually that gets circumvented if you get U-hole control, which I don't think we ever saw from Myth because they were very much afraid of staying there. I don't know why. Maybe it's because Kishi can just flush him out with his breach utility, but Myth has played this with a lot of tactics, but also not really risking the better map control.
Yep, that's right. Red Neville immediately spots them out, and he actually peeks out with that, but Congaret does get him out of the way. But Loki is in the back lines, just traded out, but Deland as well. So we are seeing a two kind of double buddy system with here. Wanna Fly now taking the lead here.
That was... Yeah, that's what happened there in the start of the round. Okay, before this, I don't know how Loki will manage this, but he's managing all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Still gets a pick, but Red Neville does get one more. get one more and can cripple them a little bit. Kadum kind of has an idea where he is. Will he peek this? That's the question. He's gonna try and wallbang. That doesn't work. Red Neville, even though they lost that, I mean, it's kind of like a sort of like a consolation prize. You do get an op out of that as well in turn, which I think it's really good for them. But when you think about it, Myth here, look at this, how they're playing the pincer sort of move here. This was not seen in the beginning. Congaret immediately playing a more aggressive angle, and suddenly tables have turned here for CS, because when they're playing your retakes, they're all coming in from the same area and they have that information. So what they did was exactly what they did to Myth in the beginning on round number 1, where everyone was just running through that small little chokehold.
Problem that there lies that Cerberus, because they can't get value on that initial peak, they retreat, and because they retreated to on teleport,
yeah, they gave
that was like
up.
a go signal.
Yeah.
That was a definite go signal on Myth there, just to charge on the B side, which was really good opportunistic play there.
It really
for
was.
Myth.
I just don't know why they. I mean, I understand why they teleported away, because there was so much utilities used onto them. They were like, okay, it's better just retreat. But you gave them so much space onto the site. And one thing about Myth I noticed is that if you give them a little bit of space onto the site, they really, really know how to take control of all of that. And Red Nibble really finds one to fly. He ain't flying anymore though. Wall does come up. He's gonna be peak. Gets a double there. Will it be a triple? Will it be a 3K? Not quite. Has to move away. The utilities from Stage is just making it real hard for him to really, really aim. Gets a 3K. Ultimate gets popped out. Watch this. Watch what? Let's see. Can you actually get something out of that? He's actually gonna pull out his op again.
30 seconds
He's
left.
just gonna play it safe. I mean, it's already the 5 versus 2. What's the reason of overcommitting to the fight if you're gonna just drop down bit by bit to Conga Red? Now alone, he does not have a wall, so Conga Red's gonna have to be the guardian if he does try to plant this, but they decided to just run all the way back on the swing. On the contact is going to be Loki back at the site. We'll set up the smokes here, but the problem now lies no time left on the clock to try to get that fight planted down. No, he does, as it takes out Loki, and now it's all left to Akashi with an operator in hand. Not even a good amount of HP. No utilities left whatsoever. This is going to be an absolute uphill battle, as he will not get chased down by the rest of Myth. Right. Seems like we are back. All right. Hey.
But I also really wanted to say though, like if I want a bodyguard on Valorant, I would really like it to be Conga Red. Look how he protected alone feels throughout, healed him, took how many people just to make sure that he can make the plant. That was clutch.
Definitely was. That was so awkward from Cerberus, to be honest, but it is what it is. Now,
all
seemingly,
the chances.
they really did. How much did they commit already to controlling the rest of the squad? I think there's just like one more star left
30 seconds left
for Loki here. This is not enough for the hackers to be dissuaded to actually just push into the site. All you really have to do now is clear the rest of the utility, which is that teeny tiny trademark, and B-side is theirs already. You can see Red Neville is just holding the angle here underneath on Tube. It works out just for a split second, but the Lone Fields just reduces it back. It's because of that resurrection. Trades are being aplenty, and it seems like we are going to get a 5-7 in favor of Myth, excuse me, as our...
Switching sides.
Yeah, our UI is just having a bit of time to catch up on what has happened, but it is that 5 to... Wait, what? It should be 5-7. Or is my me deceiving me?
It's okay. I think it's 5-7. I don't think it's caught up just yet.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, this just now, I also have to say, Myth is just, I don't know what they talked about during that timeout, but they have been doing so good. And did you notice there's been a sort of disconnect in terms of communication from the side of Cerberus? It was like they were so separated. Look at that. They were just so separated. Immediately, they revived Conga Red. They did lose one in return. But look at how that Lone Fields just actually... Look how much trust he has for his teammates. He's really, really sure that his teammates has his back. He's not scared to plant, or not scared to just really, really commit to that plant when you think about it. And on top of that, when you look at Cerberus, I mean, at first I was just talking about how they had a buddy system going on and how they were swinging together, and then suddenly they're just so separated. What happened there?
They really couldn't do anything, to be honest, for Cerberus, especially in that last round. They already were counting the stars for Loki. He only, I believe, had the one, and that was on the
single
A side.
Yeah.
And again, because nobody was there to kind of capitalize with the trademark, with the trap, it's really just something to alert if someone's going to be pushing in. It really doesn't stop anything. And that double down that Cerberus did with, I believe that was Kishi and I think Loki on Hookah, was completely dismantled just from that one smoke from the brimstone that was placed on Hookah. This is actually a simple strategy, but it works effectively just because if you block out Hookah with that big smoke, defenders can't really do anything but jump out and actually die to attackers if they already got like good control in that B side, which they did. So it was actually incredibly awkward for CES to just charge right in. They try to be sneaky as they charge through the smoke, but against a team like Myth that is very proactive and very reactionary to through those pushes, they can just handle it quite easily.
I mean, you are seeing as well what Kadum is doing. He's actually actively flanking out, and as though you did say they want to be sneaky, but immediately they just got caught out there as well because of the breach, conquest coming out from the side. However, though, you see that wall immediately go out. Just buy them some time. They do get some information. They are still breaking the wall. You can see them still over there choked up in showers. There are two people. There's Akashi and Red Neville. Red Neville's gunplay is pretty strong. Just to make sure that he can actually clear this corner. But where WannaFly is, he is actually on the other side. He doesn't know. He's there. How do I say this? They're coming in from showers. The only person actually looking at showers is actually Sage, and she doesn't really have like the full angle to look in. If they want to walk in, I think there should be no problem at all. They have to push out a little bit, but they will be caught off guard if they're not clearing it properly.
This is the problem with CES's roster. Or rather, Myth's roster. They really have to play about the contact. They do have these smokes to delay even further, but if CES can time that opportune moment, they can make things happen. But Red Neville has already used his dash, so the explosiveness onto the side is going to be very, very reduced already. And WannaFly, he's the smoke criminal, able to pick up this hat trick, and that has dismantled a lot of what Red Neville and teammates want to do. They're gonna have to pick the spike, which is trapped at short, but maybe they can still use a teleporter to run all the way through B because A site is just death for them. Deland holding in the back of things. They're gonna have to use him as to plant out, and he's gonna try to volley him. That is a mistake and a half, as WannaFly is already touching on that ace. Give it to him, but no. Loki at least denies him that satisfaction, but in the end, it still will be Myth to take the round.
Yup, that's right. Really, really gotta give it to them. But I really gotta question Dylan, though. Why are you walking around with ability on hand? I think that's something that everyone yells at me at. And that was a very close range molly when you think about it. I would have expected. Yeah, it was very.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that was just too much. But look at this, how WannaFly was just not afraid to walk through that. Gets 3 out of that, and that actually that pays out for them. Because sometimes people say, like, we talked about this before, like how people are always so allergic and so scared of playing through smokes. And I mean, for Wannafly instead, he's just like, nah, man, I'ma just go through and just spray and see what I get. Gets 3. And I really think that once he got that 3, it was immediately so much more easier for them to get onto site. But look at that, CS trying to find another way through here. Immediately goes through hookah, but when you look at that, hookah pretty clear when you think about it. I don't think anyone's gonna be playing here, and I do like how Myth is defending themselves, putting themselves or positioning themselves. They're playing in a way that they know it's easy for them to get back onto the site for retakes, and still good enough for them to kind of like slow them down to get onto site.
Defender Viper is just crazy good on buying. You can put one of your wall up, and it just engulfs every entrance point, especially on that B side. Incredibly good, especially on a eco buy like this for CES. They can't really push out because if Red Neville dashes and he's still tagged by that Viper util, he's gonna be like sub 100 HP, and that's good enough for these Spectres to do what they do best. It's just to
Ran and Gan.
Ran and Gan. Just mow you down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
It's true. I was looking at some Immortal NA videos, and they were just saying the best way to go up is to get that Ran and Gan. Immediately Kadum does that. Dylan and Kongaret as well. Loki does take Kadum in return. Kongaret immediately taking him down. And that is one of the fastest takedowns we've seen so far. Finally, that was a very long Mexican standoff.
You can already hear the music.
Yeah, the hesitance coming from CES. Let's look at the replay here. We did see one thing about Myth that I really like is that they're not usually the ones to kind of start the first contact. They would rather wait it out. They don't care. And even then, even on attacking just now, like, yes, at first they were kind of rushing. After that, it was just like, it's fine. We'll just wait for them to go play in the aggressive and just take them out. And immediately just started going downhill from there. But look at that. Neville tried to run and gun that. Big mistake. Loki gets 2 out of that. So worth it. Dylan from the side does get 1 more. Switches his guns out. Not quick enough though. Kishi gets a 2k out of that. And that is finally Cerberus' turn to take her out.
Okay, Myth, I see you. They 3-stack.
Overconfident.
I don't think, not at all, at least for Myth. Like, they read that, I would actually say that they read the situation really well, because they 3-stacked on bathroom and had 2 people come out from the teleporter. So they were betting on the fact that there was going to be a huge amount of players from Cerberus that will actually try to do that, and it worked. And it, how many did they kill? I think like 3 or 2 on a bonus round like this. That is good enough. Right,
brings them back, honestly. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
All rifles except for Akashi. Got to do with the Ran and Gan. But as I said before, Ran and Gan sometimes is something all you need, but choke point smoked out. Just enough to kind of stop whatever ops that was going through. Not ops, but rather vision. They do have some information. Immediately the Concuss comes out. Kongaret has to give up his position there, has to make some space. There are some slows though to delay them. Sprays do come out. Dylan finds Red Neville. Kishi as well. Deleted Dylan with a 3k right over here. Doing so good. Kongaret watching close. If they were to swing, GG will play. He knows he saw, but Daikyu just a little better feels does trade him. But Kadum finds Loki, and that's the end of that. Right now looking great. Myth takes back what is theirs.
And Dylan just
going
above and beyond, all snappy, all very crispy shots from Dylan. We'll see that once again. Look at the reactionary, especially on the second one. Ooh, lovely stuff. And then the correction on that aim of his on the 3rd kill. Myth is just dangerous on their defense here. And again, it's all down to, as you mentioned, they play that more far back on the site style, and it actually works, right? They don't have to commit to fights. They just have to know where Cerberus are going to be coming from. And slowly but surely, Cerberus is kind of conditioned just to keep pushing in and hoping that Red Neville, once he dashes, he's going to get a pick off, but it's not going to be like that. The amount of smokes and utilities, mollies that can be thrown just to delay the rest of the Cerberus squads even further, pushing Red Neville to that 1v5 situation for a certain interval of time here has really screwed up what Cerberus wants to do. And with all of that, they need to kind of go back to the drawing board, figure things out, and the timeout has been sanctioned.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when we look at timeout just now, I was a bit nervous for Myth because it didn't look like... I mean, in terms of their lineups, it was more to defense. But seeing how they play in general, in terms of their confidence in gunplay, and as well as their utility usage, I kind of understood now like what they were trying to do. They didn't have to worry too much, while CS does look a little bit more better on attack. But now look at defense. Myth is just so ready for it. There's so many chokeholds they can hold up, and Phil's wall, while it's not like the most sturdy, it's enough to get some information. Phils does get the orb out of that too. I really like that wall from Phils. It does give information, it buys a lot of time as well, and it allows them to kind of move away at least, or at least kind of like say, okay, we already kind of gave up our position here, we're wasting time, it's better for us to just rotate or come through another area.
Dylan gonna just double down onto the B site here. This works, I like this. Long will give him a better position to throw out his molly if ever they do get a bit too overzealous, if at all. They've only spotted the Sage for now. Wanted to pick up the spike. Is Alone gonna res Conga? Yep, that's exactly that. And Dylan has activated the Stim Beacon with the Orbital Strike, so he's called out the whole enchilada, but Kishi still finds him in the end. This does separate the rest of the squad of Cerberus, and they're gonna be playing far back onto B Long, where only Loki and Akashi actually remain. A lot of utility usage spent here by Myth, but all in all, one step closer into that 11th round, so pretty dang worth. Now, Akashi has crept up all the way outside of Hookah here. With a pistol in hand and a rage not in his favor, he's going to be exceedingly screwed. Remaining. Yep. And
down, you were wrong about that. Phil's pretty much ready. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Congaret accidentally just flashes himself. Thank god. Alone Phil was in the back, had his back for his friend. Oh man, let's look at that again. Look at this. How they really choked it. They had an idea that they were going to be playing a sniper at least, or at least a marshal, something like that. Kishi does find Dylan in return because of the Stim Beacon, but Congaret's kind of like one tap that really catches him off guard, but Congaret really got punished for that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Flashes himself and he was hoping that his flash would be running out first, but he didn't actually think that they would actually just shoot out like that from Loki.
I like how Brimstone has turned into like this stationary duelist that wherever he puts out his Stim Beacon, he becomes such a absolute beast, right? Like,
I mean, that's a new meme,
faster
isn't
fire
it?
rate.
Yeah, right? Like Brimstone go brr. That's the new meta. Your teammates go brr too, and on top of that, you get the zoomies. Who needs Neon?
You think Neon has bigger quads than Brimstone? With the Steam Beacon, you don't need bigger.
Of course not. I mean, I wish it stacked up, but look at this Kadoom. That's a really nice angle. Immediately, I want to fly reacts to that, but Kishi coming from the side does clear that out. Lone Fields gets a 2K here. Really got to give that out, and Kishi swings out. Immediately, Myth takes that. Defense doesn't sometimes with the way that Myth plays doesn't look like defense. I'm like, wait. Are you sure you're defense? You're not supposed to be that deep.
Missed timing on Cerberus there, though. Red Neville got too antsy to go forward before the Rolling Thunder came in. It needed to be at least a half a second earlier so that they could have used, the separation of that ult to allow Red Neville to have an easier time to scan things out. Like, he saw, I think, Kadoom there.
Let's play.
Actually, maybe he didn't even see Kadoom for like a split second, and he reacted so late to that.
Yeah,
that after he died, that's when the Rolling Thunder came in.
Yeah, I think he what's the word? He wasn't expecting to see someone there, at least not a raise. So I think it kind of caught him off guard when you think about it. But look at that. Viper's Pit immediately here deters them from getting onto site. And you're like, yeah, nah. I think a lot of people go through that, like, oh, Viper's Pit, nah. Let's go to the other side. Look at that. They already knew it was gonna happen. 3 people onto A. IQ though still wants to try his chances, but you gonna go teleport, my friend? Not quite. I don't think so. He's just trying to see if he can get anything out of this.
I'm liking this Viper's Pit positioning. There's like a pocket that's right outside of B main. Cerberus might not know this, so they try to push in. They're not gonna find Conga Red there hunkered down, and they can just go into the Viper's Pit blind. Usually you want to actually fight inside that, even though it is a risk. But the way it's positioned makes it even more difficult to push against the Myth Viper.
Ouch!
That is so mistimed. Yeah, Red Neville deserved taking it there. There's nothing that he can really do.
Yep, that's right, Kadum, 30 HP left. Gonna be spraying this out. Kishi wallbangs him through, and immediately here comes the concuss, but doesn't get anyone. Conqueror gonna run straight into his crosshair. Lone Fields does trade him out. Cute finds a Lone Fields in return. It is a 1-on-3 situation. We've seen situations where people can win this, but look at the crossfire they have.
No way.
Butterfly, I just don't know. He's playing it real smart here. He wants to make sure he finds one. They didn't see him. Gets one, gets two, B3. Come on, bring it out. No, not quite. Akashi does get that Vera Esports budget at least.
That's a big hit. Like, they win the round, but they should not have
30
lost.
seconds left.
Like,
Two players like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them were just looking at spawn. It's quite awkward.
I'm surprised no one was looking at Emin. I mean, wouldn't that be like the first place you want to look at? Why are two players looking at the same place? They got punished for it. I mean, yeah, they lost, but they got severely punished for it.
I'm wondering if it's because somehow maybe Wannafly got through the utility there of Daikyu. That's why they're like he was just able to sneak by through. I wasn't paying too much attention to the minimap, but
No,
usually
I didn't see a trademark there either.
Yeah, usually how you just get through trademarks and even alarm bots, right, is just you try to smoke it out. So controllers actually have a better chance of bypassing Sentinel utility because they can actually just blurt out the vision, the line of sight. It's really strong. A lot of people think that, oh, you know, just because we have this anti-lurk, we're good already from our backs. But if there's like a lurking omen or something, you gotta watch your behinds.
Ha ha ha! I see what you did there. Does have the stim beacon. But look at that smoke. I think this is probably why this map was just banned out ASAP from Malaysia, Singapore. Molly does come out, buy them some time, but he is gonna get revealed out immediately. Look at that. How much utility thrown out. Cosmic Divide is also in here. They're just trying to isolate as much as they can. Wannafly does find Akashi back in return. Wannafly will be traded out by Red Nibble. Kadum gonna be sending out the boom bot, trying to see if he can find anyone else, but the plant will be happening. They're just right outside each other. If the wall were to fall down, that will be hilarious. But Locke playing it real safe. Oh my god, that's a lot of balls. Kind of like praying outside there. Locke does get one, but Lone Field does get a double. Gets a revive in return. Kadum finds Kishi, and that will be the end of that. They only lost Wannafly out of that.
Yeah, and Wannafly was actually getting a lot of value, disrupting the offense as he was just committing to his position there on U-Haul. 13-7 as we end the first game, and made in Thailand. All they're showing to us that they can produce quality once again. As I mentioned, they take this bind map.
Yep, that's right. Made in Thailand makes really, really good players, I have to say. But I really want to say Loki's ultimate twice has become a double-edged sword for the team. It just... Number one was during defense, and after that during attack. I mean, he has the right idea, but the problem is Myth is just not afraid to play around it. They're not afraid to push, and I think it just has to, you know, they really have to think about it.
They really have to. Let's see the stats real quick from this bind encounter. Made in Thailand, 13-7. Congaret on top of the boards, 23 kills, 309 on that combat score, while on the other hand for Red Neville, 15 kills, 231. You really do see the difficulties that Cerberus had to go through, especially in that second half. They had absolutely no chance to get into these sites without Red Neville, and he was shut down for the most part of those starting rounds.
Yeah, that's right. He was playing aggressive, and I think that the problem is just that the reaction time from Myth was just too fast. He wants to go in. He wants to. Maybe he'll get like a pick. But as I mentioned before, in terms of Myth, there's always going to be a crossfire. If he goes down, someone else will be. If someone else in Myth goes down, there's going to be a trade in return. And look at this. In terms of damage, Myth wins, but in terms of headshots, those CS looking a lot better. I mean, we saw Red Neville's aim, but like something just a little bit better. Frag wins, objective wins. Gonna go to Myth, and I don't blame them at all because when you think about it, they're just a little bit better when it comes to the use of utility. CS a bit too hasty, I believe, and at most times their own utilities are their own downfalls.
The missed times for Cerberus there, especially when the rounds that they needed it the most to count were just not as crisp, as fluid as we were kind of hoping for. They started so well too on the defending side. They had plans, they got setups, especially with Kishi being on that breach. But the longer this match goes, the longer you see that the fault lines and and Rolling Thunder, which is the other part of this breach utility, was not fully utilized by Cerberus. It's all the flashes, which is good and all, but you also need that concuss game to really flesh it out even further.
Yeah, I felt like the concuss was just used too recklessly. It was more of like, I'm not too sure if someone's here, let me just concuss this and then we're gonna swing out together. Rather than that, why don't they get some information first before they use that? Because if you actually get, people in the concuss, it's basically a guaranteed kill. So when you're using it kind of like to kind of scout for information instead, I feel like it's super wasted. And in terms of their lineups as well, like I felt that Cerberus was looking really good for attack. I was a little bit worried for them for defense, which is why I was a bit curious as to how they're going to be playing this. But when you think about it, while Myth didn't really have the most aggressive lineup for attack, you really got to give it to them, because their lineup, because of their they got ahead in attack. When they play defense, they can just like, okay, we already have everything we need to just play it how it is.
I'm just gonna add, I felt like this composition for Myth actually allowed them to be aggressive where they wanted to be aggressive. You mentioned how they can't really take too many risks, especially when everything's so open. But because of this double controller, they can just isolate all those fights, make it very easy for them to utilize what they have, especially with Kadum. So we'll see, guys, if game number 2 is going to be the Myth Buster game for Cerberus, or is the Myth never going to be busted in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You know, Cerberus, they're supposed to be the guards of the underworld, the gates, but I guess all of that was a myth, as Bind did go into the favor of the Thai team. Yeah, that's how smooth I can do things. Anyways, it's me, Asarai, with Tash Bunny, coming back at you for this upcoming second game. Haven is going to start in just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen, and Cerberus looking pretty bleak in that second half.
Yeah, that's right. We did talk about that. While this is their map, I mean, I was talking to you during break and you did mention they want their worst maps out of the way. And honestly, as I mentioned before, in Malaysia, Singapore region, this map almost had 100%, I think, ban rate. And we actually had one fracture map game as well on that region. So it was just like, okay, fine. This is very, very interesting. I was really wondering how they'd be playing it. In terms of how Myth played, I think they just had better lineup is one, and two, they just played a little bit better in terms of communication, in terms of how they rotate together compared to CS. While CS did start off really good, I felt like after that it was more of like a downhill battle for them, because when it comes to Valorant, it's just one of those games that really kind of takes a toll on mind, especially when you lose 3 to 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and their composition didn't really give them much flexibility other than, I mean, you'd think that with a Chamber, with a Astra, they're going to have a lot of options, which they kind of do, but because of the changes to the Astra once again, it makes it very difficult for Loki to commit his utility all out the map. He wants to have at least like 2 stars in one specific location for that default setup of Star and then Gravity Well or Star and Concuss. It really is like the strong factor of an Astra and the ability to like reload the stars and put them elsewhere. But because again of the patch, you really see the weaknesses of that, which has spread out the rest of the Cerberus team to kind of utilize Red Neville and Kishi a lot more, which was okay at the start, but again, we were talking about how his concussed game was a little bit on that lacking end, or at least there was a disjoint between these two players, which really hampered a lot of the things that Cerberus wanted to do.
Yeah, I think in terms of that, they have their idea, but I mean, like, I think their utility usage, as I mentioned before, is a little bit lackluster. I mean, we did talk about Loki being Astra, and when you think about it again, Astra's utilities have been weaponized by Myth. You might as well put, you know, as Loki on Myth at this point, because there are so many moments where they tried to play a Cosmic Divide. I think they're trying to play it very creatively, I suppose. But the thing is, Myth kind of read them like a book. You give Myth. I think that's the reason why Myth called 2 timeouts so early. They're like, did you notice that pattern? I think we should be playing like this, because we did see a change in how Myth played at least 3 times compared to Cerberus, who only change either they want to play defensively or if they want to play aggressively.
Yeah, you really do see that Myth isn't afraid to take different approaches to the same side. I mean, there's only 2 sides. What you can really do? But I really do like how they're so versatile with what they wanted to do. It's more of the, you know, I mentioned how they wanted to utilize a lot of smoke so they can just try to isolate a lot of fights. They did that with them doing a 4-man push. Then they did that with a split style, skirmish style of pickoff, and it works so well for them that, again, for Cerberus, you really do see the emphasis that they had on Red Neville to go above and beyond as that jet. And it works, but it doesn't work as well as it did like a couple of months ago. You know, a lot of teams now, they're starting to be more, at least here in Southeast Asia, they're starting to be a lot more utility centric. Vietnam just a little bit delayed on kind of catching up with that, because again, coming from 2021, they were the region that took the longest to get their own VCT circuit. So with all of that being said, it feels like they're still lagging behind here. But with all of that, they still did fairly enough. So maybe Haven can be that oasis for them, that solace for them to maybe push us to a game 3.
I mean, when you think about CS, I mean, from the beginning, from defense to attack, they like that sort of like, they're not the type of people, they're either too aggressive or too defensive. You're not gonna see an in-between for them, as opposed to Myth. They're a little bit more loose. They're kind of like playing according to the situation, which means that in terms of adapting, Myth is more flexible. So when you put yourself in a map like Haven with 3 sites, the flexibility, like it or not, has to be there, because you're either going to be playing lurk, you're either going to have to take care of so many different angles. You got to think like, okay, if we're going to play A, how are we going to be playing the retakes if they shoo us off the side? Because there are so many moments where I saw that when CS is playing attack, they kind of get shoved off the site, and they didn't even control the little area they had. They gave so much space to Myth, and Myth, if you give them an inch, they will take a whole mile.
Yeah, they really did as well. And here's a statistic that was just taken from that first game. We mentioned how Red Neville felt like he really had to do a lot. So out of the 20 rounds that we've had, his first death is 8. So that means that he's really pushed himself to try to get that aggressive control so the rest of the team can come in. But as you mentioned, Myth, if they just give you if they just have a little bit, they will capitalize so well on that. And I think the best example for that was the round where Dylan got that 3K, where Red Neville was still blotted out by the smoke, and he aggressively dashed through it, and he mistimed his play. Everybody else from Cerberus was late for 2 to 3 seconds, but when you're talking about how quickly and how efficiently you can get into a site, 2 to 3 seconds can feel like a lifetime. And then saw just Cerberus just lost everybody in that span of time, which is crazy to think about it. But that being said, there really is a lot of issues right now for Cerberus with regards to how they take on the sites. But at least for Haven, it does allow an easier style here, I feel like, compared to Bind.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I really like Haven when you look at a lot of players, because that allows you to kind of play the mind games. Like, you can hear noises coming from A. Are they committing to A? Or are you going to have like some sneaky plays with one person running all the way to C, you know? Because that's the thing when you have a duelist in your team, because you can take these picks off. Maybe they get like 2 picks off of A, and they're like, and then immediately they're going to be rotating. Immediately C is all empty. It's all the way on the other side. Or maybe you don't really, you just want to play a rush in, you can play B, yes, easy retakes. But the thing is, with controllers, it makes it really hard. So coming back to that controller thing that we talked about just now, CS, I feel like when you think about it, they do like having like those chambers. Yes, it's great for the flanks. I think like it's so great for Haven. But the problem is, when the choke points where you're supposed to be at as a chamber is blocked out, how are you going to be useful?
It really doesn't, right? And we saw this be a weird thing for Cerberus to try to climb over or adjust to, because I think for the most part there, when we were spotting out Daikyu actually try to get some value off of his chamber, he would just overcommit and try to push out as quickly as he can, and then bank on the fact that he can use his teleport. But it was so, I think, difficult for him to kind of just utilize that. I think one of the issues as well was, again, going back onto Kishi, he's a great player. He's amazing and everything, but the problem there lies that, again, the fault lines I felt was more used reactionary, or was just banking on the fact that maybe it can get a stun rather than initiating on something. Like maybe they could have just sneaked out of hookah, set up that long fault line setup towards the entryway, and then have somebody who can TP or dash, get that aggressive peek, just to kind of dissuade Myth from just rotating. Because I think for the most part as well, Myth weren't really afraid of their flanks. All they really had to be afraid of is what's in front of them, never what's in behind, and they just kept rotating over and over again. With all that being said, I think we are having a bit of hiccups now, guys, so we're just gonna go for a quick breather. Hopefully when we come back, Haven is gonna go underway, so apologize for that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT APAC 2022. I'm Tash, your castle today alongside Asteroid. We just saw game number 1 before that double break. We had Myth versus Cerberus, where Myth was not busted this time around. The Myth was not busted. But let's have a look at the agent select. So right now, what we saw earlier from Myth was the double controller lineup that was actually predicted by the panelists. And now looking at this now, what do you think of these lineups?
All right, let me just oh, so it is just gonna be the single controller for either side, but Haven, I feel like, is one of those maps that you don't really need that many smokes. It's all about how well you can use the other utilities that you have, and that's why we're seeing a lot more of the initiators, because it's going to be all about that skirmish, playing on the retakes. I think the problem for some teams, though, and might be the case for Cerberus, is they might try to fight Myth as they're coming into the site, if ever, but we'll see how that goes. I think they are going to be starting on defending. So they can always play retake. This composition does exceedingly well with retakes, especially again with that double initiator. But it will depend on how well they can gauge the fight against Myth here.
Yep, that's right. Myth bringing in a Killjoy this time around. I think it's really, really dangerous because Killjoy, especially on C site, can be pretty painful because it allows her to anchor. That's number 1. And number 2, if you gotta try and come through garage and she does put her mollies down, there is no space for you to come through. Like it or not, you have to back away. There's no way you can push through with that. And that's really, really painful when you think about it. I think that's one of the beauty of KJ. I feel like KJ, she's a little bit underappreciated. She needs more love.
I mean, I gotta go with a different route here. I felt like KJ has gotten too much love recently.
Before this, bring her back. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not a super fan of KJ anymore. Like, I've been enjoying my man Cypher because
that's
I like
big
the
brain
camera.
plays.
Yeah.
You like the camera? What does that say about you as a person?
Whoa. We're not gonna deep dive into that. Nobody needs to know what I like to do with the camera, all right?
I mean, I've seen in Malaysia, Singapore server, I saw a lot of Breach used, especially on Haven. I mean, when you think about it, I prefer seeing Breach on smaller maps, but on Haven, not bad as well. But I have not seen a map 1 with the Breach yet. I mean, on Haven. So this is going to be very exciting to see. We talked about CES and Myth. We talked about the usage of CES's Breach is more of like to clear corners instead of making sure you can get the kill. So let's see how they change that up.
And again, it's because he can influence sites even without being in them. Like, he can be still in B, but still be able to influence C because of the range of that fault line. So it really works out. And you mentioned it's a really good tool to clear out certain angles. Think of it like when you try to push here on C long, right? You go to Cubby as, let's say, an Omen. You paranoid onto logs. You can do basically the exact same thing and have more impact with the concuss. Now, Kaduma has already pushed himself up. There's a nice little crossfire here. This Recoder will actually give up Loki's positioning, but they can't really do too much because he's hunkered down in this teeny tiny wall. And again, the smokes just allow them for a bit more breathing space. And once again, Cerberus, they're always good with how they play on these pistols. And maybe this will give them the edge that they need to land on that very delayed push. He's actually just all the way around. And now that he knows that his opponents are at C, maybe he's gonna go try to push through spawn. You can see the eyes of Akashi actually marking for it, but just wanted to pick up the ghost and still will charge through on C long here. And that being said, he has 1 star to use to help this clutch.
Yep, that's right. We did talk about how good their utilities are, but let's see how Deland is with Astra. We are seeing a double Astra here, not surprising, but they're already ready. They know that he's going to be coming all the way from CT. Left. They're going to be coming inside. Akashi pretty much ready. Immediately gets a double ping straight in the head. Good night, sweet prince. You did not get a single chance.
That was such a good positioning from Loki there. Like, he just did not panic when he saw that recon dart. He didn't have to really fear, as he knew they weren't going to flush out his position. Look at that. Like, that was good timing from Kadum, but Loki's reaction and just hunkering down in his spot was key.
Yeah, that's right. I really gotta say, because I mean, when you talk about pistol rounds, especially in this first matches, it's more of like teams trying to read each other. Of course, I think because what happened just now was that smoke kind of caught them off guard, immediately concussed, comes out here, and trying to make sure that it's clear over there. that shot coming out, immediately just trying to deter them. But I really like how Myth is not afraid to farm those orbs. We saw that earlier. I don't think it's gonna be changing again. Red Neville playing aggressive stance here. Will he get picked? Dylan coming through here as well, but just missing each other just a little bit. It's kind of like that anime, Your Name, you pass each other, not quite seeing your lover on the other end, but in this case it's actually your enemy.
Whoa, where are we going with this this analogy, Tash?
I went way too far here, didn't I?
Yeah. Also, fun fact, Kimi no Nawa, Your Name, released 7 years ago. Feel older?
Oh man, I feel so old. What the heck? By Red Nibble. Oh my god, he just missed them. He knows now. He knows there's at least one person there. No, one of like hitting that. Red Nibble too good. Get two. Oh, not quite. I guess one actually. Phil's doing just Phil's things. He always trade with his teammate. I want to have a friend like Phil.
Coming back.
Avenges me all the time.
Oh yeah, I guess that refrag every single time, right? Just feels good, man. So your efforts don't go to waste. But they've cut the noise. And look at the read from Cerberus right now. I don't think they're going to know about this. Huge control onto A short. Kadoom spots out one. Crossfire is real. The reactionary as well as the weapons just better on the Cerberus end.
Are you kidding me? Kishi. Look at that. I felt like Kadoom had the upper hand. It's just that he had a Marshall. If he had a different gun, it would have been a whole different story. But look at Kishi's quick to react. And I feel like the comms right now would have been Cerberus, no, behind you. Because that was how I would react as well. Great. How Kishi played that as well.
Something really that Myth can do in that regard. If Kadoom hit a shot, maybe they could have isolated a 1v3 with pistols only, because you know Spectre can only last so long in that kind of situation.
Yep, that's right. Cute. Watching the garage here, he has put something there. But Dylan from the back with his teammates, they like playing it real quiet. Just now they were like super boom bang on grind. This time around they're like, let's play as quiet as a mouse. But look at how much orbs Congared has already farmed actually when you think about it. He is gonna be clearing that corner. It wasn't a person, it was a trademark. But good enough, I believe, because you know how annoying that trademark is.
Wow, Loki not committing the smoke here. He's gonna try to make sure that nobody's gonna be on C long, and after he strafes jump, finds nothing. He's already gonna be, or the rest of Myth will already be halfway there to the A site, but they're making sure they still have that utility on the drone to check if there's anybody on the corners here. And this is gonna be hellish for Cerberus right now, but I think they've called it perfectly. They're gonna 4-stack on the A site. They still have one smoke to help things out. And there you go. This is it. Myth have to commit to this, but I don't think they're going to know. There's a lot of people here from the Myth from the Cerberus side. A little bit unfortunate. Loki has actually found out one. Crossfires will be real. Kishi using the flashpoints to help out the cause. And it's still worked out in the end as Myth takes this delayed kind of approach, and it works out. 30 seconds. I thought they were going to be sweating, but no sweat at all. Myth puts this into a 3 versus 1.
Everything is calculated for Myth. Daikyu all alone once again in this situation. Don't want to be him. While Kishi did try his best to really take care, but look at that. They're watching from 2 different angles. And look at the reaction of his teammates as well. Immediately the crossfire takes him out of the way. Yes, they kind of like messed up that round just now earlier. I mean, they were trying to figure out, I think one thing about Myth is that when you look at them in the first 2 rounds, they're just trying to figure out. They're just trying to figure out what the positioning is, where everyone is going to be. Once they figure out their pattern, that's it. That's the end. Look how fast they're going to be reacting to everything. But I have to say, Kishi's reaction speed is pretty much godly. It's actually quite scary when you think about it. Every round, he at least gets 2 picks at the very least before he goes down. And that's just really, really good when you think about it. However, though, not enough to actually stop it. But look at this. Daikyu still playing the same thing again. And now he gets revealed. Just thank God there's no Punch's Fury. Else he's gone.
Oh no. Loki's so screwed here. He actually gets knocked up. And he got tagged. He should be going down, but Kishi at least helps his brother out just for a teeny tiny bit, and he's gotten 2 already. Doubles down alongside his teammate here, and they've hold the platform to the back of the site. This has disrupted the style, the play, what Myth wanted to do. You're gonna take a slower approach as the smokes dissipate. Trying to creep up slowly. I don't think Velen will know Two is like right here. Yeah, he didn't know Kishi was actually doubled down right now. This leaves Phils as well as WannaFly. A bit too hopeful to get information as try to jump up. That's a bit of a risk there. We've now put ourselves into 2 versus 2. WannaFly and teammate, they have time to back away. That's why they're trying to scan. And Red Neville has the operator. And they almost hit the collateral. Oh my goodness, Red Neville is on an absolute tear. He spotted out. Timing is perfect. And Cerberus, the 3-headed beast, strikes hard, bites hard, and just finishes off the round.
Cerberus finally kind of opened the third dog's eye, because they don't have a third eye, they have a third hit. But anyways, coming back to that, really like how they played this. And I really like how they utilized it as well. Look at that. There was just so much emphasis. I think they got a little bit greedy here from Myth because they did spot out Loki. They were like, okay, he's gonna be playing the same place again. And they kind of push a little bit too hard. Dylan tried to play sneaky deaky, but the thing is, when you are playing with your teammate like that, holding hands, that's the right way to play. We talked about this just now, how CS played that in the beginning like that, and then they stopped. Let's see if Myth is gonna be able to kind of stop them from kind of like steamrolling it. Because right now, it is 8-3-1. However, though, Red Neville still here with the op. His op plays are looking much better right now. Kishi making care of B, but look at how many people are on grass. 1, 2, and 3. They are playing it real slow. Loki playing from the back here. I think they just want to play as safe as possible. Kishi watching the corner here, but Phils again trades it out.
At least they are making this a equal endeavor every single time they like face one player on the Cerberus roster. I can hear a turbo. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's from the attacking side.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yep, that's right. He's using it aggressively. I do like that, but Kadoom straight to the head with that Sheriff. Daikute now immediately can't do anything. This is what I talked about Daikute. He just immediately has a chamber. Once your vision gets knocked out, that's the end of that. WannaFly gets a free cut out of that. 2 straight to the head. That was a right click. And here comes the lineups.
Area. This is too awkward for Cerberus. Like, they're just... Okay, one walks into a crosshair on a right-click classic. Free gun, by the way. One jumps up to platform to get that information on Garage and gets caught as he was jumping up, which means that he couldn't really shoot back. This is a thrifty round that, for all intents and purposes, were given by Cerberus. Like, this was just so awkward. Like, they just charged right in and... actually, they didn't even charge right in. They just, like, walked slowly and got picks. That's it.
I think they weren't expecting KJ to be there because, I mean, look at where the turret was. I think they were expecting her to be somewhere in the back there. It is a thrifty round. On top of that, free grab delivery gun straight to your feet. I wish I had that kind of grab delivery ninja straight to the front of my computer for my lunch.
Oh, yeah. Probably in like 20 years when teleporters are a thing, you know?
I mean, I think Cerberus, look at this. Bam! Ooh, you know how demoralizing it is getting shot like that to the face? Judges, classics. Don't want to be on the receiving end.
Yeah. And the thing is, he slow peeked it too. So usually, again, there's 2 ways to approach that. It's either you slow peek it because you know that nobody's going to be there, or you jiggle peek it because you are cautious enough. So I don't think Daikute was cautious about that. I think he was already thinking about what was going to be on the site and on Silong. But regardless of what was going on in his head, that was a big sin to just lose that positioning hard up, because that would have been really helpful for them. Daikute just backs away. They know that the TP will be out for about 20 seconds, and Myth do have some wiggle room.
Yeah, they really do. I really like how Myth is playing this. I feel like Myth is just really... They look really loose. How do I say this? They're just taking it easy. They don't have to really worry too much. Kadoom making sure to check all the angles. Because they know Red Neville was there earlier. So they want to make sure. But I really like how they're just not afraid to play slow. Immediately, they just press on the gas, going a full steam ahead. That's what I love about them. Immediately clears the site. Immediately takes it too. Immediately, they're going to go straight to hell, making sure that no one is taking care of the area. And look at that. Here comes the concuss. Here comes straight to the face. But Red Neville does find Deland in the end. It's going to give them some breathing room. But fails again. fast reaction time, but Kadum as well as wanna fly. Crossfire there takes the jet out of the way. Kadum from the side finds an Astra, moves away, doesn't double peek. It's very, very good play to play, but Akashi wins in the end. That last minute crouch kind of really punished him.
Man, just could not find an angle to fight that one in, and Cerberus was hitting all the shots that they needed. That was incredibly risky, but they knew time was of the essence. They couldn't really they couldn't really wait much longer, and even through the aftershock being thrown there by Conga Red to stop them. I think it was a bit shallow. The defenders could still push in through the site itself. Yeah. This one, Kadum just took forever to actually hit a shot in that last interval. So with all of that being said, the Cosmic Divide also forced the hand of Myth to try to contest the last two remaining members of Cerberus. They couldn't take it very slow, even if the spike was planted at the God spot on A site.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in a way, they couldn't kind of play it from long run. Neville nearly eats 3 different utilities, but still goes down to Kadum in the end. Blinds do come out from Wanna Fly. They are taking their time here. They do have to remember they don't have Kadum to make some space for them onto the side. They have to do it themselves now. There are a lot of options. For now, they're going to be playing it real slow. And look at that. CS, they thought that they're going to be rotating back. But look at this. They're just taking their time. Are you serious? You just gave them A!
Yeah, sometimes the cut of noise is just what the doctor ordered. They're thinking that they're going to double down, but they don't want to plant the spike just yet. They want somebody to re-peek from the Cerberus side. But now that they don't, they're just going to fight for this. If Wannafly gets a kill, he will have his lockdown up, and that's going to be a huge thing to have that will help him out just in case. Nobody's on Heaven. That hasn't alerted them yet, and Wannafly now knows this. Playing the smoke criminal, his positioning is very, very risk, but the reward is going to be good as well.
Oh, this is a very strong angle. He can't see anything. Oh, they didn't see him. He just stood right there. But look at the double out of that. Will it be a triple one more time? Immediately got quiet. So unlucky. Akashi does get onto the site. But the thing is, they did buy some time. You do have a 1v1 Dylan on their side. They're just playing ring around the rosy right now. All Dylan has to do is just play for time. He doesn't know Dylan's on their side, but Myth just really good with buying time. We talked about this again and again.
Yo, that was a mishap for Cerberus, no doubt. Kishi, he should have, like, again, the maps in Valorant, they're all hella deep with these pockets. You gotta have to commit to peeking it. Like, you saw that? He just backed away and gave Wannafly a freebie 2 kills.
Exactly. I'm so shocked because that's a very risky corner. Most of the time, that corner gets cleared. But the thing is, I think because he was like maybe expecting a barrel or something. I'm not sure, but he didn't spot him out. Just so close. It's just one of those situations where you're kind of like just passing by each other, but you just didn't notice it.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Wannafly for
that's very risky.
Not losing his cool and just like peeking out. He doubled down and read the situation that maybe, just maybe, I can sneak one in because they haven't spotted me just yet. They haven't fired through the wall. They haven't wall banged me. They haven't tried to clear me out. And once he saw that the aftershock was thrown for Hell, he immediately knew no one knew his location. So he just messed up the rest of Cerberus there. And with that momentum turner for Myth, they called the timeout. This is going to be a read for what's going to be to come. Usually when it doesn't happen quite often, but it's common now that when you win the previous round, you do call that timeout just to kind of iron things out, what you want to do to kind of clear more rounds.
I just don't know, but like whenever Myth has a timeout, they kind of activate their Roku Tenkai. They immediately just open up the third eye, not the third head like Cerberus. Cerberus, Daikute here. I like how Daikute's taking the initiative to play a little bit more aggressive. But one thing about Myth is that they're kind of reading CS like an open book. They're like, okay, I think we shouldn't peek this. This is kind of like the usual areas where a chamber would be peeking. Look at that. The smokes from that side does stop Loki from getting some vision onto them. They're just playing their time here, biding for time, and I really like how they play. I mean, we talked about this as well, about how they like to play it slow. And one thing about this is that it kind of makes, I think you mentioned this over the bind map just now, is that CS does tend to get a little bit angsty. They will be punished for it. Look at that. Immediately gets punished for that. He waited there for so long. gets revealed, has to teleport away, and didn't get anything out of that, had to trade out his ability.
Initiated.
Now he doesn't have any teleports, and he's gonna peek this so aggressively. But it could work though, because he's doubled down on such a risky endeavor. Oh, now he's gonna get so screwed.
Yeah,
Does he have time? No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He does not. Oh, wait, no, barely,
Okay,
barely. He got so lucky, but he had to give up so much space. But look at that. Here comes the concuss. Immediately, Kadum gets one out of that. Red Nibble out of the way, and Daikyu does trade out with Kongred, but Alone Fields again trades that out. Akashi does find Della in the end. What happened there? Look at that. So much time bought, and they're going to be so much, no problem. 7 seconds to go. Kishi has to commit. The plant will happen. Kadum gets a double there. So good. Kadum just waiting, buying for time. It is a 3-on-1 Loki. Like it or not, you're going to have to come out of this, buddy. Because when we talk about the A site, it's really, really hard to play retakes because of how deep the pockets are on here.
He slowed down the pace just a bit. We know that he's on the weaker weapon, and he's still spotted on Heaven. Nothing really that he can do as the wall bangs persevere from Myth. He's not going to find anything here. Maybe Wanna Fly if he gets a bit too cheeky, but
I don't think they're going to. Actually,
yeah,
no, I was
they just
wrong.
Play it well.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I like about them is that they know it's one person, and what they do is they play the distraction role. One person shoots from the other end. You're looking at that side immediately. There's a swing out from Alone Fills, and that was the end of that. That was a very, very aggressive peek. Look at that again. How they come inside, and I think in terms of the breach ability usage, you gotta give it to Mid. Yes, he did go down, but he managed to clear out the whole area, buy some time for his team to get out. Okay, Hunter Fury gets 2 though just now. You gotta give it to him. It was kind of funny to see. They're just lining up in a row there. But even
CS
though
now called a timeout.
yeah, that is scary because imagine your Akashi gets a double from his Hunter's Fury and they still lost that round regardless. That's painful.
It really goes back to just Daikyu thinking that, again, just having that teleporter angle is going to work out for you. But it's very easily understood by players that usually Chambers would love to use that. And once you hear the TP, you have a more laid-back Chamber because the only aggressive way that a Chamber will fight is usually when their TP is up, for the most part. I have seen Chambers actually not do that and still push in, which gives them even more options. But right now, Daikyu isn't going that next level just yet.
No, I think Daikyu's playing it real safe. But the thing is, I mean, when we talk about those aggressive places where you play really, really aggressively, but too aggressive, Red Nibble, Alone Fills will be taking that from you. Shouldn't be too aggressive running out, but look at that. Immediately, Window does get blocked out. They don't want anyone to see. Kongared's still holding on his angle there, just making sure no one's playing the corners because they're like, okay, in case someone decides to copy Wanna Fly just now, we're just gonna make sure that that's not gonna happen to us.
That was a bit awkward there. I wasn't even, I think, read by Myth. They just like waited a little bit on mid and they got a byproduct of a couple of kills plus CES kind of using everything they had. Cerberus now kind of doubling down, but this drone, she's so dead.
Yeah, we
can't
talked
get away
about
from
that. There's no way. I mean, that's what's great about his drone is like there's always a follow-up, which is why Daikyu can't do anything. He plays aggressive. He gets tagged, immediately has to teleport away. If he holds his angle, there is a higher probability that they're going to be pushing in together with that. However, though, I really do like the sort of slow sort of plays coming in from them. When you think about it, look at that line out though.
Oh, budget smoke. Okay, allows Kadum to still get through onto the side, but nothing really. Loki inside the smoke itself. It's only going to be a matter of time before he is discovered, but times on the spike should be there. The rest of the members of Cerberus are actually going to be here, and I don't think Myth actually knew about this, but still in the end, it is going to be Congrad and Wanna Fly to clear things out.
Oh my god.
It was a little bit risky, but I think they still got it in the end, so Myth pick up another round there, 5-4.
It was looking so good for CS just now. They had so many angles covered. I'm not too sure why they had to go too aggressive like that. Just lined up and immediately fall down when you think about it. Oh, so unlucky. Let's have a look at that again. Look at this. Talked about that. Kishi too aggressive there, gets punished for it. Kadum, look at that, they cuts one, gets to discover, and look at that. Loki took out so many. It's just, when you think about it, Myth is just a kind of team like, yes, you lose 3, but you betcha that someone will be able to trade that back. It's almost scary how that's gonna work, but Dylan does find Daikute. I like how they're pretty much ready for Daikute, wherever he is.
They are pretty much. He's kind of overcompensated by getting too much map control here, and because it's so early that he likes to go for the lurk, Myth are still at their own side of the spawn, so if he tries to be cheeky again at the start of the round, it doesn't work that way, because again, Myth have just, you know, spent what, a good 15-20 seconds just to wait at their spawn and see if Cerberus will get antsy, you know, if the dog will try to peek its head out in the open. Well, it has happened every single round, and it screwed them up in this 4v5 situation. Nice little stun though, so maybe Akashi can capitalize on this. He does with the shock darts, but it's a 4-3 endeavor. Good control onto Cerberus here onto short. Maybe Kishi can sneak one in, but he's spotted once again in transition by Myth, and now they know. They've gotten a lot of kills, a lot of forces. The Sobo was spotted in A. It's only either going to be Loki or nobody on the C side.
Yep, that's right, and it's gonna be Loki from the back. He does get one out there with the Marshall, doesn't get twice though. They are ready for him. He does get 2 out of that. Wannafly does trade him out in the end. It's gonna be a 1 versus 2. Akashi still very, very alive. But the thing is anyone watching long? Not quite. Akashi cannot whiff this because what he has here is a Sheriff. Once he misses a shot, immediately tension's gonna be onto him. He has to at least take 1 out to kind of even the odds. But look at that. They're not gonna be peeking long. They're taking it safe, but Dylan just too fast with the better gun too. It's hard for him to do anything when you think about it.
Gotta say, all of the tiny adjustments we see from Myth is so good. Like, you can notice it, right? That crossfire from the last 2 remaining players is good, that it allows them to get a quick refrag as well as not expose them to open areas coming into the C side. Example from C long, or even that C entrance on CT or defender's spawn. Really good stuff coming in from Myth there, and very easy for them to check everything that they need. I know that, you know, Cerberus has 4 of these amazing rounds, but the way that these rounds are going, it's going to be difficult for them, I feel like, to get more.
As I said before, it's a real cute Tenkai for them. Immediately after those pauses they immediately just go crazy. It's just so crazy how fast they can adapt or how fast they can go through CS's playbook. And the thing is, look at that. Dylan already knows, like, okay, Daikute always peeks, so let's make sure that he's not gonna peek. Immediately gets a trade earlier. Now Daikute can't peek. He has to play it really, really safe. He's kind of like paranoid now. Kadum doing Kadum things, playing on the aggressive here. Doesn't quite see anyone just yet, but you really gotta appreciate how Myth plays it very, very quiet. They're playing it slow, they're taking their time, and they're just keeping out of sight for as much as they can. You may be reconning and thinking, oh, there's 10 people at A. Immediately look at that, they trade out, but Kishi does find Kongaret in return. But again, Wannafly does trade out, and it's gonna be Red Neville that will be the victim from this.
Gotta say, I really have enjoyed Kadum's journey as he joined the Myth roster. Previously, he was from Sharper Esports. He was their, I believe, flex player. Because, of course, if it's Sharper, it's either Aesthetics, I think, or Beta that is going to be that duelist. Either way, we'll talk about it later as the site is being taken once again by Myth. Wannafly finds one! Oh, he's actually already picked up the ultimate there of Kishi. Loki tries to jump a little bit further down the line, but gets spotted by Kadum, who's already picked up the 2-piece chicken. Now we'll see if Akashi can pierce through this. Eyes on the smoke. He does have a recon, but once he throws that out, they will know where he is.
Yep, all of China knows he's here. Immediately, the crosshairs are on him, but Dylan swings out from the other side. That's what we talked about in terms of friendship. I mean, teamwork.
Last round in the half.
Well, you do have to be friends for teamwork to work.
Yeah, it's true. I really like seeing how they play. I like how the crosshairs are there. But I said before, one thing about Myth is just how fast they adapt. And one thing about Kadum as well, once he makes so much space for his team, that's it, that's the end. Look how deep behind Kadum is when it comes to making space. He's not scared. It's very different than seeing Red Neville, and look at this. Red Neville currently on the lowest frag, and it looks like he's not having a good match, because when you think about it, Red Neville, one of the players that always gets picked out early, and they're not even on attack.
Gotta say, Kadum's stats per game, like the percentage that he gets first bloods is, I think, what is it? I think everything that he's done for first bloods, like 20% success rate. If you think about like how difficult entry fragging is, you know, what he does, I think that's a really good metric to kind of point out there for Kadum as well. Like a lot of Jet players would want to have like that 20% success rate when you try to go for those entries. Anyways,
look at that. Look at those two people pushing up there. Immediately smokes come out from Kadum. I think he has a feeling they just right each other, just a wall separating them. But look at this Smokes kind of like not giving space. He's gonna get cooked. Oh, he just misses it by a little bit. But luckily, they just kind of like passed each other there, didn't they?
Oh,
he really
man.
did? No way! Are you serious right now? Oh man, look at that. Straight onto B. Fields, there is the Rolling Thunder. Comes straight out. Kadum does get him out of the way. Will it be a double? Yes, it will. He still has knives. Daikyu will be the third one, but Lone Fields will be the one to trade that instead.
Oh,
Kadum
no.
making out so much space immediately for the plant as well. It is a 2-on-5. 2-on-4 rather, but look at that. Red Neville's playing really well too. All they had to do was just wait it out.
They committed so much utility there on A-Long for Red Neville, and he got bypassed 30, and he was just, I don't know, he was indecisive to capitalize on that, and there was a good, let's say 5, maybe 7 seconds that he could have just gone and lurked. We could have pushed up, and nobody was actually batting an eyelash on A short anymore, and he backed away.
That's right.
Away, Tash.
I know, that's why I was yelling just now, because as I said, they were just rubbing shoulders. They were just side by side. If he committed just a bit more, they would have won. But this comes back to CS just getting scared, because when you think about it, when you see how Myth plays, it's so unpredictable. It's one time they're going to be lurking, one time they're still going to be playing slow, they're still going to have someone watching their backs. So it's hard for Red Neville to really make a decision. Do I just want to go play aggressive and play high risk, high reward? Or do I want to be severely punished for it? And now in a situation where they are 4-8, I don't think that he wanted to take that.
I don't know. Like, it's so awkward, to be honest, because again, they've already committed so much utility on. I think Myth actually even knew that there was something fishy going on, because there was a lot of fighting or a lot of commitment again by Akashi just to make sure that he got all that information onto A-Long. So Myth was like thinking, yeah, I think they set up a trap here for us. It actually was. So they just backed away and they slow played it. Like, again, it goes back to what you said, that CES, they're just pretty dang indecisive of what they want to do now. The reads that they want are, I felt, are correct, but they haven't acted up on it. And because of that, Myth have just gotten free reign once again. It's the same as we saw on
Bind,
where Myth would just always have that free range to go back and forth onto their own spawn to go whichever hell site they wanted to go on. And we never really see Cerberus kind of contradict that. And it has allowed, again, Myth for just much easier rotations.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's the problem with Myth. CES, I mean, when we saw CS playing a little bit more aggressive on Bind, I was like, okay, this is CS trying to kind of take reign of the situation, trying to make sure they can control the momentum of the game. However, we saw them do it one round, and the second round they get punished for it. Immediately, they just kind of like run away like a dog with its tail under its legs. Because you're like, oh no, we got punished for it. Because sometimes you just gotta stick to it. I mean, when we talk about sticking, I mean, yes, you are sticking to your players, but why can't you just like do it with your own playstyle as well? I feel like CES is just that team that is, I wouldn't say mentally they are not good. I think mentally they are just like, oh no, they're playing like this. What do we do now? Question mark. And then there's no solution coming out from them. Because when you see Myth, they're very proactive. They're changing up their speed. They can do it on the fly in the round itself. They can, yes, sometimes they have a Roku Tenkai moment where they just kind of like have a pause in the game itself. But then as for CES, we haven't seen a pause from them. We haven't seen them kind of like collect their thoughts or just on the fly say, okay, we gotta just adapt on the fly. And I think that's biggest difference between these two teams. While CS is very, very, I would say, seasoned, very, very played for a long time, but if it means that you cannot adapt, what's the point?
And I've been talking about this with one of my friends from the Vietnam scene. He's one of the players from Team Joy Avi, and he's been mentioning to me how, you know, it's been like a power struggle for the entire Vietnam region, who's like the strongest team, and it does show with regards to who are the strongest there. I think the strongest are what we saw right now, who are the representatives with Cerberus at the helm,
Fancy United,
Fancy United, and Big Bam. It's because DXG disbanded. That's why the power struggle did happen, because all the strong players actually got separated into all those 3 other organizations, which is interesting.
Yeah, so they have to kind of like find their footing once again.
Yeah, but for the most part, it also I think is just the lack of experience right now for Vietnam with the other regions to go against on. Because again, because they got a little bit late into joining the VCT circuit, they have, I feel like, less just understanding of how other teams play, and you can see kind of that disparity happening right now, where Myth, they already knew what to do, micro engagements and whatnot, but for CES it's all about how well they can capitalize these big moments. But big moments aren't really the building factors for winning rounds, especially against teams like Myth.
Yep, that's right. Myth is just that kind of team that just kind of takes you out of nowhere. This is very different sort of way. I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to play it quiet, like how CES did. But the thing is, CS is just very separated when they play in the beginning. If you notice, what they try to do is they try to get pick before going somewhere. But this time around, CS, they make some noise at one place or the other. But look at that, immediately wanna fly, finds Red Nibble in return. Akashi gonna be throwing out that dart, trying to see if we can get some information out of that. Not quite though, but the recon dart does get destroyed immediately from Garage. Look at the rotate straight coming into C. And look at that time. As I said before, when it comes to KJ, the time that she can buy with her utils is just crazy. However, though, we are going to be seeing 3 people onto the site right now. Kadum coming inside, but Akashi a little bit faster with the right clicks. Magellan does trade that out in return. Should have repositioned right over there.
One of us going to have possibly a good positioning here, because nobody is looking at that general angle. There's like 3 people just set straight on spawn. It's going to get a bit cheeky, but there are 3 members of Myth pretty dang low. Beautiful stuff with the fault line. Kishi has actually pushed himself up so he can get the initial takes here. It's working. And against CES, they have themselves a monster start with these pistols, but what happens after is where their true challenge lies.
It's actually quite funny. I mean, we've seen some teams who do so well on pistol, and once the rifles come out, immediately everything just like goes to hell for them. It's just really unlucky. But this is one of those moments. I think CS will be playing like this more, very calculated, very quiet. But look at this. After third round comes, and once Myth can already read how they play, that's it. Myth will just use that against them. We've seen Myth kind of weaponize CES's utilities against them. I wouldn't be surprised if they weaponize their own kind of strats against them as well.
Yes. Well, no time wasted. Pull the trigger on the C site. It works. Safe plant. It's going to be a 5v5 later on. You can see already how Myth have kind of spread themselves up. A 4-stack possibly on that flank. This could work, but because that utility from, I believe, Daikute was destroyed, eyes of Cerberus are looking for the C-long endeavor. Peeks out one. Ooh. There it is, but they can't see another, or they feel that there should be another one coming through here.
Yep, Daikute pushing out a little bit too much. I don't think that he should, but it's okay though, because I don't think Myth is going to commit to this just yet. They're all waiting. Red Neville does find Fields all alone here. Some utilities coming out here, but he has to teleport away. That was really, really well done. When you think about it, but Red Neville on the aggressive. That's a double. One apply does get one return, but Daikute will be rewarded with 2 kills out of that.
This is one of those rounds where Cerberus just has the one really big hill to climb, and that was how can they take C with little to no effort, and they did. Nobody was there.
That's right. I think Myth kind of spread themselves out a little bit too thin. I know that they really wanted to play the pincer, but I really like the way they played on Bind earlier, where they're more kind of like having that buddy system. I think that system worked really well for them. But as I said before, seeing from the patterns of Myth in this map and the last. The first 2 to 3 rounds here is where Myth kind of like tries to play the recognizing or getting to know you game.
Now CS, or rather Myth have got their purchase rounds. Kadun just charged slowly, actually not charges, but slowly creeps up onto A long here and finds himself Akashi. Minimizes the numbers of Cerberus for the meantime, and they've allowed Red Neville to just separate with the squad as he tries to open things up. He hears the utility of the KJ on the B side itself, but it seems like he is undeterred. Conga Red 5 seconds before the fault line comes in, and if that turret spots one out, he's setting it up. He knows it's there.
Yep,
he's gonna hit everybody on the front of the side. This is beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Yep.
He does get 1, 2 fights, but Wanna does trade that in return. Good at with 3. I don't know, man. Wanna Fly is just something else. You put him on any controller, any Sentinel, he does really, really well. He likes playing these things. 14 on him, matching himself up there with Kadun.
Yeah, they took too long, to be honest there. Yeah, like, they allowed again that fault line, and it's a straight shot on the edges of B, and look at how easy it was for Myth to just deal with that, especially with the fault. Everybody was panicking already. Oh no, we're concussed. Oh no, there's a recon dart. Oh no, there's extra smokes from the other side of the team.
Smoke.
What are we gonna do?
I can't see. That's how I react when I go to smoke. I can't see anything. I'm blind, guys.
Yeah.
That was probably the comms, but look at that. Red Neville immediately pushed out of his area, but comes back in, and I really like that, the aggressive sort of play here. But looking at this, how CS playing, this is exactly what we saw from Myth earlier. Kadum has to give up his positioning there. Feels all alone. But when you think about it just now, in that last round, the first pick on Kashi was kind of their downfall because they really needed the recon to just kind of give them that information. Location has been revealed, but one thing about Myth that we know is that they're extremely patient. You put any utility on there, they will absolutely wait it out. They are not... They can either go really crazy and just go through all your utils, or they won't go through it all. It just keeps you wondering, kind of like your crush talking to you. Do you like me? Do you not? Are you gonna call me tonight? Not quite, but here we go. Gets 1! Red Neville gets 1 out of that.
Didn't even take any damage whatsoever. Oh,
1 HP in a dream! Are you serious?
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Oh, they're actually saving the Rolling Thunder from the attacking side for post-plant. This is huge. So if they can get that spike planted down, and Akashi doesn't die, yeah, this is a really strong post-plant scenario right now for CES, even through that Killjoy ultimate. Question now, Akashi...
Wait, he knows the lineups. Let's see.
Is that really?
Is that a lineup?
Maybe.
Yeah, it was! Oh my god! But they actually ran in with it. Conga does get Akashi, but he is gonna get traded out. Wanna Fly as well. Gonna be falling him down, and Red Neville pushes off. A nice Dylan dessert.
Red Neville, the maestro of that particular mayhaps, as he gets that intro kill onto Kadum, which reduces the strength of Myth onto the side significantly, because I think Myth, if you saw how they were positioned, they were actually pretty dang afraid of the Rolling Thunder coming in through A-Long. That's why Kadum was there, because he can actually bypass the initial points of that Rolling Thunder by just going either entrance of A-Long or A-Short, and he still had the dash. And then he had his teammate, who was it? Alone Phil's just holding Heaven for either Recon Dart or Shock Dart support.
Oh my god, he got baited! Yikes!
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't want to be him.
Just the straight peek onto A-Long.
It wasn't a peek there. We're like, let me just Recon Dart this. He tries to get rid of him. He gets just shot out and straight in the face.
Yeah.
Ouch. That I want to use that in the future. I'm stealing that lineup.
Without Red Devil, the attack here is going to be so awkward. But they've saved up that ultimate. Okay, this is good. Low-key, also the secondary strong fragger right now for Cerberus will be the head of the beast. Conqueror at the back of the side, but these flashes actually helping them out. The Doom and Phil's will have to be the two to try to make things work. Doom does have his blades, so he can still make some value off of this. I wonder if this Recon will actually spot out Loki. It does not, so their eyes will be all set for default. For Loki, hits it up, hits it again, and
that
that's
was
a
a
4K.
4-piece. Oh man, Loki is insane. But the thing is, Loki has played that corner so many times. Again and again, I'm surprised they haven't been checking that.
You want to play? Let's play.
Look at this. How many times did he do that? I think because they thought they cleared that corner out, but the problem is Loki is the type of person who just goes zigzag left and right. Immediately he takes that corner where he always plays. Attack or defense, that's his area, and he goes, no one takes my corner.
Myth called timeout already. CES, slowly but surely, they're
chasing back.
Yeah, they are pushing back. All of these slow endeavors have actually worked out for them, and they're not being too over antsy right now. Red Neville, his mission, I think, for the most part, is just to find certain information for CES to kind of digest and start eking out, see where they can actually follow through if he does go down there, or if he finds like maybe Kadum on A, they back away knowing that Kadum has like an operator and just try to go for a C, where again Astra and Breach Utility are incredibly powerful.
Yep, that's right. Loki just knows how to play it right. I really like his usage of smokes here, especially on C. He actually uses that smoke to not only smoke over the backside, but he plays around it to hide himself as well. That really gives a lot of question marks to Myth. They're like, where exactly is Loki? Is he in the smoke? Is he not in the smoke? Is he playing that same corner? Is he not? So we're going to be seeing some lineups here. Not lineups, but rather his placements for his utils here for WannaFly. WannaFly has been really great, but it comes down to whether or not they can play this well, like if they can manage to read the playbook of CS. Kadum playing on the aggressive here. Will he spot anyone out? He spots one, but there's two, there's three there. He gets punished for it, but Congrad does trade someone back.
1-for-1 trade. He brings the weapon all the way back to spawn. Yep, just do that.
Little juggling action here. A little bit of entertainment while you play the game. They're side by side. Cute. Does find Delan there. He does have the better gun, but think about it like this. It is an eco round for Myth, so it's projected for them to lose, but if they can at least get some guns out of this, or at least save one, it will be worth it in the end, at least.
Seems like they are going to be hunkering down onto this one. Conga Red just running for dear life, but they spotted him exiting through the smoke, and they executed him as soon as. Now Spike will get planted. Cerberus are striking back, and with Bills, or Alone Bills and WannaFly just equipped with the pistols, I think really will commence from this. Maybe if WannaFly can sneak one in, but as you mentioned, because they threw out that weapon, he's not going to have a better one coming into the later part of this round on the clutch.
Yep, that's right. WannaFly all alone. I'm all alone. That's the song! He does get one! He does worth it. He gets two! Will it be a 3? Or will it be a 4, actually? On the side there, but not quite. Kishi with a 3K this time around, and we know Kishi. His reaction time's scary.
15 kills. Like, look at how smooth the kills are right now for CS. 15, 14, 13, and 12. So they've really dipped their toes in. And also, I'm loving how Daikute on this attack is becoming more...
One enemy remaining.
What's the word here? Just, he's clearing out things much more consistently. I think he's learned his lesson already and has brought himself back up from like bottom fragging with single digits. He's 13 to 13 right now.
I just wish that WannaFly actually played with his teammate just now. They would have had a chance, honestly, because just now WannaFly got, what, 2-piece, 3-piece out of that? And I honestly think that they could have, it was definitely winnable. It was just so unfortunate they didn't play together. Here's the Hunter's Fury, comes out immediately with the Rolling Thunder. That is painful. Akashi does get Delan out in the end, gets a double there, not quite. And WannaFly gets punished for that too. Loki making it really well, and Bills does get Loki back in return. Congaret does put the flash out. CS forced to retreat, has to play from the other side. It's still a 3-on-3, still very even from both sides. However, though, on B side, the one that is actually anchoring was actually WannaFly, so they don't have any utils there.
Oh, they doubled back. But it seems like Myth were just waiting for it. Charge out, nothing will happen. Good fault line there from Kishi to delay even further. 45 seconds gives them, not from Kishi though, but Conga Red. Now, Cerberus, with all the time that they have, now know that they can go for that A side. They spotted at least 2 on C, and they've made enough waves that the read is going to be correct. There is still going to be Kadum though. He's equipped himself with the rifle. He could actually be able to sneak one in. Positioning is going to be crucial, but he's going to drop that catch, unfortunately, as Akashi sends him to Oblivion. Now the 2 versus 3 will have to be will have to be dealt with by the rest of Myth.
Yep, that's right. Kashi pretty much ready here. He is waiting through. Cute playing from the side, watching Heaven. And the thing is, we talked about this. A is so hard to retake. It's not like C or B. Look at that. How many utilities are coming out? Field sit. No, it's okay. It's 9-9. I think we'd rather save our rifles because in terms of credits, they'd rather just like, because they're gonna lose, right? They might as well just like save their guns for the next round. But here we go, Kishi coming out. I think they do hear his footsteps. He does have his gun out finally. Alone Fields does find him. Bye-bye gun. But that is only one out, but that's it. That's the end.
Yeah, as long as they save the operator, Kadum will be able to use that. But Myth hitting a wall at the moment in CES. Again, the second wave is working so incredibly well. Gotta say, Kishi, is it me or does it feel like he's... Oh, wait, no. There's like two breaches.
There's two breaches.
It feels like there's always a Rolling Thunder, like maybe 2 to 3 rounds right after. It's been very consistent, so...
Yeah, I think if you notice just now, like they've been farming orbs as well, if you remember. That is why. But oh my god, Red Neville had to dash out of that. Will he be punished is the question. No, not quite. Look at that, he has so much space right now. He says, okay, look at this, it's all free. Will he be spotted out? That's oh, nearly, but doesn't quite. Got so lucky
a bit of
there.
Information. Red Neville can actually get spotted here by Conga Red. He spotted out 2. Shock Dart way off, so not gonna happen at all. Weaker buy for the rest of the Myth squad, except for Alone Fields and Kadum, who do have those operator and rifle in their hands. They're hunkered down onto the A side. Kishi sets up the flash. They charge right in. Cosmic Divide gives them ample space now to plant the spike. And Kishi, is he feeling it? Is he charging through?
Oh my
That's
god! Oh my god, straight in the head. Akashi does get doubled. I'm thinking a triple. The quad. Not gonna get the ace. Low key, come on.
Okay then.
Oh man, it's downhill from here for Myth. Not quite sure what happened, but I really want to say CES kind of took a leap out of Myth's playstyle earlier, and they're using it against them. Look at that. They were playing it kind of slow, get a lot of information as they can. And earlier you saw in terms of the Astra, I think there was a lot of mistakes done. But this time around though, in terms of using, I think Loki is really vital onto this map, especially from CS, because I think Loki's placement of his util is just been on point.
They really have adjusted a lot here. Kadum's been spotted out, and rather than dash away, decides to just, well, strafe. But everybody from CES was already wary of them. Conga Red, hello! Okay, double spray down. Still holds the angle. Kashi,
oh my god.
I don't think he's gonna peek this. He don't know.
A fine death.
And he will never know as he gets dropped down by Alone Fills. Red Neville and Kishi now to remain. They're on the side itself. They can get peeked out by Alone if he's good enough. The Killjoy ultimate is forcing them to move forward even further.
Wait, Alone. He's in the smokes by there. They didn't check just now. They didn't know. Here we go. Oh no, timing! He actually had a shot of his recon dart out. It's so unlucky. Red Neville does find one to fly. Dylan does get Red Neville in return. It's a one-on-one situation, but Kishi, he was ready with his weapon out. Man, that was a very awkward time to be in your meditation.
What was Alone doing there? Like,
he could have just pushed out.
Yeah, I guess he wanted to make sure with the recon dart or something, but the timing was very off that... Well, he connected the recon dart straight on to Kishi.
Look at that. Yeah, timing. It was a bit weird. I mean, he was playing inside the smoke. I think what he wanted to do was to see if anyone was watching his way. And look at that. Immediately, it's all just straight out, just like a landslide. It wasn't a 9-3 curse though, it was a 9-9. 9-9?
Yeah,
it was a 9-9. Before finally just went straight up to 12.
I gotta say though, like, gotta give away credits due. Dylan's like dropping concussed one-tap shot to on towards Red Neville was pretty nasty.
It was. It really was. I felt like Konga Red made a lot of space. I mean, he really took out all those vital players out of the way just now, but he got traded out in return. Lonephil's mistake just now was that he actually had time to kind of push out of the smoke. He waited way too long in there. And the timing, he just got spotted out. Honestly, he had so much time in the world to push out because no one was looking at sewers.
They were aware too, because like
they knew that Alone Fields was coming from there, so I was just like, why is no one watching that area? Maybe because it was smoked or something? No clue.
It was smoked, probably why I didn't want to push in, but there was some indecisiveness there from Myth that I think was pretty unmerited at all. Like, they didn't want to fight while the Killjoy ultimate was active, where they knew that maybe CS could either deny it or, I don't know, just commit to the fight, but
I mean, this is very uncharacteristic from Myth because they're very, very aggressive earlier on by. They're the type of team that just goes crazy. They're not afraid of smokes, and then suddenly it's so different now. And I think it comes down back to mentality. This is the tilt coming through, I suppose, because that's what we saw from CES earlier over in Bide, and we're starting to see it from Myth right now. It's just a matter of who's mentally stronger to overcome this.
Here.
Now CES take the slower pace. Want to see if maybe Kadum will get his hands dirty and get that initial pick, but hasn't come out from Myth at all. A couple of these utilities from the Killjoy will be able to spot out Ceylon if ever they do want to go too ham onto this one. Red Neville plus Akashi will have their ultimates quite soon here, so there is some post-plant power for the rest of the CES squad. The slow push onto C, the plant as well. This is going to be a full-blown retake for Myth as they will try to fight for this game life. This could get pushed into a game 3 as they need to at least get 3 before they get the overtime.
Yep, that's right. Daikyu does get spotted out. He does spray, gets one in return. Kadum will be his first victim, 25 HP, but Akashi will be clearing out the area with the Hunter's Fury. He does get Delan in return. It's going to be a 3-on-5. Everyone's still up on the team of CES. However, though, Kishi doing Kishi things. Great way to end the game.
Wow, what a comeback from Cerberus Esports there. From looking very shaky, but keeping the round close to even finishing it off with a flourish on that second half. Cerberus does swing out with a wild swing, and it works out so incredibly well for them that their adjustments was just more finely tuned, especially when they started going for that attacking side.
Yeah, let's have a look at the stats here for a little bit. I just am so shocked at CS's way of playing. We thought that CS wouldn't be able to kind of break the code when it comes to Myth. But what they did was let's kind of use what they did earlier against us, and it's working out really, really well. Look at this, Alone Fills will be the MVP from Myth's side. Got 17 kills here compared to Akashi's 20. It's going to be a Sova versus Sova, which is so interesting. Like it or not, both games have been... I mean, last game was a little bit more big in terms of like the score, but this one's a little bit more close, which shows that the team for this map, rather, is just more balanced compared to Vine. And I think you were right earlier when we talked about on break, like some teams, a lot of teams, they don't like playing Vine. They wanted it out of the way. That might have been the case for CS. However, though, I really want to give it to Kishi and Loki this time around. Their usage of their utilities have been much better. It seemed like they've been learning on the fly, just as Myth has been as well. But the problem is, Myth kind of hit a wall, I believe, when it comes to like adapting on the fly. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, CS is the one that's using what they were doing against them. It's like a bitter taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, but at least for me, even though CAS did win that second half, I gotta say, it really did look shaky on their defending side. It seems like there still is gaps with the Cerberus style, but you can't deny that this roster has lasted for the longest time. Actually, probably even longer than PH rosters, talking about Secret here.
Yeah.
It shows its value, right? Because they do adjust, and they do their roles exceedingly well when you give them the space to do it so. And that being said, Cerberus, they make a damn good case that this is a Vietnamese team that other C regions do not want to trifle with.
Yep, that's right. I mean, maybe it's like this. I mean, we talked about this a lot in Malaysia, Singapore server, how like if it's your first game of the day, it's okay to lose. It's a warm-up, rather. But like, look at that. The comeback, or at least the adaptability from CES for this time around looks so much better in terms of communication, in terms of rotations as well. They're trading back the same way we saw trades coming out from Myth as well. And Red Nibble as well, I think like he's finally not the first player to be knocked out of the game compared to Bind as well. When we talk about Congaret as well, I mean, Wannacry and Congaret, yes, they're great. But when it comes to utility usage this time around, I really like how Loki has been using it. On round 1, when you look at Kishi, he was using his utils to clear corners. There was no follow-ups. So this time around, you are going to see that follow-up coming with his Rolling Thunder, with his Concuss as well, which is just really, really good when you think about it.
Yeah, I was wondering how well Kishi can do the same thing that he did on Bind, and he did it so much better here on Haven. All corners just spread out and cleared out by his Concuss, and with all of that, it means that we are going to go for game 3. That's going to be split. When we come back, guys, we'll see how this first group stage series will unravel when the last map is going to go underway after the break, so don't go anywhere.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it, gotta keep.
We're back from that quick break, guys. Game number 1 went the favor of Made in Thailand, 2 to Cerberus, and now 3 is unknown, as Split is the desired map for the first series of this group stage. My name is Asarai, and joining with me here is Tash, and we'll be your casters for, again, this final game to show down who will win. Is it Thailand or Vietnam?
Yep, it's going to be really interesting. While Myth had a really strong start, Cerberus learns from their mistake and brings it home on round number 2. While the gap in score was pretty big in game number 1, number 2 saw a closer sort of match with a 12-9 score, I believe. So now when you go on to Split, this is a it's a more difficult or one-sided map when you think about it. It's more heavily skewed toward the defense side. So like it or not, during attack, you have to at least get 4 plans or at least 4 points out of that, so at least you can go on to the next stage and just kind of like just bulldoze through. So now coming down to that, I did talk to you just during break. Are we going to be seeing a double controller? And you mentioned 2 agents in particular.
Yeah, I really did. It was the Viper and the Astra, not Vipera. Excuse me.
Why not a Killjoy?
Yeah, I mean, we could be seeing a Killjoy as well. You could always just go 2 controllers, 1 Sentinel, 1 Duelist, and then an extra flex, maybe an Initiator to boot. So
I feel like a KO would be so good though. What do you think?
In this particular map with double controller, I'm not the biggest fan because KO's Blade will be very much not as useful. But that's just me thinking about it, because again, you can play as a controller very far back and your utility will be very useful unless there's like a lineup that can catch you with the KO Blade. Even then, people can just destroy it. So I don't think it's going to be that. It's probably either going to be, as you mentioned earlier as well, maybe a Breach, possibly even more a Sky, because it does give you that skirmishing power with the flash and the heals, so that's going to be definitely something. But I really do think, at least specifically for Made in Thailand, we should be seeing a double controller with that Viper and Astra. It was very strong before the nerf, and even after the nerf, it still should be very, very potent to
They're
deal
strong
with.
Together kind of thing. I feel like back then it was Astra is just like one singular anchor when you think about it, and now it's kind of like it can take care of half. You need 2 controllers to kind of really complete the whole chokehold or choke points for each area. Speaking of that though, I mean, we did talk about Breach as well just now. Like look how many walls and sharp corners there are. It's just so good to have a Breach at that point. But coming back to what I said about it being a heavily skewed toward defense side, what do you think should each team do in order to kind of secure at least 4 points on attacking side?
That's a good question to ask. I actually don't know how that's going to unravel, because usually I do see teams actually not struggle too much. It depends on how you control the map itself. Obviously, if I say that, it's like a no-brainer kind of deal, but specifically on the Split map, it really helps out if you get aggressive control without really pushing, but clearing certain utilities. For example, if you're going to go up against a Cypher or a Killjoy, you want to break down the trap that's going to be set up maybe on ropes, or the alarm bot that's set up on mid, so that at least you have you kind of create that space in the mind of your opponents that they could be here, because we don't have any more utility. We have to peek it out and risk ourselves in holding that angle. So that's where attackers can thrive more, is if they can at least force the defenders to actually play for trades rather than using their utility to get them that information.
Yep, that's right. It is a small map after all when you think about it. There's just so many ways to play this map in particular. As you mentioned, there's Cypher, there's KJ, even then, we're not seeing a lot of Omens yet. We're not seeing those flashy plays from Omen yet, but we did see in play-ins an Omen Astra combo, which I thought was pretty good as well if played correctly after all. But we're not too sure how it's going to be, but because Myth has been consistently choosing the 2 controller combo going on, which I really, really did like. But CES, they do like something a little bit more aggressive, which I don't blame at all. But on Split though, I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to be seeing another chamber. For twice in a row, we saw one player from CS just lock in chamber. Daikute, that's right, Daikute was the player. And while on round number 1 on Bind, he didn't really do too well. Number 2 saw a little bit more aggressiveness from him. He didn't get to do those long range picks like usually a chamber would do, but I liked how he managed to adapt to it. Like, okay, there's so many smokes, I can't get those long range picks. What can I do? Play aggressive, play a little bit more straightforward. He made use of his weapons properly.
I do like the point that you mentioned about how, Chamber supposedly has to play those long-range angles, but I gotta say as well, Chamber specifically, I think, is one of those Sentinel agents that you can play extremely aggressive with, provided that you time your utilities well. It's not as fast as, when a Jet just finds a certain fight, you can always dash away. With Chamber, you just have to plan just a bit more forward, and it will work out for you. Usually, I think what Daikut is having difficulties with right now is he sets up his TP, so he only plays a certain distance, right? Where other Chambers will just have their first TP out and then push a little bit more forward before placing the second TP so that they can get that more aggressive position. It does make you a little bit more vulnerable, but you just have to just deal with that. And I think Daikut, for the latter part of that Haven map, has been doing it slowly but surely. You do see his
a change in his play style.
Exactly. Yeah, the Chamber is that agent that just plays a tad bit more aggressive, but you just have to plan accordingly to make that more efficient.
Yeah, I really did like that as well, because he did, I mean, at least he's adapting. I really, really like that as well. And on top of that, I felt like in the first round of Haven, he was really punished for it, because he would try and get pick, but he would get, he would get reconned, or he'll get seen where he is. Immediately he teleports out. And when you teleport out like that without a pick, you're already wasted your utility. You have to wait for a cooldown. And it also does, kind of like alert their team like, okay, this guy doesn't have his utils. We can play it like this now. But after he changed the way he played, I saw a big more reward in his more aggressive playstyles as well. And I think since then we start seeing a little bit more tilt, or rather the change in pace from the side of Myth. They're the ones who got a little bit more hesitant compared to CES before. It was a really strange thing seeing a team that was just so dominant on round number 1 kind of like just go the other way entirely. I thought that at least Myth would have like a second page of a playbook, because we saw that adaptability on Bind, but they weren't able to adapt on Haven, and they picked that map.
Yeah, I was kind of interested why that happened as well. Normally when you see, names like WannaFly and Kadoom, very, very aggressive players in their own regard, it kind of was awkward to see that, but I guess it goes to show how much Cerberus has also evolved in this kind of span of time. We were talking about, even mentioning how, at least on our side from the Philippines, we mentioned we kind of feel like Vietnam might be lagging a little bit behind, but with the performance right now of Cerberus, it just means that they are growing quite at an exponential rate, and it is seemingly that they can match up to these more, I guess, scouted, more prominent regions like Thailand, and it gives a good name to the Vietnam region, and I'm pretty damn happy to see that here.
Actually, yeah, I have to agree with you. And on top of that, I don't know if you noticed, but Red Neville's performance as well got really, really good. In the beginning, we saw a little bit more hesitant. I think he was too aggressive and he got punished, right? He was too hesitant and his whole team paid for it. And then after that, we started seeing a step up from him, especially on attacker's side as well, where he made not only just so much room for his team, he will at least get 2-3 picks before he finally goes down. That gives so much breathing room for his team as well, because all they had to worry about was just like, okay, Kishi is here. Kishi just has to drop his utils. It buys them time, and not only that, there's the follow-up from Kishi's utils that just kind of secures them the kills. Either way though, I just think that both teams are just evenly matched at this point. Well, we were just talking about how CS just not able to adapt, but I guess we were wrong. It was a matter of just waiting for their engines to warm up. It is a morning after all on a Wednesday.
I do got to say, though, that maybe CS has also learned from their previous mistakes, because they have fought against certain Thailand teams, like I believe, that was Attack All Around. At the start of the series, I mentioned how it was, 13-3, 13-6? They were beaten down there. But, with opportunities like that, you tend to learn a lot more, and it seems like Cerberus, slowly but surely, again, are understanding the inner machinations of the minds of the Thailand rosters, especially these more prominent teams such as Made in Thailand. So
yep, that's right. But when you think about Team Thailand though, what goes through their mind? Let's have a look.
สวัสดีครับผมซูชิบอยจากทีมเซอร์เซียครับผม
สวัสดีครับผมเดลเอ็นนะครับจากทีม MITS นะครับที่ได้อันดับที่2ใน Valorant Valorant Challengers Tournament Thailand นะครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อทีครับทีเลิฟแฟมิลี่จากทีฟูเซนครับ
ก็รู้สึกโล่งใจครับว่าเรายังสามารถได้ตั๋วแล้วไปแข่งต่อในรอบ APAC ได้เหมือนผลงานปีที่แล้วที่ผ่านมาครับ
โล่งใจครับผมเพราะสิ่งที่เราพยายามมาส่งผลให้เราเห็นครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับตื่นเต้นที่จะได้แข่งครับผม
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดถ้าเราเล่นกันตามที่เราเคยซ้อมแล้วก็ตามมาตรฐานเราจริงๆผมว่าเราสามารถไปเล่นมาสเตอร์ได้ครับแน่นอนก็ผมว่ามันทำให้เราต้องตั้งใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมที่เข้ามามันก็ฝ่าฟันมาเยอะครับทุกทีมเก่งเหมือนกันหมดเราก็ต้องพยายามให้มากกว่าเดิมแล้วก็เล่นให้มีระบบระเบียบแล้วก็เล่นเพื่อชนะเหมือนเดิมครับ
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้รายการที่จัดมันไม่ได้ระดับสูงขึ้นถึงขนาดนี้ครับผมต้องเตรียมพร้อมและซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นเพื่อให้เราสามารถรับมือกับทีมที่เราเจอในรายการได้ครับผมมันร่วมด้วยก็รู้สึกไม่ค่อยกังวลมากนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนใหญ่จะซ้อมทีมกับต่างประเทศอยู่แล้วเลยรู้สึกไม่กังวลมากครับผมความมั่นใจในตอนนี้นะครับก็ 100% ครับผม
ผมว่าทีมผมก็น่าจะอยู่ในเลเวลที่สามารถชนะแล้วก็ไปแข่งในระดับมาสเตอร์ได้ครับ
สำหรับผมนะไม่รู้คิดเป๊ะเปล่าก็น่าจะท็อป3ครับความมั่นใจตอนนี้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์100%ครับ
มีเปเปอร์เล็กครับผมมีบีชมีเซอร์เซียครับผมเพราะแต่ละทีมมีประสบการณ์ที่มากกว่าครับผม
จริงๆผมกังวลฝั่งออสเตรเลียมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าผมไม่เคยเห็นเขาสู้กับโซนบ้านเรามาก่อนแล้วก็เขาน่าจะมีแผนแล้วก็อะไรมาเซอร์ไพรส์เราหลายๆอย่างครับ
ที่แก่งที่สุดในทัวร์นี้ผมคิดว่าต้องมีวันฟายนะครับผมแล้วก็มีฟ็อกนะครับแล้วก็มี PTC นะครับมีจอห์นโรเซนมีพอสเคนนะครับแล้วก็มีโค้ชเป็นCBBK ครับผม
ผมว่าก็ทีมผมเนี่ยนะครับไลน์อัพตามนี้เลยว่าน่าจะที่สุดแล้วครับ
เนี่ยครับฟูเซน5 คนนี่แหละครับ
ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับอย่าลืมเชียร์ MITS ด้วยนะครับจะพยายามให้เต็มที่นะครับสำหรับรายการนี้ขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับ
แล้วก็สุดท้ายนี้ก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเซอร์เซียในการแข่งขัน Valorant ด้วยครับที่กำลังจะมาถึงนี้ในรอบ APAC ครับผมแล้วก็พวกเราจะทำผลงานให้ผ่านไปถึงรอบมาสเตอร์ให้ได้ครับแล้วเจอกันในมาสเตอร์ครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟูเซนด้วยครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณครับ
And there you go. That's wow.
Wow.
You're like
Okay.
jinx. And there you have it. That's not Filipino. Sorry, the Thai teams. We have Cerberus as well as Myth, two of the best teams from Thailand, and definitely not underrated. So, when you saw that interview, Astray, what was going through your head about the Thai teams?
That they're still a dominant region and people have to be scared and adaptive of the Thai teams because they are the ones that were touted as the best region about a year or two back when Valorant started its competitive roots here in Southeast Asia. So, makes a lot of sense.
It really does, but let's have a look at the lineups here from Myth and CES. We're seeing very similar lineups from the side of CES. This is, except for Akashi, he'll be playing Sage. And there we go, there's the KO pick from Conga Red. And a Viper from WannaFly, as well as a Sage. So from these two lineups, what do you think these two teams are going to do?
First and foremost, we're both correct. I wasn't expecting the KO, but you were absolutely
right.
Yeah, but I was also expecting the Astra Viper and Myth bring it out. So
Or both, right?
Technically, yeah. I honestly,
Technically.
I mean, the reason why I talked about KO was because I saw Forsaken do it on a split map before and it worked out. But I wasn't sure how other teams are doing. I mean, after all, it is Forsaken, you know? He runs out with his knife, so that's how he plays his KO. So I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing the same thing from Myth, I believe, who has the KO. So what's also very interesting as well, you did mention just now that with KO, it's harder to get information with the knife, especially when you're running a lot of smokes and all that kind of stuff. And on top of that, you do know that the knife can be destroyed if they're fast enough. But maybe they can use the knife as a kind of like a distraction, like we saw earlier, like the recon dart plus the up earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be coming out.
I'll take this one step further. I'll add like a positive note to this KO pick. Because of the double smokers and the factor that it's going to be Astra to provide the hard crowd controls, KO's going to be more of a disabler because that knife does also have that that silence. I forgot the proper terminology. I'm going back to MOBA terms. Suppress. There you go. The suppress. It does allow for much better CQC fights here for Myth.
Yeah, it really does as well when you think about it. I feel like in terms of this map, I'm not too sure who will actually take it home because when we saw to CQC earlier on Bind, it feels like Myth had the upper hand. But before that, we didn't know if it was CS hasn't woken up yet because it was still first match of the day. But look at that. I really like the slow takes again coming in from the side of Myth. This is what we saw on map number 1. Look at how spread out they are.
Myth has actually committed their Viper smoke onto A, or their Viper wall onto B. So they could double back into this as they just try to clear a bit more angles. But now that they've made a lot of noise already, and they've actually called out Red Neville's nade, that actually puts a lot less emphasis or a lot less stress for Myth to push in onto more tight angles where the nade would actually have so much impact. And now they decide to just go for the A site.
Yep, that's right. But he just will check his corners. Kadum does find the IQ out in return. For now, though, it's a bloodbath. A lot of trades coming through. Akashi is the better stage this time around.
30 seconds
left.
But
it's okay because his teammates will have his back. Usually though, Kishi is suddenly on heaven. Low-key coming in from the other side. It's a 3-on-2, still winnable. Kishi does have his flash if he wants to go and commit if he wants to.
They both have nades and molly, so I don't think what they're gonna do here.
They can flush them out, yeah.
Yeah, but Wannafly, his timing is gonna be key though. He's so delayed on the push. Already know that Loki is on their side itself. Kadum throws out the paint shells, just delay, and that damage is surreal. Jumping in the back of the side, flushed out by the snake bite. Loki can't do anything to deceive us, as he will get flushed out there. Go back to Asgard or maybe Jotunheim, bro, because this isn't where you belong, at least in the first round.
Oh man, the lineup Larry's Wannafly. I can't even. But we did see Kishi in the lineup as well earlier. But look at that. I feel like Myth came into this round super reset. This is one of those rare moments where Myth got round number 1. In the first 2 games, Myth didn't get a single round 1, remember?
Yeah, he really didn't. But they've done a good job at just kind of steering the conversation of the players to the B site rather than the A site. So with that swing, and you mentioned again, this is a more defender-centric map. Of winning the pistol is more important here than any other map, I would say.
Yeah, because you are on attack. Like it or not, you need that free point technically, but immediately that wall comes out on that side. But they are going to be flushing her out with that nade immediately. Akashi, even though he didn't have a better gun, the right click is just lethal at that angle. And then suddenly, there's only 2 players versus 1. Wannafly all alone here. Then he does have smokes. 36. He has to watch Heaven, finds 1, switches his gun out, gets double, not quite. Both of them do end with 3k each though.
That was awkward for Wannafly. He was expecting his opponent to jump out as soon as, so he wanted to get the highest peak of his jump and then right click, but Akashi spotted him going down below, so it was much easier to hit a not fast moving target. So that was just a weak buy too, or actually a nothing buy from Alone Phils. Or sorry, not Alone Phils. I keep seeing his name out. Cerberus.
Cerberus, yes. Kadum though, look at that. 4 and 4. Battle of the Sage versus Raze. Look how many utilities are already here. It's just so annoying to push through that. We have talked about mid. They are willing to wait out abilities. Look at that. IQ already committed to that teleport and maybe resets himself. Gotta play a little bit more safe here. But suddenly mid is like, nah, we change our mind. We're gonna be coming in through mid and going to B. But because of that smoke there's a little bit of a hesitance because they don't really want to push through in case someone is gonna just randomly peek.
Again, they're trying to just circumvent the rest of the defenders here, but this time, because they don't have that proper utility and the weapons, you're going to want to keep as many bodies as possible. And I think this read onto the A side is a good one. Still, the trademark is going to be there. It's going to activate all the utility. Kashi has a straight-up fighting range.
No way!
And there you go. He gets it. It's an easy one. He's fine. He's totally fine. But this is thinning out the numbers of Myth as they try to go on top of Heaven here, where because of that delay tactic with the slow orb, look at how quickly CES are already there to dispatch the rest of Myth that have discharged in onto the site.
Yep, that's right. This is feeling just like Bind again in the beginning where Myth just really wants to commit to one angle, but CS, we have Loki here. He finds it in the back, finds a spike as well. Wannafly trades that out, will immediately run for that, but gets blinded. Kishi was just waiting over there. This is very strange. Myth looked so strong in the beginning.
How solid from them too. Again, they just showed us how, you know, they got the aim. They're here for a reason. They're pro players, they're high rankers, so they can make value off of these pistols if they get the angles or the free space to do so. And you see that. That's why they want to just get as close as they can so that they do get those lethal ranges of like sheriffs and classics.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But look at Daikyu here, playing a little bit more on the aggressive. But earlier we did talk about how mid is willing to wait out these utils. But we're not seeing it this time around. It's a bit more of a rush, and Kadum immediately gets punished there over in mid. Gets a headshot from Red Neville there. Wannafly does trade out Acute in return. Still a 4 and 4, but mid, we're seeing that mid play again where they're kind of separated or just thinning themselves out just to try and get information first rather than going in together.
Yeah, and again, this is just stemming from confidence for the most part. There's a lot of really strong players on the mid end that really do thrive on those 1v1, 1vx scenarios. That's why they're not really afraid. Now, as the line is yellow, look at this like 3-man stack from CES. And they even like triple push with a reason to resurrect on B long. And now Phils as well as Deland, they're actually going to double back into this. This could be a good play, but since the numbers are in favor of Cerberus, they can catch or they can commit at least the defenders to be a bit more spread out here.
Yep, that's right. Look how they're just trying to buy time. They're using a lot of utilities here trying to stop them. And the thing is, this time around, the utils are very, very, how do I say this? It's purposeful. As opposed to before, it was just not, more of like an unsure sort of usage of utils. Just trying to, it's like a guess, like, oh, they might be here, so I'm just gonna slow this area. Oh, they might be here, I'm just gonna concuss this area. But time is running out. They're gonna be trying to save as much as they can. Here's Deland holding on to the angles here, and that is round number 4. CES doing really great this time round.
Oh, excuse me, I was fixing something.
Oh, I thought you were quiet because you were thinking.
I was doing both, all right? Human beings can do 2 things at the same time. That's what we call multitasking.
Oh, sorry. Couldn't be me. I'm just kidding. But when you think about it, I felt like I'm not saying that Myth is not doing very well. After all, attacking is very, very hard on this map. It's just the fact that how aggressive CES is this time around. Did you notice that?
Yeah, they feel much more cohesive here compared to the first 2 maps. Again, it feels like maybe it's like, you know, tournament jitters. This is literally the first game that they're going to be playing on APAC Challengers. Kadum almost fly swatted, but thankfully Congorid was there to help him out as the double swing from CES was actually reprimanded by the Made in Thailand. 3 versus 4 as the dust settles, and at least it calms down before another interval happens here. Red Neville and Kishi are down, but
Well,
Loki.
Loki not gonna miss a beat to actually get a tag off and equalize the numbers.
Yeah, Loki, you're not very Loki, huh? Just kidding. But it looks like looks like Myth. This is the rotations that we want to talk about in terms of Myth. They're not afraid to just kind of like take their way to another site or another place. But they are gonna be clearing the area. The party does get thrown out, and here we go, Viper's Pit. That is why the aggressive trade here onto a different site. There is going to be a plant here. They're gonna be planting over on for long, actually. When you think, sorry, for garage, when you think about it. Akashi coming on site and making sure to clear. Oh my god, I just passed each other! Kadoom does spot him out over there. Kadoom's actually doing really well just now. He does get 2 out of this, I believe. I mean, I don't know why, but when I'm there inside a Viper's Pit, or my friend's Viper's Pit, oh, it's 3-piece for Loki. Feels like a warm hug, but not for CS. Not quite. Loki's just spraying at this point. Oh, no, come Loki. Diffuse. This may be your home, but I'm taking it away from you.
That was a really good interaction there from CES. They knew that WannaFly's only known position, only certain position would be at the back of B. And all they really had to do was just keep him there, because they had to risk themselves double swinging that, not by one, but simultaneously, so that at least there's a possibility to refrag, because they were just down to like 1 HP as they charged right in. So really good stuff there from CES, and yeah, Loki gets at 4K.
Yeah, I really liked how Loki played that. He runs in, gets a kill, gets out, runs in again. It just catches them off guard. It caught Kadoom off guard. It caught WannaFly off guard. I mean, not WannaFly, sorry. It caught Delan off guard. And, you know, I understand why Delan wanted to play that corner like that. I mean, a lot of people do play it like that as well. They're just kind of hoping that as soon as they walk in, it catches them off guard. But the problem is Loki wasn't walking. He was running. He was running so fast. It was like, oh, I didn't notice you there. Bam! Straight in the head. And when you think about a Viper's Pit, as I mentioned before, it feels like a warm hug, right? Like you're in there, you feel so safe alongside your teammates. But once you are in a position where what Loki did was just kind of like not really show his position, weave in and out to his advantage, suddenly the the Viper's Pit becomes like a weaponized utility against themselves when you think about it. That's exactly what Myth did in round number 1 on Bind.
Monfils, Delan still lagging behind with 0 kills for Myth here. They really haven't found any luck or any good groove whatsoever here coming into the 6th round. They're just gonna go for the 3-man stack. Myth kind of a glimpse of it. I don't think they know that Red Neville is actually here into the corner as of the moment. The slow is just to dissuade the rest of the mid squad from just charging right through, and Red Neville hoping that maybe his nade there can catch any single member. Not gonna happen though, but Myth, they just hold their own for A main just for the meantime.
Yep, that's right. Lone feels just like, hey, well, thank you for the gun, my friend. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, but it's not good though. Because when you think about it, it is attack. They do need Kadoom to get onto the site. So now they're just left with that. So what we talked about in terms of KO usage, we don't really see them actually committing with the KO knives. Not something that we've seen Forsaken from Paper X2. So it's a more defensive or information taking maneuver from Congared as opposed to Forsaken's more distraction. However, though, I mean, it's not a bad thing per se. It's just that CES is just not scared of that suppress. They'll just take it and they'll still hold on to their angles.
Oh, there it is. The first use of that null command. But not gonna happen. WannaFly. Well, he spotted out the lurk. This could actually open up more opportunities here. But 50 seconds on the timer. They're gonna have to flush out Loki first and foremost. Not gonna work out in the end. Congared out in the open. WannaFly wanting to open things up for his comrade right there. But now in this 1 versus 1, all Akashi has to do is just play, chase the game. There's so many angles for him.
Not quite the posy.
No time left.
Yeah, Akashi knew how to play that game.
There's so many angles for him also just like play it because
he didn't have to chase. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. That was a big mistake. Look at that again. Look at this. But he got caught out mid. Sometimes this comes to that. I mean, like, yes, maybe you want to do a rotation, but it's still important for you to watch your flanks. I really like the fact that, yes, they did commit to a site, but they still leave someone behind in case of a flank out of that as well.
Oh, that, okay. He botched the second satchel. Yeah, that's why it looked awkward. He didn't. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Excuse me for all of my gasps here, but there's a lot of missed opportunities there for Red Neville. Like the second satchel to get that extra range, as well as just a tiny bit deeper pick just to spot out Kadum, because Kadum could not have gotten out of that position if he got hit.
Yeah, that's right.
By the showstopper.
But when you look at Myth just now, they immediately scattered when Showstopper was thrown out as well, which means that they're just trying to make sure that they have everyone surviving this. Kadum trying to make sure he's gonna be there. Is someone down there? But immediately he goes back up. Oh my god, the timing.
Timing allows them to just bypass each other just for a teeny tiny bit. Okay, so there's a TP and 2 trademarks to hold the line here, but they can still make do on ramps. The pinch will be real. The question now is Akashi and Daikute, how well is their crossfire here? Now Kadum has been spotted out. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why Daikute is actually going to throw out a nade here, because
but he does trade that out though, thankfully. But Kadum as well as Akashi just side by side, they have to move away because of that because of the concuss. You know they're there, but Kadum, how?
Nice. Double dips. That's what it does work out for him. He's going to come through ropes once again, but I wonder for how long is he going to get dissuaded, because his teammates are getting just scrambled to the back of the site, and that spike is not planted for him at all. Oh, that is so awkward. The ace or the 4K to find out, not going to happen.
Bros, don't fake. No, he's off. Fake.
He knows it is.
Just have to play. Kadum gets that. He wins those. Finally. He had to get off because of the pain shells, but I think if he tanked the pain shells, he wouldn't have won either.
I think there wasn't enough time for it. Maybe like half a second that he would still be off from defusing that spike. So I just wanted to play that 1v1.
I really like the utility usage from Red Neville here. He is using it to kind of clear corners and just flush people out. Kadum tried as well, but the thing is, it did flush him out though. He didn't take any damage out of that, but look at, he already knew that he's going to be on the left because the pain shells were on the right. I like that usage.
You see how well it does turn a profit here for Cerberus. Dellen stopped by the wall. Can't really do anything to go over that. And Myth, all their options are getting just answered back. The utility usage from Cerberus, as well as how they've been setting these up, is really been fantastic. Now,
I have
they're gonna go for another pinch onto A here.
Yep, they do know Kishi trying to help his teammates here. They're not too sure where exactly everyone is, because look at that. There's a sort of like separate from the team. The only 2 people that's playing a buddy system is actually Raze. Red Neville though does find one fly. That's 1 down for Myth, which is not looking good because that's the control they need, especially if they want to do post plant. However, though, Kishi, oh my god, he turns away immediately. Heaven is just free for them to get on top. Red Neville is very open for them, but Kadum spots just his little yellow hat out there, immediately shoots him out, and here is the Cosmic Divine. But when we talk about Myth again, if they're able to take an inch, they will be able to take a whole mile. And look at that post plant happening here. It's a 4-on-4 still. Daikute does find Kadum out in return. Immediately gonna make 3 checking meal, see if someone's playing on the back, but Alone Fields does find Daikute back in return.
You're gonna have the res here, but they will not know that Dellen is coming in from the back. He's gotten 2 kills already.
3?
Huge stuff from
Yes!
Dellen as he explodes for that 1 versus 1. Now Loki staying inside the smoke, made vulnerable by Gravity Well, but still cool, calm, and collected. Hits the shot on Dellen, headshot, mind you that, and clutches the round. Yeah, he does.
He actually does. That was actually so well done. That smoke really helped him. What he did was he weaved in and out. We talked about that just now. That actually, that weave technique he did was actually that won them the round against the Viper's pit, if you remember just now as well.
Time to go into the Astro. What's kind of crazy here for Cerberus is their ability to win in skirmishes so that the lurks, even though it does get value from Myth, is too late that they just can't salvage the situation, right?
Yeah.
Like you
It
get
does
like
come
yeah.
down.
Yeah,
I mean, we talked about that. I was gonna say that, you know, in 1v1 situations, most of the time Cerberus will be able to. My God, no way!
It's the
The
Avengers!
Avengers wall!
That's how you call it too. Yeah, hell yeah. All right, we're on the same page on this one. It works out, but it's gonna get dealt with as soon as. Oh, there it is. Red Devil's like, okay, you do this to me, I do this to you.
Okay, take a break.
4K. Nice little 4-piece there.
I didn't expect that to happen. Oh, look at that again. Look at that. I wonder if they actually had the soundtrack playing as they did that wall. And look at that. They did win that out, but they got severely punished for that. Look at that.
Spike down A.
This is a cheeky cheese strat on a non-buy round for Myth. I mean, you know, when you kind of lost a lot of your options, you just want to get that catch off, and it almost did work, but there was just more holding the angle than I think Myth was anticipating, or even if they weren't, it just got very much dealt with before it could have gotten out of hand. Plus, that showstopper also got like a team kill off of one of their teammates. I think Wannafly got knocked off there, so
yeah,
it was fancy.
I wish I could have seen their reaction while they were doing that wall, though. That would have been hilarious. But either way, it is going to be a rifle round. Ultimate from KO. Overload is now online. There you go. Loki does get one internal. Kajun trades that out. Lonefields will be reviving him. Conga Red will be finished off. However, though, Red Neville still doesn't go down without a fight. But look at how much utilities have been used from the side of mid. They couldn't even get onto the site. And look at those sprays.
One enemy remaining.
Where's the last player? Wannafly has already given away that he is not with Conga Red here, hovering over now on Heaven. He's waiting, but I think he's read the situation a little bit incorrectly here, because the last thing that Conga Red spotted was him on B main,
left.
and he might have given away that he might have pushed through. That's why you're seeing Wannafly actually still hold, but since he does have time, he's gonna go for the safer route of going just through alley. But the same with Daikyu, as he doesn't want to stay idle on his position. So this is just going to be who has the better reads. And I think it might be Wannafly. Did he see the barrel? He did! Wannafly!
He flew.
Oh, so smart. He just read that situation perfectly.
I mean, you saw Daikyu. He was kind of with that smoke just now. It really distracted him. He didn't know where to look, and he was repositioning himself over and over. I have to say that ultimate from the side of KO, yeah, I think they had an idea how they wanted to play it, but how many utilities that were kind of like thrown in before he threw in the ultimate kind of like slowed them down. They couldn't push in with the ultimate. That was a little bit too slow, if you ask me. Go get it.
It really did feel like the speed should have just been a tad bit faster. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe they were just afraid to kind of push through their own utility because of the nades, and because that KO ultimate doesn't affect till Heaven. So I don't know what's going on.
I think because he died right there in garage.
Yeah.
Even though does find out die cute. I feel really bad about die cute. Does it mean he dies cutely?
Wait. What? Who's just underneath him? No!
Your duty is not over.
How did it
really gotta give it to Akashi.
Yo, that Reaver Vandal be too thick. He just...
It really does.
No way he doesn't see that. It was probably because of the weapon being too huge and he didn't see what's underneath him. And Akashi just reckless abandon, charging into the site. You know, don't care anymore. They got all the rounds that they need already here on defense.
Yeah.
And they're looking wilding on this one, as Lone Phils and Wannafly are the two to remain.
Yeah, I really think so too. They weren't expecting Akashi to push like that, but I think it's when we talk about Akashi, he's always, and also Kishi actually, they're the kind of players that just, they're a little bit, they're fearless, that's the right word to use. And you don't expect them to swing like that or push like that. It really just catches a lot of the players from Myth off guard and they get punished for it.
Oh no, this smoke is gonna make it even.
One enemy remaining.
League's more difficult.
10 seconds.
Question now is Alone. Well, he's just gonna back away, save the weapon.
Yeah, he has no choice. He's just like gonna be taking a walk now, and we'll meet you on the other side. He's gonna be hiding over here. Oh man, I just feel like Myth is just not able to get onto site at all. How many times have they actually gotten on site? Think about it. I don't think they know. They can't break the code here for whatever CES has when it comes to defense.
Well,
but the problem
yeah.
now is are they able to catch up later though?
Oh, we'll see. Again, tables can always turn in
Spike
3-9
down
if that's the ending scoreline. Is still very
That's
much
the
workable.
9-3 curse.
Oh yeah. Red Neville. Okay, he's just giving away his position, but he does want to at least dissuade Myth from just charging on to mid much longer here. Phil's, if he lost that, I would have lose my mind because he was looking directly where he knew Red Neville was going to peek out of.
Yep, that's right. At least they got that guy out of the way. Red Neville has been giving them so much grief when you think about it. He has been just playing so aggressively. Still like what Myth is doing in terms of in terms of changing up their playstyle. They went from going onto site together to a 2-1-2-1 sort of a strat there.
You absolutely got this.
My math is not so good. Please forgive me.
Numbers elude us.
Numbers is not our strong suit here, at least for this Southeast Asian at least. But look at that, Loki did so much trying to stop them from coming in. He ate so much damage, but Dylan does find Kishi in return. That will give them some breathing room. Loki's still playing in the back of the site there, but so much utilities around him. He doesn't want to peek this if they don't have to. And look at that, through mid, they're like, hop, 1, 2, 3, 4, going on to A, misses Daikute. Daikute, oh, from the back gets 2.
Wait.
3. But at the end,
Just 10 seconds
What
left.
was that
see him on
for?
ramps. They didn't clear ramps.
He has time. He has time, he has snake bite and full HP. This is very, very
Spike
workable for
planted.
Wannaplay. What the hell was that, Daikute? He did the pro, look at the floor, spray, and then whip out his melee. Wannaplay actually gets
That's
bypassed.
smart. He's playing outside of the smokes. Instead, he knows exactly where he planted. All he has to do is just go back inside to refuel, play around the sides, hopefully get a tap, snake bite out, play for time. This is the weaves that we talked about, but this is Loki after all. We talked about this. Loki loves playing this strat. He knows, but he goes down. 1 versus 1 situation now. Akashi on the side. He finds him.
I will not die here.
He knew. Akashi read him like a book.
Use his teammate as bait there to get all that juicy information, but just in the nick of time,
No charge
point
left.
40 for Akashi there.
Switching
And a bit of
sides.
sweating on the side of Cerberus,
No
but
charges left.
what gave away Wannafly definitely was the snake bite. He had an inkling of where he was due to where the snake bite sound was coming from. And since
Yeah.
he got that kill off of
Enemy remaining.
the Astra, that made it even easier for
Player standing.
Akashi to figure out where his opponent was. And oh yeah, there you go. He saw the barrel too.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he had the idea, but the problem is the thing about Akashi. I so much Akashi, Kishi. They love to play the corners. They're very, very aware when you think about it. Their game sense are just on another level when you compare to the other players of CES. They're more not methodical. That's not the right word. Not robotic either. I'll get back to you once I figure out the word.
I think the word is responsive or adaptive to the situation.
Ah, yes, adaptive. That's the right
Yeah.
word. As soon as they knew, like, okay, this is what he's doing. He's weaving in and out. Loki's like, okay, I know this. I do this all the time. I've done it with my own lineups. All you gotta do is just see where he is. He's playing outside of the smoke. That's probably the information that Loki gave, and Akashi reacted to that.
Exactly that. Nothing left to the imagination. Now we get that mid-round break here, just to get these guys a little bit of a rest before the hellish second half pulls through. Now, Cerberus, I know that they're 9-3. A 6-round lead is a 6-round lead. It's pretty damn high, but a pistol round win on attack is going to be incredibly important for them. And you mentioned this already, Tash, that Myth haven't won any pistol rounds in this series except for this split one. If they can replicate that again on defense, it is going to be a huge swing, I would say,
Yeah,
at
they
least for
really
this
need
Myth
that.
roster. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we come to this, 9-3 has always been rounds where you see teams start to come back. That's why it's called the curse. But the problem now is, I mean, yeah, defense is the, how do I say this? Defense is the kind of like the skewed onto for the map. But the problem is, are they able to get more of the wins than the losses? Because right now, 6 rounds is pretty huge when you think about it. I'd feel safe if they had like a 4 point instead of a 3. Either way, though, let's see how they want to play this, because we've seen
Right
defense coming from the side of mid, and it has been absolutely strong, at least on buy.
But Neville goes the route of Ghost plus that boom bot, so no extra shields to kind of absorb blows if he just charges right in on this one. And like I mentioned, using that boom bot to get that clear cut charge up into mid is really strong. This gives Red Neville a bit of pinch power with the rest of the Cerberus squad now looking to charge in onto a main. Question now lies is, does he actually push through with the rest of the squad here? The problem with Red Neville when we saw him on Bind when they were attacking is his timing has been off with the rest of the squad, but maybe now it's going to be different.
Yep, that's right. Alone Feels here taking care of this. He has some information. I'm pretty sure he heard that bot.
That was the
Not
bot
too
of
sure.
the defenders, though. That's
Oh,
the
right.
bot.
Sorry. Wrong
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
But for now, okay, now they know. Now they know. They saw the stars, but look at that. Immediately, they commit to that concuss. Alone Feels will be
30
the
seconds
victim
left.
of that, but immediately she just backs away, throws out another slow up. She's all out right now. Right now, Kadoom
Right
coming
there.
from the side, trying to make sure that they're able to push in. Here comes the flash, but Alone
Spike
Feels
down
trades that
A.
out. And see their CS as well will be getting one. They do spot out someone from heaven. Look at that. There's a bloodbath. This is going to be a
Enemy
2-on-3. Commit Kadoom does get one more. It's all alone here. Congaret wraps it up pretty well. And that's the win that Nate needed.
Oh, so good from Myth there. Didn't even see that Dylan supplemented the defense with his own smoke, so they were dealing with a slow orb, smoke, and then snake bite from Wannafly and Dylan, which really screwed up Cerberus there, because the breach from Cerberus wanted to clear out the back of the site with his aftershock, but because nobody was basically assisting him, he was a free kill by Kadoom there, as that was like a double down that Myth placed themselves at the back of the site. So with all that being said, really good stuff there from Myth. They just read that situation perfectly. They spaced out their utilities up to a T, and it ruined everything that CS has planted or has planned. And CS did a lot of things there to set up that A site supposedly.
Yep, that's right. Dylan will be taking the brunt of the concuss here. He does find one. Thankfully, it will be a double. Yes, it will. Finds the spike in turn. And from the top side of heaven there, they'll be getting Loki out of the way as well, which I think is one of the biggest impact for the whole team. Congaret will be traded out in return. He does get the he doesn't quite get the spike. Wannafly will be taking care of the other side. But cute from the other side. Kadoom has an idea. He knows that he's there. Gets out. Run and gun. That's it for round 14. 2 in a row. Myth finally coming back, swinging very, very strong.
This is what I was afraid of. Again, the problem now lies is how is Cerberus going to be able to use Red Neville as that pinch? Because he's got to be the one that kind of sets the pace for this team on attack. But we'll see how that goes. Daikut also, he was shining a lot on that Haven map, so maybe he can make things happen. But at least for now, with the weaker weapons, not going to be the case. But now Cerberus has their shot to push this into a 10-round endeavor for them. They do get something off of this bye.
Yep, that's right. We are seeing rifles from the side of CS. They do have the better guns. But you all know when it comes to Spectres, you can run and gun if you play your cards right. However, though, Red Neville slowly inching onto the side, not making any noise. Here comes the concuss. They know. Now let's see how they're going to play this when it comes to making sure that no one comes inside. No one knows that Neville was in the back. He does get Dylan out of the way, immediately clears out Heaven. And look at that. Bills gets 2 with the judge. Straight in the face. That is so demoralizing.
And Red Neville can't go actually all the way around. I'm not sure why he wanted to double back to control onto Phil's here, but this judge, value
Are you kidding me?
4K impossible. Now, oh, never mind. I thought it was going to be a clutch prayer from Daikut as he comes through on Heaven, but Doom expended him without even breaking a sweat. And Phil's, these fire senses are tingling. Just shoot through the smoke and you'll get value. Gets 2, more than enough.
That's right, we do get our ace. That's the second time. It would have been so cool to have a judge ace when you think about it. I like how this CQC play by Alone Fields was. I do also like the idea that he's so comfortable to play CQC because he knows his teammate is behind him in order to make sure that he doesn't get backstabbed in the back.
Also, I gotta just point this out. I have not really seen a lot of teams, for the most part, use that wall from the stage to cross outside of B again. Because it goes back to the same spot that your opponents can use it against you. They can throw a nade because you're segregated, and it doesn't give you a lot to actually take in terms of map control when you're pushing in, because you're just gonna go around the pillar.
Was that Lone Fields' wall or was it Akashi's wall? Was Akashi's wall, was it?
It was the attacker's wall, so CES's wall.
Oof, yeah. We told them, don't do that wall. You don't listen. Congaret gets 1. Will it be 2? Yes, it will. He didn't notice there's one more there. That's sticky.
Now he will.
There we go. He will now. Does find one. It is gonna be Loki. He has to be careful because Loki, you know his gunplay. It's scary, but he does get him out of the way. That's a 3-piece. Butterfly finds Akashi, and there it is. Close the book for this round. They're coming back swinging. Yay! I don't know what sound was that, but yeah.
Sounds like a horse in labor.
And actually, I was trying to go for an elephant, but it came out as a horse, so I guess it's a cross.
That was so far from an elephant.
Oh man, it's just I'm just so shook at myself and shook at Myth.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to say, Tash. I mean, I also do sounds, and I've never heard that sound be done by an elephant. No, I do my research. I watch YouTube.
I mean, nowadays that's what everyone says. Everyone's an expert when it comes because of YouTube, huh?
Yeah,
that's why
exactly.
Everyone's a lineup Larry now because of YouTube too.
Lineup Larry sounds like a Western name. We need to kind of figure out one for Southeast Asia. Or
my name is very Western because my name is Natasha. So like, I guess you can have a Filipino name. Why don't you throw one out for us?
Well, I mean, we're pretty Spanish influenced, so maybe like Lineup Laurel sounds pretty cool.
Lineup Laurel.
That works.
That can work. Yeah, we'll change it to that. Is there any? Can we change it to a food instead? Because I'm kind of hungry. Lineup Lumpias.
Oh dang! Okay. All right. I'm vibing with this one. I like it. All right. Let's get back into it as we end that. I actually wasn't sure if it was a technical timeout or a.
It was CES's timeout.
Ah, okay. Got it. Oh, this is even more difficult. This Viper mid control is the most horrible thing for an attacker to just clear out, especially with a double swing like this between Alone Fills and Wannafly. Yeah.
There's a reason why, though. They know that CS likes to play the lurk. I mean, I like to take care of that area. So they're like, okay, let's see you lurk through this now. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to make that voice, but still playing it slow from both teams. This is a very different pacing from CES earlier. This is a more safe CS, and I understand why though, because this is kind of like what sucks about being being defense first on split, because you do have the momentum, and suddenly that momentum just gets cut straight out like that once you change sides.
Red Neville on the forward push here. Now throws out the nade to help out clear the site. The flashes to come through. Conga Red tries to answer back. Not gonna work. Kadum left on his own on the island. And he will drop to Kishi. So this slow methodical style that Cerberus is now employing is working wonders. This is at least specifically for this round. Everything that Myth wanted to do to counter them has all but been swatted away. And now 3 to try to take the site, but there's a lot of crossfire angles and a lot of cheeky up-angle positions that, well, this Roster can use timing from Daiki.
That's crazy. But he does find him though.
Yeah, he does nothing.
Oh my god, he does get him before that rolling thunder. Akashi from the side will be thrown out on the way from Lone Fields. Does get 2K out of that. Dylan deals with Kishi. And Myth still wins this. I I thought that they would have lost this.
I also would have thought that he would have won that, to be honest, because they got all the parameters checked up. Crossfires, they got the Kishi ultimate, and still it did not phase. WannaFly has picked up the 20 bomber on this one. Let's check how they got this one. Actually, this is just the Cerberus attacking. So this one was kind of awkward from Loki, where he jumped right up like that.
Yeah, that was great utility use. Did you see that? How they just cleared the angles with the snake bite and everything? That was that flush actually just kind of like yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say I understand how they kind of botched that. It's because the Rolling Thunder was set for A main.
Yep.
And all the attention that Cerberus was looking at turned into A main. So there was like that small, tiny bit of time that Myth was able to close the gap. Wow, that was
big brain.
Yeah, they kind of doubled down on the Rolling Thunder and it actually backfired on them. That was unfortunate.
Right there.
Yep, that's right. And this is I like how they use the wall for not only just buying time, also information. It's very different usage of walls. I mean, it's not the usual site where you see the walls, but it's good enough that they're able to just kind of follow up because they have an idea that the wall is breaking, someone's going to be pushing through. But Red Neville playing at the corners here, it kind of like helps him when you think about it because he is inside, but they're not. But he kind of like gives away his area, so immediately he's like, okay, there's a boom out there. We're just gonna back off. We're gonna find another way.
Red Neville still just the solo YOLO man for CES here. He really does, right? Like he's just alone for a good 20 to 25 seconds before he starts getting a little bit of backup from his team. He creates that own space, and it's worked out on but not really much.
Oh.
Really cheeky off angle from his counterpart, but not going to work out. Kadoom does have the nade, but look at how Red Neville actually pushes through the smoke. Could get the catch up to WannaFly if he's not aware of the cheekiness of this player, but no time left. Gonna have to push in, and Myth gonna have to try to just delay the plant on the spike, which never really actually will happen.
Yep, that's right. And now look at that. Myth knows how to play with time. They have 3 seconds. They're all out of time. CS is just like, okay, we still have 3 people, but we want to make sure that we can get all the guns we can. Kadoom come in. Are you going to check that angle? Not quite! We'll get a double. Not. Oh, that was almost actually. Think about it.
9-9, and they close the distance. This is, what, 6 straight rounds in a row. Daikyu has whipped out the tour de force.
No.
We'll see if it is going to be difficult.
Let's play. Does that sound accurate?
Accurate enough for us Southeast Asians, you know.
Proud.
I don't know if somebody can actually like copy the voice.
We should do that in Tagalog language.
Let's play.
How do you say that in Tagalog? Tagalog.
It sounds really weird. Like gusto mo maglaro tayo.
Actually, no, it sounds nice. I like it because I don't understand Tagalog, I suppose. But here it is. I mean, great defense from Myth so far, but the problem with CS is they're not afraid to push through the smokes. Red Neville gonna have to make sure he's taking up this. He gets the sprays on. WannaFly does find him, return immediately. Snakebite will deter any more pushers from the other end.
And they don't want to fight any long-range angles. They know that the tour de force is up from Daikyu here, so they're not giving him any chance at all to get a catch-off. Yeah, if Conga Red, you know, his butt clenches too hard, maybe he'll peek through that, but that's perfect. Now they know that for a couple of seconds, Daikyu does not have the ultimate, but more importantly, I think he spotted out about 3 or actually 4 of the attackers now.
Yep, that's right. They're still holding hands here. 4 on Haven. Do you know how juicy that is if you have a party? But not quite. Conga with the headshot will be punished with Daikyu, but it's okay. That's the information they need. Kadoom punishes him from that. And that's the op out of the way. Immediately, WannaFly reacts, taking care of the back here. We do know Kadoom's down there, but Kadoom just too good. Low-key can't trade that at all.
They're so trapped.
Yeah. Trapped like rats?
Can play. I mean, rats are pretty free in our country. Oh, they are not cute at all. They're the size of a small puppy in the Philippines.
Oh, it's okay. Same here.
Oh my gosh.
It's a Southeast Asian thing.
It's Southeast Asian thing. That's hella scary.
Yeah, that's why. I had a rat walk on my foot. I thought it was a baby cat. It was so heavy. I looked down. It was a freaking rat. It scared the heck out of me. So yeah, I don't know how we went all the way there.
I don't know
but
too.
Now. 9 to 10, Myth is just bringing this home. I think that's the reason why they chose to do attacking first. And that's why I said, that's what sucks about doing attack first. But for now though, there is gonna be the showstopper. Red and Evil knows that Dylan is there. He's gonna be throwing it out! The wall's helping him. He was trapped like a rat.
Oh, the drop down from Alone Fields. I think he heard it and actually got the immediate refrag. Loki does the same as I think. Oh, okay, why? That's why. The showstopper broke the segments of the wall, putting Alone Fields actually out in the open to those coming through outside of B main. That being said, this Cosmic Divide.
There.
He'll stab it. He'll stab it. He definitely has to stab it.
He absolutely knows he can't shoot. He does give it away. Ooh, misses it. Throws out the pain shells instead. But look at that, the repositioning. Hunger does find Kishin or Takashi, just trades that out. Wannafly blows up Akashi as well. That's a 3-piece from Wannafly. What a turn. Oh my god.
That is so clean from Myth. Cerberus, they're like, yo, we got this. We got the wall. It's going to work out for us. But then it was just Myth's extremely clean utility usage. Like, look at this one. Well, not this one in particular, but the one that followed right after, which is the flash as well here. Blinded everybody. Allowed Conga Red and teammates to start clearing up the site. And you're seeing, again, Southeast Asia utilizing this KO pick a whole chunk more. We've seen it in Philippines when me and the others casted for VCT PH for the playoffs, and we're seeing it now from Thailand as well here in APAC Challengers.
Don't forget Malaysia, Singapore too.
I'm so sorry.
Honestly.
Yeah, you're the one that knows this, so you know you can point it out to us.
But coming back to that though,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the second time they weaponized CES's Cosmic Divide. What, second? Third? I can't remember. They know how to
Yeah.
play with the wall regardless where it is. They're gonna use it back onto you. Myth only 2 rounds away from taking this home. They started off so badly. I am surprised at how well they're able to just hold on mentally.
Well, it is the fickle nature of the map itself, and I guess the experience of Cerberus as well, because I think Cerberus, the way they rotate is actually correct, and whether other people chat whichever disagrees with that, I think the only the problem here lies is they know where to rotate, but the problem is what do they do once they actually get that position. Like you saw that when they were going up onto a heaven, they didn't properly clear enough angles. They didn't wall off onto spawn so that they can sneak up onto screens, and then they start like guessing where the opponents are, and that doesn't work, at least when you're going up against such a team like Myth here. Maybe another Avengers
Are
will
we
come
gonna
out.
see it again?
Yeah,
Are
but
they doing it? No way. Yes, they did! Oh my god, Khadoom get Kishi out of that. Devil does straight it out. Loki finds Fields in return. Did they not learn from their mistakes? What is happening here?
it's working, and they have res. Break the wall first, maybe.
Oh my god,
he
no,
gets it through the smoke.
Wannafly.
Oh, no, he was on top. Okay, he was on top ramps. Wannafly is already the hero of Myth here, and Cerberus, as they actually try to save their teammate, breaking down the 2 Sage walls.
One enemy
What?
remaining.
Wannafly commits, and if they lose this, oh no, it already looks so good at the start, but then they started like, oh dude, we gotta start rezzing people. Oh,
Why would
no.
you peek that? You know Wannafly was there.
They needed the map control. They needed to push forward a little bit. They were just stuck on A main. That was so awkward for Cerberus.
Okay, so my question to you is, who did that wall better?
I gotta say Cerberus did, but the follow-up again. The follow-up afterwards is always Cerberus's problem now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a disconnect, as you mentioned before. They have an idea, but they don't know how to close it off. We saw 2 Avengers wall today. I can die happy. I never thought I'd see that in a tournament.
Well, 2 in a row, or 2 in one game is...
They're like, we can do it too. Let us show you how we do it. Same result regardless of who does it better. I think both of them, whoever that did the wall, both lost when you think about it.
Oh, Conga Red flushed out, but does have his null command to reply to the rest of the onslaught here from
from Cerberus. But now that they've pulled out the trigger from Congored, they can actually take it slower once again, because if they wait for the null command, at least they won't be suppressed anymore moving forward into this round.
We did talk about that as well, like how Myth was not afraid to wait out utilities, and looks like CS is taking a leaf out of that book. But look at where they're all taking care of the areas immediately. Look at how many utilities thrown out. Congored does trade one out with Red Neville, but there is the revive coming out from Akashi. Daikyu is now back in the game. Loki clears out the backside, but Dylan gets a double there with Kadum. 3-piece for Dylan. What a great way to end the game. And Myth takes this one home.
That was almost a good round for CES there, but the slow pace to actually get the kills was what bit them into losing that last round. And Made in Thailand really showed to us that they got what it takes, the spice from the region scene here, and the spice in the gameplay, as well as they end this series 2-1 with a nice little flourish on the end there.
Yep, that's right. Really like to see that. When you talk about what we talked about, if you want to put a head-to-head, I would really put it for Dylan as well as Kishi, when you think about it, or Akashi, because the way they play is almost very similar. However, though, let's have a look at the stats here, with Wannafly taking this round's MVP. 30 bomb, that's crazy.
He just got that one kill so that he can, you know, flex that, oh guys, I got a 30 bomb, so.
Oh yeah, I mean, Red Neville wasn't so bad. 8 kills behind, but the way Wannafly plays kind of reminds me of a Todak player in Malaysia. How he used to be a duelist, how he plays the Vipers more aggressive wise. Wannafly is not as aggressive, but I feel like his utility usage is really the star here, because he knows how to get the kills from those abilities. However, though, let's have a look here. In terms of damage, it is going to be toward Myth as well as the headshots. Objective wins though, CS. Why do you think that's the reason?
I feel like, again, the problem here it lies for CS just not really knowing how to close rounds off. Like, again, they started really strong. They know initially where to go, but the follow-through is almost as important, if not more important, because of how Myth is their opponents, who can adjust so well in terms of position. You think that they're going to be staying in one position. No, they back away. They have that secondary supplementary position that they know that once CS crosses this specific physical threshold, that's where they need to place themselves to get more success in winning the rounds. And they've done this so many times that I think Cerberus was just not able to, again, adapt on the fly. Myth just, I feel like, just has better experience in these kind of encounters.
Personally, I think that Myth just does so much better in smaller maps. You look at Bind, you look at Split, they know how to play that close quarter combat. They know how to really play the rotates, play the lurks as well. I mean, yes, there are some moments where they kind of like let them slip through the cracks. But at the same time, Myth is a kind of team that, I mean, we did talk about Cerberus finally adapting, but the problem is they always seem to hit a wall whenever it comes to adaptability. Like this one.
Yeah, I mean, that was weird from Daikyu. Like, he already knew they were gonna like rotate. And maybe he thought that it was like the 4K already he needed, but yeah, Cerberus, I think, really just has that one good half, and then they just the next half they just don't know what is to happen next. Like,
yeah, that's right. I mean, when we talk about this as well, sometimes the ability usage that was from them as well. I mean, sometimes we see amazing ability usage, and then sometimes it just gets weaponized back to them. I did talk about how sometimes that is a kind of case that also happens to Myth, but the problem is you never see it happen twice or thrice in a row.
Their adjustment, as well as Wannafly's stepping up in this series, especially this last game, was really set the pace. This last round, you can really see that. I mean, the control from Cerberus is already there, but Dylan and the rest just was able to delay so much with how just, again, strong their anchoring is on that site. With that being said, guys, that is the first group stage match done. We still have 3 more to go for today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose
Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back to the panel. That is the first 3-game series that we've had. What a way to start the group stages. Made in Thailand coming out on top in a 2-1 fashion against Cerberus Esports. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Rav. And man, Cerberus last game. 9 is all they get. The 9-3 curse made a comeback.
Unfortunately, it does go that way. They had some really good showings, especially for map number 2. Map number 1, that opening half was really good for them, especially when they were on the defense. But as we kind of see here on over, when we go into map number 3, that second half of theirs, a lot more difficult for them to break through the opposing side of Myth.
I just want to say that on the overarching theme of the VN teams, Cerberus always starts strong. We've already talked about that. It only proves the hypothesis that the VN region, they're superior starters than most of everybody else. But it's real. The problem here is trying to contain that momentum within themselves, because we see flashes of it. We see that the speed is getting them somewhere. But I feel like where it really ended was when that sudden stop came. Again, this is also due to Myth's double controller lineup that really, stifles that type of play. Then again, the problem solving on the side of Cerberus did show its head at moments, but really not there for the longest time.
Yeah, especially on the attacking side, as I did say, in map number 1, we saw it unbind, and we saw more of that when we went over to map number 3, especially later on. Just the defense of Myth is really good at playing that utility shuffle, being able to bleed out the utility of the attacking side, which is normally, it goes the other way around. It's the attack who wants to bleed out the utility of the defenders, but Myth are really good at keeping their cards in their hand and only putting it down when they need to. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why, I guess, like composition-wise as well, they were really struggling against them, and I think when it comes to the composition, especially on map number 1. The double controllers from Myth is something that really paid dividends to, I guess, their success.
Again, we talked about the double controller and the double ini. Let's talk about the double ini that Cerberus had. Again, they had more immediate space control. They had the speed, the immediate presence of it. But since they were up against that Viper, that Oscar combo, it's the staying power. It's the utility stagger that's been really killing them. And apart from that, since they play so slow, it highlights the late round abilities of WannaFly, who really turned it up in the last game.
I mean, they did kind of put in, you know, a double controller lineup for Myth during Split. They did have their solo initiator be KO, which is something you don't normally see. Sometimes teams, when they run KO on Split, they add onto a breach. But in this case, it was their only initiator, and I almost felt like they won, not necessarily in spite of Congaird, you know, playing on that KO, but I feel like if they kind of refined how they play that KO, or rather, more importantly, how they supplement that KO with maybe something else, I think they could even do much better. They won here today. I'm just concerned for Myth if that play style, especially on Split for the KO, is going to continue to be feasible for them moving on forward.
Yeah, they will move on forward into the winners finals, which they will be waiting for their opponent, which either going to be Boom Esports and No Namers, which would be very tough for Made in Thailand if it's Boom Esports to go up there. But we'll find out about that. Cerberus Esports is going to drop down into the lower bracket. Elimination is right around the corner for themselves, and we have to move on forward to our next series of the day. It's Bonkers versus Persija Esports, the team where we really love the logo, versus the Indonesian team, Persija Esports, formerly Boy with Love. And we have to introduce our first team of the day. It's Bonkers Esports. Looking to bunk Persija down to the lower brackets. We got Bonk Esports all the way from Oceania, from Australia, even to be specific. We got Calth, Minimize, NAOS, RDW, and Scrawl.
Yep, Ardu, Scrawl, and the rest of the boys are here to play, and I feel like we are kind of flying into this blind because Bonkers, they do come from Oceania, as you mentioned. We don't have, I believe, too much raw data when it comes to comparing them to other regions, because this is something that we highlighted in one of our meetings, is that I feel like Australia and Oceania in general, the sample size for their scrims, it's a little limited compared to the luxury that the other regions have. But I feel like that's a surprise factor that they are definitely going to go upon. And I see that man right there is enjoying a pre-game meal. He must be enjoying it, having a bit of a smile. But yeah, Bonkers Esports, if we look at previous teams from the region, they have somewhat of an erratic playstyle. I think it's somewhat similar to the C playstyle, but I would say a little less proven and tested.
Yeah, I think that's the real, I guess, case study of this point. Will their playstyle actually work here now that they're in APAC? This is the first time we're seeing any Oceania team, for that matter, participate in the VCT. And, you know, this team, they kind of struggled early on in their group stages. Actually, they started okay, kind of struggled, and then came back totally winning and destroying everything in their path. Question is, as you said, Raph, they don't have that history, or rather the I guess, fortune of being able to scrim other teams in the region because of where they are. So I'm just looking to see if they're going to be able to prove it here right now. They're a really big unknown right now.
I was about to say that they have the... Oops, pardon me. Again, I'm just gushing about how great the logo is. And another thing that we have to talk about is supposedly if it came from the Oceania, or a team that came from the Oceania region, pardon me, is that it should have been order, right? The way that Bonkers set up their run, it was they lose the first series and then they're like, wait a minute, then they roll everybody.
Yeah, and with that, another team that is the sample size of their maps not really as prevalent as some of the other Indonesia teams we have, it's Persija Esports. Persija Esports, formerly known as Boy With Love, coming straight from Indonesia. Not much in the sample pool in terms of match data, but they want to make a pool of blood from their opponents in Bonkers Esports. We got Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, and Rosify.
Yeah, you know, this team, they might be a new roster in terms of them playing together, but a bunch of these players have already played with each other on different teams. You have Asterisk Eeyore, formerly from Boom Esports, the current #1 team right now. You got the players here like Rosify, for example, who came from XCN, and you got, you know, obviously from Bigatron, you got Famous as well, so coming from XCN did Flinch, so you got Flinch and Rosify from XCN, you got Asterisk and Eeyore for Boom, and you got Famous from Bigatron. Really big names within that Indonesian scene, and it's a scene that one would even argue that in terms of the top end, at the very least, it might just be the best scene we have in APAC as a whole, the best region we have in APAC as a whole. Yes, the Philippines, very competitive. Yes, Thailand, they've got the most representatives in total going into the lands of last year. But Indonesia right now, they're looking like the powerhouse team when you're looking at the top end of that. And Persija, for them to place themselves in that position within the first, like, what, few months they've been basically playing with each other after leaving the respective teams, Boom, Bigatron, XCN, we all talked about that. It's a really, really big thing that they're kind of like in this honeymoon stage, but at the same time have the veteran experience to really make that work. And they're looking like one of the most tactically sound teams we're going to see this entire APAC stage, possibly.
For reference, guys, again, for those who are not super familiar, and it's really hard to disagree that Indonesia is arguably the most top-heavy, the most dominant region we have at the moment, because once again, Boom. Now let's put Persija, again, correct me if I'm wrong, into perspective, right? The closest team to them, comparison point-wise, it's Onyx. They're both incredibly tactically sound, as you've mentioned, and I feel like, well, at least in their last match, they 2-0'd Onyx convincingly too. So Persija, they have a lot to show, and I feel like they might play with a chip on their shoulder because it could be that new R&D buff, hey guys, we just got, you know, a really, really big sponsor. This is about time we turn up the heat.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk about match histories here because I feel like this might be a big factor going into this matchup. Previous match history here for Persija Esports, they only really lost to Boom Esports 3-0, but compared to Bonkers, they won 3-1 in versus Order, and everything else for both of them is really just going straight, just straight victories. And I feel like the best teams in their respective region have already been either beaten or been beaten by Bonkers or been lost to Persija Esports. As we head into the map veto, we can talk about that a little bit more. But what's your thoughts about that? Like Persija Esports touting as one of the, I guess, super team going into this versus Bonkers, who just went bonkers in the Oceania region.
It's so weird to try and call, you know, Persija a super team, even though they actually kind of are. Just seeing how many super teams can one region have. You know, you got Onyx, you got right? Boom, obviously. Yeah. But then in comparison, yeah, these guys, we've been seeing them, I guess, you know, competing in the VCT, especially in APAC and in C last year, as compared to basically Bonks, who really, this is their first time on there. They've got that Doge thing going on, so you know these guys are lighthearted. They've got probably the most, I say, entertaining logo that we've seen here so far in VCT APAC, and it really shows like that these guys, even though, you know, we're obviously in a very serious setting, that they're really taking this with lighthearted intent. And I think that is really kind of a good thing, because the pressure of them is something you can easily blow off. And for a team like Bonk, when this is your first time stepping in to the international stage, that's a huge thing to have in your pocket.
And I kind of want to talk about this a little bit more before we have a look at the picks themselves. Oceania as a region and as a whole last year, we're supposed to be playing in the NAVCT last chance qualifiers, but they got ruled out off of that. And this is really the home for Oceania, but the differences in play style against Southeast Asia, against the rest of the Asia Pacific region, is completely different. As Haven comes up, it seems like it's something that we have to talk about because Oceania as a region, we will see them moving forward here, I'm pretty sure.
Once again, addressing the elephant in the room, I feel like most of us really expected Order to show up. But that's what Bonkers are here for. They defy those expectations. Just talking about these three these 3 picks first. We have Split and Ascent, typically very mid-heavy maps. I wouldn't say the same about Haven. I feel like Haven is more of a staggered pressure map, but now it does look like Bonkers kind of want to brawl a bit. If there was any similarities between Haven and Breeze, then it's the long-range brawling.
That is that one thing where I guess you can kind of find some similarities in it. The operator can be very effective on both of these maps, and Persija, they picked that Haven map for them, which, to be fair, at least in the past few months, hasn't been, I guess, the worst map for them. It hasn't been maybe the best. I mean, we don't really have as many stats on them as we do have on other teams, but like, it has been a map that they are able to rely on at the very least and play on when it does come down to it. So, I mean, for Persija, they beat Boom in the grand final. Rather, they played Boom in the grand finals on Haven, and it was a pretty decent map that they did get. So, looking at it, 10-13, not too bad. We end on Bind, and I kind of want to pick your brain here, Raph. Like, what do you think for them to actually take out that Icebox, knowing how they already picked Haven and Breeze, and those are maps that, you know, operators are very strong on, but now we go to Bind, which is a far stark contrast to those opening 2 maps.
So one thing that we can talk about Bind more than we can talk about the other maps is that the orb control, or the orb control, is much more pronounced. I feel like since this is here as a PSJ pick, maybe that's something in their agenda. Maybe we're gonna see more of that double controller. Again, this really kind of anchors to the point where Oceania is still a relative unknown in comparison to the sample size of Southeast Asia, and now that's what APAC is for, right? But I'm not entirely sure about this one, honestly. It's one of those times of the day where, since we have somewhat of an unknown and yet still a bit of a favorite in Bonkers, I honestly really don't know how this is gonna go. What about you, Mochi? How do you think this is gonna go?
Is that your cat, your dog?
That's a raccoon, dog. Man. That's a raccoon. Anyway, it's time for predictions here. Not a lot of sample sizes, but we've seen the roster of Persija Esports play before. Bonkers are relatively an X factor here. As a region, they're an X factor in this matchup in the Asia Pacific Challengers at that. Now, with that being said, I kind of want to know your predictions here. Let's start with you, Black and Blue.
Well, okay. I'm gonna have to go with the Esports answer here. My heart wants Bonker, says Bonker, because, well, I just love the vibe that they're giving off. Everybody wants that underdog as well to win in many ways. Doge, dog, you get. But really, I do think that, you know, the former BWL, now Persija, I really do think they have the advantage here. They've been playing at least, or competing internationally longer than the Bonkers squad have. They have that experience to look back to, and that's something that I really think will help them persevere and, I guess, elevate their game above the Bonkers squad. So as much as I wish Bonkers can get something done here, and I do think they can, I'm not sure if it's going to be against this Persija squad. So I'm going to have to go Persija 2-1.
I completely agree with your esports answer there, but I had a very lengthy conversation with my dog about who is going to take this. I started off the day with disagreeing with you. Again, we see the tenure that Persija has definitely displayed the flexibility. They have the markings of being a wonderful team. I think they might take this, but with logo alone and the greatest social media presence known to man, Bonkers 2-1.
Well, I'm gonna have to go with Bonkers here. The region, the Southeast Asian region, hasn't really gotten a chance to play against the Oceania region, partly because of mostly because of the ping. So I gotta have to go with Bonkers here. They are an X factor. They may just bring a new flavor in the region of how the play styles are gonna be. And with that, we're split in the panel once again. Just Persija Esports there for Black and Blue, and Bonkers for us and Raph. But now it's time for the players to show what they have in store for us as we go into the first series of the day. We're dropping on Haven between Bonkers and Persija Esports.
All right, we are back once again, guys. It's our tandem, Asarai and Tash, here to bring you the action for another series, Persija versus Bonkers. Yes, that bonk. Exactly that.
I mean, if you were to look at their logo, they're literally that Doge meme. They're literally that, and I love it. I mean, we've seen like all these really fancy looking logos. When are we gonna see the memes? And I think at VCT is where we usually see them. But let's have a look at the lineups here. We have a Sage, a Raze, a Brimstone, a Brimmy Stimmy, as well as a Chamber, and a Sova from the side of Bonk. And from the side of PSJ, we are going to be seeing a Sova Omen, which I'm very happy about. Breach, Jet, as well as Cypher. What do you think?
Ooh. We haven't really seen... Oh yeah, I was just gonna say we haven't really seen too many Brimstones as much in Southeast Asia. Maybe just 1 out of 10 controller picks. But this is a whole new region. First time we're actually going to be seeing Bonkers come into play here. Now, before we do start the game, I do want to point out as well that, and I believe the panel might have touched up on this as well, Nice Hacks, the primary duelist for Bonkers that gives them a plus percentage in terms of overall KDA, is not going to be playing with the team. Now, I'm not really sure about the reasoning as to why maybe he wasn't flown out with the rest of the squad or whatnot.
No, it's because it's their secret weapon. It's still early. Let's think about it. It is still early.
I don't think you want to go to like lower bracket where you might actually face off against, you know, Paper X twice or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you try to go up top, yeah. But they've been flown off to Thailand to get that ping diff fixed up, because you know Oceania is very far from where we are.
It is far away. It's the land down under.
Down under.
Yeah, the land down under. Persija, I think they had a pretty good run in their region's, qualifiers. And coming back to that, I think they're pretty dominant as well as a country when it comes to the game in general. But seeing the way that Bonk is playing, this is a very, I wouldn't say conservative per se, it's very slow, especially for our first round. I was expecting it more chaotic, honestly, for some reason.
Yeah, what I do also notice is that they have a raise compared to the Jet here. So they do want to use, primarily from what it looks like, a bit more utility to flush out corners rather than just, complementing it with just a charge out from the Jet. But even though there was that pickoff from NAOS, it's immediately dealt with by Famous, who just charges into the site. There's the setup, doesn't find anything, but there is one at the back of things. But Scrawl has been knocked off. And Famous opens up the angle here while his spike will get planted down.
Yep, when we look at in terms of picks for the side of Bonk, it's a little more standard, something we'd see usually, but Persija, I have to say, is very diverse in terms of agent picks. So let's see how they're actually going to be playing this. Famous playing under hell. Will he catch one? Yes, he will. They all know it's going to be a double. Beautifully done. Yurizify actually finishes that off, taking out the Brimstone. No Brimmy Stimmy for you.
Not gonna happen, at least for this one. There is a good chunk of lineup power for Bonkers here, but I don't know how effective it is going to be, at least on the defending side. But for the most part, it is going to be interesting to see how that kind of pans out moving forward into this one. But yeah, I do just remembered Famous and as well as Eeyore, favorite players of mine here in the Indonesia region, because they did come from Boom Esports. Eeyore being one of those players that kind of gets unnoticed, but is an incredible anchor on sites.
Not flashy plays. It's always the players that are not so flashy that don't get. I mean, they do well, but they're just not as noticed, you know? This is Famous, trying to find as much information or picks as possible. I do like how they're working with it, but look at that lineup! Rolls of Pie just annihilates Scrawl, trades that out, but Minimize and NAOS goes down in return.
Indonesia is probably the region that is the strongest right now in Southeast Asia. And
pick one, Thailand or Indonesia?
Indonesia, 100%.
Indonesia?
Like, yeah. I'm Filipino, I'm from the Philippines, and I even think that Indonesia is way better than all of the regions right now. In Southeast Asia, at least. Yeah, they're crazy good right here.
I have to say, I was really liking how Persija played that pincer just now. It was so early, they didn't expect a lurk, but it is a Cypher after all. You know that man's gonna be lurking. Flinch takes out ticks. It's looking not so great from the side of Bonk. They're not able to bonk their enemies. That's the problem, Arju. All alone up there in heaven, eating so much damage. Eeyore from that range with a Spectre. Wow.
Very easy for Eeyore just to do that.
Spray and pray, my friends.
Yeah, what's kind of good about the way that PSG or Persija was able to make this work is they just rattled the A main 3-man push of Bonkers there. Like, I don't know if they read it or they had something that spotted it out, but they got 3 players trying to be a bit cheeky and get at slow control towards A main. And they just kind of unraveled that so early that Persija was not able, or not Persija, but Bonkers wasn't able to recover properly. That being said, still a week by. Now here we go with a full push onto the B site.
Yep, that's right. Famous moving forward. Oh my god! They did not think to check that corner. Even though they got flashed, they still just sprayed and prayed out, and that is the downfall of them. They have lost only 1 player, which is just minimized, and I think that's a great thing for them. This does give them the edge they need. After all, this is the buy round for them. Hello? That was a bit weird jump there.
Right here.
Well, that's pretty awkward. Rosify though? Oh, could have got a double. Unfortunate. Asterisk is on a link, but they already know where he was going to be coming through. Spotted out, trying to charge right in. Nice little TP to get a bit of action Jackson, the ankle breaker, but his own ankle would be broken as there's just too much for him to handle. 4v1 in that net sequence.
Yep, that's right. They did get the bonk, but I don't understand why Flitch did that. He was so low HP. I'm trying to figure out what was going through his mind. Was it panic?
I'm not sure, actually.
Either panic or he thought he could get 1 as he falls down. Like, if I fall down, you fall down with me. Not too sure.
That's usually how you want to go about it. You can not take damage by falling down if you drop on the box to the left.
On the side,
but,
yeah, but he wasn't there.
Yeah, plus it kind of takes too much time. You'd rather take the extra, what is it, like 15 fall damage just to get that catch off, and it's faster to follow up shooting. I see.
He only had 27 HP, I believe, so he would have survived that. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. Will he let it rip? That's the question. We're all waiting. Here comes the smokes. Rolling Thunder immediately. They rush inside. They all get concussed, but minimized does find Famous in the back of the line, which is really, really good because they do need that jet out of the way. There is going to be a plant coming through. Omen will be doing that for sure. But now let's see how PSG will be playing this.
Oh, there it is. They got NAOS with the showstopper as well, and it's already found Eeyore. This is unfortunate. They can't get away. They're stuck onto the side. The recon dart making it so damn easy, but Rosify making some waves, not enough to create a tsunami to get that round off as Bonkers get themselves that second point on the board. Just to clarify as well, guys, you can see the IND on the top of Bonkers. That is not correct. They are from Oceania, while PSG is from Indonesia.
Yep, that's right. But I really liked how they played that this time around. I think this is what we talked about when you play with the Breach, that you see the Rolling Thunder, you see the Concuss immediately come in. This is what we wanted to see earlier from the previous matches. I like how they're quickly adapting to it. We're not seeing too much momentum given to Persija. Bonk is not allowing that to happen, which means that in terms of momentum, in terms of mindset, both teams are still on equal level. However, was that an off angle? Oh, it was! Oh my god, that is nasty!
Oh, look at Ardu's face, just like just laughing a bit. You know this? Oh, it works. The shenanigans. Well, you get the Valley Town off of that. 300 creds for a wall, and then you get a kill. More than enough.
Yeah, I think that was a good trade. Immediately positions himself a bit double. Yes, it will. Skrull finds Eeyore in the backline. Very, very worth it. Oceania just surprising everyone here. And this is undoubtedly one of the strongest teams in Indonesia as well. Then this is a great start for them.
I couldn't dodge the slow there. Everybody did hear that TP, that shredded step from Asterisk, but he can't really push up anything other than because of the better weapons of the opponent. So he's trying to wait for them to coax right in. But Bonkers not biting the bait and just waiting for the time to run down.
In Australia, they don't get baited. They are the bait. They're used to it.
30 seconds
They're like,
left.
nah, that's a trap, my friend. You know the memes in Australia, right?
I have
Either
only
way,
visited
though.
Australia once, and I do not understand any of
Oh
them.
no, you didn't know it? Australia is a very dangerous place, and this is what I was talking about. Minimize immediately from the side. Asterisk tried to bring them down there. It's not happening. Oh, welcome to Oceania, they said.
Ooh, the baggers of tea.
Oh yeah, but when coming back to that, in Australia there's a lot of dangerous animals. Like there's a lot of memes about them, you know, wrestling with the crocodiles, just going head to head with the kangaroo. Here's a fun fact: if you were to drive a car really fast and you hit a kangaroo, your car will get totaled. My friend in Australia told me that.
Wait, really?
Yes, seriously, that's how tough a kangaroo is.
Damn. Okay.
That's why I said they've seen things.
Things that not mere humans are supposed to see.
You thought Southeast Asia was bad? No.
The thing that makes it difficult here is the insane heat.
Oh yeah, I mean, have you not? Australia gets pretty hot in summer too. You have to give it to them. However, though, that's not what we're going to talk about. Let's talk about Persija really jumping onto the side. He knows, he learned from his lessons last time. He knows there was someone there. They do love the off angles. They're being really cautious with that. That Omen Smoke is really helping. He does find Scroll underneath, but Famous does get 3 out of that. Immediately pops the ultimate. That Boombot really blows him up. NAOS coming from the side. They know someone's heavy. Just immediately runs and guns that, but didn't get anyone.
Woo! Nasty stuff from Famous. Could even maybe pick up the op if he's feeling a bit cheeky, but yeah, nice little 4K from him there.
Really
as yeah, definitely was. NAOS kind of misreading the situation. He tries to jump right in, but this is where Famous starts to show his value and a collateral to follow as well. I thought the second kill was just going to be that at 2K, but one was a nice little follow-up. So all good.
That's what's really good about Famous is that he learned from the first time. He knew someone was waiting in hell. So what he did was he went up to the box on the left instead and to try to get as much information as possible. That was absolutely genius. The point is, usually when a Jet goes up there, they do get punished. But he wasn't. That was the point there. However, though, we might see a steamroll back from Persija. It's still 3-3. Flinch now out of the game. That's the Hunter's Fury for you.
Flinch is off the or the game board for the moment. Now Persija are having a very difficult time dealing with the rest of the defenders here because of how aggressive Ardu was. I think you know, if people are watching with us and they saw the Cerberus game with Daikyu, this is what we kind of wanted to see with a more aggressive chamber, holding different off angles rather than just pushing too aggressive. Scrawl though, he's okay, he doesn't spawn anything because of that cloud burst. And NAOS still spots out one as he comes in through here. They're going to have to commit so many bodies just to make sure that they get the plant. And as the dust settles, as we go now for the post plant, it leads us into a 3 versus 5. Not even going to get half. Nice.
Yep, that's right. They were ready for that. That's a great post plant when you think about it. You know, when you talk about B on Haven, is that it's so easy. It's easier to retake, but Bonk played that so well as well. They were pretty much ready, and I think the problem with Persija right now is that they're not used to these really interesting plays coming from these Australian or Oceania players, because we don't really see. I mean, we saw that weird angled wall just now. We saw how high Minimize puts Dew literally on a pedestal.
Merci. Again, the problem there for Persija, specifically for that round, more so is I think they just committed too many bodies to actually get the spike planted down, where they could have just had Asterisk and hold both links from outside the site itself, but they kind of overcommitted to having more than just one person in the B site. And that's usually what is the problem there. Oh, Eeyore just wanted to get a bit more deeper into the kill dip there, but not gonna work out as he dies, and Flinch is almost actually good enough for dead because he's just like 1 HP.
They found my trap.
That was that jump peek nearly caught him. But Minimize is gonna be like, nah, let's wall this off. Not gonna deal with that today. But they are very aware there's someone here on grass. They see one. Famous nearly gets taken down, but Famous manages to get takes out of the way. Dew will be returning the favor. Rosen's find out will be the next victim as Asterisk does find Ardu back in return. I'm so sad that we're not seeing any more interesting walls.
Your duty is not over.
Probably won't see it for a while. Ooh,
Yeah.
Bonker actually committed to getting that res. Interestingly enough,
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's
they do
right.
have the money as well, so I was wondering what this was about. Nice little paint shell fadeaway there onto Flinch as he drops dead. So mean, but yeah, that's what happened. Bonk now with starting to create a decisive lead here with 2 rounds in and their economy looking much better than before.
Yep, that's right. I mean, one thing about Bonk is that they're... I mean, we did talk about this before. The fact that they are... When it comes to the first few rounds, at least, a lot of teams kind of get to know each other, especially in the early rounds. Bonk, I mean, we were talking about Bonk, how we don't really know much about them, but we were saying that, you know, because we know how the Indonesian players will play, we are expecting a lot more from them. But the thing about Bonk is that they're extremely patient. You're not seeing them do aggressive, super aggressive plays if they don't need to.
Very true. And they're not passive enough that they allow that map control to be heavily favoring Persija. So this does kind of flush Persija into positions where Bonk are very much actually prepared to do so. Like, they're not overly forced, but just enough that that you can see Bonk not really get, what's the word here, have a lapse in terms of where they read their opponents are. It's all red across the board if you can see how they move around the map.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, even though they're playing the defensive side, they're not committing too many utilities because they have to make sure that they still have at least some to play, at least post-plant, or at least if something were to happen. But Arju! Beautifully done. Famous did not even see that coming. That's a beautiful pick from him. And now they know that ER is going to be there. Immediately switches out his weapon. Wants to get another different angle to play with. There's the Rolling Thunder. They know they're inside there. Arju does get one. That will be Rosify. But ER immediately committing to that. Immediately finds one. He didn't see someone behind there. But Tix finds one. Ju gets a triple from that. And suddenly, it is a 3-on-1 situation. Arju with the 4-piece. Still, we are looking for our first ace today. Not quite happening.
Not yet. It's always the 4Ks. Also, I got corrected. We got corrected now that the pronunciation of Bonkers' chamber is RDW.
Oh, it's RDW. Ah,
Yeah, so thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for that.
Also, going back to that last round play, I love how Bonkers actually like doubled back on the site itself. And if you see the replay there real quick, the Rolling Thunder actually hit nobody at the back of the site except for RDW. And Bonkers were like, let's just place ourselves at the back of the site. They'll think that if anybody's there, they're either stunned or actually have tried to maybe backed away. And I don't think PSJ, from how Eeyore was attacking that, was actually expecting more than just one person to be spotted as he swung out. So that was incredibly smart from Bonkers.
That was actually so crazy because he was running straight for RDW just now. Then suddenly behind him, he's like, oh wait, there's 2 people there. What? You know, and I like that, you know, even though they knew like, okay, RDW is stunned, how can we use this to our advantage? Use the bait as the bait. Get it?
Yeah. You use the bait to catch bigger bait.
Exactly. Use the smaller fish to catch a big fish. RDW was the bait. And they're like, surprise, shorty. You know that meme, right?
I'll have to refresh my memory.
Surprise, shorty?
I only know that Shorty's got a melody in it.
Oh, that's how you know you're probably older than me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh my god, RDW just a beast with that op. I can't believe this. Every round he gets 1 or 2. This is almost not fair.
Yeah, gotta say though, Famous had it coming because, you know, he just dry peeked a tiny angle where RDW was just waiting for. So
that's the thing is, I think the problem is usually when you see someone anchoring themselves, it's always on one side. But RDW is just like, now I'm gonna play here. Now I'm gonna play here. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like you have to get lucky.
He's everywhere. Yeah, and this is the trademarks of a really good opper, is that they don't double down onto an angle unless they know that their opponents are actually going to be there so that they can get some value off those one-shot, one-kills. The good play is if they spotted you on one angle, you go all the way around because naturally your opponents will try to alleviate where you're positioned at, and you're fast enough, you can actually catch them and catch them off guard trying to, just dodge the operator.
Yep, that's right. Look at RDW playing in that smoke there. Minimize does get 2 out of that. 4 HP, but NAOS was already waiting for him outside.
Yeah, really dominant performance there from Bonkers here. I love how the panel was very divided with Bonkers and Persija here. Because again, I've casted a couple of the matches from the specific players of Persija, most notably famous Asterisk and Eeyore. And I know these guys can really perform, but that being said, Bonkers, you know, not to dissuade like the Oceania region, they're doing a fantastic job at just screwing with what Persija want to do, especially on this defense where everything is just pretty much well read by the Oceania team.
But the problem with one thing that I did notice though, not the team, but let's talk about this later. For Famous does find one, but here comes the party. Does he get a double? No, he just get Famous out of the way. Boombot coming out, clearing out that whole area, so they do know that there is someone still there. Scrolls finds somebody to turn. Look at NAOS. He's not scared of these blinds. He's not scared of the concuss. You saw so many times that the players from Bonk, they just eat it up because they're very, very trustful of their teammates to have their back for them. However, though, Asterix and Rosefly does get 1 each there. Very, very worth it, despite how much Utils has been used. There's the ultimate coming out from Eeyore. No, we are seeing it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Cover going out.
Ooh. The read to actually go for C now that they've gotten the Neural Theft. So the From the Shadows gives Asterisk a bit of free space to actually hold lurks now. I wonder if he heard somebody actually playing through Gong. It doesn't matter though, because Tix got spotted. The TP. Scrawl, he's near enough to actually hear the second portion of that TP though. He knows. But his reaction time too slow. Asterisk, what a beast on that play.
That was what we were talking about when it comes to the Omen rework. Those kind of, it's not even flashy per se, but it's a mind game if you think about it, because you can hear it, but where exactly is here is the question when you think about it.
One enemy remaining.
Yes. I actually was spaced out there for a moment because I was thinking about how Asterisk did that so cleanly. Forgive me, Tash.
Yeah. I know, I was just trying to like think as well, because like that was a very risky play when you think about it. When you think of an Omen, everyone thinks teleport in the back of the enemy and get them from behind, but nobody really talks about just going to spaces near enough to kind of catch them off guard. Meanwhile though, Famous again pushing through those slows, trying to make as much space as possible for the team. I have to give it to Famous. He as well is not scared of the utils. Look at that. Look how fast they're taking the C side. But when you know about C is one of those sites that is not bad when it comes to the retakes. They do know that Eeyore's playing that corner. Some sprays are out. They just sprayed out, but I don't think they know that he's there. Oh, he does go down there in return. They do know, actually. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they just wanted to double check just in case. Attackers do not have any good post-plan utility here. It's all about, or ultimates rather. It's all about it's all about how they can fight this one. The triple swing actually working, but Famous, he's deadly on the blades, and he is showing that to us, just becoming the sushi chef. But NAOS comes in for the swing. Oh, he tries to go for the satchel to at least displace Rose, but that's not gonna work out. Asterisk comes up big once again, round after round. And from a 7-3 deficit, they equalize 7-5 as the half ends.
I mean, that's what I said before. I think Persija, I mean, we've seen, one thing about Persija is that we know their power. We've seen them play. They've played for so many years, for so many big organizations as well, in terms of the players. So it's not their first rodeo. So when you saw them kind of like overwhelmed by Bonkers, I truly believe it was that just trying to break the code on what they're doing, where they're going, how they're going to be playing this. And I think Persija finally found that momentum they needed, especially with Asterisk's play. And he is definitely one of the players we have to look out for. He is, I think when you think about players on Omen, you think about players who are very, very calculative. And that same goes to Cyphers as well. So what's really good about this is that right now, they are going to be they are currently, how do I say this? They are only 7-5. They are getting that lost rounds back. But we talked about this as well. Haven is a map that favors attackers more. So you kind of need that extra points, especially on attacking side.
Yeah, you definitely do. But at least it's not as prevalent as Split. I still argue that you can. I still argue that you can still make value on defending side. It's just that it will obviously depend on just how the matchup rolls out. It's a case by case basis. You can't really, at least for my end, I can't really say if it's like too overly attacker sided.
I would say like 60-40 rather than a 50-50. You know what I'm trying to say? Like Ascent, I would say 50-50. 60-40 would be for this. It is definitely doable. It's not as hard as getting onto site when you play split. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do know what you're trying to say. I feel you, dog.
Oh my god.
Oh no, they're slapping the corgi.
They're doing the ritual. Oh no.
They're slapping the corgi.
Oh man.
The doggy.
I mean, I have to say, this is exactly what I expected from the meme team. Okay, let's talk a little bit about individual play. In terms of Bonk, what do you think of them so far? Is it very, very different than what you'd see here in Southeast Asia?
I gotta say, not as much though. Like even with the slightly the pickup of the brimstone, it's still not as different. The quick charge out, Flinch gets spotted on the side. He is now in no man's land, so Aster is trying to help him out. Rosify, they know Persija knows that they have to just double down on the fight here, and it's actually working in their favor, but only for a fraction. Is 3 versus 2 as the round continues. If they take it slower, they can bring RDW back in terms of HPE, or doubling down on the repeat, and they don't know what hit him. Now Tix actually dispatches the last player, and where is Rosify? He is going to be coming through garage here, and how many times have they opened up garage doors and find themselves a pick, and Rosify could have himself a nice little flank position. Although the big problem there is, since RDW is still alive, the traps are active, so this is going to be difficult.
You do know now, there is a shortcut coming out, but immediately look at how fast they're running onto the site. They're not going to waste any time in terms of planting. They do hear his footsteps from sewers. They do know now. But look at that. Look at their positioning. RDW playing from the side of heaven here. 2 HP left, but Tix will be saying not today. Zerg takes this one.
Just messy fight there on the outside. PSJ, again, they knew that if they kind of take it slower, it would just become from bad to worse for them, because, again, they've already committed to the fight, so why not just overcommit to it already? It worked somewhat, but I mean, Bonkers was just prepared for that. Look at how clean, not very cleanly, but look at how just they trade efficiently, at least, to make it an even better endeavor.
I think that that's what Bonkers wanted. That's why they kept taking it down to mid. And look at how much they lost there as well. However, though, looks like Silong will be where they're going through next. But the smokes are out. Asterisk all alone on C-side here. He does know something is happening. That's why. And he does already hear the boombot as well. As that sound, he does have a shorty. But the run and gun is just stronger.
Unfortunately, he couldn't find the flick on the second target, so that's just not going to happen at all, but they got to kill off, so that's as best as they can actually find for them. Famous is already charged into the side. He's trying to clear it, get as much information as possible, but for the most part here, I don't really see anything being done by PSA other than just maybe slight economic damage. The round should not be won by them, but these utilities making a fair bit good case. Rosify... Nah, not Loford as well. He's only got a classic. That's about it.
Oh, man. Honestly, Flinch did well just now with that, with his little... What's that thing called? That punch the wall thing. I forgot its name. However, I just really want to say that, well, it looked pretty good from the side of, from PSJ earlier. It's just the fact that they weren't able to close it.
Now, we go into this round with Persija having themselves this this buy round, but Bonkers loving the use of that stim beacon. Look at how quickly he just charged right up, and Famous, even when he has the Vandal, he can't really find any traction whatsoever because his opponents are just way too damn fast. Thankfully enough, he does have Asterisk to soften the blow a little bit, even get a nice little two-piece onto the side, as the rest of Bonkers have kind of hunkered themselves on the B side. They've really fully committed onto this, but not really, as RDW is coming in from the lurk. Can get the pick off. If he can, maybe a weapon in hand as well. He spots out the rifle, and this actually gives a fighting chance here for Bonkers, but they don't have that much utility, so they're gonna use the time to clear out and create space elsewhere.
Yep, that's right. When you think about it just now, Asterisk play was just so good. They didn't think to check up there at all. And the thing is, while that wall kind of really helped them from that side, the problem is that wall was making it really hard for them to shoot back at Asterisk. So in a way, that gave him that wall was kind of like weaponized against them. And this is one of those moments where PSG just really comes out on top. When we talk about PSG coming out on top, it's usually the case that you'll have like 3 to 4 people still alive on their end. But
30 seconds
whether
left.
or not they can take this fight, I mean, 3-on-2 is still pretty fair if you ask me. It is just one body short. But when you look at the type of agents they do still have left, they do have the Jet. They have Rosify for the recon if they need it. They do have ER if he wants to do the lurks. It is definitely possible. Now the question is, if they're just gonna let them just kind of like spray and pray and take 3 of them at once, that would not be good. But they are gonna be together. ER does find RDW, but Minimize will get a 3-piece before finally ER says no more.
That was kind of interesting how RDW just TP'd back onto short. I thought they wanted to commit for the crossfire right there as the defenders were coming out through spawn, but I guess they were afraid that somebody's going to clear out heaven and spot out the graffiti much easier. That being said, though, they got the plant, they got the economic damage. Straight up, really good stuff there from Bonkers, and Persija going into the next round. Going to be a little bit more choked on economy, excuse me.
Yep, that's right. 9-6. Honestly, not bad in terms of score if you think about it for the first half. Persija, despite the fact that they had a lot more losses, they still managed to kind of keep up very well with Bonk. Bonk will be asking for a timeout here. I think they were expecting a little bit more from the side, from their side in terms of a lead. So I'm wondering how they want to change up their gameplay. I'm kind of hoping to see more off angles from Minimize and RDW.
Well, they have done a fair enough job of just, kind of setting up all of the attacks and everything. RDW has been probably one of the better lurks that I've seen play out here. He's circumvented a lot of the forces of Persija and has allowed them to at least secure backside positioning a whole chunk of a lot more, and it kind of shows with that 14-8 from him. Now that the timer has been called, Bonk looking to refresh everything out there. It's a nice little spread. Does RDW have his ultimate? I think he does. Maybe. Not yet.
No, not yet, but it looks like no one does have it. Oh my god, he immediately just crosses that. Takes some damage there. Ooh, he's just so lucky that he didn't get knocked out altogether, because those were just random shots from RDW. When you think about it, it still hit onto Famous, actually, when you think about it. When you think about survivability, Minimize has a little bit more. They do have a Sage for heals. You're not going to see that from the side of Persija. So they do know, or at least have an idea, at least, that Famous did eat a little bit of damage there. However, though, here comes the clear for the corner. You do know that Flinch is nearby. Recon Dart comes out. Famous, that's a very dangerous corner to play in. Sprays come out. Nothing hits him. It's a very slow round for both teams, honestly.
They've really doubled down on all of the utilities that they've used. They called the Omen already to smoke outside of A main here. And this does give more anchoring for Persija. But Bonkers know something's up. They've already felt the too many forces there. And as Rosify uses his drone to clear out the rest of A site and spots absolutely nothing, that's when Bonkers knows they're going to go straight for B. But Eeyore... Oh, there's a big fat wall. Yeah.
Yeah, that's their favorite wall. Flinch playing on the side here. Your timing, he didn't see him! He looked away for just 1 second, and RDW just got advantage of that. So unlucky.
And Persija is falling into the trap of Bonkers here. A slow peek from Asterisk. Easy takedown by NAOS. Now Famous and Rosify. Well, now Famous only will just back away and give the flawless to Bonk, as he's just gonna stay at the back of his own spawn and hope to dear God that he can save this weapon coming into the next round, because Persija, wherever they try to do, whatever they want to go for, has just been hindered, stopped, smacked down by Bonkers.
I really gotta give it to them in terms of their plant and even post-plant. Persija is just not able to keep up with their speed, and honestly, you gotta give it to Tix for that. That's the Brimmy Stimmy that that we want to see, honestly. I'm just surprised that we're not seeing more of him in this tournament because for attacking side, it's just so good. But when you think about that, that is just so unlucky. Because honestly, if he kept looking to the right, he would have gotten it. It's just unfortunate that timing, he's just like, okay, no one's here. I'm just going to look to the left in case someone's going to be lurking.
Yeah, RDW's done this so many times already where...
He's always
again,
looking.
He holds the lurk, but in such off intervals and off angles that it actually still sticks with his team, but also messes up with what the attackers want to do because it's so off angle. Anyways, that smoke, I'm pretty sure they know what's up in there again. And then this already, the shorty for Asterisk, they know that something's up again inside those things.
They know. I mean, it's Asterisk. Fool me once, shame on me. You know what I'm trying to say? But Famous will be the first one knocked out. Let's see, very quietly trying to get into there. The problem is that's the concuss, but takes finds Eeyore in return. Asterisk gonna be throwing out the shadows. Gonna make sure that he can get at least a pick here. Here's the oh my god, he does get one. Minimize already ready for that. RD from the back, RDW, sorry. From the back, throwing out those sprays, not allowing them to stop the revive.
I think kind of too much. Flinch is already finding minimized there, but I think he's already well too far off from the fight here. I mean, they did know that Rosify did use his ultimate all the way to the back of the spawn. So with that being said, a straight up shot onto A-Long, especially with 3 people, is going to be perfect. Actually 2, because they did leave Squall just in case somebody gets to Ansi, tries to pick up a weapon from the attacking side. That means that Rosify might not have a rifle, but still somehow finds the Vandal was in the hands of Flinch. And if he can at least, if he can at least make this 1 versus 2 work, his opponent is going to be way too far from him. But
that's right. Oh, he does get him out of the way actually. For now, will it be a double? Not quite. Tix is actually ready for him.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's Scrawl just DC'd or something because...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was holding the lurk on C-Long, but now that he heard the shots from Rosify, he should have just rotated, so that's probably a tech pause right there. But yeah, didn't really have to be the loss there for Bonkers. They still get it in the end. Acer's been good on just the 1 kill every single time with the shorty, but it's really just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about playing like that with Omen is that you can't do it the same time over and over again in the same little area. And I think they were pretty much ready. If you saw just now what Minimize did, Minimize heard footsteps. Immediately you saw Minimize was just spraying. He didn't even know where exactly he is.
He was just hoping that maybe he can find Asterisk, get through that. It worked out.
He did, yeah.
And what's good about Minimize dying, getting kills is it's the same idea with basically you want to have Phoenix up with his own ultimate. If you die, if you get a kill, that res is going to be up more times than not. And how many times have we seen Minimize have his res up in these 17 rounds? Probably
twice or
4?
Thrice, I think.
Actually, more than that. I think 3 or 4 times even. That's really good considering that res has 8 charges to it now on this new patch, or on the most recent of patches. So yeah, really good value for Bonk here.
Yep, that's right. And look at that, Minimize 13 kills, which is honestly not bad with 8 assists as well. So now my question to you is, Persija, what's going on with them?
It's very difficult to kind of state what's the problem right now for Persija rather than what just Bonk is doing perfectly for them. They didn't have they didn't have a jet that they're using, and I was wondering why that the case is, but it seems like they've circumvented the need for somebody to just dive right into the site with a dash by having everybody just follow up into the site because of the faster movement speed you get from that
with the brimmy
beacon.
stimmy.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as they have their, at least almost all of their players up and running, all of the agents, and they can use a bit of that utility more primarily, again, the stim beacon plus maybe supplementaries like nades, smokes, and all of that, makes it very easy to clear out the site and push right in. And then you have Scrawl, who does have that recon dart, really leaves little to the imagination for Bonkers as they push into the site. And you can see that Persija is having a very difficult time tracking Bonkers because they're just too damn fast and too many targets to handle all at once.
Yeah, this is the kind of chaotic plays I was talking about. This is a what's the word called? Orderly chaotic. which is like it's very chaotic when you look at it, but in a way it is organized in a way when you think about it. One thing that's really good as well is the fact that Ardu is always ready to alert to find out if anyone's playing in the back. And then you have Tix, who is always ready to follow up with his teammate. It's usually the case for Bonks is that they find one, they trade one in turn. And on top of that, it really helps that Ardu's opping skills is actually really scary. He does whiff once or twice, but most of the time, out of 10, I would say 8 out of 10 times, his headshots will land, especially with the op, which is why Chamber is his agent of choice.
Yeah, again, can't stress enough that Chamber is the epitome of a sentinel duelist in a way, that you just can take these incredibly aggressive angles and basically get away with murder because of that TP. And it happens more time than not, especially with players that have really adjusted to it. And RDW is looking to be that fantastic player that is really jettisoning his team to higher heights. 17 kills, nothing to scoff at when you're thinking about Asterisk and Famous, who are actually also good on that entry.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you on that. The thing about, I also have to agree with you, the fact that they kind of changed the idea of what an entry should be. Usually we see maybe a double satchel from a Raze, or even a dash from a Jet onto the site. That's what we usually see here, at least in Southeast Asia, or the usual way we play. But the way that they're playing it now with the Brimmy Stimmy gives a whole new different way. And what's really great about that is that there's no pickoff. Or at least if there is a pickoff, there is going to be a trade, because you're not going to expect 3 people just rushing at you at once, and which is what happened with Asterisk just now. They already knew that Asterisk likes to play in the smoke. Let us all go in together. And because they're so fast as well, I like their post-plant positioning as well, because they already pretty much read Persija like a book. They're last seen here, so they're going to be coming from here. There are some really good plays from Persija, but the problem is Bonk is just faster at adapting to those changes.
Yeah, or Persija just can't really deal with all of the speed at which Bonkers actually do things. Maybe if it was a tad bit slower without that stim beacon, it could still be possible for Persija to react enough or sufficiently, but at least for now, it hasn't really panned out as they were hoping for. And with that all being said, 11-6 is the scoreline, and Bonkers coming out of the woodwork swinging. This top team from Oceania is making us all eat our words there. And actually, just one of the our panelists just did not vote for Bonkers, if I'm not mistaken. So it's seemingly at least 30% or 2 out of 3 of the panel is looking good, at least on this game number 1.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like what we saw with no-namers as well. They talked about that. So it's actually really amusing to see all these newer teams, or teams we don't really know, come up on top. At least like this, it does give like a more fresh take when it comes to the Valorant competitive scene over here in Asia Pacific. However, though, we're gonna be taking a quick break, and when we come back, more Valorant from Persija as well as Bonkers. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. cause the days were bright. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Lows. What told the future?
We're back at it once again, guys. So we're just having a bit of technical issues at the moment. Apologize for that. You know how it is. We're just gonna chill for a little bit here. And as you can see, my window is already shining through the blinds. So it really is going deep into the day in the late afternoon. But the series is looking incredibly amazing for the Bonkers team from Oceania.
Oh, absolutely. I have to say that whatever code that Persija had, Bonk is reading them like a book. There are some moments where Persija was just a little bit unlucky, especially at a time where RDW catches their breach off guard there. It's just about timing as well. One thing that I really like about Bonkers is just how unexpected they are. Unexpected, that's the right word. You can't really pinpoint where exactly they'll be. You can't really pinpoint where they're gonna go. The fact is that they're just switching around. They're making sure they're not making sure that whatever it is they're doing, Persija can never catch up to them. They can never figure out where exactly each player is going to be. And in terms of patience as well, you really gotta give it to Bonkers. There are some moments where they're just like, okay, there's a lot of utility going on. What are we gonna do? Steam Beacon go burr, and they just run through. They are not scared.
They're little speed demons in this game number one, and it works so well because at least for the most part, the slowing or the delay tactics of Persija hasn't really got up to the point where it can really stop the rest of Bonkers from just, as you mentioned, going burr into these sites here. Multiple rounds have we seen that actually work out for them. So the play was just slow the pace down, see if Persija gets a bit too antsy and trade people who overextend, which they do. And if not, they just see which utility is which on each site, use that stem beacon, and it works out exceedingly well for the Bonkers roster.
Yeah, that's right. It's just really crazy how they're gonna just go really fast or really slow whenever they want. And when it comes to post plan as well, they're gonna be in the most interesting places as well. You will not expect them to be in that corner or in that smoke as well. We are seeing some big plays from Asterisk as well. We are seeing his off angles, but the problem with Asterisk is that he plays alone. There's no follow-ups. Whereas when you look at Bonk, they're a little bit more united when it comes to coming onto the site as well, because they want to make make sure that everyone gets the speed boost and everyone has that rapid fire as well. That is absolutely dangerous when you think about Brimstone. I really want to see more teams pick him up actually, because it's just so good right now to utilize, because it just really, really gives so much benefit to your team. Now, for the side of Bonkers as well, I think I really want to capitalize on how they're very creative as well from how they use the Sage walls. Sometimes they use it more defensively, sometimes they use it more for off angles, but we're not gonna be seeing a battle Sage, but rather we're seeing RDW getting that picks above the smokes where you will never expect them to be there. And what's really great about that as well is because I feel like they have so many different angles they've probably kind of like played with. It's probably like, I don't know if you've seen the TikTok, places where Sages shouldn't be. Think about it, places where RDW shouldn't be.
Yeah, he's really gotten this really cheeky off angles that have worked tons and tons of times. And that being said as well, you also gotta admit that Persija with Famous just kind of overextends a bit too much. It works out for a past couple of rounds because I think they wanted to change pace and overwhelm the rest of the Bonkers squad, but for the most part, RDW has done a really good job at just kind of stopping them from like bleeding into the sites, and has kind of again devolved that multiple rounds, and it really has hurt the capabilities of Persija. Whether it's Persija now struggling to get more than just 6 is now up to I feel like it's going to be up to the non-duelists to make things work, especially like Asterisk, who has been creating a ton of space and getting frags by himself.
Yeah, that's right. I think when it comes to attack, I'd really like to see a change of pace from the side of Persija. For Persija. But I don't know if they're going to be changing the way they play as well for attack. I mean, right now we are seeing Bonkers on attack. So either way though, Bonkers looking really, really good when you think about it. They're just, what's the word to say? Orderly chaotic is... is just, I mean, I asked you just now, what do you think? Is it very different than what we see here in Southeast Asia? You said not really. It's just the factor of surprise that just really catches people off guard, especially on how RDW lurks as well. I don't think I've seen a lurk like that before. He plays it really, it's safe but not so safe at the same time. I don't really know how to put it into words. But either way, you have to really give it to Bonkers because the trust that they have in their teammates to have their back is what's really making all these plays work out. Because you're like, okay, just make sure you look this way. You don't look anywhere else. I'll make sure I'll trade if something were to happen, or at least get you before you go down. You are seeing a lot of those trades from their side.
Yeah. For now, guys, while we are still waiting, we're gonna throw you with one of our interviews from the Indonesia region, just to kind of give you a bit more understanding of what the story of the players are. So check it out.
Let's get the money.
Hard work, because I think we as a team work really hard in the past 2 months coming into this VCT.
One word to describe our journey is crazy, because in 1 month of preparation for this VCT, we can beat Indonesia Tier 1 team and we managed to qualify to APAC Playoff.
It's so amazing, like this is gonna be my first VCT win.
Yes, because we have our confidence to win this APAC Playoff.
I think we are a very aggressive team and also we have a good individual skills.
We put a lot of efforts in practice and scrims, because we also scrims in Saturday and maybe Sunday. So yeah, we put extra efforts to go to win the APAC Challengers Playoff.
At the beginning of our journey for this VCT, our team is orgless. Basically, we just mix team so we can play without any pressure. But now we should show what we're capable at this stage.
I think coming into this VCT, the toughest opponent for us is Persija because what they achieved in 2021.
I think the toughest opponent was Boom Esports.
I'm looking to play against PPGL and maybe Persija in the upcoming match.
I want to face Philippine teams in this tournament just because how interesting their scene.
I guess Australian team because we've never met Australian team in VCT.
I think it will be Forsaken, Elmimore, Severin, Blaze King, and Famous.
For the super team, I like to choose Forsaken, Mind Freak, Eeyore, and the last one is Famous. Let's go Indo Pride.
I think the super team is my team myself right now.
Thank you to everyone that's supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to Masters 1. Go on, Nick.
For all fans and supporters, please keep support Persija Esports, either we win or lose, and support all Indonesian team and player who play in APAC VCT.
Message to our fans personally by me is thank you for all the supports and all the players. Hopefully we can win the APAC Challengers Playoffs. Stay hungry, hungry biz.
So for now, we are still fixing the hiccups that we are experiencing for the moment. We just ask you guys to bear with us just a teeny tiny bit longer. And after that, we're going to drop straight again for this match between Persija and Bonkers. That being said, we still have 2 more series before this day ends. NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports after this. That's going to be a spicy one. And Velocity Gaming with Oblivion Force for the last series of the day. Tash, going to ask it to you. What do you think about at least the 2 following series right after this one?
I really think that we're gonna be expecting a really good game, especially the last one, I believe. I'm really looking forward to that one in particular because those 2 regions I don't really know a lot about. So I missed out on the other few days of play-ins. So it's gonna be like a whole new world for me when you think about it. But coming back to what we have right now, Persija and Bonkers. You saw just under the interview, Rosafai actually said that he was actually very interested to go against the Australian team because they've actually never played against them before. And here's a fun fact about Bonkers that we talked about last night during our meeting, that if you wanna kind of compare Bonkers, they're kind of like South Built Esports. They always kind of like lose the first match, and then suddenly they just steamroll everyone, which really shows that in terms of power and playstyle, they do have the advantage. The problem is all of us in Southeast Asia or Asia Pacific hasn't really seen that yet until now, and it's really, really showing off. By the way, I don't know if you saw this morning, there was or is it last night? I can't really remember. There was actually a meme from Bonkers with their Duke. It's hilarious. If you guys aren't following. If you guys aren't following Bonkers, do follow them on Twitter. They're hilarious. I mean, I wouldn't expect any less from a team that has the Bonk Dugo for their logo. But here we are. But we're gonna go straight into the game. So far, what do you think? Oh, Asrai, very quiet right now. But
oh, sorry,
okay.
I was having internal issues.
We can talk about your problems later.
Not that kind of internal issue. All right. It's just I wouldn't go too deep into it, but it seems like we did go back in terms of the round. I believe it was 11-6 a while ago. Now we are just gonna go back to 10-6. I wonder how this is going to affect the outcome of the specific round itself, because I believe it was supposed to be Bonkers that picked up the round, as you saw with that one win that they got over, I believe that was Asters or Flinch was trying to clutch it. Anyways, might not be too much of a difference, but the problem now lies is how well can PSJ beat out this rush style that Bonkers likes to implement. It's not the only thing that they're good at, but the way that they do it is
so well layered with the rest of how they control the map that it really messes up how Persija just kind of perceive how to deal with the attacks. Now minimizing of the rest of the site with the slows as well as the recon dart, and it's going to be a full-blown, well, clean site take on C.
It's very interesting. Look where Persija is actually. This is a very, very late rotate. Not even a reaction from them. I'm not sure if Eeyore... Oh, he actually is in the game. Not too sure what's going on. Usually we usually see a faster pace sort of rotate from them. But the thing is, we didn't see them move at all. What is going on?
Okay, might be
Oh yeah, I think they're just trolling right now. Yeah,
they are. I mean, this is like the real game. We shouldn't be casting or playing Valorant anymore.
Yeah, I do like the knife fights. We all love that. It's always very, very wholesome when that happens. But we gotta see what exactly the issues are in the game which is causing that. Because I was kind of like questioning why exactly that happened, but... Oh, they're trying to bring back the score, I
11 to
believe.
6. Yeah, that's probably
Yes. That's probably why. Well, that was actually really nice of them to give them that, I think.
We'll have to confirm. We'll have to confirm. I think we're just gonna... we might just confuse the viewers even more if we guess.
Yeah, if we speculate.
We'll get clarification.
Yeah, not too sure what exactly happened there, but again, oh, you know what? What just crossed my mind? I just realized that we've actually seen Bonkers play this way before from another team. No namers, remember? No namers. No namers used the exact same strat. It was the game you and I casted, and I actually talked to Sky as we just tweeted each other, and he actually just said that Brimmy Stimmy go brr. That's literally what he said, and it looks like it's the same strat that's being used by Bonkers as well, and it's working out so well. Now, if we put no namers against Bonkers with the same strat with each other, I wonder who's gonna be better.
Right there.
It's a possibility that they can actually face each other if... actually, no. Not just yet. For at least for playoffs. Their group stage, you're not going to be able to beat each other, unfortunately. So they're going to have to go playoffs. Maybe we'll see the dream fight.
Oh my god, that's so beautifully done! Famous does get one, gets a topple out of that. Look at this. This was a chokehold play that we want to see from the beginning. There is going to be revive. Tix is going to be coming back up. Look at that spray. Famous gets a 4-piece here. Will we finally see our first ace of the day? That is the question. 2 left in the back here. He's going to be eating that straight in the face. Crawl ends Famous's reign of terror. And Minimize will be throwing the sprays out 25 HP. Ozify gets Crawl, and that's the end of that. Immediately, the tides are turning.
I believe our UI is just, kind of freaking out just a teeny tiny bit, and we still have to confirm how many rounds those really are. But the setup play for PSJ there definitely scary. And you talk, you go back to that, you go back to that interview, and they talk about how what's their Indonesia super team or their super team in particular for Southeast Asia. A lot of names come up to mind, Forsaken and Famous. It shows why. Famous just on point in that play.
Yeah, his team really set it up for him when you think about that. That was an Omen Paranoia. You had the Rolling Thunder as well, I believe. And as well as the Hunter's Fury as well. Rosify does know that they are over there, and honestly, this is very unfortunate because that technical break just now probably kind of like put a stop to the momentum that Bonkers had. But just now, as we mentioned before, it wasn't all in. That was like what, 2, 3 ultimates if you think about it. So right now, when it comes to PSJ, they don't have any more, I believe.
Might not. I'm not entirely sure, actually. RDW gets spotted out. Rosify now feels he just played a little bit more far back. The rest of the squad here from Bonkers now going to be committing onto the A site. There's a setup with the Recon Dart, making everything easy. And Asterisk just making sure that he can spot everybody with that ultimate of his. Rolling Thunder will get delayed just a teeny tiny bit because of that wall. And Famous What? Actually gets away from the last pulse of the ultimate. Interestingly enough, Rosify, a bit too overzealous, says Bonkers just destroyed him bit by bit. That was a bit too much there, if I to be honest. And Asterisk, yeah, left on an island to go for the 1 versus 3. Not gonna happen at all.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. It started off so good as well. Suddenly, we're just Bonkers just get their momentum again. That's what we talked about just now. Look at this. While it looked like they did lose some in the beginning, but look at NAOS. He immediately just kind of like, not isolates, that's not the right word, he just buys time. Ticks as well, his reaction time is just so scary as well. Asterix with a slow peek immediately just gets tagged in the head just like that. And again, they love playing this mid area here. Did you notice that?
Yeah, it's, you know, a strong point of control for them, especially with they have they have that Brimstone stem beacon, makes it even break the double doors much faster. So why not? It's just easy map control for them. Famous hitting that quick enough shot. And yes, just to clarify, this timer is set there.
Oh my god! RDW was just faster! I was about to say that, you know, now that Famous has his rifle, he's gonna be finally, maybe you can see, you know, him getting a hit, because when we remember before that what's the word, that Famous is actually really known for his op plays, but that's not gonna happen. You are gonna be seeing them coming straight through Garage, and that is exactly why they wanted that Garage sort of what do you call that, control, because they can just rush through if they want to. Yeah, flinch for the back. He does find one, but the gun from Minimize is just better than the Sheriff. NAOS making sure to make it clear. The walls do come out. This is their favorite wall right now. NAOS, that's a 2, but Rosify will trade that out. Minimize waiting to see if anyone's gonna peek out. Takes Rosify out in return.
Persija a bit too committed to go for this fight. Good positioning from Tix there, as he spots out Asterisk trying to catch Minimize in transition to the C site. And Bonkers now at match point already. Nothing Persija is doing is working, and it might not actually work anymore, so we might be looking at a straight up game number 2.
I mean, we talked about what it meant to be, you know, an offer, like how, you know, how RDW, he does not kind of like hold on to a space for too long, gets one kill, immediately moves away, just catches people off guard. But the thing is, just now, once Famous got a kill, I think it was safe to say that he should have just repositioned himself instead of holding. That really gave RDW such a big advantage over him when you think about it. And right now, Persija is just, they just can't really find out how Bonkers work, because just now you saw, as soon as when you would think that he was going to B, that wasn't really the case. They left, and then after that went to C. It's hard to really follow where exactly they want to go.
And they can't really read it because they can't really get that much map control anymore on their end. Even though they do have this Sova, it is honestly a risk now to even use anything remotely capable here from Rosify. Even if they have the Cypher as well, it feels like Bonkers have always just circumvented all of this utility, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when we talk about that as well, like Eeyore, remember he tried to lurk, he just gets caught off guard because, as I said before, Ardu is just so scary with the... Oh my god, Minimize! Are you kidding me? Just straight through and just got a kill out of that. Oh, that is just so painful to think about. Right now, still 4 on 5. Definitely winnable, but they have so much site control. It's so hard to actually get onto the site. Famous trying to make some space onto his team, trying to get picked right now. There's the Molly just stopping them, immediately dashes onto the site. The spray is coming from Famous as well as Flinch, but will be returned back from NAOS and Tix. Famous does get one more in return, but Ardu, his gunplay is just so crazy. Did you see that switch?
Yeah, pretty fast. Cool, calm, and collected. And Persija just not really finding any success whatsoever in these later rounds. Just overwhelmed. Actually, they're trying to overwhelm, but it's not phasing this Oceania team whatsoever. With all that being said, Bonkers are just
playing such a clean game here. Everything they want to do is falling into their hands, into their laps. And my goodness, what a debut match for them here in the APAC Challengers.
That was absolutely amazing, taking one of the biggest teams from APAC and Indonesia as well, one of the strongest regions, out of nowhere is just absolutely insane. This just brings a whole new layer to how competitive it is right here. Let's have a look at the post game right now. Let's have a look at some stats. Famous, while he did frag out, while he did try and get those picks his team needed, unfortunately, he goes down like a fly because of the crosshair placements, or at least where each team, the crossfire that's coming out from Bonkers.
And it works so well for Bonkers because I feel like now Persija are just, like, when Persija wants to fight, it's the time where Bonkers are so prepared for it. They never really find anything in between of that. You see that when Bonkers tries to go for C, Persija just give up the site, and when they try to go for retake, they're already getting melted down by Bonkers. There's never really anything that they try to do when Bonkers are coming in, other than maybe just a fadeaway something, and then nothing really comes after that. Famous does get those initial picks with the operator, but it's only good for one, and he can't really keep buying the operator every single round for that to work. So it seems like everything that Bonkers, again, what they wanted to do has fallen into place, while Persija just left to just pick up the scraps, and that's why we're looking at this 13-7.
Yeah, that's right. But let's have a look at the highlights here. Let's see what exactly made that game tick. When you think about it like that, I think how the start was from Bonkers was that it was just so dominating. From the first round, we did see that it was kind of even, but once that Bonk already got that momentum, they just steamrolled forward. They're not afraid to take in those paranoia, what do you call that, blinds. They're not afraid to eat those to eat those concusses as well, because that's how much trust they have in their teammates. Because you remember so many times, like, there RDW did get he did get concussed in the back here. Immediately, he does get a kill out of that. Everyone rushes to him, and his teammates are already there waiting for the crossfire to just distract them away from him. So that's how their mentality works. It's like, I have your back, you have my back, but from where, we're not going to tell you.
And it has caught Persija a lot off tempo there again, right? Because it feels like Bonkers have this set play, and it feels so natural when we look at it, but on the side of Persija, this is not working. This was probably one of the only good rounds for Persija, and the only actual round that they got in that second half. It really has bamboozled them. This was one of the weirder rounds that I've seen from Persija, where you just like charge out one by one, and you can really feel like there's something just off on that tempo of theirs.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think when it comes to when they actually have an idea, or like they have that opportunity to use it, that all-in sort of thing they did, yes, it works. But in a way of just like using it one by one, or at least, I think as a team they're good, but their individualistic plays have been kind of questionable, I feel. This is very different than what we saw during their qualifiers, if you remember properly, how it felt that they were a little bit more connected. In this round, I felt like it was a little bit of a disconnect, but I believe the momentum killers, which were Bonkers, were to blame for that.
Yeah, Bonkers just, again, came out incredibly fantastic with how they performed here. So with that being said, we still have two more possible games to go in this series. We'll see if Persija can bounce back on that second map. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back for a quick break.
Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. The reason why this world can breathe, giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT APAC 2020. I'm Tash Bunny, your caster today alongside Asrai, and we saw game 1 of Persija versus Bonkers, where Bonkers saw a very, very dominating play over on Haven. And now we're gonna go to game number 2, and we're gonna be going over to Breeze.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of questions about how this matchup will go because we haven't really seen that many Breeze games unravel here. And honestly, in Southeast Asia, I don't think there's a lot of teams that prefer the Breeze map as much as I would like to.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. We saw a lot of Breeze in Malaysia, Singapore. Icebox, Breeze, Ascent, and Haven were some of the top picked maps over on the Malaysia-Singapore region. So I guess it's depending on which country you're from, I suppose. But the map of Breeze was actually chosen by Bonkers. And you've seen, in terms of gunplay, we just talked about that just now in the first context kind of situation, Bonkers just has a little bit of an upper hand. And we did say it as well, Persija seems like they're a little bit more uncharacteristic. We're not seeing those usual plays we saw in their qualifiers.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been really enjoying again how Bonkers have been using primarily the Brimstone to get so much map control. Before, you just think that Brimstone will have to just play the smokes, but now he creates such a different dynamic with that stim beacon. It feels like his whole kit has been changed from, just supporting your team statically from certain positions to actually being able to get more map control with the utility that you have, especially again with that primarily because of the beacon. So with that being said, Breeze could be a really strong factor here if they want to use that, but Viper might also be something. Also, to kind of add to that, RDW's Chamber has been a real treat to watch. His positioning and off angles, the way he reads the situation is incredibly good. I don't know how much VODs he's watched of the Indonesian scene, but he seems to have a really good grasp as to how Persija just functions as a team.
Yeah, they really did. And honestly, I was just telling Astra, like, it was probably the first two off-angle walls that kind of caught Persija off guard. And then suddenly I felt like they were just overthinking it. And that's kind of like the mind games that comes to tactical shooters. It's already a mind game during the agents. Like, it's a mind game during the map choosing as well. And then coming down to that as well. It's just so crazy how much you can influence the other team's thinking as well. It's like 4D chess if you think about it. But let's have a look at the agent select and let's see what exactly are the lineups for this map. You did mention earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if they did continue using the Brimstone because of the Brimmy Stimmy, but actually, yeah, we are going to be seeing the same lineup as... Oh, actually, no, they changed it up. No Brimmy Stimmy, but we are going to be seeing Nature Girl and RDW going to switch it out to the Jet. NAOS will be playing the Chamber instead, but we are going to be seeing the Viper both on both teams as well. It's almost it is a mirror match actually, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is like one of the more effective compositions that you will ever want to use for Breeze. Makes a lot of sense. It is really good that we do have the Chamber now, because before there's that awkward position where you kind of want to have a Sentinel, but not really. As a team in Breeze, but Chamber actually does it so well that he can actually anchor his site by himself. And because, again, of the infinite range of that trademark, compared to like Alarm Bot, you have to be in a certain area to have it active. It allows for a bit more freedom of movement on your own side of the map. That being said, though, I am curious how Eeyore has adjusted to the Chamber. Again, I mentioned how he's a great anchor. He's amazing with the Sentinels, especially the Cypher, but I have not actually seen him perform much on the Chamber here.
That's right, we are going to be seeing Famous again on the Jet. One thing that I was a bit surprised is that, when we talk about Famous, he's a flex player. He can play so many different roles and agents. But it looks like he really wants to play the duelist here. He enjoys making that big plays, I guess, or even making that space for his team. Now, when you talk about Breeze, I believe it's a little bit skewed to attack, but end of the day, it just comes down to how your rotations are and how well you control the area, just like just like Haven when you think about it. So now, Breeze is the kind of map, because it's so large, so huge, gunplay is very, very important. As I said before, we're gonna see a lot of Vandals, and the reason why Chamber is chosen, Tour de Force, that long-range weapon they need. Free up.
Speaking of gunplay, only one trademark, and then you get 4 bullets on your Headhunter, and that's why Eeyore's already picked up a nice little two-piece there. Flanks coming in from the side here. Well, you will see Famous just try to fight the rest of the squad there, leaving NAOS to remain. Good shot to try to start things off. Famous trying to swing in here, and NAOS trying to find better positionings to just kind of hunker down on and get a bit of cover. Everybody looking into general direction, but that's going to be about that. NAOS falls, and PSJ started off a bit strong.
Yeah, it was actually looking really good compared to last game, and I made a mistake earlier. It was actually not Famous that was running the Jet. It's actually Flinch. And now, as I said before, this is how we are seeing Famous playing that flex role. Now he's playing Sky, and I really think that him on Sky is looking really, really good as well. Because one thing that we talked about this as well, like we usually see Skies usually top fragging because of how the utility is being used very, very aggressively. You can kind of delay the pop on your flash as well for that fake flash, but here we go. Here comes the flash. Immediately Eeyore has to reposition himself. RDW comes into the site with no problem at all. Emo gonna be taken care of from NAOS on the other side. They are gonna be getting the plant this time around. Eeyore just taking his time, waiting for the Viper wall to go down. He does spot one. The teleport does come out from the side of from NAOS now.
We haven't checked RD's position. Oh no, RDW, excuse me. It's still gonna be fine. We only have NAOS left anyways. That's going to be about that. That spike is actually planted for him. But again, everybody was chasing, looking, searching. And that's going to be that. Persija, we're little bit scary, but they try to get through the movie, and it's fine. They're not afraid anymore.
I am really liking how Persija is playing this. They don't mind playing the retakes as well. When you look about it, look at that. Look how clean it was. It was just so many times you saw ER with the doubles with that, especially on Chamber. We did not see that on game 1. I feel like putting ER on Chamber has been very, very impactful compared to putting him on a Cypher last game. So I think he feels a lot more comfortable, I believe, as well, from the looks of it.
It's so early too, right? To
It
have
really
that
is.
tour de force from Eeyore. But
that's
he's
really,
gotten
really
so many kills, and that's gonna actually save them a lot of money coming into this bonus and make Bonkers second guess, because he's taking such a far back angle that
yeah,
he spotted
NAOS?
one out. Good damage though too.
Oh yeah, didn't get a pick, but enough to see NAOS immediately repositioning himself. He's actually gonna push out. He doesn't get punished for it. Oh man, that is just so unfortunate. York had a good start there. He shouldn't have played too aggressive, I feel.
Yeah, NAOS was just well unprepared about what was going to happen, but NAOS pretty actually ballsy to just charge right out and use that positioning of his just to open the door and actually back away. Tix, oh boy, just nice little 3-piece there to get things started. And Flinch on the lurk. He could actually maybe line up about 2, 3,
Are
4.
you serious?
Oh, that is damn unfortunate here.
Is this gonna
for
be
the
our
rest
first
of Bonkers.
ace?
He spotted it. He
knows.
knows.
Oh no, not quite.
He was looking for traps while he was also clearing out NAOS there. A bit too afraid of the trap where he can actually just dash away out of it. So that was interesting.
That was really great positioning. Look at that. Tix with the double there. Triple. I mean, we thought we had a big thing with Flinch. Look at that. They're all just lined up together. They asked for that. You can't deny that. But thankfully, NAOS was playing that little corner there, catches him off guard.
Still a solid bonus round for Persija, right? Because that was, again, supposedly the round where Bonk would just want to have a clean take, but it was messy as all can be. That being said, though, Bonk, they just love to go for this default, but it's not going to work. Eeyore's already gotten himself 3K.
Oh, wow.
He's not done, but now he is.
Yep, now he is. RDW being RDW, doing RDW things. Very different sort of playstyle than we saw earlier, but still very as aggressive as he was earlier. Snakebite does come out to kind of delay them just a little bit. NAOS does have the tour de force, trying to see if he can catch anyone off guard on that little angle there, but no one's gonna peek it. I think everyone really knows. But look at where the other members of Persija is. They're actually playing here from Arches, actually. Just trying to see that. Oh, misses each other. Rosify does get NAOS back in return. Spike has been dropped as RDW all alone, but will they find him? Oh, Flinch was waiting for him.
A little bit awkward that they wanted NAOS to get a pick first before anything else. I think it's just like maybe position themselves on the default on the side and just allow them to come right in, because they were still very much afraid of the operator. They didn't want to fight that long range fight for the most part, but well, I guess that's about that. Good little 3-piece there for Eeyore, making it such an easy take, and Persija looking, I think, much more confident and just much more convincing in in this start of Breeze.
Yeah, they look. This is the Persija we saw during the qualifiers before. So I must say that it was probably them just over-guessing or thinking too much, probably. But we are gonna be seeing this knives come out here from RDW. We've seen what he does there with the op. We've seen how his gunplay is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's gonna get 2 or 3 piece if Persija is kind of off position. NAOS making sure that they're not gonna get flanked from behind as well, but decided not to peek instead. Oh, Scrawl out of the way.
Yeah, it's just gonna get knocked off. This will force Persija, or rather Bonk, to go all the way around. That drone actually just barely not spotting anything. Flinch now wants to challenge the Blader, but that might not be the good of answers as he gets chased down. Right click will not reset anything, and Eeyore finds the pick in the end. Now, Rosify does spot out, of course, the oncomer, and it's all down to NAOS, but it's only going to be a short-lived dream as Rosify just pushes through double doors, spots him out. Persija now building a commanding lead here to 4-1.
Oh, we really gotta give this to Eeyore. It's just a great start for him as well, and because of his big picks as well, really stopped momentum, any momentum that Bonk was trying to make. It's 4-1 right now as well. And on top of that, if you notice that just now there was going to be a fight between the two Jets, but what really was the best part of it was there's a point that even though Flinch fell, there was a trade out of that as well. So like or not, RDW lost that op, I believe.
Yeah, he had to commit to the smoke as well just to kind of get that pick off, but it's as good as it's as good as it can get for Bonk there.
Yep, that's right. It looks like, well, Bonk did choose this map. It looks like who has the upper hand is actually Persija. Asterisk has to be careful here because if you know, that's actually, there's the two eyes looking straight there.
Blocking sight.
I mean, they have an idea that he's there, which I'm really happy that he didn't peek out. It's gonna be a free airway into this little tunnel here. It's very narrow.
But they are trying to clear it bit by bit. This does leave Eeyore and teammates to remain. And Famous, he does still have a flash. He can set things up. He's got a wall behind him. Doesn't know that one is going to swing from right, actually to his back. And Minimize catches him off guard. Rosify, what? RDW actually trying to back away for a moment there. And it's all backfiring for Bonkers here. That being said, it's still 2 versus 2. Minimize backs away for the moment. 30 seconds. And they can run all the way through the A side. They spotted that the spike was being ran down there. And Tix, the timing could be off. He could be swung out by Nasoba, who is coming through mid. And that just happens. And now Tix to remain. Or rather Minimize to remain. If he gets this plant, he will have his Seekers, and that will give him at least information if he decides to use it.
10 seconds left.
Yep, that's right. We're seeing a very slow rotate here from Persija as well. So the plant will be happening. He was running out of time, but not anymore. He does get the plant. We did see the recon come out there. Ooh, he does get tagged a little bit. Trying to play in the middle of pyramids there. Flash coming out. Gets one, not quite. Throsify was just a little bit faster that first contact.
They heard his drop on the water.
Yeah.
You saw both of them just look to the left, and they're like, okay, there you are.
I shouldn't have done that. Big splash.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think when I mean, we talked about this as well before. Like when you hear last man standing, that kind of stuff really puts some extra pressure onto you. But let's have a look at that again. Eeyore gets a pick, but does get treated out in return. But I have to say, Famous's little corner there. I think Famous got so many picks from that little corner, and again, I'm surprised that that corner was not cleared by Bonk.
I think they were just expecting the one player, which was Eeyore. Which makes, I guess, a lot of sense. You'd probably think that Famous would be farther back into the site, but as you mentioned, it really was a good positioning for him. Flinch, it's all about the reactionary and the D-scope. It does hit you. Did he actually connect? I don't think so. Yeah, that mid, I say that mid wall is pretty thick, so you can't bang it with even an operator.
Yep, that's right. But for now, look at that. They're just trying to play through the area in front of A there. They are just gonna slowly make their way to this. I mean, we've seen this before just now. I don't know why, but whenever I see the Sneaky Deaky, I'm always hearing that song from Backyardigans. Into the thick of it. Okay, sorry about that. But going back to that, that's
that's your sneaky song?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Mine's definitely got to be Mission Impossible.
Oh wait, no way! Did you see that? He just passed in front. Flinch does tag him though.
That does allow NAOS to open the door if he wants to, but Asterisk is making a case that he will just throw it back. Decides to put the recon dart onto double doors because they know what's about to follow, and Flinch is already on the case. Finds out 2. Rosify and Eeyore gets a couple themselves, and Persija. This is what we were kind of wanting to see on Haven, but they've definitely brought it now in Breeze.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And here comes the Bonk timeout. As I said before, sometimes, I mean, I did ask you, remember before I said, why is it that some teams, they choose that map and they don't do so well? And you did say they just want to get their worst maps out of the way. But this time around, though, I think, I kind of felt like Bonk, they don't know how to play these really, really big maps. It kind of feels like Bonk is a little bit lost. I don't know, that's the kind of vibe I'm getting, though.
I'll do a counter argument to that. It feels like Bonk know how to get the map control. The problem is Persija just has these positionings that Bonk aren't really as
Familiar with?
Yeah, familiar with or as good as clearing out of. Right? It's a very simple concept, but it has worked, especially on that B site. If you can set that example, you already mentioned how famous was. Wait, why didn't they check them there? Because it feels like Bonk were already reading that it's only supposed to be Eeyore that was positioned for at least the site itself. So Persija are doing a well enough job to kind of make it work out. Because Bonk can't really find his initial picks, you can see that they're trying to reposition back to the rest of their team, but are getting punished by Persija as they're trying to retreat, and it has allowed for a lot of these free kills. That being said, though, Bonk's composition, at least on attack, well, it's a mirror matchup. It's very risky to actually get mid control as well, so you gotta have to watch your back every single time. You can imagine the pressure that gives, especially in this kind of situation where you're up against, again, one of the top teams in Indonesia.
Yep, that's right. And as well, I wanted to say, wasn't this the same thing that Bonkers did earlier as well? They're just kind of like switching up their positionings instead of like playing one single area. This is the exact same thing. However, oh my god, that is just so much utilities on that Asterisk, having to eat that damage. RDW committing onto that, but Famous and Asterisk coming in the back, gets 2 in return. Famous making sure to check every single corner. They do know that one player, at least NAOS, is there. He does find him in Asterisk. He's gonna just find Tix in the back there, and that will be the end of that. Clean. Only losing Rosify.
I actually thought they would get the Asterisk as a follow-up because the Hunter's Fury ticked on him, if I'm not mistaken, but I think nobody was able to follow. Everybody from Bonk was just focusing much more on Ivy, and that's good and well, but I mentioned this multiple times already. If you want to get absolute control on a site, you also have to create a bit of space here on fence.
I think what happened was that he wasn't able to finish his Hunter's Fury, if you noticed, because he saw another player in front, so he had to cancel it out. I think that's what happened, which is why the third tag didn't come through. End of the day, though, even if he did a third one, I think he would have gone down regardless, so he might as well just finished it.
Eeyore top fragging on the side here for PSJ. Don't see that too often. Like, he's secondary, or maybe not even, because he has to play that sentinel role, but it has worked out so well for him. And Famous is so good at making these flash plays work out for him. They knew, smell blood in the water already. They wanted to make sure that they can get this round easy peasy. Seeker's getting so much information, so much free space for Famous just keep pushing forward, and nobody from the side of the other team is just expecting
god,
it.
that's an ace! That's an ace!
So much.
That's
Yeah,
the first
finally the
ace!
Exactly.
Oh my god, finally! We saw like
Oh, it's a
5
long time coming. We should have gotten an ace like decades ago.
Yeah, absolutely. But honestly, I feel like Famous is more comfortable getting this kind of like plays, because there's so much utility that he can really use. It makes not only does it make so much space, especially if it gives him that information, he can do these really big plays as well. And you know, just now I was just saying like how in terms of gunplay we saw Bonk on the upper hand, but on this map you saw how far away Bonk's players were.
Let's play.
And these angles that Famous was playing is just really paying off for him. No matter how far you are in their map, he's gonna spray you so well that you're not gonna be able to fight back.
He's done it so many times now, feeling out what his dishing. RDW and NAOS have used both of their aggressive or offensive ultimates to create tempo here, to get a little bit of space, but it's only just that mid control for the moment. Flinch, I think he's overreading the situation. We'll check on A main, and this will give a little bit more top mid control for Bonkers. That being said, Bonkers not really committing to the situation, and Persija, oh, that is beautiful timing on the Sova drone. Now they know.
Yeah, all of Breeze know they're here. But, oh man, but this is the kind of slow tempo we saw earlier as well from them in the beginning on Haven. They are going to be taking their time. They want to see if they can bait something out, or at least, shoot it out. And they're going to throw out smoke for good measure as well. RDW going to go on the aggressive. Almost get tagged there. He throws up another smoke to hide that, but Flinch finds Crawl in return. That's the information bearer gone with the win. Flinch making so much space, but NAOS will reply that in turn, and RDW finds Asterisk. It is going to be a 3-on-2. Still winnable, I believe, but the thing is, how are they going to be able to get onto site? That's the question. He does get flashed here. Famous is just too good. Get tagged
10
once.
seconds left.
Will not be going down. NAOS all alone. We'll be ending that.
There you go. there's nothing that's working for Bonk here. They got that mid control. They got spotted, but still had a lot of space. And they dropped down to Eeyore, who was just holding the site so, or rather Flinch, that was holding site so adamantly with the blades as well. If you didn't see that from RDW's POV, he got like a fadeaway dropping headshot onto one target, but that was what only the blades were good for, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play by Persija as well. I mean, you gotta give it to Flinch. I prefer Flinch playing on the Jet than Famous, I believe, because I feel like when it comes to Flinch, if you saw him, he's a little bit less predictable with the Jet as opposed to Famous earlier onto Haven. Not too sure if it's like a map thing either, but Flinch has just been like, on top of that, he's very proactive. He's trying to make sure that his team can get the space. Any recon dart is going to be covered as well, and on top of that, he's not afraid to just go forward in your face and get the kills.
Yeah, that being said though, even if he's so far forward, I think he does it in a way that
his teammates can follow up.
Yeah, exactly. Compared to like Famous that just loves to set things up for himself rather than his team, right? Even though you can argue that Haven, what are you talking about? He can dash in and create openings for his team. He does it after, he's already created a couple of kills. That's how his team follows up. But I think you mentioned it or said it the best, where Flinch just has that really good follow from his teammates compared to Famous, and that's probably why we're also seeing Famous play the Sky now, because Sky supposedly is technically a support agent, but if you look at his skills much more deeper, it actually can be played much more selfish and as a duelist, exactly.
Because you don't really need the support from your friends to get those kills. You have a flash for yourself. You got those seekers for information as well, and you do have your Dugo as well to kind of give you all that information you need, as well as a concuss as well. So when you see Famous use his utils, he will be peeking out as well with it. It's very proactive. It comes to that. Flinch does have that. Will get RDW out of the way. Will it be a double? Yes, it will. That jump shot is just so lethal on him. Right now, Rosepie will be able to get one more. Ticks out of the way, but will be actually traded out by NAOS. So you think about it, NAOS immediately have to teleport for 25 HP. Last man standing. Will he get double? Yes, he does. That's a triple for him right now. Where can you go? It's a 1-on-2 situation, my friend.
But he's taking so much damage already.
Yep,
I wonder, nah, that doesn't phase Famous at all, because I don't think he heard the feet drop. And even if he did, you can see how far back both Flinch and Famous have played up. So it's IV and A main control. And this is good, because that would mean that Famous can handle double doors, switch, and even bridge as they come through. And as the flash actually blinds something, now Flinch sets its eyes on that double door, but maybe, just maybe, he's gonna get a catch up.
Famous doesn't know. He does get one. This is a 4-piece. If NAOS gets this, it's gonna be a double ace right now. Flinch already knows. He already got the information he needs. His 25 HP to 100, and this is an op. On top of that, he's sitting on top of the bomb as well. NAOS trying to put it. He does hear something. They know. Comes from the back, misses that. Trying to get the angle once again, and there we go. That's a 3-piece for pinch and an ace denied.
Last round.
So you probably expected that the flash got somebody on double doors. That's probably why. Because I was thinking maybe he could have gotten that, but NAOS almost actually got that. So really good stuff from NAOS here. Scary to mine that. Really smart how he kind of approached the situation and could have almost clutched it out. But fortunately, Flinch had everything handed to him. Weaker HP opponent, as well as a dash still in hand. So unless NAOS hit like a headshot, that was about that.
Yeah, honestly, they sat on the bomb as well, which made it so hard for NAOS to even do anything. Like it or not, he had to duel that. I think in a better situation, I think he would have won. I think, as you mentioned before, they thought it was a double doors, probably because of the sound of the shoot just now as well. It looks like gonna be playing a sneaky deek against Asterisk. Has to be careful. It's from two different angles. If he were to push forward, will be trying to get information. He did not know that they're there. And if you look at Breeze, I feel like a lot of the leaks usually come from this area here if you don't check the angles properly. But will he find them? Well, he does know that there is something there. Might have had a glimpse actually.
Oh, this might be bad for Rosify. He actually second guesses, but does have Asterisk to help him out. That Recon Dart not getting any pulses to the back of the side, which means Rosify can move freely into the side itself. Does get overwhelmed in the end, though. Tixon, Scrawl, make waves. Now it's all down to Eeyore. He's the top fragger, but How much can he do? He's down to 8 bullets. Doesn't take any damage. This is huge for him.
Oh, he just eat that damage. If you notice that, he's gonna be doing 33 damage left. That's the Shock Dart, 10 HP. Will he clutch this? That's the question. He has to reload. Does so, no problem at all. Gets the peak, but minimize. It's just a little bit faster on the first contact.
That was awkward there for ER.
Switching
I
sides.
thought he was gonna be able to make it work, but kind of committed to his Headhunter. But yeah, it's a very difficult stallion to manage. It can throw you off if you're not careful about it, and that did kind of mess him up. But 10 to 2.
10 to 2. I mean, this is the only second round from Bonk that they've been able to take. I feel like NAOS is doing pretty great on Chamber. It's just the fact that they're not able to fully utilize their utils. I mean, when you look at the side of PSG for this map, I feel like the familiarity they have for the map as well and how they set up their utils is it just shines better. It works out for them as opposed to Bonk. Like Minimize, I feel like Minimize on Sky hasn't been as effective as how Famous plays Sky. Famous is more of like a solo duelist Sky as opposed to Minimize who's trying to play with the team. You can see how different it is in terms of the frags as well and how they play it.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's kind of obvious because 15, 16, 2, 13.
I mean, not like that, but I mean, like, what I'm trying to say is that, another thing that you want to say is that Bonk we saw on map number 2 for Haven, they like to play together. It's not very selfish like how Famous plays. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. You mentioned it earlier as well in Haven how they played similarly in terms of comp to no-namers, but I also would want to go for like the step up where no-namers have kind of done the same thing in terms of how they like to group up a lot more and use their numbers to kind of clear out these sites, right?
Yeah.
I think for Haven at least that made a lot more sense to them because they can just get more done with more numbers because everything's just smaller in Haven. But in Breeze, it feels like it feels much more cohesive for Persija here because they got more room to spread their wings, so to speak.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's really, really working out in their favor as well, with Famous just playing as aggressive as he wants to, with the amount of support that he can get from his own character. It really gives Flinch as much support as he needs to make space for the team, and Famous can just go in the back, make sure that no one is flanking. We saw that happen before. That's how Famous managed to get that ace earlier as well. So it really works out on their side on how they want to play this. For now though, Flinch gonna be the first one in. Look at that. All his walls, it's so hard to get inside, but Flinch is not deterred. Tiggs will be in the back, but Rosify will be trading that out. However, Thrall does avenge his fallen teammate. Recon darts from both sides, but it looks like there's gonna be a switch there from the other team.
Aggressive lurks all throughout. This puts so much pressure on the necks of Asterisk and Famous to just push on forward, and they can't really even go back because they already felt like RDW was already there. Good shock dart to kind of soften the blow for the moment, but Asterisk now left to help his teammates plant the spike. No, Asterisk has to be the one to do that. They'll get the money, they'll get the plant, but is it going to be more than just that? Huge shot from Asterisk though, but they come into swinging, and he can't come to answer the door.
Yep, that's right. It's gonna be a defuse here for them, and finally they take another round. Perhaps this is the momentum that Bonk will be getting. I mean, we did see a momentum earlier just now when they went from round number 1. Just really went steamrolling forward when it comes to Bonk after a while. However, though, when it comes to this, when it comes to Persija, so far on this map, their adaptability and how they play has been really well. It is, after all, what do you call this? It is, after all, gun round. So I think they're kind of like all in about it.
You just stop them coming in. Again, the love of Bonkers just to bonk people away from the sides.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, you saw them. They did have the bat melee weapon as well, so it makes sense for them. It's very on brand. Here's NAOS, is ready. Flinch with the Marshall, but who will be shooting who? That's the question. Skrull does find Flinch in first, but ER gets RGW out of the way. Both are really, really big impact makers for the team.
Well, that was happening. You can see ER is still creeping up onto double doors here. There is a trap, but no, there is a trap there. So if he tries to push, he will get slowed up. Does have 6 bullets in that Headhunter. So he's just trying to create a bit of space here.
Oh, that's right. He will be tagged by the trademark though, but Asterisk coming in from main finds a really nice Marshall there for him to use. The question is, will he be able to get a pick? That's the question. Because look at that wall there. It's just stopping any vision from the back of sight. If you notice where the spike is, it's actually still all the way back there in cave. They're just trying to make sure they can get some picks out of that as well. It's still 4-on-4. The problem is, there's just so... They don't know where anyone is. PSG doesn't know where anyone is. Oh, actually, they do now. Context finally there. Scrawl. Still full HP, but NAOS finds Famous up there on Nest. Will he get double there? That's the question. No one's gonna overpick this because they know that they do have a Marshall.
Crossfire is set up. PSJ wanting to overcommit, but maybe the commit is actually working because Eeyore and Rosify are splash brothering the back of the site now. These sheriffs working in tandem, and Rosify still saved up his utility there. Oh, that is unfortunate. Gets still overwhelmed. 2 versus 1 as it plays out. Asterisk ready on the swing, and this recon dart will spot out Minimize. He can flash all he wants, but Asterisk, all he has to do is play the lame game and play ring around the Rosie. Now knows that his opponent does actually have the spike, but the read is unfortunate, and Asterisk can still swing out.
Oh.
That's gonna be it.
He still won the time game though. Still worth it. The hero that we all wanted. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Remaining.
The crossfire, not the one with Asterisk, but that was amazing. But the crossfire from both Eeyore and Rosify, there you go.
Yeah, this is Bonk's second timeout, I believe. They're still trying to break the code. They came really close, so they're probably like, okay, that was so close. Let's kind of like bring that back. What exactly do we do wrong here when you think about it? When you think about it, I think end of the day for this map, Persija just looks better because their ability use as well as their gunplay is just a little bit better than Bonk's, I believe. And so many times RDW gets caught out or knocked out of the round so early as well. I think he's trying to go on aggressive, trying to get some picks for his teammates so that they can breathe. But the thing about Persija is that you always see a trade. This is exactly what we saw earlier from Bonk, and now this is reversed this time round.
Persija just really loving those front forward angles.
Yeah,
and it does catch them off guard. Yeah,
I was gonna say that with Famous being able to play, you know, literally off the leash, there's a time he doesn't have to worry too much of making that space. I think this is a more comfortable play style for them, I feel.
For sure. Like, you'll already see how like creative they are with these again pushes, and the timings have been there. I think Bonk now, for the most part, is feeling the pressure, and they're trying to get more map control with the time that is given to them, which is not a lot. That's why they're kind of overcompensating and overreaching when they should be maybe a bit slower. But that being said, though, they really have to go for this. I think it's a forced buy already because they already know that they can't really do too much. Eeyore has already spotted one on mid. RDW, he tried this before, last round, and well, they just make sure that he can't do it again this one.
Yep, Asterix does tag some people. Flinch still there on the site. They're trying to make sure that they can't see. The problem is right now, look how deep in the site they are. They have no problem from that. RDW out of the way right now, but Flinch does get Scrawl as well. Tix is right there. I don't know if he's aware, but he's gonna be punished for that.
They do have the weapons to make this work out. Tix, amazing on the shot as always, but the rest of the team, can they make it work? Okay, NAOS now creeping slowly, creating that map control, but you can see the spread play, or the spread position here of PSJ. They got everything that they needed. Even the late lurk from Eeyore, who's still coming through double doors. I don't think NAOS is going to be seeing this one, but it don't matter. No, Tix is good. It's awesome, but not going to be enough. Backs away onto the teleporter, but Eeyore was waiting on the cross, and that is the 3K, as well as the push to match point.
I am so shocked that no one had eyes on double doors. Eeyore got into the site so easily.
That's a good spot.
I was just earlier saying Famous doing Famous things. Let's talk about Eeyore doing Eeyore things. Look at this again. Flinch goes in aggressive, goes to the back, clears out the backside. But the problem is, you know, Bonk was like, okay, that's fine. Everyone's on A main or in cave. All we have to do is just worry about there so they can't push in. The thing is, Eeyore! Eeyore from the side!
You want to play? Let's play.
I can't believe this.
I really can't believe it as well, man. It's just one more interval here. Takes forced to go on a judge, but Asterisk, they're just walking up and it's working. Wait, NAOS? He's hit a good butt. 1, 2?
my
No,
God.
just the 1.5 punches. Aster takes a bit of a beat down, but this is still not enough.
Oh, yeah.
Asterisk is creating so much pressure on mid. They've already spotted where the spike is, but that's not the most of the worries of the Bonk squad. It's the worry now is where the rest of PSJ are. Tix now stuck at elbow here. Doesn't really have to get pushed, but they still will. That shows the confidence of the rest of the PSJ roster. A whiff on the end of Eeyore here, and it's now RDW and Scrawl to try to hopefully push this a little bit more.
Oh my god, RDW does get the spike down right now. Eeyore still waiting there on Archers. He knows that he's over there. Scrawl, if he were to peek, that is it. Famous will be trying to commit to that plant there. Plant has been committed a bit late on that. But for now, location has been revealed. The recon does see them. Scrawl gets it one more. Eeyore will be that, but Famous will get BW out of the way. Scrawl trying to stop, or at least try and tag him just a little bit. Scrawl has no choice but to push forward. Famous doing famous things. He knows his upper hand here. Finishes off that very, very well. And that Breeze going over to Persija.
Such a dominant show of force there. Just absolute tear from the Persija roster. Man, Bonk just felt like they were out of their element in all of those rounds. Maybe just a little bit that it looked promising, but usually it's just either the pistol or the round afterwards. And every buy, it felt like Persija just knew what they had to do.
Yep, that's right. On top of that, I just really like the rotations as well. It's gonna be a chamber versus chamber here over on the MVP with a 14-19. Quite close when you think about it. However, the score 13-3 is the one that's so different. So now let's talk a little bit. It is a mirror matchup here. So what exactly was the difference? Number one, I believe that Eeyore was just more dominant on chamber compared to NAOS. Number two, Famous allowed to be doing Famous thing without having to worry about his team is also another big factor as well. Flinch looks more comfortable on Jet, and because of that, he knows how to play with his team as well, which is what really, really gives them that breathing room to not only get onto site, but also hold the site at the end as well.
This was a map that, again, Bonk actually picked up for themselves. They have, what, 75% win rate in their own Oceanic region, but it didn't seem to look like that when this match started. They tried to get a little bit mid-map control. It wasn't as what they decided to do, especially when they were starting on the attack. And then Persija, once they started getting that mid-control, Bonkers just could not step up to the plate. Like, they always got swatted back to where they were and just forced themselves onto the side where they couldn't really get those positive trades landing in their favor.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we talked about the buddy system in terms of Bonk just now. But the thing is, even if they did have a buddy system, we saw that just now, the lurks coming in from Persija was just something else. It's not a lurk that you would expect to happen, especially from a chamber as well. I mean, you saw how easily Eeyore was able to flank all the way to double doors earlier when, you know, that should have already been covered. I think the problem right now is it comes back down to the overthinking as well, because right now you're kind of guessing where exactly is Persija going to be, where exactly is Persija going to be coming from. You never know where exactly they're going to be flanking from, because as we said earlier, Greece is such a big map. Sometimes you pass by each other on the same site. You don't even know what's there.
It's a map that keeps on giving, but the question is, what does it give? Benefit or
Pain.
Disaster?
Pain. For Bonk,
Pain.
it's absolutely pain. I mean, we saw so many good plays as well. I mean, Bonk comes... There's so many moments that Bonk looks like they're going to be having or taking that round. But then you see those random clutches coming from Eeyore or even Famous at the end of the day, and you're just like, whoa, is that even supposed to happen? But it's just, when it comes back to that, gunplay is everything, especially on Breeze.
And boy, did we see a lot of gunplay there. Eeyore and Famous definitely making a damn well good case that they are players that will elevate this team to the next level with a 13-3. It is looking scary. That being said, we are still here in this series, and we're going to go to game number 3 after a break. Bind will be the resting place for either Bonkers or Persija, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. number one in the charts. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they come from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a
We are back, and we'll see who will reign in this series. Again, Bonkers from Oceania versus Persija from the Indonesia region, respectively. We're back. My name is Asra. With me now is Tash. And again, game number 3 is going to go underway pretty soon.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really great because for both teams, it's been dominant for the first round for Bonkers, and then Persija just went crazy over on Breeze, and now Bind is the final map. We talked about this as well in terms of like how each team plays each map. For Haven, it felt like Bonkers had the upper hand despite that being Persija's map, and the opposite was happening for Breeze. So now we can both agree that I think in terms of for long range or at least gunplay, it looked like Persija looked a lot better on the second round. And we did talk about as well how first rounds are usually very shaky for a lot of teams as well, because it is, after all, their first match of the day. So what do you think of each team's performance on each map, and what do you think each team can bring forward onto Bind?
I don't know. Bind is a very, very intricate map that you need a lot more utility usage from the teams. I think Persija will have some trouble here. People might just say, oh, I'm biased because, you know, Southeast Asian team and that, but I really think Persija is going to have a very difficult time here on Bind, especially when we saw some amazing utility usage come out from the Bonkers side. So I think Bind might be a blessing in disguise for this Oceania team. But that being said, I'm also looking forward to seeing if Famous will still actually play as the Jet that wants to go in, because I feel now he might actually be better just put on a Sky on Bind and then put who was that again? I believe that was Flinch back on this Jet once again.
Yeah, I feel like Flinch knows how to play with the team in terms of playing a Jet. And when you have Famous on Sky, he's able to do the Famous Unchained sort of things. He can just go crazy if he wants to, you know, when you think about that. However, though, when you think about that as well, we still can't forget what utility that really launched Bonkers forward, which was Brimstone. And you know, Brimstone Go Burr was literally the name of the game in map number 1. So in a map like Bind, I can see how Brimstone can be very good when you play with him, because he provides not only just he provides cover, he provides that rapid fire for team as well as that speed. And getting onto site for Bind can be a little bit tricky because it's kind of like a chokehold when you think about it. So if you have that speed, it kind of stops the enemy team from kind of slowing you down, because before they know it, you're already on the site.
Yeah, I will say this though. Is that thunder in the back of your...
Oh, you can hear?
Yeah. Don't worry. It's totally fine. I mean, they've probably experienced that on our end as well. There's like a huge thunderstorm. But anyways, I wonder if Bonkers will actually use the Brimstone, because here in Southeast Asia we primarily default to the Viper and then maybe another secondary controller for the most part when we actually play for Bind. We saw this when we witnessed that Made in Thailand versus Cerberus game there a while ago, right? So that being said, that could be a possibility for Persija. They're a team that comes from Indonesia, which we know has already very much adapted a lot of ideologies from different regions and then added it to their extremely aggressive and aim-heavy players. It was very scary to go up against that. That being said, wondering as well if Bonkers do have that Viper in their arsenal, or are we going to be seeing the Brimstone once more?
Look at RDW and NAOS just fighting for that chamber. Personally, I really like seeing RDW on chamber, but we are going to be seeing a neon. Wow! A double neon comp? Let's go!
Okay, yeah, they've used this before for Bonkers when they still had nice hacks with them. I believe the map was also Bind as well. And now I am dumbfounded because I haven't really tested this out, but I'm pretty sure it works. So
what exactly
Neon
are they gonna
Sprint
do?
plus the Stimbeak would probably work. So that means
Are
that
they
she's going to
stacking?
be too fast.
I
feel like it is. I feel like it does because it's two different things.
Man, that sounds very painful. What one agent is missing over there?
Oh yeah, maybe taking coffee break or bathroom break. You never know.
Probably. So, in terms of comps, I mean, it's actually crazy how both teams are very similar in terms of playstyle and mindset, especially in the last 2 games compared to map number 1. So now it comes down to, as I said before, like we saw a mirror matchup in on Breeze just now, and Persija had the upper hand. So now let's see how Bind kind of tests them in terms of not only their ability usage, but how well they are in terms of gameplay as well. As I mentioned before, Malaysia, Singapore, Bind almost 100% ban on this map, and I can't believe I'm casting 2 of these maps today.
This composition as well from Bonkers has been used pretty much every single game that they've done on Bind. I'll be honest, I haven't really seen it done on Southeast Asia, so I'm wondering how this will work. But before the changes to 4.04, they have used this iteration with an Astra rather than the Brimstone. But since Brimstone does have that good stuff with the dash, or with the not the dash, but the extra mobility 15% increase, so they'll probably utilize that even further. And I'm wondering how effective it can really be. Now, Persija, they've never used this composition. And I'm honestly so curious how this is going to work, because the only time that I've seen Neon used is on Fracture, at least on our end.
I mean, for
It's a
now,
fast dog.
Eeyore doing Eeyore things again. You always notice that in these kind of pistol rounds, Eeyore will be always the opener when it comes to kills. It gets like 1 or 2 picks, and that's pretty much the end. And with RDW being the first pick here, it's gonna be so hard for them to actually get onto the site. They're gonna be trying to get a recon here, trying to see if they can find anyone. Eeyore, I just noticed that Eeyore did take some damage here. Sprawl does find Eeyore in the back, but there is gonna be a plant happening. But for now, NAOS taking care of the back here. Famous trying to go for it and does find NAOS in the return. It's getting heated here. 3 on 2. Minimize trying to put as much utility as he can. He does get Famous, but Tix find Rosify at the end of the day as well. It's only 2 on 2 still. These are like even trades from both sides.
Remaining. Last player standing.
Now it's only Skrull to remain. Asterisk on the swing. Oh my goodness, they're just jumping and he's committing to the fight. Now down to 2 bullets, has to pick up a weapon. Time still is moment to breathe here. Goes for the white swing and Skrull just not expecting Asterisk to be that ballsy to go for the wide rather than the close. And he clushes out the round very, very tight from both sides. Either one could have won.
Yep, that was actually a very, very close match. 22 HP was the last HP from Asterisk right now. But look at that, Asterisk, despite being a support, I don't know, you can't see me obviously, but there's like those 2 asterisks, I guess, quotation marks. You know, he's actually top ranking right now. It just shows how dominant he is, at least on there. I don't know if I like Famous being on Raze, but they do need a duelist here. But when you think about these kind of like tight corners, Raze is pretty good, especially with ping shells as well as the showstopper.
I'll argue it as well. I think they wouldn't have picked up Famous with the Raze if they were starting on defense. But since they started on offense, I think Raze is the best agent to have with right now. That being said though, Skrull, that was awkward. Had no chance to escape or anything, so the relay bolt from Neon here was just more of a final nail in the coffin, a death sentence, mind you. Attackers now trying to rotate back and flinch. We'll see how this works. Peek. Oh, he's still getting one.
Are you kidding me? That's twice that he's gotten someone just like that. But for now, Tix from the front, Famous. A little bit faster, also better weapon when you think about it. NAOS coming from the side, no one has his eye on him, but the trademark does find him in the end. Look at that.
Yeah. All right, I'll retract my statement. I got confused. PSG are actually starting on the defense, but it still works. You mentioned about, again, how strong the nades are. One of the really strong things that you'll probably see Famous do is just always stay A, because we all know it. If somebody pushes through hookah, they find him, he's gonna stay A, throw the nade through the teleporter, and that's gonna do so much damage. So it still works.
That hurts. Raze, unbind, hurts. You're gonna get, it's either you take the damage or you get flushed out and run into someone's bullets. You choose one. Either way, look at the zooms coming on. They're going so fast. Eeyore gets one, but Tix will trade that out. Flinch will be going down, but Eeyore with the double finds Tix as well. Jeez, that is crazy how they use that. They use that super offensively on the defensive side. I love that.
Yeah, and again, this is what you want to do, is to be able to get that forward control. Neon doesn't really do too well when she's constricted, obviously, with how her abilities would want to be thrown out for farther distances. Relay Bolt as well as the fast lane, I think is the walls. So you want to get as much breathing space as possible. And since you do have Eeyore, who feels like he can hit every shot, even more so right now. Doesn't hit that shot at least.
He didn't hit that one. But you always notice that Eeyore will at least get guaranteed 2 to 3 kills before he finally goes down. Skrull trying to see if he can get enough information. It is a 3-on-3, but look at that. I like how he's just waiting very Asterisk is not trying to commit too much. He does get one in return, but playing it safe until his teammates come around. You do see Asterisk get a double, just one more left. Skrull is now stuck in here. There's nowhere for him to go. There's a sea of fire. There's electricity shocks. They're pincering him from 2 sides. Oh man, it's like a heart attack.
That Molly was just... I mean, even if that Molly didn't hit, he was so afraid to just push throughout because it just, as you mentioned, just constricted him way deep in pocket. And no, pockets be full because you gotta empty him out, and PSJ forcibly emptying in that pocket. Look at this from Flinch, just no regard for human existence, and this is really the power of Neon. Yeah, it's because you really can't figure out Neon's timing unless you have played against her so much, right? Because you realize like maybe 15 seconds, you remove like 2 to 3 seconds of that. That is huge if you know your exact timings. And Flinch is making sure about making use of everything. He's bypassed so much already. He's charging right out, and the relay will actually connected onto Asters, but he's still not wanting to commit because he has a stinger in hand. So he needs to at least get a bit closer. The trade is going to be secured, and look at that. NAOS, I love the aggression, but it's just not that good because PSJ able to back away into cover so quickly, and the response is already here.
Yep, that's right. We talked about the buddy system. PSJ now has that buddy system. And I mean, NAOS was just disregarding the mollies or anything, but the thing is they were already ready. And what I really liked seeing from Asterisk just now was the fact that he waited last minute, because you know when it comes to high elo plays, there's always that thing with the crosshair. So what he did was he crouched, and because he did that, it kind of made sure that, look at that, he wasn't able to finish the damage onto his head. And ER being ER again, always with 2 to 3 picks every single time.
Yeah, ER is really coming into his own here. Before from Boom, he could be, I'd say, inconsistent because of just how different the style of, somehow different style the Boom is, but on this PSJ roster, so much difference. As you can see, he's really settling in nicely with the rest of the team, and it really shows as well to how effective their win rates has been for the past couple of months now. For Bonkers, on the other hand, 4-0, timeout already being called, and this call to use the Neon, it's exciting and all. It looks like it should be working, but after her dash has been used, there really isn't any other explosive follow-up, and it seems a little bit more one-sided here for Bonkers, that, you know, NAOS is just charging right in, but after he doesn't get any of that map control, they just kind of default back and just run away, and then Bonkers have to kind of start from square one, and it doesn't work out after that.
It kind of comes back to what we talked about when it comes to Chamber. When you place that TP and you want to go that first pick, you have to make sure that it's going to be worth it when you use that util. For Flinch, he plays it more with his friends instead of like going in alone. It's, as I said before, Flinch is that kind of team player compared to Famous. But when it looks at RDW earlier on Haven, he looked so dominating when he was using Chamber, and this time around, it looks like ER, once ER grabbed that Chamber, it feels like RDW just kind of lacks in terms of shine. He's not able to really do anything. Yes, he has the op right now, but how is he gonna utilize it? What angles is he gonna try and hold? Because when you look at Persija, look how they're playing is right now.
Yeah, it is a very deep risk. So he, like, again, the case of opportunity here for him is very shallow, or very minuscule. And now that they know that he's bought up the operator and he's shown his hand, look at how more far back PSJ can play this. And they do have a lot of delayed tactics that allow them to, well, push back the defense or the attack even further. Too quick though to use that, but Famous, they're baiting the fact no one's gonna peek this. Nobody will actually peek this, and Famous 3K on the piece, and now Minimize is down to 33.
Yep, that's right. He only has 33 HP, does get tagged there, has to teleport away, but look at that. Rosafy already waiting, that tags him a little bit. There comes the shock dart, will it get him? Not quite. And now he's trying to get some flashes out there, but Rosafy gonna play it real safe. Minimize gonna try and take the long way. He's trying to stay alive as much as he can. Because if you see about it, he kind of really needs the weapon for the next round.
That was a really good sell.
Oh, man.
There was no chance he was gonna win that, but that was a really good sell from PSJ. Like, everything just thrown out, even the orbital, that put Bonkers on a full sense of security. He thought that the opponents would just be playing far back, and Famous was like, nah, brah.
As I said
that
before,
is so good.
It's Famous Unchained. He doesn't have to play with a team. That's why it works for him, you know? He's one of those very selfish players, and it works out when you let him play the way he wants to. When it comes to that, I did notice that they were trying to play that similar tactic they did in Heaven, where they just get the Stim Beacon and just rush through. But the thing is, when you place Famous there, it just kind of like puts a stop on that momentum, catches them off guard, and immediately they all collapse onto them.
I will add though, from one cool guy to another, I know why he's doing this. He's the cool guy. He doesn't want to be with the rest of the squad.
The Lone Ranger. Look at that.
I'm a bad boy now.
Yeah, the rebel for the team. I do my own thing. Dad, when can I be on my own?
You want to play? They found my trap.
Okay, I've never said that, but it feels like...
It's accurate though. Oh, look at that. Famous gets punished for that as well. I mean, he wants to play on his own, he has to die on his own. But Sprawl, he does tag too, doesn't he?
Well, he does create a bit of space here, but
that
numbers, or rather the firepower, still not in favor of Bonkers. They do have that tour de force, but again, as PSJ have kind of read through this, they don't really want to go for those angles where they have to peek the wide stuff. And Eeyore has been just
30 seconds
anchoring
left.
the side. He has this tiny angle.
Oh my god.
Oh,
there.
flinch. Oh, wait.
One enemy remaining.
Your dad, he zooms
Spike
forward.
down
He's not
A.
scared. He gets a double out of that with the help of flinch out of that. Now
No
it's
time again.
RDW all alone here. He has a tour de force,
10
but that's the
seconds
problem
left.
when you're playing this, is that even if, oh my god, he didn't have to peek that for real, but flinch will be making sure that none of his other teammates fall down. And I come back to what I was talking about. When you're playing a long-range gun, it's hard for you to go forward and play these aggressive plays because you have to be at a certain range to make sure that you're going to be able to actually hit those shots. So without that support from his teammates, RDW is just rendered pretty much less impactful than he did in Haven.
Yeah, and you really can't fault RDW for wanting to buy the operator or trying to use these sniper abilities or weapons for his side, because there's not really much options left, right?
Oh, yeah.
Minimize, even though he's top fragging right now, these are like secondary frags at all. And all right, this is not recommended to do, but because PSJ is just feeling it so much, they are risking everything just to charge out, and it is working so well for them.
Honestly,
crazy stuff.
Yeah, it caught Bonkers off guard. They weren't expecting the dash just to charge through showers like that, and now there's only 2 of them left. That ultimate was huge from Flinch, even though he went down. But that's the breathing room his teammates needed to kind of be able to just anchor the site. Look at where the spike is. It's all the way over there. They just can't make up their minds. Do we want to pick up spike? Do we want to even commit to this? Are we gonna do a 2-on-4? Is it doable? There's a lot of questions here right now. And when you think about it, when you go 6-0, when you have so many losses in a row, it does impact you mentally. Here comes the overthinking. Here comes the where are they gonna be? Am I reading this too much? Are they gonna be coming from the back? We have no clue.
Yeah, and this is why they're checking it as slow as possible, waiting for some scanning utilities to help them out. Asterisk, as soon as he taps that, oh, no peek out, only the molly, and it delays them even further. They're on the side itself. Rosify knows this and peeks out on you just to flush, clean everything out. And Hash 7-0. This is a bit of a deja vu moment, looking at the Breeze map that we saw in game number 2.
Oh yeah, as I said before, round 1 is usually the warm-up, but look at this. It just comes through, and you know that it just hurts more when you're able to get closer, because you're able to easily properly aim it to the enemy. Flinch is just doing so well this round. NAOS not able to make an impact at all. I'm surprised, because I would have thought that NAOS would be able to make a bigger impact. You are seeing this wall coming through. He runs out of that. He takes so much damage. All Astray has to do is sneeze on him, and he's out of the game.
Yikes. You can already feel the frustration from Bonkers there. They really wanted to just push up, but it's just, they're just trying to make sure that they can utilize the limited timings of the ultimate and the abilities there of the Neon. Still, it somehow works because they have pushed back the defenders somewhat, but it is still going to be an uphill battle here, especially when Famous is going to come into the play with a showstopper. He does not scan properly, but he's created again more space than not. Drew, or RDW, excuse me, now only expected. Minimize gives away his position as well. 50 HP in a dream, and this is going to be Rosify just trying to think things out. I don't think he knows. He will lose the fight. as Minimize hits the third shot. Breath of fresh air for Bonk.
Yep, that's right. The Seekers really helped because he does give away his positioning. However, though, we really gotta have a look at that again. I just really gotta see that. Famous still gets one. He gets two, I believe. He does get RDW out of the way as well. The thing is, the problem is Rosify, he was projecting that someone's gonna be coming out of U-Haul. He didn't think that he was gonna be coming out the other side. And that's what's really important about information gathering. I think he didn't have any recons or anything like that to use compared to a Minimize who actually has the Seekers. But this time around, though, look at Minimize. He's doing so much better. 6 kills this time around. Much more of an impact compared to Breeze.
Oh, not charging anymore through the smoke here. That Molly is going to delay so much for the most part. Asterisk backs away in the nick of things, not really pushed out whatsoever. Eeyore has a straight shot angle onto short as that smoke does absolutely nothing to deter his vision. And Asterisk, if he can get one more kill, his orbital strike is prepared. That being said, orbital strike used by the Bonkers squad. As now PSJ and the rest of the team will have to just try to retake it, but they're using their utilities to work for them. Already gotten 2 through a couple of Hunter's Furies. NAOS trying to delay the charge out, but they were prepared. Even prepared for that one too. Oh, this is just unfortunate. Tix, last man standing.
I think what they're trying to do is trying to replicate what exactly PSJ did to them earlier with the rush through. But the problem is when you want to be playing the PSJ playbook, you need to make sure that PSJ isn't ready for you. You can't beat PSJ in your own playbook. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say, fam.
Yeah, man. Sorry. It's like a filler. You know what I'm trying to say? It's so gangster.
No, but yeah, you don't want to mess with the Caster
Don't want to mess. You don't want to mess with me. You know who I is. I'm Tash Bunny. Sorry, I'll stop it.
All right, enough of this tomfoolery, the shenanigans. No, but I totally get what you mean, though.
Yeah.
Like, again, Bonkers just, again, not having that bite that they would want. Again, as I mentioned, Minimize does have the top frag, but this top frag is more of secondary fragging. So once they got into the site, it's not the most impactful of frags. It does give him a lot more ultimate charge, which is good because Seekers are an amazing util to have. Now, Eeyore just does not spot on anything. He can still TP away, but his teammate is the one that's actually helping him in the back of things. They get the positive trades, and now Sprawl to remain. Gonna be looking to go through B long, but actually TP's back onto A. Nobody's gonna go for the swing here, but the problem now here lies, one's behind him, one's gonna be in the front of him, and one's gonna be on the side. And even the slow, the Molly, he can't plan the spike at all, can he? Deny.
Oh man, I don't want to be him. It's just like walking on a minefield. There's, you know, when you hear the sounds of running from a neon, you should play the Jaws team. Honestly, you know he's coming for you. You know that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh.
I really like how PSG is using neon. It's honestly, it looks when I see a neon played, it's never this aggressive per se. I mean, when Flinch plays neon, yes, it's very.
You want to
say it's not very. I wouldn't say it's super aggressive to the point that his teammates can't help out. Whenever we see Flinch run forward, it's gonna be at least 2 to 3 picks, and then you're gonna get some information for the team, as opposed to how Famous would play a Jet, which is more of like get squatted out of the way. You know, no, I won't say that anymore. But NAOS does make it on the side, but Rosify was ready for him. Gets a double there onto Minimize. Famous finds Tix as well. Look at that. This is the problem that Bonk is facing. They can't get onto site at all. Scroll does get one in return. It will be Flinch. RDW finds Rosify in return. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Finally equalized for both of them. See if they're going to be able to do something back in return. Famous does see that teleport there. He trains himself. Just a little sneeze is all he needs. And BAP! He's gone.
Well, RDW, for lack of a better term, got bonked in the head there. I do like how RDW was very adamant that it seemingly he was reading that they were going to get chased down from B long, and he gets a couple of kills here and there with a tour de force. But well, as the dust settles, they were just really outnumbered, and they couldn't have expected Famous to over push. But that's just how he do. This is how he does.
Absolutely. Famous doing famous things again. Gets tagged a little bit there. Just 13 seconds, has to play it real safe. He does know that ER has his back. He does go down though. Scroll. I think he'll be getting the plant, no problem. ER taking time. He does get tagged over there by the recon. They're just playing ring around the rosy now. We know how this game goes. See who can last until the timer runs out. ER holding his area, but Scroll was ready for that. That's the third round for Bonk. Finally, will we be seeing
Last
first?
round in the half.
You might be actually able to see it. Bonk. Ooh, Scroll barely gets away with his clutch there, but everything that Bonk can pick up, they will. To get that scoreboard real quick, NAOS is still yet to find any success whatsoever with how they charge right up. But maybe it's not on this attacking side that this Neon is going to find more value. Maybe it's on the defending side where you see Flinch just manhandle the rest of the Bonkers squad. That being said, they're just going to charge right out. And Flinch, no way, he gets back. But he gets punished. Okay, finally. They know already. They were prepared.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where it's like, it works once, it works twice, but it won't happen 3 times. But NAOS with the Steam Beacon, with the Neon, gonna be rushing through. They're gonna be doing that long rotation that ER does find. RDW puts him out of the way. He's just saying, chamber diff.
Got chamber diff.
Oh yeah, it feels good when you take away your counterpart, doesn't it? They are gonna be reconning out though. NAOS, they're gonna be blocking together. This is the kind of thing, but Famous does get the nade on to minimize. That's huge because now they don't have any more splashes. Ticks now out of the way. ER with the 3-piece. Here comes the party. Doesn't get anyone. Not quite 4-piece for ER though.
ER basically hit 4 of his 5 shots on that Tour de Force, because Tour de Force only has 5 bullets.
Yo,
so...
that's crazy.
Yep.
I don't want to be on the receiving end of ER's chamber.
If you think about it, Tour de Force is actually a pretty sickening weapon because it's very momentum based. You can play it very slowly, but if you start heating up, it works so well because of the fact that you do get that huge AoE slow. If the opponents are like stuck together, you can chain multiple kills because of that slow, because they can't get back into cover fast enough.
Yep, that's right. And I think that's why it's so good for ER to be playing him, because when you think about how Bonk plays, they're always playing together. They're always holding hands. I think PSG was like, oh, they like playing holding hands? All righty. We're just gonna... That was not an Australian accent, by the way. We're just
not
gonna
Aussies.
We're not. I can never do an Australian accent. It's very unique. However, coming back to that is just that we're just gonna have to make sure that we're gonna have to pick them off one by one, which is why just now when Flinch goes forward, whenever he has the overdrive, he gets 2 or 3. He's gonna be seeing 3 at once. When you have Famous with his pain shells or even with his showstopper, he's gonna get 2 or 3 as well because they like playing together.
And it works again, because as you mentioned, all of those points where they stick in together multiple times. And Bonkers
You
can't...
gotta say goodbye to your friends sometime, you know?
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm going to say the opposite here, that I feel like Bonkers' composition also allows them to play very sneaky and spread out.
But they're not.
Yeah, for at least for now. But again, we are flipping the switch, switching the tables. It is going to be Bonkers now going to be on the defending side. Now this, I'm curious at. How does Flinch actually approach the spike? Is he going to do the same thing? That being said, Famous is on another duelist on that raise. And again, he does have that nades to make it even more palatable for Flinch to actually push into the side. So he throws out one in specific angle, clears that out. Flinch clears another one as he dashes right in. That gives a lot more, I think, clearing power here for the PSG roster.
Yep, that's right. I think how Flinch can play this now is that you don't necessarily have to rush so early. You can wait a little bit more coming for the flanks. I think one of Neon's strongest points is how fast they can do flanks. And because of that ability, they can go crazy if they want to, but Flinch going crazy as usual, finds Tinks, but Minimize will be getting 2 of them back in return. Famous finally stops the reign of terror there. Minimize now out of the game. Famous making so much space here, coming in through elbow. Will he be able to get that? Oh, he doesn't. NAOS was ready for him.
We've been pushed back into the 2 versus 2. Spots out 1 out in the open. Eeyore! Was that a collat?
That's...
With a frenzy at that distance?
Yeah, it was. How? I didn't see I was thinking we didn't see how much damage happened. Let's have a look at that again. Look at that, how aggressive Flinch plays. But I'm trying to see how exactly is he able to do that. You can see there just now. Oh, because they were already really, really low. He gets a double with that.
Yeah, it is dangerous how deceiving the damage of a Frenzy is. Again, because of that extra fire rate.
Oh, yeah.
If you hit, headshots are like, what, 30 at that distance? So it only takes a few bullets, and because again of that extra fire rate, it's crazy good. They've already lined up 2. It is going to be Skrull caught up on the back of Triple here, but Flinch is just feeling himself right now. Skrull good on the first. At least reacts in time, but not going to be enough as Famous just zooms right past afterwards. And now they're looking to set things up for the match point as Minimize forced to clutch. Again, he's done a good job at least to get some picks here and there, but not going to be good enough to make anything else happen.
It's honestly so surprising because just now Minimize actually had the advantage when I feel when he was actually looking at Famous. But it looked like he either hesitated or was caught off guard, not expecting everyone to actually be standing there. So that's how Famous was able to get the pick onto him. Skrull was pretty fast when you think about it on the Marshall as well. Look at that. He just pushes out like that. Bit too aggressive from Minimize's side, but as I said before, hearing that words last man standing is kind of like my nightmare. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. NAOS! Let's get one. Famous will be the victim from that. Flinch going on aggressive, trying to go in the backside here. Minimize does find Asterix, but Rosify will be trading out. Rosify with 3! Holy moly, beautifully played.
That is a sick flick. Last bullet on the last target on the site. That is monumental. And Skrull just back on the well, this Marshall once again. Relay bolts being thrown in. It's only a matter of time as that that Soba drone tags him for the last final blow for Flinch to find the final kill. And Persija Esports 2-1 this series.
Oh my god, very cleanly played. It was kind of unconvincing on that first map. Persija finally finding their momentum, and once Persija is one of those teams, like once they found their momentum, they cannot be stopped no matter what. And on top of that, I just really want to give it to Flinch. He knows how to play, how to make space with the Neon, with the Jet. Give it to him, and he will make life so much easier for his teammates. For now, let's have a look at the post game here. What do you think?
You think that Neon is going to be the one that is very separate from the team, but she works much better when you have actually people to follow up, especially when you're trying to create that space compared to the Rays. Vice versa, you know what, it's totally fine, but you can't really see the disparity right now from Persija compared to Bonkers, where all the stats just looking much better for them. I think the stats just don't give enough justice to how Persija just played that up to an absolute T. Everything was so clean. Eeyore 4.0 KDA. That is a stat that you only get when you have high kills and low deaths. And boy, this guy did not die a lot in that third game.
Oh no, absolutely not. 213 this time round. Again and again, Persija was like, it's okay, take one round for us. We'll show you our true power. That wasn't even our final form, they said. And here we go, 13-2 this time round. It was just very, very painful. Bonkers gonna get bonked in turn. Very unfortunate, but as I said before, once Persija gets their momentum, it's just really hard to stop them. This is one of the best teams in Indonesia, and seeing these past 2 matches really shows us why.
I'm so curious to see how they're gonna do this even more. Just check these highlights, just a quick gander at what has happened in this whole game. As to how cleanly, again, Eeyore and Famous have played it. You mentioned how Flinch has also been doing, but I gotta say, everything was set up beautifully by this entire squad. Flinch's aggressive angles like this was only supplemented by Eeyore pushing out aggressive through TP, which garnered the attention of the rest of the Bonkers squad here. Then they just started charging in. Famous, as he was able to do this, it was because his teammate was already setting up the Soba drone so that he can get more information to be gathered. So everything really was set up for each and every team individual for this Persija roster.
Yep, that's right. I mean, just now we talked about how RDW was just so dominating on Chamber for map number 1, but you have to remember, Minimize was on a stage. He got so many off-angle walls as well, and his lurks were just kind of like unreadable from Persija at the time. But it's kind of like a Rubik's Cube. Once you figured out how a Rubik's Cube works, they can actually kind of figure it out, like how they want to play against Bonkers. I think by the time round 2, round 3 comes around, they were like, okay, we figured out this Rubik's Cube, that's how they play, and we're just going to try and separate them one by one. And once you see that situation where, you know, Persija was able to either just get so many frags in a row because they're playing together, or they managed to isolate each player from each other, that was the end of that for Bonkers.
Anyways, Persija come out swinging, so that panelist that actually voted for Persija is going to be smiling with both cheeks side to side like this. Anyways, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, it's going to be the panel to talk about what happened in this series and then set up for the next one, which is going to be NAOS Esports versus Bleed Esports. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Well, Oceania got bonked by Persija Esports. Bonkers 1-2 scoreline. Persija coming out on top there. Breeze and Bind was definitely as one-sided as it can get. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. What happened to Bonkers?
They got blown out of the water, honestly. Like, map number 1, okay, kind of like you're playing Raise on Haven. I guess it kind of caught Persija off guard, but after that, they just knew what to bring. They knew how to make those adjustments, and even like, we were watching it on the panel here backstage. We were like, okay, they're just putting up some monkey business for map number 1, but we can tell, like, map number 2 and 3, adjustments are going to come on in, and that one trick they got is not going to work more than once.
I mean, they've showed excellent range, right, early on in Haven, but you look at well, I was about to say BWL, no, Persija, you look at them, they're very tenured, they adjusted accordingly as quickly as they did, and you know how the saying goes, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. And so far, the momentum that Bonk was trying to bring towards map 2 and 3 just could not translate. And Persija, they saw the blood, they saw, well, the weakness, and they tried to harp on it as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, there were some definitely stand-up performances from the side of the Bonkers. Like, during map number 1, especially, right, that front line of theirs, RD on the Chamber, and then NAOS as well on the Raze was really spectacular. Everybody on that roster had a positive plus minus at the end of things. So if you go on to Breeze, you see NAOS performing, yes, you see Tix on that Viper, but everybody else really struggling to get their foot in the door. Winning 3 rounds for Breeze, and then 2 on Bind. It just seemed like when it came to it, and by the way, it was a map pick for rather Bonkers on map number 2, but I'm not too sure why they picked Breeze specifically. If they had anything in mind specifically, it didn't seem like there was anything too fancy, like composition wise, but their play just, to be quite honest, was subpar compared to how Persija were just so used to playing. But I guess that's to be expected when it's your first outing in the international scene.
That is true. And again, they had quite a bit of flashes of brilliance, but we really cannot rely on just glints and sparks. We need that light. We need that full show. And despite, again, so many times where we thought, oh, Bonkers got this. Oh, Bonkers is trying to make a comeback. Persija, their adjustment, well, okay, this is a bit of a debacle. You know, typically you don't die to a Neon ult. Sometimes you, oh, hey, yeah, they're low HP, let's finish them all. But again, Persija, they saw the throat, they went for the jugular, and they closed and sealed the deal.
I think what's very curious to me too, Raph, is we're seeing neons on both sides here in Bind.
Yeah.
Something we haven't seen throughout the entirety of the play-ins. We did not see a single neon on Bind throughout those play-ins. And it's just curious to me that they both come out with it here in this matchup specifically against each other. I'm not too sure if that was maybe pre-planned or pre-placed, but at least it worked for one side more than it did the other. And we're going to talk about players soon. I mean, we have to talk about, like, Famous. He was absolutely, completely just a monster in that entire series. And so was Eeyore, bringing that veteran experience into their Sentinel game.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Famous and Eeyore. 3 agents used by Famous, 2 agents by Eeyore. Overall, a huge positive plus minus here. Plus 22 for Famous, plus 12 for Eeyore, and they definitely showed their resilience and experience playing in the international scene. And for Bonkers, this is their first international outing. Maybe this is just going to be the stepping stone for them to bounce back in the lower bracket, since they still have one more chance to remain in the group stages. Now, with all that being said, we'll see how well Persija Esports will continue on their streak as they wait for their opponent. If it's either going to be Paper X or Fancy United Esports, we'll look at that in the next coming days. But we have to focus on the next series at hand. It's NAOS Esports versus Blade Esports. Arguably the most awaited matchup that we have coming up so far.
Yeah, for sure. At least on this day here. This is a match where you look at, these are the number 2 seeds coming from the qualifiers of their own respective regions. NAOS from the Philippines, MYSG for Bleed, and they come in with a lot of hype because of what they did in their own qualifiers and what they did even before this VCT stage began. And I think it's just apt that this is almost kind of like the headliner basically for this day, because there are 2 teams that could potentially kind of be like dark horses that make it super far, even to the grand final.
With a sentiment of them being, you know, the main event for today per se, And yeah, like you mentioned, this is honestly the first look we're going to have for these teams when it comes to the international stage. We don't know how well their games translate yet when it comes to, you know, when the boots hit the ground, because on paper, they're both fantastic teams. They both are strategically sound. They both are honestly very similar in a lot of aspects, but I believe it's really the approach to the philosophy and the, well, like I mentioned, the application of that in-game that will potentially set them apart.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce our teams so that we can find out how apart they can set themselves here in this series. Let's introduce NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports, second seed from the Philippines, at one point was undefeated, but only fell to South Built Esports 1-3.
They've been tearing up the local scene. They've been one of the most intelligent teams. They have one of the most systematic approaches to the adjustment of the game. And overall, they're just really strong. But the question is, how do they perform here? This is their first international appearance. Will the nerves get to them? Who knows, right? But yeah, they had such an amazing run all throughout our local qualifiers, barely dropping any series. But yeah, our number two seed, which honestly was an interesting ride too, because they did best South Built 3 times in a row before that fated grand final, but that's another story for another day.
For sure. And, you know, this team, while it might at the surface look like they're a bunch of youngins, a bunch of, you know, young kids, the backline of that, where it's really structured and built upon, is with veteran experience coming in from even, you know, other orgs like Bren, like Kevs and Kakarot did come from the Bren CS roster before Valorant. And that's something that they are going to be able to at least bring into the table here.
One thing that we have to take note to is their, well, like I said, their unique approach to the game. They employ KO way more than most of the teams we've seen, and that's become a bit of a focal point. Their mid-round adjustments have been so fine-tuned around that KO that sometimes it could potentially be a crutch. When we see Kakarot fall, the reliance on that 0 point can be a little apparent, but still, that doesn't really take away the strength, their dueling power, and basically everything else that they have in their arsenal.
Well, we'll actually have a look at the kids, seeing how well they'll perform against the Singaporean team, who had a couple of imports in the past couple of months during the off-season. Let's introduce Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports looking to make NAOS Esports bleed on their feet. They got 2 imports from the EU region. We have yet to know if they're going to be playing, but nope, that's not going to happen. We got Darion, First Love, Flaring, and Lenny and Lexi going in on this fight.
I mean, let's address the elephant in the room. They might not be on this roster, but, you know, players like Pith could definitely be playing on, and he might be a ninja who isn't in a pajama in this case, but who knows, maybe he's going to take kind of that stealthy approach into this game and find his way onto one of these maps. And in contrary to what a lot of people think, you know, Bleed, when they added those kind of imports late last year, they didn't actually start playing with them in tournament or scrimming with them till maybe earlier in this year. So maybe the time to kind of bake that in hasn't really set in for them. But this roster, I honestly don't think they don't even necessarily need that star power, because the players that they've got on here, a mix and mash of different players from the MYSG scene, some from Louvre, some from the former Bleed squad, and this is a roster that has been put together as basically the team to try and conquer the MYSG scene, the team to take that title away from Paper Rex, who we all know are the indomitable perennial #1 of MYSG. This is a team that's looking to do it here right now. They were not able to prove that in their own local qualifier versus Paper Rex, as they lost that grand final, but maybe they can get further than them here in the international stage, because this team has been looking like one of the most primetime young talent teams I've seen in APAC ever since the end of last year, and they're one of the teams that I firmly believe are one of the biggest dark horses we've got in this entire tournament. Bleed are going to make everybody really spill that crimson fluid everywhere.
Handcrafted, star-studded is the way that you've described Bleed, and again, it just so much excitement already mounting, talking about how their young core, even with the veteran presence of our of Pith and the like, my goodness, it's just firepower upon firepower. But my question is for you, Black and Blue, how do you think Bleed is gonna have that balance between those two destructive weapons?
That's what I really am concerned about, and that's maybe the reason why we don't see Pith on that opening roster. Will they even field him in? You have to assume they are. They didn't you know, try to get that big name in just for no reason, and so you're gonna have to assume they're gonna play that. But I think Pith does really fit in well to this team. They're really experienced enough and really, I think, good enough to incorporate him into the roster, as well as Maxi from Sweden as well. So are they going to play here today? I'm not too sure. Can they work as a team, though? I do believe that is definitely capable, especially for such a great team like Bleed.
Pretty sure Pith and Maxi will be able to give experience from the EU side of the VCT tour towards Bleed Esports. Hopefully they could show a little bit of that spice, but we have to show the head-to-head that we have on this matchup. And today we're going to be focusing on the two duelists of the teams. We got Blurred and Darien for NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports, and everything is on point here, but the play styles are completely different.
Very new players, all things considered, to the competitive scene, and I think that is something that should not be understated because of how well they're performing, considering they're kind of new young players, as we talked about. Honestly, not just these players are pretty similar, but even the orgs that they're from, you know, orgs that started last year and suddenly were just huge driving forces that just came out of the woodwork, new orgs, and they are immediately like one of the biggest orgs in their own country for the Valorant scene, and that's something that I think should not be understated as well. These two players, I think, represent the team that they're on so perfectly that it almost seems like they were match made to be on this roster for either side.
Another thing that we have to tack on is that although these players are incredibly young, they have a good head on their shoulders. We never really see them ego peak or overextend, despite rocking an agent that pretty much succeeds in that. You know how the tailwind is, and we know how all these players can utilize it. But once again, Blurred and Darien, they've made all those decisions to somewhat anchor themselves to the ground, both in terms of strategic approach and tactical play.
Yeah, these two Jets, man. They're all I'm gonna say is the youngins, when they pick Jet, they're typically cracked when they get to this level, and these guys certainly live up to all that expectation here.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, we were expecting Pith and Maxi to play, but I'm pretty sure that Darien and the rest of Bleed Esports, they should be able to come out with a bang here against NAOS. But more fitting to ask here is how is NAOS ready right now? I mean, we've been saying that now's the time for them, but this is the first time that they're competing in the international stage. How well do you think these guys are going to be able to fare up against Bleed Esports?
That remains a big question, right? One that we're gonna have to really find out for ourselves. I know, you know, Rafi, we're taking kind of like a deep dive look into NAOS, how they play. They use KO on pretty much every single map, and the maps that they think KO won't work, they insta-ban. So I'm kind of curious how they're exactly gonna use that almost kind of crutch to, you know, play against Bleed, but I think you've got some opinions of your own on how that maybe will turn out.
That I do, but again, it's one of those things where again, statistically speaking, both these teams are in the upper echelon, right? They're both very impressive, but it's really the fieldwork that we have to pay attention to. And I can already tell how the way we're talking and how we're already dissecting the game plan for both these teams. We're super, super excited.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the map veto that's coming up at hand right now. A lot of unanswered questions that we have yet to figure out the answers to. Most of them is how NAOS will be picking up the slack there. I mean, they did lose to South Built Esports, not the cleanest of victories there for South Built Esports. Still a 3-1 victory nonetheless. But NAOS Esports, I'm pretty sure that they are able to bounce back there. Meanwhile, Bleed, on the flip side, they did lose to Paper Rex in a clean 3-0 fashion. Not the best way to bow out in the grand finals. And we're going to be beginning the map veto right now as we speak, as Bleed will be banning out Breeze.
Okay, so opening ban here by Bleed on that Breeze. I mean, I'm curious, I guess, to be fair, NAOS have been really good on Breeze. We haven't really yet seen Bleed on Breeze though in the past like 3 months, and so I was wondering if they're gonna keep Breeze open, knowing that NAOS pretty much don't have history through VOD review for the Bleed side. They're going into Breeze blind if they ever play that, but NAOS have been a super great team on Breeze. They've beaten South Built on that twice, and Z has popped off on every single time he's played on Breeze as well, so it's not unexpected that they're gonna do that necessarily. But I think the opening map pick here, that is curious because they pick Haven. And when we saw during the local qualifiers in the Philippines, now seemed like potentially the best team possibly on Haven even for the Philippine side.
I honestly thought they would have gotten the Ascent first. Again, both these teams are very efficient and sufficient on both these maps. But like you mentioned, I would say NAOS has a lot of VOD to rather have been exposed for all their opposition. Now selecting Split, I think I might have to run through this because they never picked this map in our local qualifier. So yeah, this being thrown out, that's a bit of a curveball for everybody.
And even during, the Malaysian and Singaporean qualifiers, Bleed did not play a single moment on Split, not a single map on Split. So this is a completely new look for both of these teams. They would almost even insta-ban NAOS, right? They would almost kind of insta-ban Split because they feel like the KO maybe doesn't necessarily work on that. And so we're kind of wondering, what's the game plan here necessarily? I get Bleed, they pick Haven. It's a great map for Bleed, to be fair. Probably their best map as well, but so are NAOS. And so we're basically getting here, Raph, Nomad, the opening map Haven, right? It's the best map for both teams, and then second map is the most unknown map for both teams as well.
This is one of those games where potentially this could have been won in the veto already. Now the question is, are we gonna get Ascent banned out, and are we gonna have a bind decider yet again? Because that time is running out, and the questions have been formulating. But no, we are actually gonna find an Ascent pick here. So it does look like NAOS, or rather both these teams, are looking to go the distance, but that also begs the question, aren't both these teams extremely efficient on Ascent anyway?
They're okay. I mean, we saw Bleed played against Paper Rex in the grand final. They lost, obviously, as it was pretty dominating towards Paper Rex's side, 6-13. We did see them play Ascent as well on the NAOS side in their grand final as well versus South Built, which South Built were able to, I guess, close the series on, but they did as well, to be fair, win against South Built on Ascent in the group stages, not in the grand final. So there's some history for these two teams. They have some maybe wayward performances, but if anything, I feel like it is NAOS here who kind of have the upper edge on Ascent because they're a team that really loves to run that KO, and we know how deadly KO can be on Ascent. Although, to be fair, Bleed also do run KO, but only on Ascent, which, unlike NAOS, just pretty much run it on every map. That maybe give them that more familiarity advantage.
I feel like there's still so many composition choices that we have yet to see because, once again, this is potentially another meta shift for all of us. We've seen so many pretty crazy, like I said, agent picks. So how is that KO going to assist in the double controller meta? Are we even going to see that coming from NAOS? Because if you really think about it, KO reduces the game to its core fundamentals. You try to swing as hard as you can with that KO, and now you add the fact that their stuff is silenced. You have all your controllers. Question mark, profit?
A big question mark there if it's just going to be a gun game for the most part here for NAOS Esports. But the question is, will NAOS be able to see it through to game 3, or will Bleed take it away from NAOS? What do you guys think?
Wow. I kind of want to hear Rap's opinion. I've been going first,
Wow.
but I want to hear what he's got to say about this.
All right, let's go, Raph.
So again, we've talked about the how Bleed has new acquisitions, right? These imports that we've talked about. I feel like their impact is going to be felt even if we don't see them, because we know Pith, we know Maxi. They've had so much international experience. So even if they're an intangible in game, all the wisdom that they're gonna share to their teammates, like I said, if they're not playing, is going to be the edge that Bleed needs. And I think, and I hate to say this, but Bleed might take this over now. It's 2-1, maybe even 2-0.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough decision. I think this is going to be a close game, and I do think NAOS, they have what it takes to bring it to a third map, but I'm not too sure if they necessarily are going to win this specific matchup between Bleed. Bleed have just been looking so perfect. As Raph said, you know, the intangibles, the things you couldn't count on in terms of the server might reflect on their favor, and because of that reason, I do think Bleed are going to take this 2-1.
Man, I'm gonna have to agree with you guys there. Now's not the time for NAOS Esports, and I feel like the experience that Pith and Maxi will be giving to a Bleed Esports would be 100% beneficial for Bleed Esports to adjust into the gameplay and be able to just come out with a strategy that Southeast Asia or the Asia Pacific region has not seen in competition just yet. But I really want to be proven wrong by now. So Esports will see that happen in just a bit as we go into game 1 in this best of 3 series between NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports.
A game of debuts as we are halfway done for first day of our group stage, and now is the time for the PH versus SG showdown. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCT APAC Challengers. My name is Dax, here with Tash yet again, and Tash, this is going to be an exciting one. NAOS Esports, one of the rising stars of the Philippine scene, out of nowhere coming on in to take that second slot, versus Bleed Esports, and is today finally the day of the debuts of the EO duo.
Yep, that's right. We saw the panelists were looking at just now. They all actually voted for Bleed. Looks like Pith is actually, Pith is there. We talked, I was just talking earlier this morning. I saw that Pith was just complaining that his mouse had problems. So is that a way to disarm Bleed? Is another question of the day. But in terms of our lineups, that's
Yeah, so far we got the NAOS standard. Kakarot gonna be on that KO. They love to play that KO, get the suppression, bring it back to some of the past ventures that they have been before. And Kev's, of course, on that Sova. Very reliable double initiator. In the clutch time, you can rely on Kakarot and Kev's to actually be the ones to whip it out for the team. But on the flip side, Bleed Esports, I think it's time for us to talk about the two Swedes on this roster. You got Kit and you got Maxi. Imports from the EU region, now finally playing for Bleed Esports. This is the first time we're ever gonna see them run this lineup for Bleed, because in their MYSG Challengers, it was the 5-6 roster, and it was a big effort from them. It wasn't the cleanest though. They lost out in the first upper bracket match they had against Pastel. They got 0-3 by Paper X, but they got the job done anyway, made it to that second slot in the first place. And really big kudos to the likes of Flaring and First Love for subbing on in, especially since Maxi and Pit couldn't really figure out how to play because of a few IRL incidents. Thing is, probably just how they can actually enter the Singaporean region in the first place, but now they are ready for action. And from what I've seen in the streams that Kit has brought out here in the SA region, he duos a lot with Maxi. They fill the Sentinel and Controller role especially, and bring in that EU flavor, especially for the big utilities for a squad. This might be a newer look and a newer pace rather for Bleed Esports.
I mean, I really like NAOS Esports bringing in the KO from Kakarot. I mean, this is very... I mean, we know that Kakarot is the type of player that can really just go off. We've seen the way Forsaken plays KO, and I'm really excited to see if he does it the same way or not. But look at this. Very quickly, they're just going in. I really like how he walks with the Dugo into Garage, immediately getting rid of that bot. For now, because the bot actually spotted them out, they're like, okay, we gotta reposition ourselves. And I think that what's really good about Bleed that I was talking about when I was casting over Malaysia, Singapore, was the fact that they're very methodical. They're very clockwork is the way they're playing now. But for now, though, they did not check their corners. Delicious gets Darion out of there. He gets double out of that. So worth it. Would be a triple?
Aggressive Astra.
Actually, yes,
there
it
you go.
does.
He got it, and it's not G, it's Jet, as he likes to say. But Jelicious there, playing the ultra aggro that he loves to run. And this is where Blade Esports might be surprised by what NAOS can bring to the table. You can already see that they want to play it methodical, like you said, but Blast just gets in the face of Pit. Gets that takedown. Lene also caught out there by Jet, and it's a quad for the Astra to start things off. So a good start here for NAOS Esports, already sizing up the competition. And really, if Blade Esports isn't going to be the one to take that first step on, NAOS will be the ones to be happy to do so. Great punish though from Jet, catch out Darion at the start there.
Yeah, that's right. Corner's not washed, but the thing is, when you look at Bleed as well, they allowed themselves to be isolated. So it was just like G was just kind of peek shoot, peek shoot, peek shoot. How can you just queue up for someone like that? I mean, I did say that in round 1, usually you don't really see the full potential of each team. It's maybe a warm-up, or maybe they're just trying to get, just kind of get a feel of this team. As you mentioned before, now this is their first time playing on the international stage. And you think about it, it might also be the first time that they're actually meeting with Bleed. So maybe Bleed doesn't really understand what exactly is NAOS bringing to the table, especially with their very, very unique lineup.
Yeah, now especially, the interesting part is they let Bleed pick Haven. We've seen from the stats of Bleed Esports, this is a map they've won against everyone in their challengers except Paper Rex. But this is home to NAOS Esports. This is a map they have loved to run ever since, even when they were in their own individual teams before becoming NAOS Esports. Playground here for the likes of Kevs and Kakarot. You can see they're blurred, getting that first pick off to slow down the push from Bleed Esports. I really feel like, though, that not just the EU superstars we have here right now of Maxi and Pit will be a factor, but I'm really looking forward to what Lexi can bring to the table. He has had that history for Team SNG, very flexible player, and really at the very top of the SG scene for quite a while. But Blast down with the mode down for one, switches guns. No mistake there, Lexi will get the takedown. Jet, they'll bring out the Phantom already. 2 for Jet, and he's coming closer and closer to that cosmic divide as Kakarot makes the pinch happen, and now is using map control here to squeeze out Bleed Esports bit by bit.
Oh. Oh, that was actually really good. I mean, he does get one. He tries to... Actually, if he didn't run out of that clip, it would have been a double or even a triple. It was just so unlucky. He shouldn't have reloaded. He could have just swapped guns, but either way, it would have been traded out regardless, because, as you know, when you play with the Classic, you can only get one target at a time. It's not kind of like a spray like what a Spectre can do. However, though, I'm really liking the initiative coming from G. I mean, when you look at G as well, it's all about gunplay. We're not seeing too much of the crazy Astra smokes lineups or anything like that. It's just literally G just being that good at using a gun.
One more thing he does is just pressures you. As soon as he puts a star below you, it most likely means he's going to be peeking that angle. And for Jed there, it's very effective at the starts. We'll see if Bleed Esports now, as they have the guns, can they contend instead. But you can really see the EU influence here for Bleed Esports. It really has been more of a method for their run in their local challengers, and especially with a foreign coach, with the, if I remember correctly, it's Lagiha there, a legendary coach from CS also. So there's a lot of pedigree right now on this Bleed Esports roster. But here comes Spitz, checking out things in the middle. Now still respecting the push, and oh, Jay again out of nowhere, first frag onto Maxi.
Jay is just bringing a different level of Astra play. Usually Astra plays in the back, does Astra things, but this is a duelist sort of Astra. We talked about how Sky is being able to play sort of duelist sort of way. Astra as well. I love the way how innovative. I mean, we did talk about NAOS being very innovative, and these kind of different kind of play styles coming in from different agents is what's bound to catch Bleed kind of off guard when you think about it. As I said before, Bleed is very methodical. They're very kind of like, I wouldn't say textbook per se, but mechanically they're really good at what they do. But Len will be getting blurred out of the way really good. Then finally the plant does come in after 2 rounds in a row. You can see KVZX from the start does get picked out there in terms of location. He will be tagged, has to move away. Darian playing an aggressive, finds Jay out of the way there, and that's his little revenge, if you may. For now, he's trying to make sure that both angles are covered, but they are very aware he is. The blast with that great swing. Will he get to clear that out? Yes, he does. Pit will be the next victim. Blast with the third. Amazing plays.
Yeah, he's just going in, and the pain trade that is Blast. Turret though with the spot, and Kakarot will bring the mechanical advantage there at the end. Nice swing to get that takedown. But check out how Blast makes the entry. On the attacking side, he can be an entry sentinel of all things. And here on the defense, he is willing to be that aggressive as much as possible. Anytime Bleed feels like there's a moment of reprieve, you can't do that against NAOS Esports because suddenly someone like Blast can push you forward. There, then caught on that, hit their fought out as well in the hell angle. And since Blast found the opportunities to make those 1v1s anyway, that was the perfect time for him to just win those duels. It was a good start for Bleed. I love the fact that Darion also wanted to be more aggressive, checked out the links, but hanging back later on kind of cost him that round since NAOS Esports was able to isolate those angles anyway.
Yeah, that's right. When you talk about Darion just now, he was really severely punished. We talked about how he actually got his location was revealed, but yet he wasn't repositioning. He just stayed there. No one was taking the initiative to take out the recon dart as well. KVZX getting Darion out of the way, which was a thorn in their side earlier, which gives them that breathing room they need, and it's gonna make it really hard for Bleed to actually really kind of hold their sights here. But Pete does get a trade out of that, but Pete will be getting 2-3 actually. And here comes the rotate. It's still a 2-on-2 situation, but there is the ultimate coming up from Cypher.
Oh, here we have it. Maxi and Pit will see what they can do together. Lockdown though is into play as Blast got it from that last round. Rare whiff though from Kakarot, kind of costing them that hold, and it was already such a good start from Kevs anyway, catching out the players coming in from A short instead. But as the lockdown buy space, the Cosmic Divide is there as well. Can Bleed get on through to the other side? That's the question. Cyber Cage in the way. Blast already making the defuse count, but Push will come into 2 and Jet will hold it off 1-for-1, and Jet comes in clutch again. Delicious clutch, as they always say here, the PH, and it's NAOS Esports now keeping it perfect so far.
I think a lot of people were keeping an eye out on Kakarot because of his, his reputation as a player in FPS. But honestly, Jay has been really stepping it up. He does that big frags, he does that big plays using his abilities. It's kind of like how a Sky would when you're playing him, when you're playing her kind of like a more duelist style. It's very aggressive. And I didn't mention before, when it comes to innovation, NAOS is the team to bring that to the table. For now, I think it's really catching Bleed off guard as well. There's so many instances where you think that they might be taking it, but suddenly nope, because you're just gonna be caught off guard. It doesn't matter what kind of agent you're playing. If it's a support, they can play aggressive too if they choose to.
Yeah, the thing about NAOS though is every single one of these players can honestly play a duelist. Kakarot and Kevs have had that duelist experience in their local scene. In the meantime, we've seen how Blast can play, we've seen how Jet can play, and these guys, they want the fight. Bleed Esports, they need to be wary, in all honesty. They might want to work on pushing in forward together, because if it's just Darion there in a 1v1, Jazz had the hot hand, and he is still feeling all of these aligned Jets. Now with a second, Lexi finally with the trade, but in behind as Lexi gets 2. Seems like Blast getting ready, but Maxi, perfect angle, hugging the side of the platform. And now Bleed Esports giving themselves a chance in a 3v2 scenario. Quick TP on the way by the OM. Blurdo coming on in. And here comes Blurd, but Pit will be able to get 20/20 vision there. Kevs though now in a low HP state as Maxi throws out the smoke. Push comes to shove. Maxi is there to at least get a single point here for Bleed Esports. Costly round, sure, but they will take it anyway.
Oh yeah, that is exactly what I talk about. This is the methodical Bleed that we want to see. When the first few rounds come around, I mean, there are some teams, Persija as well. We saw that earlier where they hit a very uncharacteristic bad start. We were like, okay, are they kind of caught off guard from how Bonk is playing? Probably. But as rounds go by, as I mentioned in the previous rounds, each team is kind of like a Rubik's Cube. It's up to see which team is able to kind of like figure out the Rubik's Cube first. Bleed maybe finally found that out. Not too sure. We'll have to see how it goes. But Lexi, aggressive. Blurred a little bit too aggressive in his own right. Shouldn't have kind of like committed to that.
Yeah, a few smart plays here from Bleed helping them out immensely. Maxi's angle there to get an angle off the back of C site. Huge for the opening. And there you go. Sometimes the ambition here of NAOS Esports, once Bleed can figure it out bit by bits, they can really get the punish on. And Case in point, shutting down Blurred to start things off. This is an eco round though anyway, and for NAOS Esports, they'd love to get their ultimates as much as possible. So in that case, it's like, okay, let's try to get the orb. Got punished, no problem. We're now gonna try and make a pinch happen. Keep an eye out on the garage. Pit isn't watching that though, so a chance here for Blast to actually go for the opening, but now suddenly the Cypher peeks on that, doesn't get the shot. And Tess is there though, as the site right now will be taken by Bleed Esports. B stands for Bleed, and they're all over the place here. Jed though over by the link already. Quick movements from Blast even. But really, even though NAOS is making sandwich, Bleed is still prepared for the angles anyway here, Dash.
Yep, that's right. I really like how they're doing this. Blast does get Maxi out of the way, but for now, Darion will be caught from 2 different angles. Lexi does trade it out. Blast is now out of the game. It's still a 2-on-2, 2-on-3 actually. Lexi is alive from the skin of her teeth. Tuco trying to get some information as much as they can. There is a diffuse coming out. Pit coming from the side with that beautiful swing as well as spray. You can see there Jay from the side there. They just miss each other actually. 11 HP left. Can he stay alive? He gets 1 as well in return. But Bleed will be getting this. Jay will be out of the game. That's another point for Bleed.
Sneaky stuff though from Jet. Hides in the corner with the smoke and just goes on through avoiding Pit there. But it was a decent recovery there from NAOS Esports on the eco round, getting a few frags like that. Hurting Bleed.
That's worth it.
Really counts. It's worth it. And the thing is, they decided, okay, we might not win this round, but at least let's make sure we can catch out the defenders of the site themselves. They isolated the first fight, they got the double peek from afar on the second, and from that point on, it was quite, I want to say it was a very strong threat from the outside, but they still also got 1 more kill out of it. So now Esports here just they're honestly making gold out of these rocks right now, but Bleed Esports, let's see if they can get it even cleaner as the camera, no one saw that?
Messed that up. We didn't see that. We didn't see that. Don't worry about it.
He's still playing from EU, man. So the pain. No, he's actually in Singapore already. Both of them. But Bleed's going for that seaside, aren't they?
Yep, they are, and this is gonna be C-Long, and look at that, smokes are already out. It just kind of stops them from getting some information. Look at that, the farming of the orb is gonna be happen, but Seekers are finally out. Also, the Dougal immediately goes forward there, and as well as the Hunter's Fury. Look at that, Len getting Blast out of the way. Jay will trade that out. The VX as well. It's a trade on a trade on a trade, and then suddenly it's only Kakarot left on the other side. Against 2 players? Nope, actually just 1 more. Pit versus Kakarot. Singapore versus Philippines, or is it EU? Pick one. Where are you gonna be?
Well, we're gonna be on that C side as Pit now suppressed. Doesn't matter though, and both of these players, that background, rich history on the CS scene, they don't mind those suppresses. Pit here, he's gonna get the camera very, very soon. Can help him out from an off angle if ever. But from the defense side comes Kakarot, low the HP. Spots out the Cypher. Camera now gonna get thrown. And Pit now might try to go for a roundabout play here, as Kakarot will peer into the garage so far, but the ring around is real, and Kakarot will take this time to go for the defuse. Does Pit know this is wall bangable? It's time now to cut on top of the crates, on top of the logs, and on top of the round. 4-3, and that was just some veteran calls there from Pit, in all honesty. Many people will just rush in, right? They'll just be like, oh, he's defusing, time to panic, but it was so calm from a player like Pit.
Pit was like, not only was that a real crazy roundabout played as well, it's like he wasn't even scared of putting that camera. I think Kakarot kind of panics there as well when you think about it. He didn't even stop when he got tagged. He's like, bros don't fake. Sometimes you gotta, I think.
It's the other guy who's more of a pro right now in terms of history, and Pit there with the 7. He does take a while to get things going from what I've seen in his SEA streams, but as soon as we get into the later rounds, he is quite a menace, understanding more and more how the opponent moves. But as the guiding light did come, does seem like here for Blurred, he can't make a play with the Blade Storm so far, and an eco round yet again here for NAOS. Slowly but surely, Bleed is really chipping away at this NAOS lead. 1 more, and they're tied up here.
Yep, that's right. That's really good when it comes to that. I mean, one thing that's for sure, Darion will get Jay out of the way. That's a big impact. That's a big person to take out, and I think they're like probably, okay, that's Jay out. We don't have to worry too much. They don't have any more smokes. Their controller is gone. Gives us a little bit more breathing room as we try and take side. For now, though, look at that. The grenade does go out. Darion does wallbang blast in return, but Lexi will find Kakarot as well. Not looking too good for NAOS right now when you think about it, especially with Jay out of the way. And now, how are they playing the post flank?
That's the blades.
That flank.
The flank is real, and finally Blurred able to navigate on through. Did use some utilities though to get through those tripwires, but now he's against the world as Darion gets 3. Location though is revealed. Len is being quite a pain, and Darion will inflict that final punch there. But even though they got the flank on, you can still see the trouble he had in the first place. Great placement with the utilities there from Pit. Even Len understanding where to lob it, make sure that the hubby is completely seen by the recon dart. And that is all she wrote here for NAOS right now. Blade Esports has taken control of this game. They're the ones on the rampage. And since they've gotten the punish on the peaks of NAOS Esports right now, and when they have that gun advantage, they're just pretty much able to snowball on the site as soon as they play that execute.
Yep, that's right. I mean, when we talked about innovation just now, Hit brought something very new to the table. I've never seen anyone play the Cypher camera the way he did earlier, where he used it more aggressively than just more for recon. However, though, Blurred trying to see if he can get any picks, but look at that, he immediately gets blocked by the Omen smokes. So unlucky. So much utility being used early as well, trying to buy more time, honestly.
Small circle loses the big circle. But also, let's not count on what Lexi has done here so far. I feel like he's also like a bit of the sub-leader. If I remember correctly, he's the one making those calls back in the NYSG Challengers since it wasn't Maxi nor Pit playing. And he does bring such a veteran prowess, really, from just the SG region to this team. And he's such a flexible player as well. But for now, they have supported Darion immensely on his pushes. Will we get this again from Bleed Esports, as they do want to try and siege into that A site? Split on around though. Spike is with Lena here, and he might be coming in a little later after this hard commit from Bleed Esports. Short angle the words at here, Tash.
They have to be careful here. They have to check the corners. He does get one. Will be double, not quite. Darion a little bit faster on that second contact. However, coming onto site is one problem. Astra is still up, but it's going to be a trade there for Len as well. That's where the crossfire is going to be coming in. Jay will be the next victim. Immediately, Kakarot reacts back. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Pit all alone, but we have seen Pit's capability. It gets one. Just one more. Check your left. Not quite enough.
Yeah, unfortunate. Didn't expect Kakarot to be in the same angle when he peered towards Blast. Didn't see the KO. This time, Kakarot will get a bit of his revenge versus the Cypher. So it's 5-4, and now is finally, well, part of the fun, stopping the bleeding. They are able to stay on that side. Great flick there also from Blurred. But it feels like for Bleed that they still need to have a bit more force coming into these sites. They can't just be getting that first pick and expecting NAOS to not be there anymore. This is a very, very hasty team. They love to go for those quick rotations because they understand how a map like this works. And case in point there, you don't even expect the KO to be even deeper into Graffiti.
Yep, that's right. This is not the same KO that we saw from Forsaken play. This is a more kind of team-oriented play, which I don't hate, by the way. If they know how to utilize that correctly, it can be very, very punishing. Darion, already blades are out, rushing onto the sites right in front of that, gets a flash, immediately reacts to it. He knows there's someone in the back there, however, his teammates are ready for him. Darion knows there's someone in the back, Blast taking some damage there as well. Not quite enough to get him away, but they have to move away because there is a lockdown going on.
Yeah, couldn't get that kill, so he has to retreat. If he got that takedown onto Blast, that could have been Bleed Esports pushing even further. It's a bit of a standstill, but keep an eye out in the middle of the map. You have Pit there on the lurk. Is Blurred prepared for that, though, as now Esports might communicate that there's no Cypher here. And there's still so much time for Bleed to go for the rotation anyway. But really, it does seem like for Bleed, there's a lot of, I'd say, responsibility for their play. They understand immediately, okay, we can't actually go for the overcommit now. And instead, we'll wait for the perfect timing in the perfect position of our flank. Blasto, he's the one holding things off, and he's spotted so quickly here by Lexi.
Yep, that's right. It's a very, very common angle as well. And on top of that, through Garage, his bot was actually covered by the smoke as well, so he can't react unless someone goes through the smoke to actually go through. For now, the Lexi, his bird does get destroyed, not quite enough to actually get some information, but they do know that there is someone coming in for CT. Pit coming from the side, though, will he actually get through? You can see there, KVZX in Garage. They just pass each other, just shoulder to shoulder. Will he clear out? That's how he finally sees him. Pith gets him from behind, and immediately that's the Cypher ultimate. Everyone knows where you are, my friend. You better be running for your life.
Yeah, this is actually great use of the Cypher ultimate. Very quick to charge on up. They know that's an operator in the hands of Blurred, and it is high time now to get the punish on. Shot does come, and Blurred has to get the hell out of there. The TP there from Maxi to be a bother. Will we get connection? Yes, we do onto Maxi, but Durian will show on up, and that's the big punish Bleed has been looking for. It's 5-5 now, and it seems like it's the NAOS Esports wallet that's pretty much bleeding out here.
Yup, that's right. They're just turning the tables. But there's a reason why they chase. They don't want Blur to be able to bring that up to the next round because they're just trying to make sure that they don't have any advantage at all. And they just want to make sure that if NAOS is bleeding, they better keep bleeding.
That rhymes. I didn't know you were
Should be a rapper. I should be a rapper.
Let's go. I'll wait for your Spotify page. I'll wait for your album to drop. And I'll play it in my car full blasting as soon as it comes out. But we're coming back into the game close to the end of the first half, and we saw a good start there from NAOS, and suddenly it's Bleed Esports who has been absolutely ironclad, and Pit there standing tall to get that takedown. Didn't even fear Blur getting in his face. No panic whatsoever. Veteran prowess, and the cleanup is nice here from Bleed. Look at it, everyone getting on the board in simultaneous action. That is Bleed Esports.
I love that kind of like same page reaction from everyone. You saw Pit go on aggressive, he found someone immediately, and immediately everyone just reacted. Now, as soon as they saw Pit in there, suddenly you saw that hesitancy coming from them, and they're just slowly trying to rotate away. But what Bleed did was like, okay, the slow rotation, we're just gonna quickly run out and just annihilate them. They couldn't even react.
Couldn't even bother, basically. Bleed is just like they shrug off the dust, they shoo away the mosquitoes bothering them with pistols, and that was the show. Very, very quickly done. Thing is, now it's Esports, that was their eco state anyway, and from what we've seen is they just kind of want to either psych out the competition or get it over with, and they haven't found their answer yet here against the Bleed attack in the rounds where it gets more slowed. We here at the PH scene, we actually talk about how NAOS Esports love these mid-round adjustments, but Bleed is just out-adjusting the adjusters, basically. It's the adjusted 0.5, and when we get that second go at the site, after Bleed Esports is able to basically bait out some big utilities of NAOS Esports, then that is when Bleed Esports can execute well.
I think you always notice that Bleed is the type of team like they're not scared to change their mind going through to a plan. They don't really commit to one side. They get a pick, they'll probably get a pick here and there, suddenly they're repositioning themselves. Look at that, Darion taking so much space there. He does find one. Blast will be the one that's going down, but Blurred and Kakarot does find two trades there out of that. 1 for 2, I'll take that, but Lexi will find Kakarot in the back there. There is still the suppress. He is running for his life, but look at the pincer. That is what NAOS is. And immediately, suddenly, they only lost Blast out of that.
Yeah, we're ending the half with a tied scoreline. That was such a good trap set there by NAOS Esports. They put Kakarot in the back of sight, went for that null command as soon as they saw the entry. And for Bleed Esports, they wanted to get the punish on against two specific targets, either the KO or the Jet. But what happens there? NAOS is ready on both sides. Kev's getting the intel for where Pit is. Just Kakarot, sure, he dies in the field of battle, but Blur already got that first op shot. And from that point on, any extra push from Bleed Esports, that was covered by both A-Link and C-Link by NAOS Esports. Mastery on the map right now, 18 frags though on Jet. And we're seeing really the strengths of both sides here, the aggression that can come out from NAOS, but also the playmaking from Bleed Esports.
Yep, that's right. And like how Jay really just holds on to his stars. You do know that Astra now has 4. So how he's very picky about where he wants to put those and only uses it maybe for post plant or really when he really needs to. You don't really see those early star placements as well, which is why he's able to play it more aggressively because he's very selective on how he wants to do it. While it doesn't really bring too much benefit to the team, he is fragging out. So either way, it's working out in his favor. So now coming back to Bleed, it felt like I was just saying how they're not too committed to a site. I think what they wanted to do was quickly plant and then play post-plant. But what they didn't bank on was the fact that Kakarot was already waiting in the backside. So now when you want to play post-plant for B-side, those smokes from Maxi is just very, very important, as well as the cam from Cypher as well. So when they're stuck in a situation where they can't use their abilities, that was very, very dangerous.
Yeah, what I'm saying for Bleed is also they're a bit more adverse to hard CQC if it's rifle versus rifle. They do want to stay on away, play on the outside, and as much as possible use their ways to gather intel, because look at their lineup right now. You have that Sova, you have that Cypher, which is pretty much sure intel ever since the game came out, but you also have that Sky that also brings the flash as well as that gong sound that tells you that someone is there. So they're maximizing the intel gathers that they have right now as much as possible. They don't want to overcommit on the site, especially as a map as big as Haven for the rotation. It's a big reason why they have quite a great win rate on this map in the first place. But now we get into the second half. This game pretty subtle, but also at the same time as close as can be. A clash of regions now, as NAOS Esports is on the attacking side. They're taking some garage control as Blade Esports will back on the way to the window, but the rotation is already there, courtesy of Lexi as well as Pit. Darion also wanted to get the piece of the action. Let me peek here though over onto Jet. Damage done. The Astra falls so quickly to the hand of Lexi, and here comes Blade Esports now, preventing the take from happening, but NAOS Esports fights on back, and this is the problem for CQC. NAOS Esports, they're happy to just bare their fangs at Blade Esports, and while we get the delay there from Lene, Blast jumps in front of him with the classic and gun hand, free gun by the way, and makes it 7-6. A bit too eager perhaps for Blade Esports. They already got that takedown onto Jet, but I feel like if they retreated a little bit there and then retooled to make it 5v4, that has been more of a, I'd say, successful factor to them rather than this rumble in the jungle that we see here on Seaside.
Oh yeah, and absolutely. One more thing I really want to say is I really want to give it to Blurred as well. He's not scared. He cleared out Garage really, really fast, immediately went onto Seaside. So the way that he played that was that he just put so much space as well. So he's like, okay, Garage is clear, that's fine. Plant, I'm going straight to the back. He gets a pick, does go down though, but you have to think about it. The trade-off of getting that area cleared out of his teammates is just so huge, but for now, Blast in the back, he gets one. Will it be a double? Not quite. Oh, actually he does. That switch is gonna be a 3-piece for him. Are you kidding me?
Blast outer. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, Tash. NAOS Esports is a little unfair when they have Blast in the roster, because it's not 5v5. It's 6v5. The turret, that turret, that's actually an official member of NAOS Esports. Not even kidding. They should put it in the roster already, because when Blast has the turret set up on a lesser buy on the opponent, yeah, that's him peeking with it. It's a 2v1 automatically, and in that case now, gun advantage being a factor. Maxi not gonna let this be an easy round.
That range?
It's a frenzy. Come on, you gotta believe in the frenzy.
I mean, we saw that earlier in the match with the last one, so I'm not surprised, but I'm just surprised I saw it twice today. However, though, the plant has happened. How are they going to play the post plant is the question. Maxi looking to the left, but look at that. Jay immediately reacting. The crossfire that I want to talk about, but Pit finds Blast in return. No more. That's 2 for 1, honestly. So buy one, free one moment. Blurred from the side, but Blurred does have a better gun.
Yeah,
it's a free frenzy out of that.
Kind of loses to the Spectre because it shoots out more bullets, but that was great already for Bleed Esports to get through. But notice though, how NAOS Esports is happy preventing the most, I'd say, quickest path towards that angle in the first place. It's easy pickings for NAOS Esports. And in a round where proactivity can reign, especially on the attacking side, this is a squad that is happy to push map boundaries as much as possible in a more straightforward manner. I don't think NAOS really is a roster that likes to play the lurk too much. I mentioned a while ago that it's an entry killjoy that can happen alongside that Jet for NAOS' first wave. And in those instances, they push on forward deeper and deeper to just try and squeeze out the map in a more, I'd say, frontal way.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, just now, it was a really big mistake as well from them. They just allowed themselves to be isolated. Blast was easily taken down. I don't know why they peeked one by one. If it was a double swing, that would have been the end. Either way though, this Len gonna try and see get some information. I think he does spot out that bot there over in lobby. He does see the other way, immediately runs out. They're gonna see that, but Sharkdown misses them. He swings out, but oh my god, Blurred, are you serious? That's 2 with that.
Right here.
As well as one more from KZVX. How do you pronounce his name?
Kevs. Like
Cavs.
Kevin, but there you go. Maxi, his name needs to be said right now as Blur goes down. Here comes Maxi yet again, gets the 3K! And Maxi maximizing opportunity, can Pit get the defuse in time. Jed though trying to go for the contest. Jed was get the takedown, rush on in, Pit! He has to let go, will he make it in time though? And Blade Esports can't get it here. It's NAOS buying the time. A clutch moment here for NAOS Esports, a very Esports clutch moment, and it's 9-6. But did you see that crossfire from NAOS Esports? They got the raid early on against the triple stack of the Singaporean side here of Blade Esports, and you just notice Blurred get a 2K with a Bulldog. Hero effort from Maxi though. This is why he's the leader right now of this roster. But yet again, just comes out of nowhere, and NAOS Esports, they really play on these more interesting angles on the post plant, and they can surprise you more than once in a round.
Absolutely, really gotta do that. They just really know how to play time as well, which is why it's so crucial. They want to play the, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it does make sense why Maxi is the leader. We talked about how Omen is like 300 IQ, plays Blurred, immediately takes out the IGL, but will be traded off with Lexi as well. Really worth it. If he goes forward, he does kind of get a free gun, but he doesn't want to risk it. Pith playing the sneaky deaky here inside of the garage, doesn't spot anyone. Look at that, they're quickly going towards C-Long, and C is completely empty.
I mean, I'm loving the Blade Esports strat so far. When do you see a retake like that, a tri-stack to get window control? But at the same time, they still need to be wary of the NAOS setups, the NAOS crossfires, and it has hurt them twice already in this half. That was a bonus round for NAOS Esports, so they're very much in control of this half right now. Blast right now with peeking, already prepared for the garage check anyway. And the third will be placed as the rest of NAOS Esports now, they want to stack and they want to go towards that C site here.
Yep, that's right. C site's a little bit more easier in the retake, but when you think about it, the lineups from Glass can be pain to deal with. There is the plant there, Pit playing it real safe, trying to make sure he can get some picks there. Gets one, not quite getting two, but Kakarot will be able to stop that. But Kevs does find Len in return. Suddenly, it's a 2-on-3 situation. They know that Lexi is the back there. There's a shock dart coming out. Thankfully, actually, Lexi does eat a little bit of damage there. Darian coming in from garage. Kakarot ends up getting one. Darren takes one in return, but I don't think that he's able to actually play around here to actually stop that from happening. Because look at where Blast is. They're pretty much ready for him. They know that he's going to do the long rotation. Blast with this crosshair pretty much ready. Waits for him. That's the end of that.
And Durian, he's had some good entries so far. Hasn't seen the same impact though from what might be needed in this scenario. He got 12 takedowns, so he's keeping parity with the rest of the squad. But it feels like there is a lack of that oomph, to say the least. There's a lack of a punch right now from the Bleed Esports retakes, and it will all boil down to him. But I'll give him props. He got more and more confident after like the first 4 rounds. He still needs to be wary though, because he's not just looking for his mirror image on the other side. He shouldn't be looking for someone like Blurred to kick things off. It might be someone like Kakarot, it might be someone like Blast, and those kind of agents, they can really take advantage of these different angles and the extra utility that they can have in that duel itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at Darian. Very aggressive angle. And I think that's the kind of like why they want to do that. Look at that. They're just like crossing each other. They just
He's
can't
already
see.
ready.
He's right there. Jay has to be careful. Immediately, they know. They absolutely know. Immediately, Darian has to go backwards. He has to reposition himself because he doesn't have the dash if he gets a pick or not, regardless. But I really like how NAOS, they're able to kind of like press on the brakes if they want to. They want to go press if they can as well. They're very patient. You really have to give it to them.
Yeah, they got that map control, and as you mentioned, no way out if ever that operator fires a shot. But the Hunter's Fury there from Lennox does get the tag onto Blurred. And suddenly now we hear the call for booting up.
That's the second one.
Well, command right. It's time now for the suppression fields yet again. And while the Cyber Cage will be a bother, Blurred here, a helicopter in the sky. And he's gonna get the angle all the way to backside to know that there's no one here on site. Spike's planted, and this is a full retake from the side of Bleed Esports. They have the Seekers available, they also have Girl Temp, but in this scenario, really can't find the way to optimize this so far. But now, Seekers in the front line, Blurred though with a shot, threading the needle. Hit will get the trade to make it 4v4. Blades are after you for Blurred with low HP, but Pit is not done, and he wants to go for more. Blast out finally with a shutdown, Lennon with a shot, Kakarot holding the line. Here comes Lexi, and it's Kevs peeking out at the right moment. NAOS Esports happy to make those trades, and the brawl continues, but it's NAOS Esports who wins another round.
Oh my god, you can see how close each round is. It's usually when we see these kind of skirmishes or fights, rather, we are seeing a more like maybe one survivor left, or at least surviving by the skin of their teeth. That's what we're seeing from this for both these teams, which shows that in terms of their mechanical skill or their play, it's just so close when we come to it. I would really like to see more high impact plays, especially from Darion. But the thing is, Darion, he chooses to play with an op. So when you're playing against like maybe Kakarot, who can easily get that information, it's rough. You're gonna have to play way in the back. You can't play as aggressive as you want to be. And immediately, Bleed has to go timeout. They gotta figure out this Rubik's Cube.
And you know, it's like, it's a one-for-one trade that can happen if ever, but losing an op early, it is costly. And unfortunately for these guys, they can't bank on the money their sponsors have, both of them in all honesty, in game. But it really goes to show that for NAOS, they're able to maximize a few things there at the end. Also, I love, for what I noticed from that brawl is NAOS Esports is a bit of a pocket play. They kind of hide Kevs if ever they go for that C take. When he has the Hunter's Fury, he's going to be hugging more of a C-long angle. When he only has darts or he just wants to play closer to the team, that garage is where he can come from. And unfortunate for Lexi, running out of bullets there at the wrong time, tried to switch it out, but Kevs again, right timing, doesn't even need to play the carry role here. He's only making the assists work. He's only with 7 frags in all honesty. It's now looking perilous for Bleed Esports. They haven't gotten a single round as of yet here on defense, because now Esports has hastily gotten through their defenses, got to the sites that they wanted to go for the takes, and then make their own setup work instead, as Darion wants to go for the Blade Storm play, but Blast in his turret being the biggest bother on the west side of the map.
Oh yeah, I think that's the reason why Blast has his little chicken turret. It's like an alarm, and also his best friend as well when you think about it. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's the sound it's coming out. Maxi playing in the shadows, and you can look at that. Suddenly you're seeing a more defensive Bleed. They're not playing too aggressive anymore. This is a very different tempo than before. And I think what happened is that they're like, okay, this is not working out for us. Maybe we should put we should put our foot on the brakes now. We can't play as aggressive. Let's try and anchor as much as we can and try to play retakes. However, though, when it comes to retakes, I felt like because of the bother coming in from Blast, Kakarot, as well as Kevs, it's just so hard for them to really kind of like hold the side to play aggressive. But Lexi punished so hard there for playing aggressive. But honestly, they have nothing to lose. They're on eco right now. Len does get one in return. Len will be taken out of the way. And right now, immediately, Kakarot gets out. Maxi and Jay will be finding Pith, and it's just Darion, the only one left alive, the sole survivor with the blades, wants to make something happen. It's a 1 versus 4 situation. Can this work out?
Yeah, this is hero time for Darion. 1v4. The odds are stacked heavily against him, but maybe we hype it up. He can make this play work. Those blades, though, if he can flick on quickly, he might be able to get 2 kills very soon on the blurred Kakarot.
Oh, no one's looking this way.
No, there he's looking. And he finds the shot anyway! There's the second from Darion! And not all heroes wear keeps. Sometimes they have white hair, picking up a gun, going for the updraft yet again, but Kevs with another cheeky angle, and to his surprise, it's another take over watching that long side. This is now map point here for NAOS Esports. 12-6. Bleed cannot find the answer against this NAOS onslaught.
Yep, how the turntables. Bad start for NAOS, but as the round kept progressing, that's the thing about NAOS. They're just so patient with this coming, with this how they play. While that happens, though, Darion did get 2 picks out of that. It is very worth it. In a way, he did get a gun, but the thing is, I don't think he should have outdrafted like that. He was trying to get some information, but the thing is, Kevs was pretty much ready and waiting for the outdraft. Immediately, Kevs with the Hunter's Fury wants to clear out that site. And look at that, immediately put out these smokes as well, making it so hard to see onto the site as well. Blast, not afraid to take that last point he needs for the lockdown.
And not only that, that's a double tag onto both the Omen and the Cypher. So the recruit comes out from Lexi, but the armor has been shattered. And a bit of a distraction now, courtesy of NAOS Esports, to force out maybe some rotations here from Bleed Esports. But then again, Pit now heading back to his initial location. Still a minute though for NAOS Esports to make the siege work, and if they want to seal this one, they have the lockdown, they have the Cosmic Divide. It's up to them again to use those ultimates to the best degree. Keep an eye out on Kakarot. One away from the null command. If he gets that kill, expect him to pop the suppress later on. Here comes the flash though, and Blurred with a takedown onto Lexi. Lexi unable to get that shot. Kakarot is the one going for the spike plant. And really, the field is here, getting ready. Nano Swarm is there. And now Esports popping the lockdown, going for the null command, and looking to just shut down any kind of Bleed Esports retake. Can they do it here?
Yep, that's right. Blurred waiting on the side. He gets a 3-piece out of that. Will be a 4. Yep, give it a 5. Let's go. Yes, there is an ace as well to end the game. Beautifully done.
That was clear there from Blurred, and now Esports. It was a dicey first half for both sides, but they were above and beyond there, sticking a band-aid to it and perfecting their second half to take the first map. Haven is home to NAOS Esports, and Bleed now, they will understand that's a problem. Look at Kakarot, he's a little sticker. He's a little sticker.
I mean, I gotta say on top of that, they have really cute jackets too. What am I gonna get some NAOS merch? Come on, hit me up, guys. But in all seriousness though, I really liked how they really played that. But let's have a look at the post to see what exactly ticked behind the scenes. So when you think about both teams, as I said before, NAOS a little bit more, I wouldn't say chaotic, but they do play at a faster pace compared to Bleed Esports. Blurred there with a 20 bomb, Yarion not far behind with 15. But end of the day, it comes out to Jay as well, how well he played the Astra smokes, how Blast was really good at controlling the map with his utils.
Look at that 3.0 on Kakarot. He is really making such a run for himself. A pug star way back when back in the CS days here in the local PH scene. But lately, he has just switched those roles, become that leader for NAOS Esports, and really that KO is their bread and butter many times. Feels like coming into the series, the whole question was, okay, how are the APAC teams gonna deal with Bleed Esports, bring in the imports? But the other question that needs to be asked right now to Bleed Esports is how will they adjust to the APAC scene? We've seen some of the streams they're playing that ladder. Of course, the squad that got into the group stage was the one that only had the 5 Singaporean roster. So there's still some growing pains. There still is the adjustment. And this is the first time we're going to be seeing Pit and Maxi on this official Bleed roster when it's on those highest stakes. Their pedigree speaks for themselves. The history, especially of Pit, it really screams volumes of how good he can be. But you can see right now that if they can't adjust to squads that have been playing for the past few weeks, past few months together, then that is going to be a problem all throughout the series.
Yeah, I really think that Bleed was kind of caught off guard because of how differently each agent was played as well from NAOS as well. When you think about it, Blast using KJ as an entry, I mean, I was really surprised when you guys mentioned that to me because I didn't really see how you guys were playing before. But now when I've seen it myself on Haven, I was like, okay, I understand exactly how she's playing it. I think Bleed has their idea of how they want to be playing this. It's just the fact that when something is a little bit off, they're not fast enough when it comes to adapting, as opposed to NAOS, where, as I said before, very loose. But when you look at Pit though, his plays are very good. You can really see that he has that skill there, but end of the day, it is still a 5-man game. You need that support from your teammates regardless, and look at NAOS, they're a little bit more out there when it comes to playing together. Not sure if it's a communication issue or if it's because it's their first time playing, but we haven't seen, I don't think we've properly seen what a good sort of lineup or even a team work from Bleed looks like just yet.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about that too much, the communication issue. And yes, Singapore speaks English pretty fluently. At the same time, though, it's still people acclimating to each other. And right now, NAOS has fully assimilated. It was their whole shtick coming into VCT PH, flying out jet from the Middle East over to the PH, everyone playing in the same boot camp. And you can really see that it's such a team effort for NAOS Esports. The crossfires on that second half were absolutely on point. And really that roster, really the squad just cleaning up nicely in the last few rounds that we saw of this game. But we'll see now if Bleed Esports can bounce on back after a quick trip to the nurse's office, as we will go on a break. Dax here with Tash, and we'll be right back for more of the APAC Challengers.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction.
Sirens are ringing right now for Bleed Esports as they plan their bounce back. But NAOS Esports, on the other hand, ascending to newer heights there on Haven after that perfect second half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get back into this matchup. Dax here with Dash Money, and come on, NAOS Esports versus Bleed Esports. Didn't disappoint on the first half, but in the second, Tash, you were mentioning while we were on break, a little bit of a disconnect. You wanted to tackle it a little bit more, but it does seem like there are two different faces and pages right now that can come out from that Bleed roster here.
Yep, that's right. It looks like Maxi and Pit are on one page and the other Singaporean players are on the other. Clearly, they're not on the same page. They need to get together to be on one page. However, when we look at Persija earlier, uncharacteristic, weird first match over on Haven and immediately just steamrolled. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing the same thing from Bleed. Either way, though, it could go any way this time around. If NAOS closes this, it's going to be a 2-0. However, today we've seen three match series from beginning morning all the way till now.
Yeah, Tash, you just came back to the casting booth after quite a little break from last week.
Oh,
and
yeah.
suddenly we got the map threes. What's up with you? Are you the new cursed one here on the English side?
I'm wondering if I am at this point. I'm really scared. I didn't want to say anything about supporting Bleed either, because there are some times our predictions can be super cursed, and I did not want to bring that over. I'm just going to be like, it's up in the air.
Yeah,
I don't know anything.
Everything is up in the air. That's the thing. And I wonder if we'll go all three maps for all the series today. We still have one more after this, so who knows how long this endurance run is going to be for the day. But this is, guys, it's just the first day of the group stage. We are going all the way till Monday, actually. It's crazy how many matches we're going to be getting here for our second week. Next weekend will be the playoffs. We'll finalize and see who will be going to Masters from APAC. But let's talk about the next map here coming our way, Tash. And this is interesting to me because we are going into Split. NAOS Esports picked this map, but they have never played it on the official Challenger stage so far.
I mean, we don't know what they've done with Split. I mean, we saw a Split match today, and we know that Split is the kind of map that is very skewed toward defense. So you don't want to play defenses first. You want to play attack first if possible, then catch up later. You need that momentum. That momentum toward middle to the finish line is what's really important. We saw that steamroll from this morning, and we might be seeing that again this time. However, the way I think about Split is a map that is kind of close quarters, and looking at the lineup from what we saw earlier from Team NAOS is perfect for that. KJ, a KO. We saw Forsaken play on that as well in Malaysia's Singapore server, and he played KO as a duelist, and he ran in with his knife. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kakarot were to play that. It's a very different sort of way. Now, coming back to the side of Bleed, every time I see a Sky, at least we're seeing more aggressive Skies where Sky just goes crazy, uses the utils more selfishly. That's what we saw from Persija earlier when we looked at Famous. However, just now for Bleed, we saw a more pensive, passive sort of Sky. He wants to play with the team. However, with the utils from Sky, I really think that Sky is just suitable to be played alone, and then you leave another duelist to kind of make space for the team.
Yeah, it's very team-oriented there from Lexi, and I kind of have to agree with you because we saw also last week from players like PTC, flash for yourself, kill for yourself, and you're good to go. And from what the style we're seeing right now, Lexi is actually a pretty mean Breach player. He plays that the most recently, and I'm a little surprised maybe it's just the composition adjustment as they're trying out a few more things for the previous map. But as we get into Split, I'm looking at the stats, also some previous match history, and the most important thing that I've seen here is Bleed Esports has actually not played Split also this year. All their historical matches so far have come from tournaments prior to this year, is with their older roster basically. And it is just a debut versus debut. First time we're seeing these squads in this kind of scene. Now as Esports really the newer face, and of course we saw from Bleed Esports the EU imports putting on the impact. But as we get into Split now, wonder what we're gonna get from these two squads. And it's Bleed on the defending side. Now it's Esports on the attack. Will Lexi go back to that breach as he's done so for many a map in their challenger scene? No, it's actually gonna be him on the Raze instead. Double duelist right now for Bleed Esports. One more thing that interests me is the fact that Hit isn't on something like the chamber. He goes over to Killjoy. And look all the way on the other side. I'll let you take it from here, Tash, because Kakarot's on a different agent.
This is very different, and I'm really happy to see more Neons as well. Last match we saw both teams running a Neon. It was actually on Bind, so this is a very different sort of run. Now, if you look at how each team has a Raze is great for this map. You all know it's very close corners, which is great for kind of like really using the pain shells as well as a showstopper. I was kind of hoping that we'll be seeing a Breach. You did just mention Breach as well. That Lexi is a mean Breach player. And if on Split you see a Breach, you can see how much damage he can do in those little tiny corners, just kind of flushing out those little corners that we might be seeing people play. Regardless of that though, both teams are running a Sage. We did see that cursed wall that everyone said not to do as well. It's a 50-50 situation. Earlier, how we saw that wall being used against them, we saw the enemy T. I think it was Alone. He played a judge using the enemy wall and just got like 3 or 4 frags out of that. So like it or not, I'm just trying to see if NAOS is going to bring some innovation to this map as well. Because if you watch Grims on how he does some walls on that map, it has been really interesting. We saw Bonkers as well do some really weird maps. Now, as we know, they are very innovative, but will they do some weird plays? That's for you guys to see later.
Yeah, I wonder how the walls are going to work because both sides are playing them. Kev swapping on over, usually just on that Sova. And thing is, now Esports also going to go for that substitution because it's Z in the roster. He plays either the Arena or the Chamber on specific maps. It's blast out because they're not going to be needing that kind of aggressive Sentinel in their lineup. But what really intrigues me is Kakarot on that Neon. You know, I say to all Pinoy teams, if you don't have Neon on your roster, you're not a true Filipino roster. You need to have that Pinoy pride in-game. But I'll talk a little bit more as we get into the entry because it's an interesting stat about that Neon on Kakarot. But you said it perfectly. Pain immediately. Blurred tries to play the entry, and Lexi playing again with his team, waiting to go for that shot and gets it there.
Yep, that's right. So now look at that, Len pretty much ready. They have all the angles possible. Immediately the wall comes out. It's an off angle from that side, but there is gonna be a trade. Kakarot does get Darion in return. They did lose their healer there, so in terms of survivability, that's cut out of the way. However though, Pith trying to use that, the way he uses his turret is very different than how Blast does. It's more traditional in a sense, but it does stop that that flank from the back. Pit waiting. He doesn't get one. Not quite. Now as Z knows that he's over there. Gets 2 out of that.
Yeah, 2 Zs. Maybe a 3rd kill here to make Bleed Esports sleep already. But Kakarot sliding on in with a high gear. Here comes Z now with a peek, knowing Lexi is there. They're keeping an eye out on the tower as well, but the chase is on to the back of the site. For you. Over onto the angles, Lenny finding the heal in time, so bit more sustain here for Bleed Esports. Drop on down, but see with the headshot anyway. Lenny there with the counter frag. 3 kills there for the chamber, but Kakarot versus the stage, and Lenny will keep the Bleed Esports hope alive. Wins out the pistol round here in the defense, and stopping NAOS Esports from running away with the game again.
Seeing so many ring around the rosy moments. Why are you guys not inviting me to this? I love that, but let's have a look at that again. I mean, I think in a way, Kakarot wasn't really able to do anything. He was just so low. It's just like one small sneeze and that was it. Same goes for his teammate as well. Lead is just trying their best. They're so happy to take this round when you think about it, because they are on the attacking side, I believe. Yeah, they are on the... sorry, it's NAOS on attacking, actually.
I mean, they know it's like, okay, we lost the last map, and in dicey rounds like that, it's time for them to get on the same page. Bleed Esports now, they're gonna be up by 1, and you can see more standard fanfare from them. There really is a lot more team play here from Bleed Esports. They're not getting the heroics from someone like Lexi, Lene going for the old school wall in the center, and really Bleed Esports, the playbook is what can bring them that success. All about that discipline right now. And it's interesting because, you know, in APAC, it gets pretty wild, it gets pretty fast. But Bleed Esports really proving that the influences, not just on the player side, but also on the coaching side, being a big factor of what Bleed Esports looks like coming into APAC Challengers.
Yep, that's right. Okay, look at that lineup on B. That's why you know that it's really painful to play as long as Killjoy is still up. Lexi playing it real safe, but look at how many utils thrown in there just to flush him out. He has to give away his position. Pit playing on the aggressive, forces that teleport out, and now they have 20 seconds of breathing room at least before that. Len trades out with that, but Kev does trade back. And Darion as well. It's a trade on a trade on a trade.
30 seconds
Pit
left.
coming out on top. Z will be the next one coming out the game, and Blurred as well. This is a tiny little achoo! And he's out, and Bleed taking 2 rounds in a row.
Gesundheit.
What?
Oh, you don't know? That's how you... Bless you. That's a different way of saying it.
Oh! I did not see that coming.
I can make jokes too from time to time. We don't always have to talk about Valorant, but we should. But the gun round is coming. But you can see here, you mentioned this a while ago, Pit is going to be more standard from him especially. He knows how to lock down a site, and that is that. You go to his site, you have to deal with him in the most difficult fashion. And really Bleed Esports all across the board, but this is a very early investment on an operator. Darion whipping it out on the 3rd round. A map like Splits, it really has to be sure with the shots, because of the tight angles. You miss the first shot, you can actually get pushed by the opposition, and especially when you have that Neon and that Raze on the side of NAOS Esports.
That's right, but mid is where NAOS likes to play. We've seen this so many times as well. They like Mail. This isn't the first time they're coming through here. Immediately, look at that rotates coming through, as well as the smokes coming. But the thing is, that was just a bait. They're like, yeah, haha, we're just knocking on your door. Surprise! It's gonna go somewhere else now.
They just broke the wall. All the hard work Lenny put onto it. Now Esports, why?
It was a prank.
It was a prank. That's a terrible prank. Just like tip over the big Lego Eiffel Tower you have or something, and then it just shatters all to pieces, and you can't step on the floor anymore just because there's Legos everywhere. But now, floor is lava for Blurred as he uses the flashbacks to get on through. Power of the fast lane now. Quick wall on up here for the side of NAOS Esports. They also got attacked by the Paranoia. Jay, come on! You should already see it coming. This is just a neon, or rather an Omen, willing to play in all the different angles. And Z also, he's ready to catch out Lexi. Maxi tried to step that shroud step and couldn't go for the refrag. Jet right now gonna get 3. And the creativity of NAOS Esports now brimming yet again, shining, shimmering, and splendid. And tell me here, Tash, does NAOS Esports get this round? Seems like it is.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for them. Those are great picks. We talked about that cursed wall, but the thing is, they know that in terms of utils, they can't really use their wall against them. It's not like how we talked about the other day when it comes to Showstopper. Pith gonna be playing on the aggressive, wants to go down as well in return. It's a flawless for them as they finally take their first one. Whoa, that was really close. Blurred!
He watched
living
that
on the
from his
edge.
way. He was just right there. Thrill Seekers, NAOS Esports. And that was always a gamble that they could play. They teleport up the wall. Who expects that to come, right? And thing is, NAOS Esports also going on the right angle here. They bothered that mid control just to kind of size up where the locations were at. And since Lenny set up that wall towards that B side, it means that this might be Pit setting up on A instead. And NAOS Esports, they took advantage of that fact. Lead right now, losing out just a little bit on the economy. But Darion yet again up in hand. Gamble is real, but that might be a good shock fault there to fend them off. Bleed Esports respecting the concuss from the Neon.
Yep, that's right. That's what's really good as well. Is just how much those utils can give them so much space as well. They gave them an inch, not able to do anything. Immediately the wall comes out and immediately it goes down. Wall? Nah, not anymore, sir.
It's getting shattered really quickly, honestly. This is not...
I mean, it does take a while for it to kind of harden. So if you're fast enough, it does break really fast. Look
So
at that
if you make a
lens.
brick wall and you don't let the cement dry, that's pretty much what
Oh
happens,
my
right?
god,
But Lexi!
Lexi!
He's gonna get wet there with the 2K quickly! Kevs and Jet find the trades in response. But the damage has been done, and now it's Esports now. They'll need to respect the bleed set a bit though. Gonna go up while Naos goes down. Look at that. Look at the timing here for Bleed Esports. And Darion, he's waiting for a shot. And he
Spike
will take
down
it to
A.
the hearts, or to the head this time, of Kevs to give Bleed advantage.
30 seconds left.
Yep, that's right. And then suddenly it's a 3-on-2 situation. Just so sudden. What Lexi did just now was huge and exactly what Bleed needs. There are that lineups
One
there. Look
player
how much
standing.
damage. However, his swarm, his nano swarm just hurts too much. We don't want to walk on that Darion. Waiting! He does find him in the end.
And what a stellar shot here from Darion. No room for error on the operator, and he does not disappoint. But you see that setup there from Pit. Z is like, oh, one nanoswarm, I can handle that. And then the second one comes and he's like, well, I guess I'm dead. But Lexi here, big hero onto the corner. And the feel of Bleed Esports right now is, again, they're bringing out a bit of a cheeky playbook here. They made sure that NAOS Esports would watch that ropes very, very often now. And as soon as they applied more pressure, they were just waiting for the timing for NAOS to drop on down. A few mind games here from Bleed Esports. Really good angle usage here so far on splits. And I think the biggest problem right now Bleed only has to deal with is this initial push from NAOS. Because once these utilities come online from NAOS Esports and they can't navigate as quickly as they would like, and it'll be a problem here for the attacking side.
Yep, that's right. Look how differently Len is playing now. He's not playing on aggressive anymore. He's actually kind of a little bit wary of those smokes now. But Kevs catches Darion with his pants down. NAOS does have the tour de force. He can make sure that no one is coming in through heaven as well. That's how painful it's gonna be. And you do have that killjoy as well on the other side. Len is eager to get inside there, but he just can't do anything just yet. Pit does get one in return. And Lexi and Pit just making so much work out of that. And immediately he does get a detain. And Kevs falls down. That's a 3K for Lexi. I like that judge play. That was the same wall that was used from this morning from the first match of the day.
And that was broken so quickly, but that was just great there from Lexi. Unfortunate again for NAOS this time. They had the angle on him, but it seems like they ran out of bullets to shoot him down. And from that point on, it was just Lexi being a watchtower here, getting a 2K there. Pit also given the chance to just bring out, well, his setup. And this was just a foregone conclusion, you know? The showstopper comes at you, you shoot them down, sure, but you know you are very, very dead, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why, but every time I see a showstopper coming my way and I know I can't go anywhere, it's like as though my whole life is just flashing before my eyes.
You know,
Bleed, once again with a timeout. I
you
mean,
know,
yeah,
you're screwed, basically, like, well, how did I get here? How did my life turn out like this?
Or you do that freeze frame, like, zzzt? Yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I'm getting into that situation, how I got into the situation.
Okay, so apparently once we have a Valorant sitcom, it's gonna be Tash starring in it. She probably...
Hey, have you met Ted?
Oh.
That's gonna be that. Honestly, I really like that. I thought didn't think I'd be seeing that play again with the judge, with that wall, but yet that again, seeing that deja vu again and again. This is my third series today, and I feel like I'm just like watching the same thing going over and over. I'm like, oh, I guess they're inspired from earlier matches, huh?
The names may change, but sometimes the judge antics, they are all the same. And you know, when you want to maximize the CQC encounters, then bring out an auto shotgun to help you out. But we're now back into the action after NAOS went for a bit of a reset with the timeout. Paranoia play into the push, but this is smart from Lexi. He backs on out, and the shorty cannot secure the kill onto Bleed Esports. The read again from Bleed. The repertoire helping him out immensely. And for now, they just stopped the one play that they could have done with the Rays and the Omen. It's all about dry peaks now. Maybe Kakarot can find the pickoff with either the Marshall or the Overdrive Defender. But see, is there to get to? Headhunter deserve its name because you're going to get the frags and you're going to open things up for the rest. But Maxi, no medical mirror here. Oh, it's time. It's time. Overdrive time. Shut down though by Maxi again.
Oh man, his teammate got baited so hard. On top of that, he just swings out just like that. Kevs will put a stop to Pit though. So at least that's one less thing to worry about. Gee, straight in the face. Darion had no chance. Maxi still playing this PPG. Let's see some 300 IQ plays. He did not notice. Check your corners.
I think that's a new show on YouTube, but hey. NAOS Esports, they got away with that one. They stole that away from Bleed Esports, and it all started with this. You get the 2K while on the slow orb. You kind of just deserve to win the round, and Bleed Esports, low on characteristics this time. They have shown some good rotations, but twice in that round, not ready to go for the gunfight, throwing out the smoke, having the knife out. And for NAOS Esports, they can't basically forget here that this is a roster that loves to be in places you don't expect from them. And when you have a composition that is the Neon and the Rays, there is so much ways for them to be ahead of you, ahead of the curve, and ahead of the rotation as we go back into another round.
Yep, that's right. And just now as well, we saw so many times how, oh my god, Kakarot catches Len. Again, a bit too aggressive as well. Legacy gonna be forced out of there. Both of them actually gonna have to kind of give up their positions. So coming back to what I was talking about, both times those players were just kind of caught with either a knife in hand or ability in hand, which is so unlucky. Kevs immediately running in through heaven. They had full control of mid just because just now Len kind of like, how do I say this? Len lost his position or his hold on the air. Suddenly it's just leaking straight through.
And they can't afford to lose out on position here versus NAOS Esports because the initial holds are what has really helped out Bleed Esports many a time. Sure, they're going to give up space, but it has to be them prepared on the other side.
Look at that crossfire.
And this is the NAOS standard. Everyone is looking the same way, holding hands, singing Kumbaya, gathering around the campfire, making some Girl Scout cookies, getting some badges, and you know this badge? The flawless badge for all 5 here, as we are now 1 round away from tying things up.
Yep, that's right. Pit thought he was being sneaky. And you know what's really interesting? When you see this map, I said before, it's heavily skewed toward defense. The problem is, now Esports are just too creative with how they want to enter the site to the point that it just puts me just scrambling, trying to figure out where exactly is everyone is. Where are they gonna be coming through? Where are they gonna be jumping into? It's just like a, I don't know, with now it's kind of like rolling a dice. You're like, okay, now we're gonna be coming through ropes. Now we're gonna be coming through sewers.
And now we're gonna be coming through a main as the Opera misses the first shot, but not the second. Kev's caught on that. No more second chances here for the side of NAOS Esports. This showstopper, does it get on through? It can happen. Kakarot will find out Lexi anyway. Fast lane right now to be a big bother. You can see how much of the tower is covered just by one utility. But now the spike's planted. It's an on-site defense here for NAOS Esports. Bleedo resurrecting, making it 5v4. Darion, operator yet again, might be able to find the rage if ever. But as the standstill happens here for both sides, it's the bleed execution that'll absolutely matter. Boombot though to start things off. Paranoia is perfect on site. Pit with the find onto Bird already. And here comes Bleed Esports now to try and stop things before it gets even worse. Darion landed on the board. Lockdown is there. And Z now the only one left. He's the last letter of the alphabet. It does seem like here he will be the last member of NAOS Esports to fall. 5-3 as Bleed makes a clean retake happen.
Yep, that's right. It's honestly really good retake as well. I felt like usually in situations where NAOS gets a very successful plant is when they get picks. In this situation though, they didn't manage to get those picks. They just went straight up in, immediately planted. So when we think about A, it's just so many different angles to take care of. And on top of that, you have Pith with his utils. You have Maxi with the smoke sets as well. While it does take some time, I like how Bleed was just really patient. Waited for all the utils to just go back into cooldowns to just finish off before they really committed.
NAOS though. The thing is, this is Bleed Esports letting them go at it. Because if you can notice how much NAOS needs to commit on this initial entry, it's either Bleed Esports gets their pick off early on, or they play for the retake yet again. A little interesting though, because Bleed Esports does not have the ultimates for this. They also have the operator. It's quite a gamble right now letting NAOS do this. Just might have been the read from NAOS anyway, since they didn't end up beating the Jet early on. But Pit with a great angle yet again. Kev's not ready to shoot back. And will fall to his hand. Paranoia now gonna get thrown. Blurred here though. Finds a pickup. Jet gonna get 2 even. And Lena, he's the one who gets the frag. It's 2v3 as Darren and Pit are the only ones left. Crossfire is ready. Wall breaks. And Blurred is ill-prepared. Pit gonna get on the board again. Nice headshot there onto Z. And onside Miko. Jet in the meantime going for the ramp perhaps. Finds the shot onto Darren. Sprays it down. Pit already halfway. And the shot comes from Pit. Will he make it in time though? No, not again. Says Bleed Esports. As NAOS will be able to clutch it out at the end of the round. Playing for time.
Yep, that's right. What's really interesting as well, I just said about it. If NAOS manages to get 4 at least, it gives them a bigger chance for actually when they go to defense. Because when you think about it in terms of defense, it's gonna look a little bit better for them. However, though, while it looked like it was a really good retake, but the timing from Jay was just so good. The paranoia as well as the ultimate pops by him, it was just a distraction. But the thing is, it was just has to buy timing. It managed to get Pit off the bomb when you think about it as well.
I kind of also want to analyze a little bit what he just did there. Because I heard it, but I really felt like it didn't do much. But thinking about it again, so he went from the shadows, right? So he's trying to psych out his opposition that he went elsewhere. But he immediately cancelled it. And the way he navigated through the screen made it look like that he was gone in the first place. So the mind games again, the creativity now is esports. It takes a while to appreciate it. But yeah, what a play there from NAOS. And this is where I doubled down on my point a while ago. Bleed Esports, the initial contact, it's very perilous to deal with because of what the Neon and the Rays can do. But once they stop that at the start, it's NAOS who will struggle immensely on the round because it's a big all-in between the Neon, between the Rays, and even the Omen, who only has 1 paranoia in his arsenal. And from what we've seen, if Bleed is going to go for the retake and they have the operator, that is a no bueno moment that NAOS Esports can shoot themselves out of, basically.
Yep, that's right. Just now, that wall as well is very interesting because it does give an angle, but Len will be getting that wall bang onto Blurred. Can't be able to make more space for them, but I just want to say that wall from Kakarot is just really interesting. Kakarot was pretty much ready and trained. 1 more player out of the way, and that will be Len. And Maxi from the side there will be the second one to go down, but Pit will be trading that out. For now, though, Jay tried his best to finish her off, but it's just looking so much better. And this is the defense we wanted to see from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and case in point, if they prevent the plant, it's so much easier for them. And especially if they don't get hit by the initial entry of the Rays and the Neon. It's very telegraphed for NAOS Esports. And you can see the problem that's happening on this composition right now. Kakarot only has 6 kills, Blurred only with 3. It's a rare sight to see them this low on the board. But at the same time, it's Bleed with the right reads at the right time. And the time is perfect because they have the angle anyway to see the NAOS push. This is looking really good for Bleed Esports. They always just need to get that intel. And I think that's the one bailout here that NAOS has. You don't usually play something like the Sova, obviously, on Split. Your intel is not as clean compared to other maps. And if NAOS Esports again can just figure out what the configuration is on a certain site and rotate accordingly, it can help them out as we're seeing them go towards B site instead.
Yep, that's right. Look at that. Jay actually waited out for that smokes to go away. Instead, Blurred taking the initiative to clear out mid. Jay just playing a sneaky deaky, making sure to check his corners. He does hear Maxi's jump over there. Immediately, he re-smokes that area. And they're like, okay, we're just gonna go away now. We managed to bait that out, and we're gonna be coming back. Wow, the double back. And look at mid.
Man, that's a lot of people. They're lining up for something.
Yeah, we know some of these agents love queuing up. We see that at restaurants, and clearly we see that in the game as well. Z trying to get a pick here, but Maxi will not be showing his face. And I think they kind of have an idea that they're still there over in Garage. And because the area here that's already blocked up, that okay, we're gonna be finding another way through. Wall is down though. Blurred gonna have to be careful how he's gonna try and find a way inside. Immediately that wall is just so annoying to deal with. The ultimate has been popped. Immediately Kakarot will be going down. Len will be blown out to orbit. Lexi will be trading that out, but look at that. Z immediately pops Maxi away out of that. Immediately he knows that Lexi is there.
No time
is
They
running
don't have
out. They
time.
can't do anything. Jay, oh my god.
That's a big error there from NAOS Esports.
They waited too long, honestly.
Last
They took their
round
time.
in the
They were
half.
watching for that tower, and it's like, okay, 4 seconds, guys. That's your boundary. And they didn't go for the push. It seems like Blade Esports is being such a big bother. Well played there by Maxi. The paranoia into the peak.
Spike down.
Esports are struggling to really get
onto
onto the
site.
side. Exactly.
Yeah, this was one of their slowest rounds yet. And if you think about it, they were kind of just playing it real slow as well, from garage all the way to mid. How many times did they rotate back and forth from garage to mid? That is the question. I think it was 2-3 times. Immediately Showstopper comes out. Oh, he doesn't really tag anyone, but he does get a trade out of that in return. And that is Lexi and Kakarot out of the way. But there is the revive out now. They are going to be going back to 5. Lexi out of the way. However, right now, there is the Boombot going to be giving that information. Darion immediately having to dash out of the way immediately. With that as well, that's another one because the slows are out.
If everything was in slow-mo, you'd probably see Lexi smiling as soon as he launches it, and then just be sad the more it goes past the players. How do you
He was
end up
expecting A's out of that instantly.
like a 2K to 4K, right? Just like,
yeah.
And it just goes all through. So unfortunate for Lexi even, and especially the rest did come. But
At least they got something, I
they got
suppose. But
trade now.
they really like this wall. They really, really like this wall. And the thing is, they're not getting punished for using this wall. That's the problem. There is the revive there from Lexi as well. So Lexi is back in the game. So
It's a gamble.
we're all reset to a 5, but Z is out though.
Yeah, it's a gamble here for Bleed Esports. They secured that A site just to go for the res. They feel they're confident anyway. They have the lockdown, and they're one away from the Blade Storm if ever Darian wants to whip it out. So we'll see Lennon now. Slow ups are thrown. Blurred with a find, but Pit is there with a trade. And that is going to be big control here for NAOS Esports because it slows down the Killjoy. And Jet will be able to time it right by the tower. Darian down from the garage, 2 HP and a dream. Blades are out, dash on in. Sees the stage, gets the takedown, 3 already. It's all up to Kakarot up top. And this is going to be really close, but Bleed Esports should have the time to do so. There's the peak already. Kakarot will get the takedown, but hit with the trade and the defuse even. 8-4. More control this time in this game for Bleed Esports.
Bros don't fake, or rather Bros knows that Bro has his teammates back is the key of the game here. Look at this, Blurred immediately. He wasn't able to get a double out of that because Pit was just spraying like crazy. Look at this, Darion was just like, it's okay, I'll protect you.
I kind of disagree with what Kakarot did. He's on the Neon. He can just run in and just try and make Reckless Abandon happen. That lockdown is an absolute safe haven there for Bleed Esports. And thing is, sometimes you just have to take a risk in that scenario. Great effort though from NAOS even. I like the fact that they put Blurred there over at the alley. It slowed down that lockdown from showing up. It desynced the Bleed retake with Jed there by the tower. But still, Darion coming in clutch. This is what we want to see from him. He got some great frags there in the first game. Yes, he got a good kill score. But the impact of those takedowns, we're getting it more here on Split. Pit even showing his prowess. 14 takedowns on that Killjoy.
Yeah, he's very, very patient. We saw him with the judge as well earlier with the takedowns. That was really, really well done for him. I really like how Jay, in contrast compared to Jay and Maxi on how they use their omens. Jay is a more aggressive omen, I believe. Plays in the smokes, likes to teleport here and there and everywhere, is not scared to play those high risk, high reward plays. And 70% of the time, it works out in his favor, as opposed to Maxi. You can see your standard smokes, standard chokeholds. It does slow down NAOS, but the problem with that is that once NAOS is not afraid to wait. We saw that there's one moment where they waited a little bit too long, but in most situations, 4 times out of 5, they're going to be able to get onto site.
We're getting the discipline here from Bleed Esports, and now it looks a lot more clean. Now it looks a lot more in sync. And the only moments NAOS Esports is actually able to get those rounds on the attacking side is when they can actually navigate through the site or utilize their utilities in a way that lets them get up close anyway. But the chain is here. The first half is over. And now Esports now going to be on the defending side. I'm looking forward to what Z and Blurred can really do here. That chamber on the defense, very, very strong with the trademarks, with the rendezvous, if ever. Still, Blade Esports who is in the lead, and keep an eye out on what Darion can do. I want to see also if Lexi can transition more from just a support team-oriented role to a more, aggressive raise right now, because they might need some extra speed coming into some of these sites here.
Yep, that's right. They're gonna be playing it real slow. Bleed, not afraid to play slow. We've seen them go fast. We've seen them go slow. Jay, not afraid to play in the shadows. Immediately shoots out, has to reposition because that shot really, really tells where he is. In a way, though, the things are out. Luckily, he was able to kind of move out of the way. Either way, though, Jay will be punished for that, but not checking the backside will be Kev's downfall. Bert does get Len outside there in return, but there are trades both sides when you think about it. It's still very, very even both sides, but Blurred is just so low. Backseat from the back finds Blurred, and immediately it looks like it's going to be falling and crashing down for the side of NAOS. Immediately the plant is happening. Lexi trying to play it real safe. Pith will be the next one. And for now, Lexi and Maxi, what can they do here? Lexi gets one. Will it be a double? Yes, it will. Not quite, actually. Maxi gets a wall back on TC.
Yeah, so cheeky there from Maxi hiding. But Lexi giving NAOS a taste of their own medicine, hiding in the corner to get that takedown. And Darion's getting even more bold and brash with some of these plays here. Dashing on and gets the kill onto Jet. Maybe, again, I'd like to see the raise to be within parity of that speed. It could have been a prevention actually of that kill, because Darion is only able to look at one angle at a time anyway. But beyond that, that was very well executed there by Bleed Esports. They got a very good control of that B site. And if you look at their composition right now, it's something very tried and tested. It's an old school comp that's working better because the Omen is better right now. And Darion showing that he's better than Blurred there, seeing the raise just hugging the wall. As now Esports is saving their money. Spectres do come out though, and a single rifle for Bleed here.
I gotta give it to Darion. That aggressive
spike down mid.
I was about to say that was good.
You gotta give it a Kakarot now.
Yeah, I gotta give it a Kakarot now. There is a trade there coming out by Baxi as well. Darion will be trading that out. That's 2 more out of the game, and suddenly there's only 2 left from NAOS. And look at that. All their entrances are blocked. Darion gonna be finding another way, and immediately they're running onto. They're actually immediately gonna run onto A.
Well, towards that A site now, and there's no one home. Now it's Esports. We're looking at Z, and what does he have? Maybe a few bullets on the Headhunter, but that's it.
4, actually.
Yeah.
He has 4! Oh, the timing! He was putting his weapon away.
Why don't you count that, Dash? How many bullets was that?
Placing swarm grenade.
That was... He didn't even have to use any. He's out of the game. Yikes! But for now, it's only Kev's left. They know where he is. The heals is used. Kev is like, what do I do?
Here.
I'm only a small sage. That's the double peeks together. Kev's does get one. Pith was ready to save his teammate.
Oh, he did.
Again.
Yeah. He gets the Vandal back. He's like, okay, rifle is saved. Bleed Esports 3 away from forcing out a map number 3. But we saw no map number 3s in the play-ins. Will we get 3-game series here in the group stage? Tougher competition, perhaps, and seeing it right now has Bleed acclimating more and more on the second map. It's a big gamble, though, really, the split map, because neither side has played it on the official circuit for this year. Now, especially, no real history. It's all about those scrims. But it's Bleed Esports right now feeling more familiar with the setup. They're getting more and more value out of it. And while we count NAOS to be that innovative roster, it does seem like that they're lacking a little bit of something on the hold right now. And Kakarot playing it close to get rid of Lexi. Jess there as well. And this is the answer by NAOS Esports. If they can't go for the standard hold, then they're going to go for the aggressive instead. The Omen again getting a takedown. Kakarot already transitioning from the tower to the middle. The speed of the Neon coming into fruition yet again. All left now to Pit though, and for NAOS Esports, this is the surprise factor that they can bring out for this half.
Yep, that's right. They really weren't expecting that aggressive push forward. This is the kind of thing that you can catch your enemies once or twice, and then suddenly you'll see an adaptability there. But Pith, I think he knows that there's nothing for him to do. He's all alone. There's still 1 minute left, and you know, in Valorant, 1 minute feels like a whole lifetime.
Pretty much. You can see it here, just 10 seconds already. It's like nothing's happening. I guess we have to wait. You know, it's like...
Pith is just like, he's not taking that. He's not taking the spike. He's just trying to see if he can get some picks here out of that. He gets 1. Will it be 2? Yes, it will.
1 HP.
For now, yep, he has 1 HP. There comes... He was actually thinking of a setup seeking to catch anyone else in return. For now, Jay pretty much aware does this little sneeze. Achoo! And Pit is out of the game.
Yeah, and we'll bless Jed there instead, because that was, of course, him catching it in the end. Really smart play though from Pit, as you mentioned. Doesn't bother go for the spike. Find those takedowns anyway, and that was a good bonus relatively for Bleed Esports. It's a great recovery courtesy of Pit, because that looked to be just a snowball effort from NAOS Esports. Veterans though, prowess showing up from the Killjoy. Bleed now gonna go for the timeout, and this is the perfect moment for it. They have to understand a little bit more how that NAOS aggression did come their way. Where did the Omen come from? Where does Kakarot go for the rotations? And since they have all those information in bits and pieces, this is the perfect time now to collaborate, since they will be expecting that NAOS Esports can bring that out of nowhere again in a moment's notice.
Yep, that's right. On top of that, they want to stop that momentum coming in from NAOS. It's like, okay, they're winning games, and on defense side, it's so easy to steamroll. What can we do to stop that from happening? Because we've seen so many times where, you don't really do so well on attack, and then suddenly you just straight up steamroll on defensive side, especially from the side of Split. So that's what they're really hoping for right now.
We'll see though if NAOS can hope for more rounds. Lead Esports though, seeing from the attacking side, it's just your standard executes that are working out for them well. And the monkey wrench that is the aggressive defense can be a bother. But really, NAOS Esports, they're the one on the ropes here. I'm looking for more value perhaps from someone like Kakarot. Yes, his fast lanes have been very solid, but the shock bolts themselves, this is a game, or this is a map rather, that you can actually utilize those stuns well enough if you can get the concuss on many players on the other side, and that hasn't seemed to be the biggest factor right now. It's a Neon, it's a different kind of agent from what you expect for something like the Jets. And if NAOS Esports is going to be willing to experiment and pick it up anyway, not just for the Pinoy pride bias basically, then they're going to have to maximize that kit as much as possible. Kevs though, greeding a little bit, using the wall to secure that orb, and is 2 away now from the res.
Yep, that's right. They really, really want to make sure that they have enough bodies to kind of bring this around. Like it or not, they need to stop that that snowball happening. Look at Z, he does get Darion out of the way. That's huge. That's the perfect way to kind of like get him out of the way. However, though, this is the same wall we talked about. I am so interested to know why North America is so against this wall. Jay does get Lexi out of the way. Maxi will be trading that out. Kakarot finds Ledge in return, and Jay always checks his corner and is rewarded.
Yeah, and oh look, Pit has to just try and guess who's gonna peek first. Kakarot though is the one who plays the aggression instead. And it's now 10-6. I asked for more stun value. We got it there towards that default. But you mentioned it. This has been a series to remember from Jet. He is the biggest wild card right now of this game. This Omen willing to push where no Omen has dared gone to check out any kind of angle, understanding what the opposition's utilities are. And for NAOS Esports, this is why they brought Jet all the way back to the PH. She is just absolutely on point.
I just realized what happened with Maxi there. He was in the shadows. He immediately teleported out. He didn't know as Jay was right there. Exactly. And he got punished for it so badly. Darion with the 2K there, but finally Z is just like, nah, no more son.
But nice entry though for Darion. The fact of the matter is, Bleed Esports is able to actually push towards that side. Barrel though is seen! Z knows Maxi is coming, and Kev's luckily there to save the day. Kakarot now comes on through. All left near to Pit, and he will fall as well. Great effort though from Bleed Esports. They just rushed on through the side. Darion getting a bit more hot. Might be a factor for the next few rounds. Now as Esports, there is just collectiveness on their side. The repeak, and of course the save, keeping them in contention of the second half.
This is what's really interesting as well. We are seeing Len doing that same wall earlier as well. And I don't know if you noticed, they got really, really punished for it. This is the pain shells coming in from the side of NAOS. And the thing is, you didn't see them do it again because just now they got super, super punished for it. And this time around, they used the smoke instead. However, NAOS was already pretty much ready. Did you see the sprays coming in for them? While Bleed was just rushing in, they took so much damage.
I mean, they had the gun advantage anyway, so they're willing to play a bit more risky in that stance. But now, that's a little too ambitious there, Jazz. The battle bots come! and both boombots blow each other up to smithereens. Big pick off though onto the Omen. Kevs does have the resurrection available, but there is just no way really to get one through. And see, his rendezvous isn't prepared. Even if he goes for a TP, he probably was back into the lockdown. Kakarot though and Blurred, the dynamic duo still getting back into the thick of things. And this is now Esports trying to hold the line, but Pit has gotten the keys to this condo and it's just waltzing on in. There you go. Home Invader gets the takedown on the Kevs. Kakarot though with the trade. And from the shadows now, he picks up the parcel, goes toward that B site, and as Alexi tries to get the chance on, it's already now rotating. This is a perfect opportunity to see the speed of this Neon or this Raze. If they can get on through to the other side before Lexi can regroup. No, never mind. Lexi there with a takedown onto Blurred, and it's Kakarot coming in from the sewers with no help whatsoever.
Yup. He does have his dash though, if he wants to. He does have the walls coming in through for the flame walls. It does give him some cover, but you know you can't shoot through that. It's coming through timing. The wall does go down. Immediately Satchel comes out, pushes him off. Here's another one. Take that. Shoots that way, and look at that. Double peek together. The power of friendship.
So cheeky from Bleed. Lexi's like, here, have one. Here, have two. And now, for our last trick, it's us two peeking at the same time. Ta-da!
I do not want to be
I do not want to be Kakarot in that moment, basically.
Kakarot was probably just screaming for his life, and that's why I need a timeout. It's like, this game is a heart attack. This is horror rat, guys. I need a break. I need to breathe.
I think the problem for NAOS right now is they're getting out-rotated with a neon-based composition. That's a problem here. And you have someone like Z who gets stuck. It feels like for NAOS right now, they're not able to maximize the amount of what utilities they bring to this fight. And they need to be more inclined to basically use that to bail them out as much as possible. We got Kakarot though to get a few more frags. We've got someone like Z getting a few kills as well, but there is that reliance right now on Jet here to bail them out at a moment's notice. And if Bleed Esports just focuses their efforts in punishing and looking for that Omen, then it's gonna be an easier stroll here from what we've seen so far in terms of the impact of these two teams.
Yep, that's right. I also feel that Blurred is just having a hard time as well, holding on by himself. We rarely really see where Blurred is just doing like really big plays. And you know, Ray's plays are all usually very flashy, very loud, but it seems like he's just getting caught one by one from Bleed when it comes to rotations. And look at that just now, like Pit immediately comes through mid, gets one. I mean, thankfully Kakarot does catch him in return, but the thing is, when you let even one area bleed out, haha, see what I did there? Yes, immediately everything just falls apart for them.
Yeah, you know, I'm ranking our puns here, and you're a close second to Asrai. Just very close to a title you would honestly not like. But then, we'll see if Bleed can finish the job off. They can get the next 2 rounds. Guns, though, are available for NAOS Esports, except for Z, the Tour de Force, of course. The better operator anyway, ready in his hands. And Z here, concentrated, shot into the snap, and a quick teleports on the way to get that takedown. Now, this is very tempting here for Bleed Esports. They know that this is the Tour de Force getting in the way, but if they can get a kill or a Nord for Lene, that will be the resurrection. But there's no second chances for the stage as they get taken down. Temptation is 2 through the Apple of Eden right in front of them. And now Esports are just snakes right now, slithering on and striking at the right timing. The Clover comes out, the 30 seconds are there, but now Kakarot knows that the player is right below him, dashing on through, sliding on the way, and wins the duel in style there. That's how you play the Neon, says
Exactly. I have not seen her being played like that, and that's actually so nasty. I don't want to be Maxi. You have no clue where she's dashing. You know where, no clue where she's going to be running to as well. You saw Maxi looking left, right, up, and down. Where exactly is she coming from? Neon just going smooth. That's how it's gonna go. But honestly, that peek from Len there, that was very, he had no business peeking that, especially against the Tour de Force. We already know that if you are holding one area, as as with the tour de force, it's definitely the second one's gonna be somewhere at least near screens.
Yeah, someone's whispering in their ear saying, peek it, and that's why you
man.
don't. It's like, no, do not fall for such a trap. It's actually very uncharacteristic from what we've seen from Bleed here. That was a round that felt a bit more amateurish compared to what they've done so far. So let's see now if they can actually just get rid of the jitters here. But Showstoppers clash in the Fireworks Fiesta, gonna damage Lexi, not so much on Blurred, but there's still the survival of the Razes anyway. Seems like it's fireproof here for both sides. Rotation though gonna be real, and as soon as the fireworks did come, as soon as the ultimates were online, Bleed deciding that this A side is way too fortified and they go for that mid control instead.
Yep, that's right. That would have been cool if both of them died, though. Okay, sorry. Not like that, though.
Why are you asking for the worst scenarios?
I mean, it's very fancy and flashy. Lexi, though, we'll be trying to see if there's anyone up here. Kakarot's still holding that angle. But the thing about Bleed is that they're very flexible when it comes to taking a site. They're not too committed. Sometimes they can change their mind. Very similar to how NAOS plays, but immediately the bullets come out. Darion eats a chunk of damage there. Darion does get Jay playing in the shadows. He's not scared to go through. 31 HP left. He is so low, but Maxi waiting that corner there. Clears out from ropes. Kevs finds Darion in turn. Gets a double out of that. So worth it.
Big here from Kevs, and Kakarot now coming on through slide. Kakarot slide into the loving arms of Pit. But Kevs again, the hero here for NAOS Esports, and the 3K comes online. The rest was used as well. And it's NAOS Esports fighting on back. Blade Esports, they're kind of running out of steam here, surprisingly, when it looked like they were in full control of the map so far of the rounds here. But the 2 in a row has been a lot more, I'd say, convincing here from NAOS Esports. Half been part of their efforts, the other half really some of the interesting plays we've seen here from Bleed Esports lately. And this is just a punish happening courtesy of NAOS. Then again, though, Bleed Esports, they still have a good shot at this. Darion buying some confidence with the Blade Storm. We'll see now what they're gonna bring out for the next round. This should be them, I believe, having the guns. Yes, they have it. Very complete, and Lena still also has the res. Not the best utilities nor armor, though, here for Bleed Esports.
Yep, that's right. But for now, there is gonna be that clear out with the pain shells. No one is hurt from that. However, they are very aware that someone's there. Immediately, NAOS just takes Lexi out of the equation, and now suddenly there's 4. And there's the revive, however, coming in from Lene, and immediately Lexi's brought into the game. They didn't want to let that happen. You saw those shots coming through, but immediately, I like how NAOS is just very, what's the word, proactive and just making sure that they're gonna have to reposition themselves every time they go through somewhere, which really keeps Bleed in the dark. They're like, oh, he was here last, and then suddenly, wait, there's no one there. How did he get over there?
Yeah, it's perfect because they also bait out something big like a paranoia. And it really goes to show for NAOS here, they're not being too overeager. They're not overheating. They get away with what they can and get the hell out. But now, it's all about that tower control as the ropes will be the place of action. Pit, though, with the find out the Kakarot. Everything is left to Jet here so far as the reinforcements are coming from the spawn. And Jet holding, but the double peak is too many targets. And Pit is there to get another takedown. Spike now being planted, and a great take here from Bleed Esports so far. Even more convincing courtesy of Lexi as Bird falls. This is just Bleed Esports getting back to their cleaner way. Seems like the broom has been found yet again. Zido with another shot. Second kill to the round. Storm now thrown on out. Kev's here. Gonna go for the self-heal. This is so difficult right now. Kev's peeking on the right. Sees the gun. Gets the takedown. Lexi kind of suppressed there thanks to the slow orb. But Lexi finally peeking. Z will get 3. But Lexi does get a triple kill for himself as well. And Bleed Esports now on map point. Getting back to more of a system that works for them.
Yep, that's right. 12-9 is the score, and we all know that the final round is very painful to do, especially on attack on split. But you gotta really give it to Z. It's like what you mentioned. Z is just one of those players. It's like you're not supposed to be there, but yet here you are.
He's the kind of player that if he gets really hot, he can control the game. So honestly, this is good for Bleed Esports that they're keeping him at a decent scoreline only. Pit, though, in the meantime, proving why he was that star pickup in the offseason. 22 takedowns, the openings they're made on A sites, and really the veteran leadership, the prowess. Come on, NIP, G2 fame. Well, right now here, playing in APAC and bringing a different kind of flavor to the Asia Pacific region. Lockdown though now gonna be running out of time. Does it get the detain onto Kevs? Yes, it does. So the stage defenseless, but Kakarot now wanting the clash to happen. And not only that, this is a spike trap. Maxi still forcing the teleport, and Kakarot was just watching him anyway. This is now Esports now getting away with a few kills, getting the right intel, and oh, Lexi, that should have been your demise. Blurred whiffing though at the last moment. And it's 5v3 for now here.
Yep, that's right. It's just so dangerous because we did see a more... I think what Bleed wanted is a more faster gameplay, but you know that coming in through Garage, that choke point is just really hard. Even with the lockdown, that can give you so much trouble with the slows, with the smokes, even with the wall, but Pit does find Kakarot in return. It is still doable for them. There are still of them alive, 3 of them alive. It's a 3-on-4. Spike has been planted. Jay playing for the top here. We've seen those fancy, flashy, high-risk, high-reward plays played from Jay. Now does find Pit in return, which means that you don't have to worry too much about any lineups. Jay not scared to go through the smokes, immediately slows out, but look at the 3-man peak there going together, and immediately they deny that winning point to Bleed.
Did you see Blurred there? He just like slid into the frame saying, I also want to be part of the picture.
Yeah, with
just
the fan too.
Out of nowhere, the raise comes on in, right? It's like, okay, I see you.
Hey,
I see you there, Blurred. What you doing
got
there?
space for me?
Yeah, apparently they do. And the thing is, now it's Esports. This is what I want to see from Kakarot. Go for those harder contacts, get those shock bolts on, and just shut down whatever Bleed wants to do in the first place. It was a little dicey yet again. Still a few cracks right now on the armor here of Bleed Esports. They still are in that map point scenario, but at the same time, maybe they could have finished off this game a while ago if they just don't give a few of those chances. Still though, Darion, let's see now what he can do here. It's only pistols for the side of Bleed Esports. They will be willing to give up this round just to save for the next. And now it's Esports, they just have to be careful here, Tash.
Oh my god, NAOS with the op is just something to behold. It's terrifying as well immediately how fast it just disappears. But look at that, Darion does find Kevs in a little angle, but Blurred will be having his avenging his teammates. For now, they are both 2 members left. There's just Pit and Lenny stuck in Garage, and Kakarot takes out Maxi from the equation. Pit does get Blurred out in return, but Kakarot will be saying, nah, that's enough.
That's enough and we're done with this round. Kakarot is the bouncer basically here. And
he's like...
You know, it feels like sure, Kakarot's the bouncer, Pit is the VIP guy who just rolls on in and he gets let in basically at the line. Both players, huge impact here, Tash.
Yeah, I mean, despite that it was an eco round, they still lost people in the process. So in a way, that was sort of worth it for them, even if they didn't win the round. But now look at that, inching closer to the score is now, and suddenly it's 12-11. We may be going to an overtime. Let's see how this one goes.
This is it. All for the marbles for Bleed Esports. If they can win this, we go to map number 3. If not, it's OT, and NAOS has shown that they can make this composition work, especially on the defending side. Sudden burst of speed, sudden pickoffs there with Z on the operator, and the adjustments so far, especially on who's the ones willing to bring out these certain guns, have helped them out immensely. Bleed now though, vying for that mid control. The dark cover is gonna get thrown. Wouldn't be too surprised though for Bleed to take it slow and steady. They kind of wanna figure out where either the chamber is or where Jet is in the first place. One of the 2 pickoffs that they can get to maybe get a big impact to the round.
Oh my god.
That was a bait, and Lexi will get the takedown. What an angle taken by Bleed in behind. Now Z missing the shot, has to teleport on the way with a rendezvous, but a showstopper looks for a target. Maxi catches Kakarot even, and it's falling all apart here for NAOS, but Z trying to be the hero here. The tour de force is glowing golden, and he has gotten to the fields are there, but Lena shows on up to get the
30
takedown.
seconds left.
From the screens now, NAOS have to open up a new face here, but oh, Blurred, he loses, and Lene will just win it out for Bleed Esports. Line them up for Lene and get the 3K there at the end. We go to a 3rd map. Here at the group stage for the 3rd series. It's Bleed Esports with a 13-11 victory.
Oh my god, you gotta be it's so surprising how both teams are just so close when it comes to skills, when it comes to gameplays as well. In terms of how they play, Bleed is just more of that solid foundation, solid rock, plays by the textbook. And then you have NAOS, just so unpredictable, especially with how Kakarot plays. But let's have a look at the post game right now to see what exactly was going on behind the numbers.
I mean, this is a scoreline we kind of expected from this series. 13-11s to show on up, a 1-1 standing, a map number 3. And here you have your MVPs, Kakarot making work wonders with the Neon. Maybe a few rotations could have helped them out. Still gotta give props though to Jed, the first half with that Omen, and in the second Z with the Operator on the chamber. But look at Bleed Esports and look who's shining on top. Hit there, 24 kills, 2.0 KD. And he's not only the guy to lock down these sites. Sometimes in a pinch, when Darion and Lexi make the space for him, it's him getting the takedowns instead. It doesn't need to be the Jet nor the Raze getting the takedowns. They just need space to work with. And for someone like Pit, that's all he needs to make wonders happen.
Yep, that's right. I mean, in terms of frags, Bleed is on top, but look at that, how skewed in terms of damage, headshot, as well as objectives NAOS has. I really gotta give it to them because when it came to attacking, I think, like, despite how heavily skewed the map is to defense, they still made it work. They still took 4 away, I believe. And suddenly, when defense came around, you saw the struggle coming around from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, but check out some highlights here. And first thing to watch out for is, oh, what's the site Pit is on? Let us not play into that because it's so dangerous. And Lexi, he has also been cheeky with the angles. Him and Lene, they've been the, I'd say, some of the standouts here for the Bleed Esports roster ever since the Challenger side of things. And they didn't really disappoint at all. A few cheeky plays though from NAOS Esports to keep them in the running. Overall though, I expected some more impact on the attacking side from NAOS, but Bleed just had such a great lockdown many a time. And oh, that showstopper. Look at the heartbreak. Did you see Blur just narrowly avoid it as he backed on away?
They both jumped over it. You saw that. They just both narrowly missed each other. Just hit them on the toes. I really gotta give it to Pit. Despite the more conservative play from Pit, there are moments where it comes to gunplay, which he really takes it to another level. It just goes on the aggression. He didn't really, in terms of ability-wise, utility-wise, is very traditional. In terms of gunplay, it's very, very aggressive as well. He's not afraid to go straight in your face as well when you think about it, which is why it really, really works out on how he plays. But you gotta give it to Kakarot as well because he's using Neon the way she should be played. The really fast rotations, going the long way, being where you shouldn't be as a player in general, just really, really gives it to her. And NAOS as well with the picks. I have to say that NAOS is just one of those players that can really turn the tide of the game. He's not high impact per se, but he just suddenly you see 1 pick, 2 pick, and then suddenly the tide of the game just changes.
Yeah, that's one thing Z does really, really well. But Bleed Esports, it's a perfect fusion right now. You got your EU style, you got your APAC style, you get a mix of both, and this time it is just a flavorful explosion to win out that second map. Very close scoreline though, and I'm expecting the third map to be even better. But guys, we're gonna go on a break. It's NAOS versus Bleed still. Dax here with Tash, and we'll see you guys for more of the APAC Challengers in just a bit.
Let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me. Think leave me, it can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know. I see your
Some of the best things come in threes in life, and in the third match, we are gonna go into a third map. We are going the distance here in the APAC Challengers. My name is Zach, here with Tash yet again, and Tash, first things first, before we talk about the game, how are you holding up?
I'm still as fresh as a daisy, as you can see here. It's been three matches series all day today, and I'm not surprised because everyone wants to try and survive. You don't want to go through lower bracket. As you know, when you go through lower bracket, it's hell down there. It's just like survival of the fittest at this point. And there are so many moments when you go through there, you take match after match after match, and then finally when you are going against someone against upper bracket, you probably have played 3 games in a row.
I mean, this is the group stage. This is where everyone was waiting for the teams to show on up. And right now, neither NAOS Esports nor Bleed Esports are absolutely disappointing. It has been a relatively close series. I really feel like almost all of the series has been this close, except that big run we saw from NAOS on that first map. But in the second there, Split, Bleed Esports, they finally got the job done. And we were talking about maybe like they were on the same page in the first map. Second map looking a lot more clean and clear from them.
Yep, that's right. Now, on top of that, I just want to talk about stats right now. So what do you know about each team's performance on Ascent?
Okay, so if we go into Ascent, thing is, from what I remember from the PHC, NAOS Esports played it a lot. They're a little 50-50 at it. They still love to run the same kind of composition. And this is where we're going to be getting what we saw on Haven yet again. If they can whip out the KO, whip out the Sova, they will do so as much as possible because those are really the pillars of the NAOS playstyle. We saw some great experimentations from them on that split map, a little bit different. Kakarot again on that Neon. Fun fact, the last time Kakarot played Neon VCT was the first time he did so ever, and it was on Ascent map. So a little surprised he brought it out on splits. I don't think we're gonna get it yet again though. That KO is such a big detriment to what Bleed Esports is trying to do, and I think coming into the third map, its utilities will be very, very important, especially from the side of NAOS Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, when you talk about Ascent, it's very, very important that you have that mid control. And what's really important, why mid control is so important is because there are so many different angles to look at. You have catwalk, you have tree, you have pizza, you have on top of that from main. It's just so many different angles. And once you really, really control that angle, suddenly the whole map is just yours for the taking because you have so much control over it. So now when we talk about B site for Ascent, Killjoy, if Pit wants to play Killjoy, it's definitely possible because it does, when you try to run onto lane, we have seen so many people play that simple lineup on lane there. It's very, very damaging, it hurts. And by the time the enemy does get onto lane, it's just like a small little achoo and immediately just get deleted.
You really should take some allergy pills after this. You've been sneezing all throughout the series. But I like your point there because we have that contrast between Sentinels. Pit has been more of a standard Sentinel. He holds the line, he holds things together, and he anchors the site well. The meantime, Blast, he's a playmaker. He will be aggressive, and I think that's one big thing that we might see coming into this map. It's very different, right? Yeah. Another thing I will want to mention is Bleed Esports has that history of playing KO as well on Ascent. So a possibility of a mirror match to come our way, but in 2 different styles instead.
Yep, that's right. We've seen the way Kakarot plays his KO. It's more team oriented when you think about it. He runs with his team, gives that space his team needs, as opposed to when we look at Bleed. So I think they play similarly the same way. They're both very textbook. We're not seeing that one hero except for Jay, who is very, very different. Blast and Jay are the two players who play a bit more different when it comes to their lineups, when it comes to how they play their agents. They can turn a controller or a smoker into a duelist if they want to.
Exactly. It's just like, I want to get on the board too. I want to help on out. But just to double down on your point about team orientedness, looking at their match against Paper Rex in the grand finals of the Malaysia Singapore Stage 1, it was Lexi who picked out that KO. So knowing how his playstyle has been very team oriented, very selfless, wouldn't be surprised to see it the same way again. And here we have it now. Lock on in as we get into map number 3. Guys, this is just the 3rd series. We still have one more after this. That's Oblivion Force versus Velocity Gaming. And know, the last hope of South Asia, they're gonna be playing later on, but this time Bleed, they will actually change it up. They refuse to play parity, and instead we are gonna get the Breach of Lexi instead. Maxi over to the Omen, but on the flip side of NAOS, this is a little bit new because Blast is on the Chamber right now, and for a double initiator lineup for NAOS, this is one of the few times we've seen them whip out the Omen rather than the Astra.
For 3 whole matches, Maxi has been holding on to Omen. We're seeing Jay do the same thing as well, but the difference between Jay is that you put him on an Astra, you put him on an Omen, he's still able to play aggressively, those high risk, high reward plays. Very different to Maxi, who likes the more conservative play, kind of like mind games per se, 300 IQ maybe, but it's nothing fancy or splashy as what Jay brings to the table. So what do you think of the lineups? What exactly are both teams trying to bring here? What do you think?
I genuinely like the fact that Bleed did not play KO because NAOS is a lot more accustomed to it. It is their core strategy and they win many a map, including Ascent, thanks to it. So instead, flexing over to something Lexi is really good at, going over to that Breach instead, they can actually play a game of keep away. That Breach can stay as far as it can for those proper fault lines and still get the impact with flash points. Same thing with the Aftershock. And we might get the flash dash setups, we might get the space that they need to get onto the site thanks to that Breach. And the initial entries perhaps of Bleed Esports might not get bothered whatsoever, or initial plays, just because they can stay out of range. So on paper, I'm already liking how Bleed looks, especially since they're very accustomed to that Breach style. But now it's time to decide who will win this series. Both teams on match point. Winner here gonna move on to the next round of the upper bracket. Loser faces eliminations in their group instead. And Tash, let's not forget Bleed Esports, NAOS Esports, they're in a very, very heavy group. Group C is seen as just like the group of death right now.
Yeah.
Here in APAC, you have Sersha and Onyx on the other side, and putting yourself in the lower bracket situation, very, very difficult no matter what.
It's gonna be like a 2 grand finals when you think about it.
Yeah.
And look at that. I mean, when you think about it, I do like that Kevs is trying to find out where Bleed is. But usually when we see first map, especially for, you know, for these kind of like gun rounds, we usually see a faster pace play. But the thing about Bleed is that sometimes they're very, very calculative. They're not afraid to just kind of like play it slow. They're not afraid to kind of go not too aggressive. I mean, earlier we did see Bleed kind of like overextend to the front when they did take too long. But this time around, they're like, okay, we're gonna have to anchor this properly. Look at that. Immediately, we are gonna be seeing that. That is the setup from the side of Pit. He loves KJ. But this lane, did he actually put all his nano swarms on lane?
Bleed here,
Oh, it didn't.
It's pretty open, honestly, here for NAOS Esports right now. And the fact of the matter is, if they can get that right entry at the right time, this is the perfect time to go for the push. Blurred already. Dashing on in, standard executes towards that B site. Getting the space the Jet can get in the first place. Blast though, teleporting on away, and he might need 2 here in the backline. Dangerous right now, as Darion will get the takedown. Blast falls, spikes planted, but Bleed ready for the 5v4 retake here.
They do know where Len is. Here comes the shock darts, but Darion with the double peaks with his teammate. Kevs will be going down. Jay gets one, but will be traded out in return. Pit will find Blurred in the end, and now it's all down to Kakarot. He is absolutely pincer. He does get 1, but that's a 4-piece from Darion.
Oh, what a hold there. What a retake, rather, for Bleed Esports. They anticipated that rendezvous. They decided to let Darion go crazy, and from that point on, it was just a victory here for Bleed Esports. Pistol right now looking good. Their defense also looking a lot more solid, in all honesty, since they have, of course, the reliance on that sentinel role that we see here. But if Darion gets hot, I feel like he can really keep in parity or go above and beyond players like Blurred and other players in this APAC Challengers right now.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of that, I really like that how early they are committing to flanks, because they're just saying, okay, we know how NAOS plays. I am absolutely sure we're going to catch someone off guard flanking from the back. And they did. It comes down to that pincer sort of play style that really, really kind of corners NAOS to the point that they can't really breathe or go anywhere. And I want to see what NAOS is going to do to counter that kind of play.
Yeah, for now, NAOS here, they're gonna try and, figure out what the setup's gonna be. Seems like Bleed, though, they love putting Pit here towards that A side instead, relying on someone like Maxi to make the right calls towards that B side. And, well, Lene, he's already ripping out the areas. Wallbangs can come online. NAOS Esports, though, when they're on the ropes, I think that's the interesting part that NAOS hasn't really completely proven themselves. They had a great run in the VCT stage. They won up pretty much every single match except one in the group stage and the grand finals. So it does seem like the question for NAOS is, how is their kind of recovery when they're put in the tight spots? Can they make the right decisions to get out of it in the first place? A testament perhaps of how their team can deal with the pressure, because what we've seen from Bleed so far is they can handle it in spades. Volt line though thrown on over. Now Esports can't even get towards that A side, so instead Blast is the one strolling towards B, and well, he'll be that first contact, and oh, Maxi has a freebie there for Kakarot instead.
Yup, that's right, will be a double. Yes, it will. But for now, Blast is very, very happy where he is. He just strolled onto site. No one was taking care of it at all. There was just so much action happening onto A. The rotations was a little bit too fast. However, though, here is the suppress. Doesn't catch anyone out of that regardless. A look at that cliff. Does find Blast in return. Alarm bot will be triggered, and immediately they react to that. They do know there is someone on B main. Immediately there comes a shot that he misses that. He gets one in return. Thank God for his classic. A cliff is waiting, and immediately he just shuts him down.
Yeah, Esports. Again, it looked very dicey, but Darion is just absolutely on it. Blade Storm now available even for the Jets, and this is looking to be such a good hold right now for the side of Bleed. The thing is though, now they still have to command that kind of respect basically. If Bleed is teleporting out to the open, they're gonna be holding on to more, I'd say, open angles initially, then it's a problem because now Esports is a team that is happy to navigate towards the site and go for the duels for there. So a little dangerous right now. Blast, of course, we've seen how aggressive he could be, but now the guns are going to be out, and this should be more of an advantage for NAOS unless Darion can make a play. He wants to go for the dash on in, but it's Maxi instead who catches out Kakarot. A right peek at the right time as the distraction of the Jet was in place.
That is just so crazy how Bleed is just able to go really slow and really fast if they want to catch his NAOS off guard, and suddenly Blurred as well as other teammates are not too sure where exactly they have to look. Len and Maxi a little bit low on HP, but it's definitely worth it though for that trade just now. And when you saw what happened on B main is the fact that there was just so many smokes as well as the concuss. It made it so hard for NAOS to even commit to even fight back. So they decided, okay, let's just wait it all out before we actually try and commit.
Rendezvous being set on up, and now it's time for the dart to fly. Lenito, this is so dangerous, but he tries to go for the gamble. Blast will prevent the punish from happening anyway, and now it's time for NAOS Esports to get on that side. Spike, though, should be planted already. The standard take is looking good here for NAOS, especially. The Bleed Esports, can they get the off angle yet again? They're running in from the entrance to B main. Lexi here, breaking out a few utilities, trying to set up the fault line. The dark cover now gonna be in the way. It's all about the setup for Bleed. A pinch perhaps to get them back to this round. But Kevs is watching like a hawk, and Darion is caught by the bird of prey.
They know that he was gonna do that. He did it twice, and Lexi will find Blurred in return. For now, though, it is gonna be trades, and suddenly NAOS taking this one. Look at those crosshairs. Everyone was pretty much ready from every single angle.
Crosshairs, crossfires, and the fact of the matter is they expected Bleed to try and make the pinch work after the initial aggression, courtesy of Darion. And really, they're getting these standard takes towards B side for free. This is looking to be a very secure dash on in towards the lever there. For someone like Blurred, he just uses the classic Cloudburst, dash in, close the door, and then we're good to go. And Bleed Esports, they didn't have the arsenal last time to try and fight back in parity. This time they're gonna whip out the operator, and Darion just does not miss. The setup is real again. This is the power of Darion and Alexi together, and Bleed Esports already drawing first blood to the round.
Yeah, that's right. That is just straight to the face. They were expecting Darion to be playing the flank, or as in not being on site. But that's the thing about Bleed. They are very, very okay with changing how they play. He gets a double there. But Kevs will find Pit, and Lexi will be taking him out of the game in return. And here we go, Kakarot. He's already on lane. He's very, very aware. He's just barely passing by everyone. He's all alone. But that recon dart does give him away.
That's the beauty of bringing out the breach on a map like this, especially against a team like NAOS that depends on the suppress, that wants to go for the silence effect as much as possible to get the advantage. And that range here from Darion, the quick shots, and he is just not missing. That second map, I really feel like brought out more confidence out of him. He has been stellar all throughout the series, been more impactful bit by bit, but now this time he is just the one to watch out for. It has been, of course, the story of Bleed Esports bringing out Hit, bringing out Maxi for the first time, but there's a reason these guys make it the second seed without them in the first place. The full Singaporean roster in their local run, and Darion has been the shining star there above and beyond, and he's not done. Kakarot could not even fight back.
Yup, that's right. Give Darion an up and he'll make sure he'll hold it at least 3 rounds and get so many picks in return. Maxi as well. Look at that smoke. It's pretty much one way. He can see their feet, so all he has to do is just shoot through. For now, Blurred is just trying to find that angle, trying to find as much picks as possible. Unfortunately, look at Blast. He's almost out. Blurred will be pushing through right now, and immediately another smoke comes through. It's just so unlucky. If he were to swing out, that's the end of that.
Yeah, one way or another, they're gonna get you.
Haha, get it one way. Haha, one way smoke.
Yeah, I can make the jokes too. Haha, very funny. Just so deadpan talking about it. But then NAOS is looking to not be quite like Kakarot, who's very dead. You can see already that Lexi is rotated towards that B side. Bolt line, big problem yet again. Gets the stun, but no one falling from the NAOS side so far until Maxi uses the scan to get the wall bang on. Blurred with one, but here comes Lennon to get the takedown. And yet again, NAOS Esports, they're caught in their tracks. This is just a foundation. They can't work on. Blast blows up the face of Pit. But at the very end, it's Bleed Esports still holding on site to get those final kills. The power of the breach compels you, Bleed Esports. And we're seeing their prayers answered by just a setup multiple times by Lexi and the shots by Darion to keep things up.
Yep, that's right. You really gotta give it to him. His timing for his concussions have been so good. And every time he uses his ability, there's always a follow-up. So like it or not, I noticed that NAOS likes to play on B main, and that very narrow area coming onto lane, coming onto stairs over there is just, it just gives, there's so much area covered by a breach. And I think that personally, I feel like maybe they should be thinking of another way to get through, because there's no point in just trying to push through B main and just getting stopped by Lexi over and over again. Here we go, timeout from NS. What are they going to do? Are they going to be coming through mid? Are they going to be changing sites? Because if you look at Pit, he was really taking care of Tree just in case they want to come through mid and just go straight to Tree.
But that's the thing, like, it's easier said than done. You ask the question, okay guys, stop going B main. It's too tight. It's really hard to get on through.
Yeah.
But where else do you go? And that doesn't have the same problem. A main, it's pretty much the same thing. It's narrow. You angle it right, it gets a whole lane. That tree area, same case. Cubby, same place. Like the mid maybe is a bit more open, but you can't forget that Darion has the operator. And as soon as he realizes, oh, it's a mid take, he's just gonna go there, gonna answer you back. And that mid control is unviable, knowing what the Bleed Esports roster and arsenal is right now. So for NAOS, they need to make sure that they get the right intel and the right suppress at the right time. They need to make wonders work with Kevs and Kakarot yet again, because their default plays, they're getting caught out more and more now by Bleed Esports. I was worried a while ago that for Bleed, okay, they're letting NAOS play the default entry, and it might be a problem later on, but since Lexi has just been so on point with the utilities, making it at the right time, it is a big problem here for NAOS Esports. Might be even harder here. Darion though cannot find the shot. Rolling Thunder came online. Pit now with the takedown off the jet as the Hunter's Fury will fly on Blind. Blurred though with the takedown. Lexi avoiding the lightning, and here comes Lenny as well, but the aftershock is not the right time here. Blurred peeking towards the generator, and will push on forward. 3v3 now. NAOS is on site, but the spike isn't there yet.
Yep, that's right. Kakarot playing the smokes here. Darion so low. But if he gets a peek here, not quite. He does trade that out, however. It's still 2 versus 2, but Blurred so very low. How are they going to be playing this? Thank God, if you think about it, Pit is out of the way, because that chicken bot is going to be so much problem. And look at that. They're just trying to get onto the side. They don't know there's someone over on the other side. They're just playing it real safe and real slow.
Yeah, we'll know the flank. Lene, he is there, but oh, he finds the correction on his aim. Gets the shot after the spray goes a little wild. Now it's 2v1.
He's the distraction.
Oh, Maxi.
Kakarot is distracted.
Oh, it's just a little time, but Kakarot Kakarot is cool and calm enough to get that takedown, hiding behind the blocks. Finds another one, and Kakarot is gonna spell the clutch with a K there. 4-2, now survives to win a round.
That's the Vera Esports clutch that he was looking for. That was just so well played. The thing is, they should have swung in together. With 2 areas swung in, they would have won that. And this comes down to isolating. The thing is, while Kakarot is alone,
10 seconds left.
that's the disconnect, I think, that was coming in. When the team wasn't talking, either they're not talking or their timing in terms of syncing is just not quite there yet. However, though, they are giving NAOS the comeback, and we talked about NAOS. They're kind of team that if they get momentum, they really take it a whole mile away.
Yeah, they're gonna want to run away with those rounds. Not only that, though, Kakarot, that was a big pickoff onto the off of Darion, who has yet again, mind you. But Lene, that's a free kill from afar. And now Blur trying to make the Blade Storm count. He's already low on the HP. So now as they're struggling to get towards that A side, the hero play a while ago. Sure, a bailout on the scoreline, but still not the most reliable. Cloudburst now thrown on over, dash on into the corner. Blur trying to hide. Lexi! No, Lexi is just gonna ignore the entry of the Jet. He wants to go after the players from the Cubby first, and he gets the 2 anyway.
Right
Pit
there.
now gets blurred. And the timing and the calls here from Bleed Esports showing again how smart they can be. They knew that it was a low HP Jet on the inside, easy to clean on up. And with Jet in a 1v5 scenario, it will take a miracle really for NAOS to get this round. Bleed is ready, Pit on the side. Here comes Maxi right now, and that is flawlessly executed and flawlessly defended by Bleed Esports.
Oh, that was just so perfectly played. You saw Blur just trying to make that play happen. And you saw the hesitation coming from there. He just passed and he didn't care. And there Blur was just confused, just like, I can't see anything either. I'm not too sure what's happening because my own vision is covered by the smokes. And then immediately, they kind of like isolated those 2 players, and then suddenly Blur was all alone. Smokes come down and suddenly see, surprise, there's 2 of us here actually.
That's the thing. Bleed Esports is so willing to get that map control even though they know there's a threat on one side and the other. They can find a way to shoot out of it. Just like what NAOS did a while ago anyway with Kakarot, making sure that Desync was punished. But case in point, oh, they're actually whiffing the shot. I thought he had that
twice actually.
Perfectly. It's like, okay, Darion, your superpowers, they're waning a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of a rest perhaps. Maybe 1 more shot for confidence this time. 3rd time's the charm, Darion, because he has been popping, and finally, there you go. Charm created. NAOS loses a player.
Yep, that's right. And it's Blast, and you know how Blast can be very, very dangerous with his abilities. For now, though, that's 1 person out of the way that they don't have to worry about. Now it's trying to find a way. They do get through mid, but there is this little alarm bot there. Is he aware? Yep, there he is. And he's gonna know that the alarm bot's down, and they're gonna know, okay, there's someone actually playing mid. And immediately Blur just goes, yeah, we can't go through there. Let's find another way.
So you're saying Blurred knows that Bleed knows that now I know that Darion will get the kill onto Kevs. There you go.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
A lot of knowledge being spread on out, but we're getting mid control here for NAOS Esports on the lesser by
30 seconds
But really,
left.
this Bleed defense is so stellar right now. They're locking down so many of the tight angles with just the oppressive nature of the breach. Another flawless victory. You have Darion with the hot hand with the operator, and it's going to be such a complete package. Whether it's close or far, whether it's tight or open, everything can be handled by Bleed Esports right now.
Yep, that's right. They're just so oppressive. Like what you said earlier, it's like, oh, we want to go play through mid, and look what they brought to the table. Yes, Darion wasn't there, but look how many, even though they didn't have, they didn't watch mid per se, there was the alarm bar. Immediately you saw that reaction, or at least the response coming from Bleed is just so fast. So like it or not, it's just so, I think in terms of agent select, they were really fast for that. I think Darion thought he was being slick, but the thing is, looks like Blast was the one that came out on top. Both of them really suffered for that.
Yeah, the real Blast Shady stepped on up there. Thing is though, it's a bit of an improvement for Bleed because now they're expecting more of those off angles. Darion able to get away in time anyway, and he did flick on upward. So they're learning, they're evolving, and right now they're showing what Bleed can really do with their now main 5. They did lose their IGL though. Maxi gone here. Pretty much not the best picture Not only that, we finally get the null command from Kakarot. We haven't seen it too much in this game compared to the previous ones, but Lexi is still a force to be reckoned with. Gets one, Kakarot cleared though on the board. Now Esports now looking to get on side, but Lene will stop Jet in his tracks. Blurred though with a spray. Lene able to avoid it while he's inside the smoke. Shot starts to fly on by though for both sides. And this is now as Esports now getting free real estate towards that A side. And it's only the Sova left on the high ground. Spike planted though, but it's looking to be effective enough for NAOS. They got the null command, one of the biggest win conditions for this squad. But I feel like the problem is this is one of the few times we've seen it this game, and really, this is the only moment I can remember that it has impacted the Ascent map so far.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, I like how the way they played with Kakarot, but the thing is, having only that null command as your win condition makes it very, very rough. How many times in a row can you get that? Kev's in the back, waiting for him, immediately gets a small little whiff of him, and immediately he's out. Len was already so low, and oh my god, he was just like, I'm gonna take your skin for that.
Yeah, I like this one better. Not vibing with the skin I chose. You know these guys can pick pretty much whatever skin they have, right? So it's like,
oh yeah.
It's like, okay, I got to play with an account like that before. I was just like a kid in the candy store. But you know who was the one looking sweet there? Again, Kakarot, when he has null command, he has the entry potential. And now his Esports looks to be a different kind of well-oiled machine. And as we're going to get on a timeout, that's still my biggest concern. Okay, you got the null command for that last round. Now what for the next 3?
Exactly.
Will Kakarot get it in time? Can you rely on something else? And Bleed Esports, again, when they notice something that is looking to be oppressive from NAOS Esports, even though they know it's not going to come anytime soon, they will take that time out and talk things over just to get everyone on the same page if it happens again.
Yep, that's right. And I really gotta give it to Darion. His picks have just been so painfully impactful. You never know where he's gonna be next. You see him position himself. Sometimes he is on A. He will be playing from Raptors. Suddenly next round, he's gonna be playing from the side of the box. Or suddenly you'll see him at mid. Sometimes you'll see him on B main. It's just so hard to pinpoint, and that's what makes it so scary to peek.
He's a force of nature right now. And Bleed Esports, they are flowing like red blood cells through the body.
I just realized something.
What's up?
Is running in Odin.
I mean, it's Ascent. What do you expect? Look at this position. You see that wall? That is the extremely bangable wall, as Asarai would always say.
Oh yeah, that's his favorite word. You have to give it to him.
That's his sentence. Every wall is bangable. And of course, on Ascent, that's the big one. Yes, a very sussy coat from a very sussy caster. He was with you for the first 2 maps or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like it was fun. But okay, we're back into the game though. And well, Blast has to be a little bit more careful with his peaks. He has been answered by Bleed quite a lot, at least right now. The jump peak there, that was a lot closer than it should have been. And Darion right now getting backing on out for now.
He was risking his life just to find out where Darion is. That's how oppressive he is. Look
that's
at that
what a jump peak
immediately.
does. It's
Yeah,
like,
but
okay,
look at that. Immediately, they just go straight onto the side, coming in through mid. But look at that, there's Len on the side that takes a little bit more, but Darion ready for him from lane. Lexi gonna keep putting that flash out, and immediately, there you go. There's the concuss coming out as well, but unfortunately, no one following up from the side. Look at that, Jade will be fighting back. Darion, are you kidding me? Gets a double out of that,
30 seconds
and
left.
immediately switches
Spike
out
down,
to a shorty, gets one as well. Darion pushes onto the wall. I'm not quite sure why. What's he trying to do? But oh my god, that's an ace from Darion!
There he is. Darion oppresses, and Darion suppresses. What a victory for the side of Bleed Esports in that round. And you know how risky that boathouse angle is?
It really was!
There's
Look
no
at this
escape!
again! He was so aggressive! Look at that! I'm just so shocked. He gets a double. That's a lineup over there. Probably high confidence. Immediately switches to the shorty, straight to the face, repositions himself, and I think he used that dash to kind of like play around with Kevs a little bit, try to make sure like, oh, where exactly did he dash at? Immediately Kevs pushes through, and it was just like surprise. Not a shorty though. It was actually the op.
Crucial mistake by NAOS Esports, unable to identify where the jet was, and There you have it. Darion does not disappoint whatsoever. And this is an awakened Bleed Esports. Both sides, the EU pickups, the EU stars coming on in and making a big impact already for the team. But the SG side that has stepped on up to bring Bleed Esports to the group stage, you're getting it here, especially from Darion and Lexi. That operator is such a big pain right now for NAOS Esports. They might need to invest just a single round just to get rid of that, but the money is clear here for Bleed Esports. Even if they lose now, they still should have enough for the next. And speaking of money on NAOS Esports, yeah, that's a few classics, a few shares, maybe Bulldog along the way, and nary a null command in sight as the Hunter's Fury is there. Gets the blind on the pit, the dash on Indo, the push is real, but really Pit still holding on to the Jenny so far here.
Yep, that's right. Pit does stop that from happening, but look at that, the double angle build breed taking down. Free gun for him. That's a nice upgrade as well. Immediately reloads, but Darion does get one pick in return. Kakarot is just so low, and look at it, but Kevs, that was a really nice flank. And look at that Jay coming from the side, but Maxi is just a little bit faster on the first contact. You see that Blurred trying to get close as he can to the bomb, but look at that, that's an Odin straight to the face. Lenny! That's not fun.
No, not fun at all. Nice shot by Kevs. But I think that's pretty much it for the round. He will be going for the plant. Lennon looks at him, bring the big Odin. And Kevs just has to take all the bullets flying his way. So 8-3. And this is commanding right now from Bleed Esports. Their defense has been amplified by the talents of this Jets on the operator. And also an unsung hero, Lene. We keep been talking about the breach setups. We've been talking about, you know, the jet shots. But Lene has gotten the second frag there. He also has a multitude of assists. And the thing is, he's been hitting the right darts at the right time. So Bleed Esports doesn't really need to waste their fault lines as much. They can use their utilities wisely, timed right, and against a NAOS Esports that's already committed the push thanks to his efforts. And this is just looking to be so complete here for Bleed Esports.
Yep, that's right. But look at that though. We're gonna give it to Lenny. He's like, hello, say hello to my little friend. And immediately he's just like not letting go of that Odin. He loves it. That's his new friend. But Blurred moving forward. But look at that. He gets a double out of that. So worth it. Actually, make that a triple. Very, very well played. And now the blades are up. Blurred gets one more out of that. Suddenly there's only two more. Darion all alone. Blast waiting to make sure that no one is going to be flanking from behind. Finds Darion. And finally the oppressive is now out of the way. And look at that, Lenny trades out with Blast. He's all alone though, but Kevs has his teammates back.
Yeah, now Esports, they need a round like that just to bring back the confidence up. 8-4 though, and Bleed Esports, they were stellar on defense. Now's the time though to figure out if they can make it work on the attacking side. A few struggles so far though on that side. You can see a replay there. Blurred. This is what NAOS Esports has been wanting to do all throughout the game. Towards that B side, for those switches towards the 3 area, you just get someone like Blurred to pop off or make that space. But Bleed Esports has been a step or two ahead many a time for most of these rounds, whether it's just a decision to push on and ignore certain angles, whether to give up the space and then suddenly oppress them out of nowhere with something like the fault line or the nano swarms. And really, the Bleed Esports defense is looking to be such a death trap for NAOS Esports that for now, NAOS has to figure out how they're going to stop what we've seen here from Bleed right now. The coordination has been right, the setup has been unreal, and if you put a Darion Jet that is this hot right now alongside Lenny and Lexi with the initiation, that is gonna be a clear out on a site as soon as possible.
Yep, that's right. I honestly was surprised at how Blurred played that. The thing is, he ran in with, I believe, was the knife as well as the paranoia just now. And I think that was what they should have done from the beginning. They just couldn't figure that out just yet. Especially because Darion was just getting them picks one by one. Then suddenly, when they really committed to that, suddenly everything just fell apart for Bleed, if you notice that. And suddenly Darion was trying to make the rotation. They didn't know that someone was already pretty much ready for that as well. And I think that's the adaptive nature of NAOS as well. They don't really necessarily get it so early, but once they do though, you gotta rethink about how you want to play the game, because you know they're gonna be ready for you.
Yeah, overall though, NAOS a bit of a quiet game compared to the first two. And we see it there. Kevs, he's really the guy you can rely on many a times, but him being that high up on the scoreboard just means that you don't have someone like Jay or Blast or Blurred really popping off as much as you'd like. And now Esports, it still is that dependency that can bite them in the butt along the way. We nary saw a null command play there. Not as much effectivity with the 0 point, even though Kakarot got some crucial tags and crucial kills. Still wasn't enough to get that win, and now Blast has to back on away, but you can see already the efforts again from the SG trio here from the Bleed side. Stun comes, the scan is there, and Darion in position to try and go for the push. Cloudburst though into play, Shock Dart down to scare him off, but he still commits anyway. Fragment now thrown on over, Nanoswarm is there as well. And Bleed Esports want to navigate to the side. Blast though overrun, and Maxi goes for that takedown. Oh, Pit also gets on the board, and Bleed Esports now getting the kills. Kevs though inside the boat as the fight on back is there, and it's an absolute brawl towards his B side. But as I say that, Kevs now finding Lexi. Maxi will be backing on away, and Bleed still a backup plan to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, that's right. They're like, why should we 1v1 you when we can run all the way to A and just plan over there? And for now, suddenly Kevs is just like, where'd you go? And they're like, oh wait, they probably have rotated. And look at that. You are seeing that they're pretty much ready. Pit is ready for that for the area on too long as well. So I think they do have an idea that, like it or not, even if he comes from heaven, even if he comes from rafters or even tree, they're gonna have to be careful of how they want to take that that defuse, because it is planted for him, and now they're very, very aware where exactly Kevs is.
Taps coming is just so difficult. Not just 1v2, the turret is there, and look, it's the turret that gets the kill. Good job, turret. That's a bonk for you.
Yeah, thank you, chicken. Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Blast's turret can be another player, but we didn't really talk about Pit's, because as we mentioned before, the way Pit plays his turret is very, very different. But when you see a KJ shooting together with a turret, because the turret is just so distracting, it does slow you as well. So when you shoot together with your turret, it does give you that extra advantage. You can also use it as a shield.
Yeah, that's true. It's like it's an aim punch, a bullet punch, everything bothering you. But just again, in that case, it's like, you know, he's gonna come from this angle. The turret will see everything. Might as well stay here and just shoot him down. And those are like
enjoy the area and wine.
the strongest things you can see on a pistol round is the Killjoy turret, the Chamber Headhunter, and when the Reyna gets the VAR on to have full armor rather than, you know, half or anyone else. But this is now looking scary here for NAOS Esports. Bleed has all the arsenal in the world, and well, Bleed is just playing together. They're a full stack of 5 going towards that B main. Finally though, we get a bit of a delta split since it's Pitts and Lenny keeping an eye out in the middle. But still, the numbers and the guns don't lie. And for Blast, can he actually make anything work? It's all up to him though. Aftershock towards the right-hand side to clear out the cubby of the logs. And it seems like they're also going for the orb here. Lene catching out Jet though to start things off.
Odin, Ares, he can play it all. And look at that, the suppress does come out, and that is Lexi's demise.
30 seconds left.
Bullet left, but right now it's looking really, really good. I mean, it is a trade 1-for-1 right now. Still winnable from both sides. Blur trying to get as much angles as he can. Did not realize that he's over there, and he gets punished for it. But Leonard does trade out. Kakarot is now out of the game. Immediately, they're playing around here. Oh my god, Dario just a bit faster. He was probably surprised. Did you see his face?
Spike planted.
I didn't, but maybe you did on the camera.
I did. I was looking down.
So what kind of face did it do? If you could say it in an emoji.
It was kind of like a surprise and a relief at the same time when he got the kill. I mean, there are so many times where, you know, if your crosshair was already trained, if you get shocked, when you shoot, it's gonna go straight to the head. That was a surprise kill when you think about it. But for now, this is just Blurred. 1 versus 2. They know where he is. Immediately goes left. They know they're in hell, but for now, he doesn't know how many people they are. There is still one more. They try to clear it out. He doesn't know there was someone there. Maxi will be closing that out.
Yeah, I couldn't find the final confirmation. Someone's underneath, and again, Lene has been the unsung hero. 13 kills, 12 assists, and darts absolutely on point from the Sova. But you can see it here. NAOS with the fight back, sure. But the bigger thing to watch out for is just how Bleed has that extra strategy at any time. Rotate towards that A site after the chaos, moving into B. And really some discipline yet again for Bleed Esports coming out in spades. But the utility right now, usually when you see a NAOS Esports game, they're the ones who can out-utility you because they removed that tool in the first place from you at the start of the game into, well, their takedowns. But this time, Bleed is playing a game of keep away, getting so much value with the darts and the great utilities. And really, this is a Bleed Esports that has just been able to adapt and overcome some of the best strategies that NAOS has here so far.
Yep, that's right. I think round one was just more of a getting to know you game, and once the Rubik's Cube has been found out, that was the end of that. And Lexi, I really gotta give it to him. He actually sets it up for his teammates, especially Darion, because he is the distractor, he is the concussor, and there is always gonna be a follow-up. Darion making sure that no one's coming from the back, immediately market is all his, gets a blast. He was not expecting to come through mid at all. He was not aware. Here's Kevs from the side, the sprays do come out, but finally does get Darion, but Lexi will trade him back.
Yeah, couldn't transfer in time there to Lexi. Great shots and great heads up by the Breach instead. And Bleed Esports, they're all over B's sites. But the lurk is real from Lena and Pit, and here at the pizza, it's gonna be quite a slice by Lena towards Jack. Kakarot with the trade, but Pit is not done! And the burst fire Bulldog from the middle! Will just strike when the iron is hot. 11-4 in Bleed Esports. They do it again, winning out the bonus.
Yep, that's right. You're just looking so good. I really gotta give it to them. And look at that. While they are gonna go on to B, look at how many different openings they are gonna be going for. Immediately, the trades do happen, but look at Pit coming in from mid immediately. Gets 2 out of that as well. You just really don't know where Pit is going to be coming from. You don't know where Lena is going to be. And most importantly, Darion, where are you going to go?
Just nice lurks overall by Bleed. Nice map control.
I think they already knew. They already knew that NAOS likes to play the lurk games. They're like, let's out-lurk them.
The confidence really from Bleed Esports to stay in those angles with the lesser buys. Nothing really much to lose in the first place. Everything to gain. Right now, they're gaining an advantage into a round that can bring them to match points if things go their way. They're staying away though from that instant headshot range. The Sheriff so far, long range perhaps. They're just out-duel players that'll peek. And Kakarot, he's brave, he's feisty. He could have been very dead there if the headshot just connected. So Bleed Esports now stacking towards that A site, concentrating their forces, getting the orb as well. And look at their arsenal right now. They have the gun advantage, but coming into the next round, if they can just clean up this round nicely, they're gonna have pretty much all the ultimates ready to wrap up the game.
Yep, that's right. I like how Pit's usage of a more aggressive swarm grenade just to give that space for his teammates to go through. Because if they have to give up their position, that's how they're gonna go. Darion actually just passes by Kakarot, and here we go. He does get, trying to get one actually. Lexi tested the better gun, just does a lot better in terms of DPS. However, immediately they are gonna not be going to A. Look at that rotates coming in straight toward B. Darion coming in first, and here we go attacking Killjoy. But Maxi will be getting blast out of the way. Spike is down though, unfortunately, but that doesn't really matter to them because in terms of in terms of numbers, they are very ahead, and Pit will be getting Kevs as well. That's an information gatherer, but Jay on the aggressive, he will be getting that reload coming in. He doesn't have a gun just yet, but that's a double swing coming from his teammates. Immediately Lene with a 2-piece.
Oh my, Lene saved the day there. That was so close for NAOS Esports, and it really shows their will to fight here. But at the same time, Bleed, they were stopped in the tracks a little bit. Luckily, it was Darion who actually picked it up because he was able to dash on that side, make it in time. It looked to be a lot more clean for Bleed Esports. They had the lockdown, they bought that space, but Jed there fighting now near the end, waking on up when his team needs to the most. But this is for all the series. Who wins this? Well, they're gonna be moving on into the next round. Loser over to the eliminations in relatively the toughest bracket we have so far in the group stage. And Bleed is one away. Flash does come though. Darion now with a push on forward. Hunter's Fury from Lene, and he's able to pick apart there so far. 5 slaps even, and Darion is there! Bleed Esports, they're drawing blood versus NAOS, clipping those wings and sending them back to the earth. Jed though, he is just on the inside. Lexi with a take out. Blur comes on in, but Maxi sees him clearly. And it's Bleed Esports with a 13-4 victory. This is the fusion that has fallen into place here in the APAC. And Bleed Esports, the investment, looking pretty clear so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That last round looking especially clean. I love looking at how they played that. Lene is just popping off that round. Let's not talk about the Ares. Let's not talk about the crazy Odin plays. Let's talk about that Hunter's Fury. 2 picks immediately, but let's have a look at the post-game stats.
You know what I loved about this game especially is the fact is they're not here to replace anyone on Bleed. They're here to enhance. And you see, Pit Maxi, efforts are made, but look who is looking to be the star here. Darion, 21 kills, 2.6 KD, operator oppression, and Lene, his value kept on going up round per round. 3.8 KD, a multitude of assists, and amazing darts along the way. This has been an incredible shutdown of Bleed Esports towards the NAOS Esports side. And the learning lessons were clear, the growing pains were there at the first map, but the second and the third especially. This Bleed Esports roster, the hype is real, and they're looking pretty scary to face off against. This is what, well, some of the best that the SG side can bring to the table and what else they can invest in. And over for NAOS, I think the question is clear. What else he got besides that KO? Because if Kakarot is relatively shut down in the game when he can't make those plays as much as NAOS will like, what else can they do besides try to outclutch the opposition?
Yep, that's right. He only managed 1 null command, I believe, that whole entire match, which just shows how oppressive it is. And on top of that, even when they're playing defense, they weren't able to farm orbs at all because of the speed of how Bleed is just not just rotating, but also on how they control the momentum of the game. But let's have a look at the highlights here. Look at this, how they're playing this. While it looked really good, at least for our first few rounds for NAOS, it just seems like after a few rounds, once Bleed got the momentum, they weren't letting it go.
Yeah, that's why I got scared for the side of Bleed, because now they did lose the rounds, but they would get very close to those sites, they would take it, and at the same time, it just seemed like it was easy pickings to play those defaults, and when you just get that kind of rhythm, eventually things will fall in your favor. You get kills with the second wave of the Sova and the KO, but Bleed was able to mitigate it by heroes like this. You had Lene, but you had Darion with that incredible ace, shutting down Kakarot early, preventing him from really getting value from the null command, and it's just one of those games also where it's Bleed with the right adjustment at the right time, bringing out the breach yet again, something Lexi plays a lot, was the right call versus NAOS Esports rather than forcing out the KO that came with mixed results in their own challenger stage. And let's not forget that NAOS did have a fight back. Lurd, they're having some moments.
Really good.
Yeah, they're having some moments there at the end, but few and far between compared to the more consistent efforts there from Bleed there.
Yep, that's right. It felt like what NAOS was running was more of a sprint compared to what Bleed was bringing to the table, which was more of a marathon. You do see those sprints come through, especially if Kakarot had his ultimate, especially if they're able to really chain together their abilities like what you saw earlier. But the thing about Bleed is that they adjust real fast. All right, that's what Blur did. Let's kind of like talk about it and let's see how we can counter that in case they do it again. Those kind of situations are very, very one-off, because it's one of those situations where if you do it again, you are gonna get caught 100%.
Yeah, and that was so much more clean from Bleed in that last map compared to the second. But guys, our third series is done. We still got one more to go, but we'll break down the action with the panel. That's here with Tash, and we'll see you guys for more of the APAC Challengers in just a bit.
The panel, I'm no man alongside of me is Black and Blue and a Rav. And this is a prediction that we all agreed upon. Bleed Esports would come out on top of this, but NAOS Esports, all things considered, still performed way ahead of expectations here.
They did, at least for map number 1. Map number 2 quite close as well. You had some good performances from a bunch of the NAOS players when it did come down to it. Z absolutely, playing really well when they did field him on split the first time and the only time we did see him in this matchup. But then, they had that neon thing going on, just doesn't work out in the end. And Bleed, they leave the NAOS squad bloody, sanguine all over, and they were just spectacular on that final map as well when he did end up on Ascent.
Yeah, just judging with the eye test alone, they have quite a number of similarities, honestly, but one thing that we have to really look at is how Bleed dealt with so many approaches that NAOS tried to do. We've talked about how NAOS is so strong on B Haven. Black and Blue pointed out backstage that they're one of the best defenders on B, specifically on Haven, and the reason why we think that is because the way that they put the KO behind Gong and use their ability to just play off each other in those crossfires have been absolutely insane. I think it was Dax who actually chimed in that Blast loves to play a forward Killjoy, and we actually saw quite a bit of that.
Yeah, totally. We hit right on the money, Raph. It's something that we've talked about during VCTPH even, where now they look like one of the best teams in the Philippines when it comes to defending that B site attack on Haven. We've seen many times over that they are pretty much, I don't know the stats right off the top of my head, but I would wager it'd be above 80% on how good they are defending B-side holds. They really are proficient in that, and when we go on over to split, this really could have gone their way, honestly. They were super close to making it happen, but we were talking about backstage too as well, Raph, where it seemed like map number 1 was really kind of like an adjustment period where they're kind of feeling out how to really play against the NAOS squad, which is something we actually saw quite similar to the previous match right before this, and it happens once again here.
And that conversation, I still remember it vividly, as if it only happened a few hours ago. Because he pointed out, right, man, they don't even have anything for proper retake. This was taking into account that Bleed had super hard info, and I was like, wait a minute, what does that mean? They're playing for the long game, and obviously with whatever they did, whatever adjustments they made, despite the valiant effort and the very inspired clutches and aces we saw on Ascent, Bleed really got a big return on that.
No, I think we were right on the money on that. Like, we did note, there was not much retake utility on that map number 1. They were playing the Omen, the Cypher, they had the Sova and the Sky, which a bunch of information gathering, ultimates, and utility. And then we go onto that final map on Ascent, and you see them from the get-go on that pistol round on Ascent. Very first round, they were already looking to play retake 4B with a bunch of retake utility prep. So I really like what Bleed brought into this game. They, like a well-trained boxer, they take those few rounds to try and read the opponent, and then they come back in the latter half of it and they close the game out.
Yeah, being cerebral assassins as they are, we'll see Bleed move forward in the upper bracket and wait their opponent in a couple of days. It's either Persija Esports or IG, and NAOS Esports still has a second chance to last longer here in the Asia Pacific Challengers as they move on over to the eliminations. And we are going to be moving on over to the final series of the day. It's Velocity Gaming and Oblivion for South Asia, and then Hong Kong and Taiwan for the brawl. The last hopes for these regions to last long here, and we have to introduce one of the teams here from South Asia. We got Velocity Gaming. The best that South Asia has to offer, the Velocity Gaming, looking to be the last hope of South Asia here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and their roster will be consisting of the following: Right to Ace, Vibor, Matarasu, Health, and Deathmaker.
This team is one team that we were looking at even before this year when we were during LCQ. You know, a lot of the talk was Global Esports versus Velocity, which is the better team, because they always went back and forth. Velocity would get some against them, and Global would get some against them as well. Every time these guys face off, they pretty much always go to that final map. Never really a clean sweep between these two teams, aside from rare occasions. So that begs the question,
about Oblivion
who really
Force.
is the best team for South Asia when it comes to, you know, I guess the international stage? Is it Velocity or Global? Some people would argue that before. Honestly, on my end, I think it's Velocity in terms of what they bring to the table internationally. I think they're the team that can bring more, I guess, strategy for than Global. Global, they might have that firepower in players like SK Rossi and Hellranger, but when we're talking about Velocity, they've got Deathmaker. They've got so much cerebral play in their, I guess, in their pocket, that I think that's what will really help them, I guess, maybe bring a better fight than what we saw Global do to other SEA teams.
Again, a lot of excellent points being shed there by you. One thing that I have to take note, or rather I think we have to pay attention to both these teams. These are kind of the step-ups from their previous representatives. Again, Nomad brought up something that we have to take into account too. They are on their last legs, region-wise. They are going to be cornered. They are going to try and fight in tooth and nail for this last slot. So this might just kind of give them an extra vigor. So, you know, again, this might be the day they might turn it up to 11.
Well, we'll see if we'll turn it up to 11 as they go up against Oblivion Force, the best in Hong Kong, Taiwan. The best Hong Kong, Taiwan has to offer wants to be the only and last hope that they have going into the Asia Pacific Challengers. All joining in on the fray, we got Chime, Furious Meow, Hephathor, Q, and Nomad. Not to be confused with Nomad.
Absolutely. Again, both are very handsome, very well-endowed gentlemen. But again, not to be confused, we have one on the panel, we have one playing right now. Again, let's just get this out of the way because Oblivion Force, they're the very, very best that HKT dubs have to offer. They have honestly a way more convincing record, again, in comparison to their sister teams in the region. But I think one thing that we have to take note of is their last victory over Griffin Esports. We've seen Griffin perform, and unfortunately we don't see them now. They did go neck and neck, so I'm not entirely sure how this is going to fare against the likes of Velocity. We do know Velocity is, again, statistically speaking, a step up above Global Esports, right? I mean, they are here after all. Global Esports, though, they did run a lot of unorthodox comps, but Velocity, they're a little more grounded per se. They run a lot of standard comps, and they are a little more they adhere to the rules of the game. So maybe that could be the X factor that might push them over a team like Oblivion Force.
Yeah, and the thing is about Oblivion Force, they've also been competing for less time than Velocity have. Velocity have been competing in the VCC, the Conquerors Championship, since last year for you know, the South Asian scene, and they're a team that has always separated themselves from the pack. Meanwhile, Oblivion Force, they only came in now. They beat teams like 5ACS, they barely beat teams like Griffin in the grand finals, but it was always not super convincing in terms of, you know, that Griffin matchup as well, although they did beat Griffin 2-0 in the group stages. But one could argue it was a very different Griffin than what they saw during the finals, when they actually seemed like the Griffin that we saw during the play-ins, where they really felt a bit more tactical. But all besides that, it just seems like, you know, Oblivion Force, they come from a region that is honestly not exactly the most, I guess, high tier in terms of the C region in general. Let's be frank here. It's one of the lesser developed, you know, regions in C. And so as we're talking, you know, going to the map videos right now, one begs the question if Oblivion Force have, I guess, the experience to take down one of the South Asian tigers in Velocity.
I guess you could go ahead and ask the question that Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force are kind of on the same boat here in terms of they're really just centered around their region, and this is the first time in their outing they're going up against other regions here. And noting Velocity Gaming, they are playing from a completely different server that Oblivion Force can't really play, or any of the Southeast Asian teams can't really play with Velocity Gaming all the time.
Yeah, that's what we kind of are expecting here. It's like we're expecting to be surprised by the unexpected because we know how Velocity play, we know how Oblivion play, but we don't know how they're going to play against each other. We don't know how that is going to clash. And if anything, I guess the only one takeaway we can make from this RAF is like, they probably won't be the most, slow-paced tactical team, because that's just, I guess, a symptom of what we've seen from those respective regions, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the South Asia scene. And so we're expecting, if anything, a brawl fest between these two teams.
I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. I believe the first map is going to be a bit of a size up. This is going to be a bit of a mechanics check. Again, how quickly can one team keep up with the another if there is a mechanical disparity? But I have to say, though, again, it is really hard to say that, Velocity Gaming, they have way more volume in games and a little bit more of a sample size. In fact, not a little bit, a considerable amount. But once again, it's just that incompatibility. You could use the same puzzle piece to, complete a puzzle, as I would say. But if you put that somewhere else, even if it does, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. So between these two, I think this is one of the craziest toss-ups we might see. Because even in the map veto, it's honestly so difficult to predict. We do get an ascent on Oblivion Force's map. Again, it just really is a little bit of a difficulty to really get into the gist of this.
Yeah, that really is the thing of it, right? Like, okay, these maps, you can't necessarily say that this map is bad for either of these two teams, because, like, statistically, they're pretty sound on Icebox, they're pretty sound on Ascent when we do go on over it. I think what will be a bigger problem here is stylistically how these two teams will be able to approach this and dissect the opposing side. We know Velocity, they're the more tactical ones from the top two of South Asia. They rely less on firepower, but they're still not the most, I guess, tactically refined in terms of the general scope of APAC. And so we are expecting kind of a brawl fest here. And when it comes to that, the different types of maps, that's kind of what enables things. So with Breeze being banned here, Raf, that's the map that I was kind of expecting, the biggest brawl fest to happen on, but we're not going that way. I think Icebox, as you said, will be kind of that feeling out period. And at least from what I've seen, Oblivion Force, they're pretty good at making those adjustments and really being able to play long series. But then again, Velocity have also proven that they're capable of winning long, drawn-out 5-map series even, too.
So if we look at the bans here, right, we've completely picked off the bans. These are very utility-heavy maps. I'm not saying that any of the picks are any less utility-heavy, but I feel like there's a bit more of an emphasis, especially on maps like Split. Breeze could be the exception. As Black and Blue mentioned, there is going to be a lot of fighting. Haven, we know how Haven works. We even see VLT picking defense, so this is, once again, a pick and prod type of play for them, I believe. They're going to be relying on a lot of those long-range duels, and once again, just kind of relying on the layout of Haven. I mean, we have talked about how unfamiliar these teams are with each other, so this is probably going to be very, very tedious for both sides. And I might just add, this might be completely out of topic, but my goodness, guys, give all our casters from anywhere, really, give them all your energy. They are gonna need it for this one.
Yeah, for this entire weekend especially. I mean, we saw Icebox there banned. It's honestly the only map where there's a contrast between these two teams. Oblivion Force kind of 50-50 on that. Velocity very capable of winning that in their local scene, but the other maps are all pretty much neck and neck statistically on how good. They're really good maps from all these, both of these teams rather.
Well, with all the numbers we have on the maps and all the match histories that we have to figure out or find out from you guys what the who's gonna come out on top here. Is it South Asia? Is this Hong Kong, Taiwan? Is it Velocity Gaming? Is it Oblivion Force?
Very difficult. I think Oblivion Force, they do have kind of an edge just playing in APAC and C in general, but I wanna kind of root for the underdogs here, and they're the only representatives left for either side. But I think South Asia, they need their shot here right now. They need to make that shot count. So I'm going Velocity 2-1.
I was kind of confused which is the underdog really in the series, because once again, it's a bit of a labyrinthian conundrum that we're kind of tackling. You did say velocity, right? And again, I feel like you're basing this off the large sample size, which is something that I completely agree on, but I'm gonna go out of my way to say that I feel like Oblivion Force, again, we know HKT Dubs is a team that loves to kind of adapt and mold their play style on that defense. That is where they kind of get as much data as they can. Oblivion Force, they might see a bit of a standard come from BLT, as we said. So that could be telling of how this is going to go. Oblivion Force 2-1. 2-0.
2-0 even. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to go to Velocity Gaming here. The numbers, the amount of games that they play compared to Oblivion Force, it doesn't lie. They should come out on top here with just the sheer resilience and perseverance that they have, and they pretty sure can adjust to Oblivion Force's game style going into this matchup. And then, without further ado, we're hopping into Icebox, first map of the day of the game here between Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force.
Hope. It's a fleeting feeling, but truly, it's the last hope for, well, the regions that these two next teams are representing. Welcome back, guys, to the APAC Challengers. It's the first day. It's been a long day here in the group stage, but we're finally at the end of the road and finally at the end of the series we've had so far. Daxter with Tash yet again. Tash, you've been quite a trooper here, doing all four in a row, but it's time now to see who will be able to move on. It's South Asia Zone, Velocity Gaming versus Hong Kong, Taiwan's Oblivion Force. And really, it's a bit of a rematch in a way in terms of the regions. We saw Global Esports and Griffin in the play-ins. This time, though, their top seed counterparts, they give us more of a match here.
It's going to be really exciting seeing how these two regions play. It's my first time actually seeing these two regions in general. So when you talk about these two teams, they have actually never met each other. In terms of scrims, you're not going to see them play together. In terms of how each side plays is also very, very different because of that difference in the region in general. So this is our first Icebox of today. I'm so happy because today, a lot of maps that we saw was actually surprisingly, we saw Vines, we saw Haven, and even Ascent after a while. But what do you think of these lineups?
Yeah, lineup-wise, Hong Kong, Taiwan, no surprise, they stick to what works for them, and they are going to be running that chamber to boot. I kind of want to talk about more on the Velocity Gaming side, because Amaterasu himself flexing on over. Very flexible player. Usually he plays the Reyna on Icebox. This time, it's the KO instead. And there are many believers of the KO on Icebox. Suppress value just to go for those entries alongside what the Jet can do. And in all honesty, that's the interesting thing about the South Asian region. Coming into SEA, coming into APAC, they're the ones willing to experiment, push things a little bit more in terms of the envelope. But at the same time, the concerns are still there. Can they keep up with some of the mechanics that Southeast Asia is able to bring to the table? There are a few fundamental enters we saw a while ago, last week, from Global Esports. But in all honesty, I've been watching some Velocity Gaming games, and I really feel like they're a bit more on the team orientation side. Keep an eye out on their Jets Deathmaker, because I honestly feel like, this is my hot take, I kind of like Deathmaker in all honesty over what SK Rossi can do for his team, because it really feels like when you have the Global Esports side, it's everyone chasing after what SK Rossi can do. He is a mythical player from South Asia, an absolute superstar, and can bring in the impact. But as a unit, Deathmaker is more consistent at getting those takedowns, more consistent to play with that team. And that might be the discipline that can help South Asia move forward. It can't just be a superstar player for your team against another region. It has to be a whole unit, and we'll see if you can feel the velocity as we get into the game, or will Oblivion Force be able to obliterate as Chimay and Noman, they're gonna get the takedowns here. Quick aggression from the defense. Deathmaker will get one Furious Meow with the answer, but BLT, they're already losing out the players, but Deathmaker bringing that onto 2.
Yep, that's right. It is finally a 3 versus 2 situation here. They're not scared. Our Deathmaker playing on the aggressive gets a 3-piece. They get that 4. Will it be a 5? They're gonna help him out, but Q all the way in the back there, immediately running for his life, trying to find another angle just to make sure that they're gonna be coming onto site. But we look at where the spike is. They actually left that in the beginning. They were just trying to play on the aggressive. They were playing for the fault. That's exactly why they went on to B site. However, though, look at that. Q was kind of like, what he's trying to see here is that, are we going to be seeing a rotate? Are we going to be seeing if they're going to be coming through? But right now, I think Deathmaker is looking for that ace, but Q wants to deny him if possible. But Deathmaker's so low right now.
I mean, we have the time to talk about the compositions here. Oblivion Force gonna be a bit cheeky with that chamber. Those trademarks even better than having a Killjoy, honestly, on a map like this. Put 2 alarm bots rather than just 1. Slow orb also, the slow field rather, also very effective against any kind of push. But Velocity now getting insult towards its A site. No one is home. Spikes planted even, and in a 2v1. I think the players will really keep an eye out for right now for Velocity. Besides, Deathmaker has to be right to ace, or sometimes called right to clutch by some of the SA community. Also, Hell FF. He's been popping off, honestly. Hell FF is someone to watch out for. But Q right now, watched over by Amaterasu. And that's the 1 point for Velocity to kick off this last series.
Did you see that crossfire from the I got your back, bro, you got mine? That's friendship. But I really gotta say, Velocity, just now, what happened from Oblivion Force, they started off really, really good, but the problem is that they're not able to reposition themselves. Yes, the dash was there, but he actually dashed into the wall. Deathmaker was just able to just reposition and just take it away. And it was just so hard for Oblivion Force to do anything. They are on the defensive side, but at the end of the day, we didn't really see that, and that's how they play this. They love playing these aggressive plays coming from the side of Velocity.
Yeah, and Velocity, they're going to be willing to play for some aggression, but they also know to hold back and play for that map control instead. And talk about Oblivion Force, it's the same kind of thing for the HA Taiwan side. Punish play is real, and there's a certain player who can play anything and everything. His name is Chimay, but his name has already been put on the board by Deathmaker, so that flexibility doesn't really pan out. LFF though, with the takedown of the Fierce Meow, Hypator does get the trade, but as the action occurs towards that A side, it's still a plant towards B, and Velocity now watching their flank and waiting for the Viper and Sova to come.
That's right, Q over there, and look at that, immediately goes forward, immediately the crossfire just doing so good, and it's just looking so bad right now from Oblivion Force. We are actually seeing those defuses coming through, but I think it's Oblivion Force all alone in the back there. What can No Man do, honestly? And look at that, that's a team ace. So well, 1 kill each. Just very well done as well.
Yeah. And we're seeing the foundations already of Velocity Gaming. They're happy to make some fakes work later on, but it's really that map control that they understand how much they can get of the map and how much they can get away with. There's no overheating, no over-eagerness right now. Deathmaker looking very consistent with the 5 takedowns. Still good effort though from Oblivion Force anyway to bring the aggression from that side of the map. Trying to play the flank could have been a bit more effective though if we did see No Man there peak earlier rather from the Snowman side. And well, time now for the guns. Let's see what Oblivion Force can really do coming into this series.
Yep, that's right. And the only thing that Velocity has are the Spectres. The run and gun is possible, but Vibor will be the first one knocked out of the game. It is projected that the better guns will always win, but if you do get some picks out, it will affect the economy in ways. Not everyone will be able to sync together when it comes to getting guns together in the next round, at least for a team sort of work. But this time around, we are seeing a very different VLT. They're like, okay, we're gonna press the brakes on this one. We already went super fast just now. Let's see how we do when we play it real slow.
It's all about cleanliness though for this kind of series. Who can be neater on the approach for both sides? Velocity now, well, they're playing the slower speed compared to their name. The Owl Drone and the 0 point are gonna come. Double Initiator though. This is what the utilities can really do here. Tash forces the side of Oblivion Force back on the way. Fierce Meow though with a takedown, but the entry is still real. Velocity coming on through, put the wall on the left hand side, and this is gonna be a plant towards the right here. They still have control though for Oblivion Force to try and contest, and Fierce Meow is not done.
One enemy remains.
Look at that, immediately one after the other. Health will be getting at least one in return. That's Hypator out of the game. Health all alone right now. Can he do anything out of that? Not quite. And this is the round where finally Oblivion Force just takes it home. Because as you know, they are on a buy round. They do have better guns, but they did lose 2 out of that. So in terms of syncing out the next round, let's see how it goes. Let's see how they play that. Look at that. No Man just catches them off guard there. But look at that Furious Meow, playing it very, very slow. This is a very, very calculated sort of move when you think about it. He was actually cornered there. But the thing about Furious Meow is that he's not scared to play these aggressive angles. He will wait, he will just swing out of nowhere, and he got 3 out of that.
Yeah, and the Hong Kong Taiwan side, they love to go for those clashes. Not only that, even though there was a good 0 point there courtesy of Matarasu, Furious Meow didn't need really his utilities for the rest of the fight. Already used those Barrier Orbs and Slow Orbs. Happy to just go for the duel instead.
Oh,
and this has to be Velocity. Careful with the angles, and there you have it. Great angle here taken by that Maker over onto Hypator. Now does back on away. Spike is in the hands of the Ace though, but it's a slower pace right now as we do see here the attacking side trying to size up and also looking to see if they can exploit maybe some overextensions of the side of Oblivion Force. No Man though still gets 1. Q is there, and you have to respect the mechanical prowess of the first seed of the HK Taiwan side.
Yep, that's right. OF just looking so strong right now once they figured out how exactly this team plays, and they are finally just going to swing back just as hard as the start happens. They are very aware of at least where some of the members are, but Vibor playing it super aggressive here. Oh my god, No Man could have been tagged there, just running by the skin of his teeth. Q from the side there. He does spray 1. He had an idea that someone was there, but he wasn't sure.
All about navigation though, and Oblivion Force already anticipating any kind of angle here from Velocity, but right to Ace. Holds things together. Busy though with a bow and arrow, and he does get surprised by the chamber from the yellow box. Not only that, Fierce Meow has been getting some kills, so Hypator brought back to life. 13 seconds left, all up to Hellfighter here.
10 seconds left.
And early the stage, seems like to be a save. This is looking to be interesting from Oblivion Force. In single combat, they can actually outshoot Velocity right now.
Yeah. Oh man, they actually know he's there. There's just some throws. But let's talk a little bit about how they play. I think Velocity, when they play together, they're absolutely strong. But when they're put in a situation where they're isolated, that's where everything just falls apart. So now, when you see how Furious Meow played just now, you saw how he got one after the other. That's one of those situations where they're not working together as a whole team. We did talk about right to Ace. He is a little bit more on the aggressive side. I think what Velocity was kind of like doing just now, they were trying to keep that momentum. They want to play as fast as possible. But the thing is, OF is just able to just hit the bricks if they want to, but he says No Man goes, nah, man. Deathmaker, more like Jet Diff, perhaps, at least for this round for the knives.
I'll accept the stretch there, but let's see now. Velocity. You did make a good point though before your amazing analogy. These guys, when they stay together, they have a really good chance. But in these kind of duels, maybe someone like Right to Ace can get the hell out of there and win it out. He will go for the push though, and it's actually a transition here from Velocity. Rotation is something they do love to do when they feel like they can get even just a bit of that map control. The Q has backed on away, and it's gonna be time now for Oblivion Force to basically respect the wall and regroup instead.
Look at that Sage wall just saving them. This is the new wall, I suppose, when you want to plant all the way onto B. They have the site. And the problem is, Oblivion Force, they had all the area. I'm not too sure why they gave up so much space to Oblivion Force. And Oblivion Force, they're the kind of team that's like, they're just so oppressive once they can get the positions or angles. But No Man coming in from the back immediately has to go on the aggressive to avoid that. Right to Ace, that's fine. Chime out of the way. The Sheriff does come out, spams it out. He can't see anything, but will get caught out on the side. Amaterasu was pretty much ready for him. And there it is. That's the end of that. VLT playing it very well together from different angles.
Yeah, and as you can see there, just grouping on up, being very effective. Oblivion Force still a bit too desperate for my liking about getting that spike. They already got halfway. Maybe they could have gone for the duels instead. And Velocity, understanding multiple angles they can come on in. Objective being the basis. It was a good start though, courtesy of No Man. But you can notice how Amaterasu is just moving on around AFF as well. Very effective towards that yellow side. And Velocity, maybe more of a well-oiled machine compared to what we've seen from South Asia so far. Maybe if anyone can do it, this is a squad that can go even further. For now, Oblivion Force ready to go for the aggress. Good suppress though this time from Matarasu, preventing the push there, courtesy of Oblivion Force. No Man though, operator in hand, trying to see if anyone's gonna come through the pipe so far.
Oh,
Through the
he
maze,
whipped
misses the
that.
shot though, and oh, he's just in front of everyone. Reloading, Velocity with a punish to me from up top. LFF though with the takedown. Velocity right now with control of A side, even goes for the res, but someone needs to protect the teammate, and Fibor is there for the takedown. Hypathor from above. 4v2 for now for Velocity. They're able to get away with that one and punish No Man and his misses.
Yep, that's right. Look at how many utilities were used. Hyperthor is still up now. They are gonna find out. No, he just misses it. He gets one in the back, but look at that. Deathmaker was pretty much ready for him, and Amaterasu just wraps it all up. Amaterasu. And this is the kind of aggressive plays I really wanted to see from a KO, and that is why it's so oppressive when you use a KO. It's not really that noticeable when you put it on B because B side is just absolutely huge. But A, that smaller little area, that's really covers, it encompasses the whole entire area. And look at that, Hell FF Health. When he plays, you can see that he got so many frags to the point that this is pretty early. He already has a res.
Yeah, you were right with the first name. It's HellFF or Hellfighter, actually. If you want the longer version of it. Velocity, though, that was a great timing from Amaterasu, and that's what you want to see for the side of Velocity Gaming. They get that KO suppression at the right time, punish Oblivion Force from pushing even deeper. And in that kind of scenario, that means Oblivion Force can't go for those single duels. They can't go for those aggressive peaks as often as they would like. So instead now, the group up is real. That might be where Velocity can have the advantage. Null Commando is the call. Default wall yet again. And Velocity right now trying to hug the side as much as possible. Even finds Q through the smoke. It's Deathmaker there on the board again.
You really gotta give it to Deathmaker. He just goes straight deep into the site, just gets those really pesky people in the back of the site, so you don't really have to worry about it too much. And look how much utility is there. You can see OF just no clue where to go or how to push in. You can see there right now, Chime wants to get those picks if he can. Immediately, that knife just gets his guns out of the way, and Deathmaker 3-piece right now, but he's not done. Health right now takes a Hypathor out of the way, and that's the end of that. Deathmaker with a 4-piece, not quite the ace just yet for this round.
Yeah, it's looking clean here from Deathmaker, and his background is also on the high side. Again, Velocity Gaming, one of the top 2 teams in South Asia right now at the very top, able to outclass Global Esports in VCC. But not only that, Deathmaker's origins, he did come from Global Esports in a way, but on the CS side rather than Valorant, giving that up, going here, going to Velocity, and he really fits this team well. There's a lot more...
It really does.
I feel like there's a lot more hubris right now, a lot more things working out here for the side of Velocity. And it's not just the fact that their jet is popping right now from the get-go, but as a unit, you mentioned it, they're bunched up, they go for the execute, and it's really looking clean, and not just in parity, but I guess this is what SA can really bring to the table when given a squad that works together.
Yep, that's right. I think throughout today we haven't seen yet this kind of strat, rather. I mean, we saw it kind of from Bonkers, but it was still very different than this. They play together, but in a different way. However, when you think about it this way, Velocity Gaming, when you put them together, you know that there's going to be multiple angles taken around. Is that in a way, we want to talk about trades. I don't think it's a trade as well, because when it comes to that first contact, we always see Velocity has the higher advantage compared to OF in general. Look at that. No Man does find health in return. He tried to get a double, but doesn't quite get it. Will it be a triple? Not quite as well. Vibor, we're going to stop that rate of terror. Chime does trade that outright to Ace. We'll stop Chime in return. Deathmaker so deep into the site. Knives already out. When you think about it, this is the second time he has it, and they're only so early into the game. Hypathor trying to get some information here. But look at that. Knives come out immediately. He gets one. Amaterasu will get Q in return. And then suddenly, it's a 2 versus 3. Very close. VLT just showing why they're the best in SP.
Yeah, Crossfire is perfect there. It's Deathmaker calling the attention with the Blade Star, but Amaterasu striking like the sun and just getting the takedowns in the first place.
I saw what you did there with the Amaterasu.
I know my Japanese folklore, but the thing is, it was a good start from Oblivion Force, and if they can just survive that initial onslaught, if they can contend in those kind of spots early on, we're gonna be seeing the best brawls that they can bring on out. But Velocity, the cleanup was real after. It was an even trade, and once it became a post-plant scenario, their positions looking a lot more clean compared to some of the stacks we've seen from Oblivion Force so far. And it's Velocity actually taking a time out to just call to the fact that they still have to be careful about the dual potential here of Oblivion Force. Beyond that, though, we haven't seen, I'd say, as much from Oblivion Force. Moments there from Chimay, moments there from Noman, moments there from Furious Meow. But those are really just absolute combat. We're not getting the real utility usage that you'd expect from maybe a Chamber and a Sage together.
No, I felt that Chimay was a little bit underwhelming, and there is a reason why. When you look at Oblivion Force, they're a team that they really need their utilities to actually really shine. But the problem is Amaterasu is not allowing that to happen. And whenever they throw in the knife, you are going to be seeing they're going to be running in with the knife as well. They just waste no time at all. There's always going to be a follow-up, and in a situation where you're not able to fight back, or rather only rely on your guns, that makes it so hard. But this time around, the knife doesn't, I don't think it caught anyone. So for now, OF doing very well. They're still very much alive, but Q does find Amaterasu, but you are going to be seeing that trade coming out as well. And Right to Ace finds Nomad, which is a really huge pick. And Right to Ace, his Hunter's Fury, is actually going to tag a few people, and on top of that, makes a little bit more space for his team.
Yeah, it prevents Oblivion Force from peeking the way they want, and Vibor is there to get the takedown. As Deckmaker again is a distraction. It's interesting, right? You're looking at the screen right now from a server point of view, and you think, oh, it's this guy we're watching getting the kill, but no, it's someone on the side, and that's really what the whole setup of Velocity right now. Protect each other, protect one another, and push as one. It was, of course, a pistol round here from Oblivion Force. What?
The power of friendship.
Exactly. But even though Oblivion Force again got the start that they wanted to get the chaos there, I'm really liking the fact that Velocity is able to reel back, reset themselves, or use something to buy that space just so they don't get caught up on the ways of Oblivion Force, and the scoreline screams it right now.
I really like the way they're moving together. There's just no angle left unturned. You even peek and immediately you get shut down. It's so hard for Oblivion Force to do anything. But in a way right now, look at that. Immediately Deathmaker gets one. He knows there's another one there. So there's going to be a second for him. In terms of gunplay, Deathmaker is just so good, and that's the reason why his team is just so easily getting onto the site. It has to be because of Deathmaker. It's just making it so hard for anyone to even peek through. Look at that. Immediately he spots someone out. Furious Meow can't do anything. Does get tagged as well.
Well, he peeks out, and he's seen Deathmaker with the right position at the right time. Over and out though, through where Chimay's trying to come from. And while he's getting decayed here, gets on the outside. Time is running on out. But Force still has to be careful. No one's watching Spike! Oh, they finally realized it! Oh, Vibor, you have to save this for the team! He peeks to get the takedown! No one will get two though! That got scary for Velocity Gaming, but they will get the round a little too eager, hunting the operator, and I feel like it's not too worth it because no man will shoot you down in those single combats. Beyond that, Velocity saved themselves from quite a predicament and will win out another round.
That could have been a throw when you think about it. I got a little bit too eager. Yeah, it just got so lucky. He was like, oh wait, I forgot. I actually have my Viper's pinned. I'm just gonna run and gun this guy. And then just walk away out of that.
Just a peek Sim's like, no. You're not gonna embarrass us here. You're not gonna get this round away from us.
This actually reminds me of me the other day. I was playing with my friends. I was too busy shopping for skins that I forgot to. I was with you guys.
I watched you leave the Spike alone and just like shop for skins. But right now, Velocity is shopping for real estate, and they're getting a good deal out of it. First takedown onto Hypathor. They get the Spike plant even, and Oblivion Force looking a little desperate on the buys. They did go for the operator, but no man's already dead. Amaterasu there as well. Kitchen now cleaned up nicely by Velocity, making a meal out of Oblivion Force, and this is just as clean as can be from South Asia's last hope. It's 9-2 right now, and well, the other regions here saying hello to SEA.
That's right, as SEA looking so good and very scary as well when you think about it. And what I really like about it is that when you think about these kind of players or those top frags, you kind of think like, oh my god, Deathmaker's out of the game. I guess they're gonna suffer now because their top fragger is out of the game. But you saw Amaterasu, he was like, okay, Deathmaker's out of the game, I gotta step it up. And immediately he gets like 2-3 picks out of that in return. So in a way, it's not just Deathmaker that's just really making it so easy. It's just like everyone not only are they taking care of each other's backs, everyone can step up when they need to.
And notice this, that we have that maker here. Oh, he's dead though, but Vor will get the trade onto, well, no man. What I notice is as Velocity are getting these kills, it's a very rifle-heavy comp. Has Deathmaker actually whipped out an operator? Not so far. Vibordo with 3 right places there, and I was just pointing out the fact, and then Velocity decides to basically end the round, and there you go, we're done with the half. 2-10.
Oh my
Velocity
God.
Gaming is just speeding through Oblivion Force right now.
This is the fastest half we have seen so far today.
Dash. For anything. This one's for you. I don't want to jinx it. Maybe this one's for you. You had a long
I don't want to say
day.
anything. This is almost 11 hours for me, and I'm still going on pretty strong. But I just gotta say, Velocity Gaming really knows how to just really close the match, and really decisively as well. They play together as a unit, and they really take advantage of the fact that OF does not know how to play together as a team. They're very isolated, they're very scattered, and on top of that, No Man does get some picks now and then, but the thing is, it's more of like small mistakes that they're getting punished for, and every time they get punished for their mistakes, you're gonna be seeing someone else step up to kind of like band-aid that.
Yeah, Velocity is punishing the punishers. You'd see that there are times where Oblivion Force has the right peak against a certain individual, but there's always someone from Velocity that is prepared to protect them, that is prepared to help them out. And it's just a unit system right now from Velocity that has given them this kind of success. Deathmaker there with 17. I'm a little surprised though, Vibhor isn't the, I'd say, noisiest player in terms of the kill count for Velocity, but he's really stepping on up right now as well. And that's another gun that Velocity can deal with. If more players pop up here for Velocity, it's going to be easier to keep parity with the potential of Oblivion Force. And with an 8-round gap like this, I think the best thing Oblivion Force really can do right now is they have to play a hard entry, maybe get Furious Mouth to go for the Resurrections just in case they need those reses later on. Because if the round goes longer and Velocity gets a right rotate, Oblivion Force might not have the angle they want against their opponent.
Yeah, on top of that, though, I really want to say that how they're going to be playing this attack is going to be very simple. Amaterasu, if he manages to actually find the picks going, at least the entry sites where they want to go for either A or B, it actually really halts their ability usage when they're trying to get onto site. And you know how hard it is when you don't have the right smokes, when you don't have all the information they need, especially from Q, because he needs those lineups. Vibor already waiting for the cavalry on the side, immediately gonna give some space there for them, because one thing about VLT that I noticed is that they're not afraid to play retakes. They're not afraid to give up their site because they just kind of reposition themselves and just wait for the other team. Look at that. The pincer play is coming.
See it though. If this pinch can work. Backline being watched over by Q. Goes inside the tube. 0-point shock darts. Preventing the peek on out at Velocity. They set up a trap well. Just encasing Q in a metal coffin in the middle. So it's 5v4. They did use a lot of utilities though for that one pickoff. The Blue Force setting up the wall there as well. No Man though with a fine onto Amaterasu. Great angle here from No Man to get 2. And he might be the man to watch out for. Chimay gets on the board as well. And this is Oblivion Force getting the fights that they want. The fisticuffs are there, and Oblivion Force will win out the pistol. Maybe too much of an investment from Velocity because the rest of Oblivion Force went for the cleanup instead.
Yep, that's right. I think this is where we talked about in terms of getting onto the site as a unit. Okay, they have it down pat. But what about holding your angles in defense? That's also another question as it is. But let's have a look at that. Health coming in from pincers from multiple angles. They do get somehow out of the way. But look at how they react. Immediately they reposition themselves. Immediately they find multiple angles to make sure that, okay, they're not playing together. They're actually quite scattered. So make sure that they're isolated and make sure to peek together. This is actually something that we saw earlier from the side of OF actually.
Just the scatter, a little dangerous to fall into, but Deathmaker now on top of the nest. He has the hero sheriff just in case. Most of the guns now on the side of Oblivion Force. Maybe one rush can help them out as they want to go towards that A site. The thing is, Q though with a fine out the Deathmaker. LFF right in front. And overall, Oblivion Force looking more suited really for the attacking side. And I think that's one thing I noticed about squads from the HK Taiwan side. They struggle sometimes on the defense if they can't keep up with the brawls that they want to force. But when they're on the attacking side, they're the ones who command the attention. They will tell which side we're attacking, which side we're gonna get the combat. And while VLT also has the lesser buy, it's easier here for the side of Oblivion Force. Spikes planted, shot from Nomad to get the takedown. Chimay is there to finalize the round, and it's 4-10. First 2 rounds of the second half goes over to Oblivion Force.
Yup, that's right. Oblivion Force looking so strong right now. This may be the comeback they need. VLT, they just can't really crack the code on how they want to play attack. Play defense on this. But look at that. They are playing more aggressive. Q coming in from the back. But this comes back to just trying to figure out how exactly they play. And this is exactly the same sort of like recipe that we saw earlier from VLT as well. How they just kind of scatter out and just kind of like take them isolated one by one.
And the battle for first seeds, though, might get even more interesting from this point, as the buy is now available for Velocity. In initial positions, they do want to just go for some early picks, maybe back on away. I like the Sage Jet configuration here between HellFF and Netmaker. If ever someone peeks them, dash, slow orb, that can be the thing. But here on the A side now, Amaterasu and Fibor, they have some utilities to tell everyone else that it's Oblivion Force coming their way. We'll see now what else they can do. Only one more flash available here for Amaterasu, but Fibor does get the takedown onto Chimay. Oblivion Force, the spike is nowhere near the site as of yet, as much as they'd like. But Nomad now will peek it and open things up for the HK Taiwan side. 2 here for Nomad. He's really the guy to watch here. 4v3 so far though, Tash, as the spike's gonna get planted.
Yup, that's right. No man, just really making it that much space, as much as the Deathmaker was doing earlier. Health turn for the side there, but Q is just ready for that. Matarasu trades him out. But you can think about it, immediately switches out his gun. Gonna try and get the Furious Meow out of the way. But look at where they are. They are coming in from multiple angles. They are isolated. There's no crossfire that's coming through. But look at that from the side. They are coming from 2 angles there. He is very aware that Hyperthor's on this side. Deathmaker finds no man in return. But the question is, how is Deathmaker gonna get onto site? It is a situation where he's all alone. It's a 1 versus 2. If he can isolate them, that wouldn't be an issue. But for now, I think he's gonna have to back off. He has no choice. Hyperthor gonna find him in the back here, but who is just faster at the initial shots here? It's gonna be Amaterasu, actually.
Yeah, it's just a little third parties out of nowhere. Amaterasu with a backstab, but let's not forget that this is Oblivion Force winning out the bonus. I think that was a little too, I'd say, passive from the side of Velocity. They just let Nomad stroll on in, get these kind of takedowns. And later on in the retake, yes, there's that pinch potential, but while they're too afraid to lose their guns, they didn't decide to duel the angles there of Oblivion Force. And Velocity here knows that Oblivion Force wants to play the closer angles anyway. So since they backed on the way, they gave up the site, they gave up the points. See right now if that save can help them out this time, because Oblivion Force is ready for the rebuy, all kitted on up, and the snowball effect might start really from here.
Yep, that's right. Unfortunately, VLT still hasn't seen the light of day when it comes to the switch here. Look at that. They're just so dominating, and this is the kind of thing we saw earlier. And that we talked about this in terms of adaptability. It looks like the one that's adapting is going to be OF. But look at that. Even with the suppressed, No Man was just like, nah, I don't need my abilities. All I need is my rifle. He gets Deathmaker out of the way. And like, Chimay gonna be coming from the side. That's a double for him. It's big picks, and Furious Meow gonna find his other half over than upper half, his counterpart rather, and immediately flawless for them. This is looking very dominating.
Yeah, that's the thing, like the KO usually it's gonna get value against many teams, but against a squad like Oblivion Force, you're gonna need more than the 0 points. Players like Nomad, he can shrug it off. He doesn't need to get out. He wants to go in. What a tap that was! Did you see that first kill? It's just like click, boom, dead. Other one there as well. It's just so precise. And that's the thing about this side of Oblivion Force. When they decide to obliterate, they can just come in as an absolute tide. And I really feel like for Velocity, it's not the 0 point you're gonna be watching here for the KO. It's those flash tries. Get those flashes on. Maybe some shock darts there from right to Ace, the slow orb. Anything that can give you an advantage in battle. Because right now, it's Oblivion Force calling for the rules of engagement their way. And they're just overrunning Velocity right now, who does have the guns this time.
Yep, that's right. While they are so dominating on attack, the problem is right now is that how are they going to be playing together as a unit on defense? Because when you look at how they're kind of like positioned, they're just so separated. they're kind of thinned out, and when they're not able to play together, I think what they can do is they don't have to be so eager to get picked out one by one. They can just wait for their teammates and play the retakes together as well. They don't really have to kind of like rush this. But look at that, on A, 1, 2, 3 people. They don't know that OF is already on B, and look at how fast they move. They can go really quiet and really just go on the aggressive, and the rotates, unfortunately, from VLT is just a little bit too slow. Vibar was all alone. This was exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, as you can see it here. Oblivion Force now. Time ticking. Kudo might be the linchpin out of nowhere. The backstab is real. No man gonna get 3. And right to Ace, the only one to survive. For the clutch moment. Finds a second there. Collected nature of this Sova. But really the numbers on the other side. Looking to shut him down. Dart though does come. Will get broken. 3v1. Look at the hunt from Oblivion Force. They still want the fight. They're just not gonna accept.
They're looking for him. Will be a double 1 to no. That's a double peak. That's a little bit. Teammate just a little bit faster. That's a tree as well. Very pretty.
It's scary, Oblivion Force. This is the kind of team that you see a ladder and they just keep running over you. It's difficult, absolutely. You can see there, no man all over the place, getting that impact, at least right to Ace with the fight, but there's just a lack of stopping power for Velocity right now. They're not, Oblivion Force is not scared by being suppressed. They're not scared of getting seen by the Sova Owl Drone or darts. They just keep moving forward. The future is Oblivion Force apparently. The push is real. And for a player like No Man, who was kind of on the lower end of getting the kills, he was at the top of his team, yes. Now he has 19, eclipsing Deathmaker. This squad is just ready to keep going, to keep pushing. And overall velocity, they're surprised again, and I think that's where the region difference comes in. When the side of SEA decides to just keep holding the W key, deciding to push on forward, it's not something South Asia is that accustomed to, and we're getting the problems here right now.
Yeah, that's right. One thing about OF is that they can... I think it comes down to as well how dominating VLT was in the beginning as well. Because of how strong they were getting a little bit comfortable. You did see an almost throw as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Now the lineups are real, and Oblivion Force, as we get rid of the VLT timeout, shoo, go away. Aldrone here to scout things up, and Cloudburst gonna get thrown on over. Just to allow Deathmaker to back out. So slower pace, gonna be more effective here for Velocity. If they can show their presence early on, it might actually dissuade Oblivion Force from going that way in the first place. And every second that Oblivion Force doesn't push is really a second that Velocity Gaming can take to set up whatever defense they want to have. The toxic screen is already there. Towards that A site though, Oblivion Force also putting No Man at the spearhead. The fragment now to slow things down. And as soon as that is gone, Dart does fly, and Oblivion Force actually decided to call for the rotation.
Oh my god, look how fast that rotation was. We are seeing actually a more faster rotation from VLT this time around. But the thing is, Oblivion Force is kind of really messes with your head. You kind of hear so many sounds, so many things going on. But look at that, there's only one of them left. He's making so much noise here, Q, making that space onto that, and immediately they take over B. And one thing I noticed about Oblivion Force is once they get all that space, they're pretty much ready to hold, and it's just so hard to do anything. But Q does get Vibor out of the way. Yes, it is a trade, but it's still really annoying.
And this is now the 4v4. Surprises all the way towards that B side, and Chimay finds a takedown on the right. The Ace, not the best arsenal for Velocity whatsoever. They committed so much to try and hold that A side, but No Man just does not miss and still finds the head of Amaterasu anyway. Up on top, Chimay now catching out Deathmaker. LFF does find 2 to make that 3 even. Might have a chance here. He does have the res, but we'll go for the heal instead. Now then, Oblivion Force backing away. Time is ticking. Might not have the time. Doesn't even have the life to do so. 3K for the chamber instead. And what a run this has been for Oblivion Force. 6 rounds in a row. Comfort zone the attacking side.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they did take 2 earlier, but the problem is right now, once the switch happened, it was like they didn't know what to do. They knew how to play attack on the map, but like defense, I have no idea what it is. That's the question mark here. The problem is they're not really able to take at least 1 single round since the switch happened. And right now, look at that. OF looked so weak in the beginning. They looked so. I mean, in terms of like the gap in the score, it's just so dominating and big. But right now, OF is just like, no worries. We can catch up later. And they really show how dominating they are.
No, that's a true point. Even the stats don't lie. A sub 45% win rate for Oblivion Force on the defense. This is if you're gonna be a one-side pony, you better make sure you're gonna be streaking like crazy.
Oh,
and right
yeah.
now, Oblivion Force, they're doing just that. We haven't seen Velocity be able to keep up with what Oblivion Force has done. They went for the commit towards that A site. What happens? Oblivion Force says, okay, let's just back on away. And this time, it's even harder. HellFF, he's gone from this round. No more second chances whatsoever. Operator making its mark. It's Deathmaker now with the op himself. Haven't seen it too much in this game. But the Hunter's Fury is the call. Oblivion Force gonna completely ignore it yet again. They back on the way. Great suppress though to just put the Jet lower on the ground. Amaterasu and Q with the trays there. We have Deathmaker getting the head of Hypathor. And Q finally gonna be removing the KO from the equation. But look at Oblivion Force. You don't expect this on the defense that they're right behind you. And the Spike's planted 3v1 before. Can he actually clutch it for the team? It's not that likely though with the Viper Spits.
Yep, that's right. And look at that. They have so many different angles covered. They are hunting him down if they can. And that's the thing about Oblivion Force is that they don't like leaving any stones unturned or even any strings untied at the end. They want to make sure that if they're going to be taking this, it's going to be really dominating. But Vibor does catch up Chime. And that's really good when you think about it because how they're playing this is just that they're just gonna make sure, okay, that's fine. So long as I'm alone and I get those picks, that's fine. We're gonna ruin their economy at least a little bit.
Yeah, and just Velocity cannot catch a break. The hold, understandable there from Deathmaker, but the thing is, Oblivion Force all over the place towards the middle already, getting the picks, getting the push, and as soon as the turnaround comes for the Jet of Velocity side, it's no man, they're waiting. This was a great suppress though from Amaterasu, don't get me wrong. It slowed down their push immensely, but the immediate raid just happens. The shots are so on point, and it's just, it really boils down to that. Oblivion Force, their map control is based on them pushing forward and getting the kills. Their weight to control the site is based on them pushing forward and getting the kills. Their spike plan is based on the same thing. I'm gonna be repeating the same sentence, but it just works on the attack because these guys know that this is the way they play. And Velocity, they have to find maybe a different way to keep parity. A very creative play. I've seen it a bunch of the South Asia side wall on up and get a takedown before someone is able to be in position on the nest area.
Yep, that's right. But the thing about Oblivion Force is that they're not afraid to change their minds. They can go to A, they can go to B. They're just kind of like adapting on the fly. You really love to see them play that way. So now, let's take a look at these two teams. What exactly can they do? But Furious Meow will be bringing Chime back in turn. Yes, they lost him earlier, but now he's back in the game. And when you think about it, Deathmaker only got that because of that really unusual lineup. It does catch him off guard, but now that lineup is gone. You can't be doing this every single round. They need to start playing as a unit. They need to start communicating, which is something that we saw in the beginning, but it's not now. Amaterasu from playing from the back there will be walking straight into that slow Vibor finds Furious Meow. We're doing a double peek for a second there, but not quite getting a second. Q from the side, immediately one tap to the head. Hell FF.
30 seconds left.
As much as he needs for his team if he can.
Yeah, finally we're getting it back for Velocity. The bodyguard system. You saw it there many times. Amaterasu, that would have been such a bad scenario with the fragment out. But hell of and Vibor, the protection is real. Especially Viper a while ago. Deathmaker though with the blades. 10 seconds left, no man. He's not even, okay, he's now gonna go for the save. I was like, is he really gonna push this? He still wants more frags? Is he that greedy for the takedowns? But now he's pinched.
Thrifty.
And Velocity will take the Thrifty. That's a great way to put a stop to the Oblivion Force momentum. Not only win out the duels anyway, protect one another, but some cheeky plays at the start with that wall. That's a big surprise to someone like Chimay. He wasn't really set up as much with the rendezvous there. He was looking to prime up the shot first, but this was big. Before AFF, it's great pickoffs for Velocity to at least put a stop to the rampage that is Oblivion Force.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like the recipe for disaster for them was to play something a little bit unusual, something that they have not expected. So, when you think about Oblivion Force, they're very methodical. We've seen that earlier, and we've seen that again in attack. But Deathmaker now with the up, he's very, very comfortable. No man out of the way, which means that if they need that space, no man wouldn't be able to do it for them. Amaterasu playing a little bit more aggressive here on the defense, pushing forward to see if he can get any picks as well. They're trying to play default. They're trying to see if they can get as many hits as they can popped out of the way, because that's the secret to their success. They're playing together, so how can we isolate them? How can we make sure that we get those one picks and make sure they can't work together, at least in terms of how they're going to work with each other's abilities?
Yeah, great point there, because No Man has been the hard entry, has been the one to allow the rest of the squad to get the space that they need to shoot back. Yes, Chimay has been stepping on up this half. It's still up to that speed of the Jet to get the surprise on. Now then, the Bordeaux is gonna get spotted, and he's peeked by the Chamber in time. We will play from Oblivion Force so far. They will now regroup just a little bit to set up that spike plant, but Amaterasu, he is one god to watch out for, and he will get the takedown. Hypator now, non-believer there to get the takedown. Q also stepping on up when he needs to the most. And just out of nowhere in the middle, there's the control here from Oblivion Force. Suddenly a different kind of plan here for the side of OF. They were looking towards that A side, and Velocity did not expect this coming. Deathmaker though, shot flies, and will get the takedown. But again, they're more, I'd say, responsible outlook here from Velocity will mean that they will go for the save. No heroics here. Oblivion Force now getting the double digits, but will they get this operator?
Yeah, that's right. If Deathmaker needs the operator, at least in terms of how he plays. However, looks like it's not going to be happening. They are just going to sit on the spike, and they're just going to wait out the time. They can't do anything. What else can you do? We are seeing some pushes there from Hypator as well as Furious Meow. The question is, can they outgun? And immediately, there is the recon dart, but nothing is going to come out of that.
And there you have it, 10-11. And, well, it's going to be another round here for the side of Oblivion Force. When the world lost No Man, they found someone like Chimay to start things off, and they found their Viper even to get the takedowns that they need. Q there, not just cute but deadly. And Velocity, they're caught mid-transition this time. They've been banking on those rotations to fortify as soon as Oblivion Force gets on that site, but at the same time, it's still Oblivion Force who gets those takedowns anyway. Hawk now still in hand though for Deathmaker. All about scouting for Hypator, but now we're trying to move towards that B site while Chimay is hungry for a pickoff over to the eastern side.
That's right. OF does have his op right now, and we have seen how lethal his plays are with that. But look at how much utility is there, just making it so hard for them to get onto the side. They have no clue where to go, but Recon Bot will be finding No Man, and they know that if No Man is there, we don't have to peek that. We know that he's gonna at least play with the op.
Yeah, we'll see though. Angles now being taken, and here we have it again. Toxic Strains just try and counteract the push. Velocity can actually split up this site thanks to their initial setup, but up close and personal. Oh, he misses Amaterasu, pushes on forward. Already getting two. Finally, No Man will see him, and No Man is not done. He's the rock, he's the island, and he's the one to watch out for here for Oblivion Force, but Deathmaker will have his number now to make it 2v2. Spike though, taking on away. Wall is placed. Just be a bother. And question now lands. What will Deathmaker do next here? Picks up the rifle instead. Velocity trying to play protection, but the flank is potentially the problem from above. Q is there. Vibhor now with the defuse. Shots do come. Classic is out, and Q will get the takedown. Vibhor lets it go. Will get the kill, and map point finally for Velocity. It's just such a hunt here from Oblivion Force. It's like Jaws, the shark is circling around you, but this time Velocity is able to stay on land.
Yeah, that's right, and you gotta give it to them. It was kind of like a tag team there from the two of them. It was like, you take care of me, I'll defuse, but if you die, I'll take care of you in return. And that was the velocity we saw in the beginning. And once No Man was out of the way, do you see how much easier it was for them to actually really take control of the site? It was literally just No Man single-handedly giving the entire team of VLT a run for their money.
So much heart-stopping moments courtesy of Oblivion Force, but right now Deathmaker wants to
Oh my
stop
god,
this.
that trade!
The trade, exactly that! How does Chimay find the frag anyway? So speedy on the shots! And Oblivion Force now, they will shut down the op in hand. LFFO picks up the op, has the res available. If they can actually get the safe res, Velocity can take advantage of that. But now then, slower pace, surprisingly, from Oblivion Force. Since they don't have the intel, they might feel like they're going in blind. And especially because that A side already has a Viper Spit duel, though, from Amaterasu. Able to get away in time. I like this again. Velocity really proving that they're not a squad to be over-eager. And when they feel like it's a little too 50-50 for their liking, they will retreat instead.
I like the change up as well in terms of them. Just now, I felt like during attack it was just straight up pedal to the metal, and now they had to find a different way to kind of play this around because clearly their way of going fast wasn't working out as soon as they went on attack. However, this is LFF. He is watching that corner. He does have an op. It's very, very painful. But for now, this is the wall. They are going to try and isolate the other team from any rotates. There is the revive coming out. Vibor stepping up, and Q suddenly is now out of the way. And look at how hard it is for them to play retakes here, especially with this Viper's pick. Amaterasu playing inside as well. Vibor gets another one. Chimay Luis one. That's a 3-piece for that, but Furious Meow will be returning the favor. And here's OF Meow with the revive as well, making it a little bit more safe. At least it's a 2 versus 3 situation. A little bit more on this winnable side, but they said no. Doesn't matter if how many people you revive. We're gonna be playing as a team. We got each other's backs.
And Velocity will get map number 1 to take Icebox. It's like they took the steering wheel away from Oblivion Force and slammed on the brakes in a round where the attack, the assault of Oblivion Force went to a crawl. It was Velocity Gaming who just sped on through yet again. What a game though. We saw the brightness from both sides here so far. Oblivion Force, their attacking side, such a scary force to behold. But Velocity Gaming, this is really looking to be a squad from South Asia, looking to provide some hope and provide some games into APAC.
I mean, I'm just actually so surprised at how they're able to come back after losing 8 in a row, I believe it was. It's just actually so scary how they're able to mentally come back for that. We talked about how when you lose so many in a row, it's hard to come back, but that many is a surprise.
Yeah, I love that point, the mental game. Velocity looking so much more mature because even though they felt like, okay, we might fall into the trap, we're just dueling, we're just keep fighting, there would be times they would just be backing on away. There would be times there it's a little bit too 50-50. They would retreat instead and look for the advantage. And the only thing that really kept Oblivion Force going even more so is how they also evolved along the way. It just wasn't that hard contact. They would get the flanks, they would get that map control. And while Velocity would usually assume that it's a safe place to back on away, someone like No Man is still there in the first place. It's just a clean effort on the attacking side for Oblivion Force, but what really cost them this game is their defending struggles. They're too eager to look for those fights. It really just defines their whole playstyle. And Velocity has shown us so far that this is a squad that doesn't get pretty much swept with the tides and swept with the momentum of the game.
Yep, that's right, but let's have a look at the highlights here. What exactly went on in the game? Well, it looks so smooth, just smooth sailing for VLT. Very, very dominating as well, which was honestly so surprising. I'm just so surprised at how OF was able to kind of change it up as soon as the round turned. And what I believe happened was it comes back to that mental game where you go so many times in a row not winning it out, then suddenly the switch happened and the reset happened from the side of OF, and immediately suddenly the other side was struggling. But you gotta give it to Deathmaker as well. Like, he really made not only so much space, but really made it hard for OF to really come back as well. But when you look at Amaterasu, when you look at even his other teammates, they were pretty much ready as well to step up just in case something were to happen, especially Vibor as well.
Yeah, it's really great to see Vibor just like this. The Battle of the Jets, though, it might be the story to watch out for all throughout this game. No Man versus Deathmaker. Who can outfrag the other? And I can't wait for map number 2 just because perhaps we'll get a swap of starting sides. I really feel like it doesn't matter too much what map we're gonna be going on, but it matters of where Oblivion Force is gonna go from. How much confidence can they build once they're on the attack? What can Velocity do to go for the comeback? Those are questions waiting to be answered. But in the end, when we saw Oblivion Force slow to a crawl, it was Velocity immediately back in control. So what a win there from Velocity Gaming. And guys, we're gonna be going on a break. Game number 1 done. Last series of the day. Dax here with Tash, and we'll see you guys for more of APAC Challengers.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah, it's usually when you feel like you're going through speed, well, you're the ones who are feeling the rush. But Velocity Gaming, they withstood the rush down of Oblivion Force to take map number 1. And we're going to be going into map number 2. I'm Dax here with Estrada. Quick little personal emergency there for Tash. What a trooper he has been all day. But we're going to be going into the action for the second map. And Ascent is next here, Ilu. And from what we've seen so far, Velocity Gaming, they've been looking to be more of a well-oiled machine compared to some of their South Asian counterparts here. Well, Velocity has been a squad that has been absolutely stellar, and I think it really starts with how they play as a unit. They support each other as much as possible. Before the frag even happens, there's already a refrag that is ready, and someone like Deathmaker, he's been playing with the team a lot more than what's expected from squads from the Indian region.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is we draw counterpoint between the two top South Asian teams, right? We have Velocity and their counterpart, Global Esports. It's a very different look from what we've seen, not just in the previous games, but also in their local qualifiers. The more meta choices, the more structured approach towards the game. I'd say the more textbook approach towards Valorant has generally come from Velocity, and it's paying off. This is something that I feel fundamentally does play a little bit better towards the APAC region once you get to it. Once you have, teams at a higher level, when you get to APAC, you're going to have to rely on those strong fundamentals. Now, this is something that Velocity has in spades. Now, I'm not saying GE don't, but when it comes to their playstyle of GE have more willingness to experiment, to try other things, to send out individual players to make individual plays. This is not exactly the stage for that, which is why I personally think Velocity is having a little bit of a better day today than their counterparts.
Yeah, that's a contrast, right, from their fellow South Asian representative. But on the other side, Oblivion Force, it's kind of like, we're watching Griffin yet again, willing to go for the duels, and it's the similarities instead. And when we talk about the HA Taiwan region, these guys are heavy hitters on the shots, heavy hitters at the frags, but it does feel like sometimes their play is a little bit more one-dimensional compared to of the other SEA regions. So that might have been the problem so far for HA Taiwan, seemed to be the problem for Oblivion Force also on their defense, but their attacking side, man, No Man himself, scary force to behold, and he is one you want to avoid as much as possible.
Yeah, sorry, a little bit of a thing with my lights going on there. I'm not exactly sure what happened. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And when you're talking about Oblivion Force in their particular region here with Griffin, I do think that there's a little bit of intersect, actually. We look at their standings, how they qualified, even leading up to this very moment, they were pretty much neck to neck with Griffin. In terms of the qualifications, in terms of their standings right before the playoffs, they were pretty much dead even at the very top of the particular region as well. Now, when it comes to the playoff itself, we go to the grand finals. The only thing that really separated the two teams in a best of 5 was one map. It ended up in a 3-2 victory with Oblivion Force taking that one map instead. So pretty much we can say that power level is pretty much the same. Even in terms of play style, even in terms of what they run, we see a lot of parallelisms here. So that might be a little bit to the detriment of Oblivion Force, simply because it's a little bit more readable. It's a little bit more, something that's on the table that we've seen quite a lot. It's a little more handily ready, that kind of information against them. Whereas when it comes to Velocity, they're a team that has, I'd say, a lot more prepared. A lot more stuff up their sleeve that they can just pull out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's a different leap there for Velocity. On the other side, Oblivion Force just side by side, getting a step ahead of the competition in their region. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, and we're getting into map number 2 very, very soon. Ascent is the next map, I believe. Yeah, and this Oblivion Force's map. The thing is, though, there's a very interesting stat. This year, Ascent has been won by Oblivion Force 7 out of 8 times. They've only dropped Ascent once all throughout their VCT Stage 1. But on the flip side, Velocity Gaming has not played Ascent at all in VCC in this year, and it's gonna be an interesting composition and game moving forward, trying to see what Velocity will bring to this map.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But what is the philosophy for Velocity? Are they going to play it really, really structured? This is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see from them. we haven't really had the best of looks in terms of what they prepare, what they have brought in terms of Ascent. Like you said, the sample size for both of these teams, in fact, not exactly the best. And so a lot of it is kind of going to be feeling each other out, a lot of groundwork. And so what I expect this match to be about is a lot of sort of both of these teams trying to get a grasp on each other, who can counterplay each other a little bit better, who can make the better mid-round and late-round calls. But we'll find out as we go into the second map here today. We're finding ourselves in a second. This is the Agent Club.
Yeah. And I agree with you because the teams right now are pretty clear. Oblivion Force starting on the attacking side and the side that they love to play on. And they do run a KO on the Ascent map. And Chimay, of course, their flex player, whipping it out. One, of course, variant here is you go back to the Omen rather than the Astra. But on the flip side for Velocity, Amaterasu stays on the KO. It's double initiator. Jets and Omens, only difference really is Chamber versus Killjoy.
Yeah, pretty much pick whatever Sentinel works for you and then just run with it here. Definitely something I want to see if it comes into play. And liking the fact that you bring out the Chamber, it just means one thing, that you're very much confident in your Sentinel that they can win those duels. And after that last game, yeah, well, for good reason. Up on this, of course, on the other side, Killjoy, you want to be playing a little bit more steady, a little bit more locked onto those sides. It's kind of pushy though, wasn't it?
Yep.
But not something you see. Maybe it has other functions.
Maybe other dimensions to look at too. And, hey, I'm just intrigued to see Velocity go for the KO parity. I think I mentioned this a while ago in the series also between NAOS and Bleed. I love how Bleed went for the breach instead. Maybe Velocity could have run something like that because Oblivion Force has shown to be a squad that doesn't really care about the suppress. Amaterasu did an incredible job on Icebox, but there were times where Velocity was relying on the suppress to scare off Oblivion Force. They're like, no, our guns still work. We're going to push. We're going to get the takedowns. And that will allow them to win those attacking rounds. And really, for Velocity, it's going to be a struggle here on the attack if they still haven't found a way to slow down Oblivion Force to a crawl. They did it in the last round of Icebox, yes. But with Oblivion Force, the way they play, the way they just want to keep on pushing as much as possible, Velocity will need something else to scare them off. And maybe that Chamber range, the trademarks, can help them out here in this run.
Well, let's see whether that's going to come into play or not. Game number 2 is 9. And if you are just joining us, this is the second game of the series, VLT versus OF. And we have got a banger of a series. VLT definitely showing up. And a lot of their play in the previous map number 1. A lot to be impressed about, a lot to be excited about. Definitely the last hope for the South Asian region here today. So they bear on their shoulders quite a lot of pressure on them. We talk about the South Asian region, powerhouse of a team. When they're really able to, get their slots in, able to, put their players out there. We have seen a lot of great South Asian teams come into play, not just in Valorant, but also in other esports titles. But when it comes to FPSs like this, there has been quite a little bit of a struggle. One of the renaissances of South Asian, not just Valorant, but also FPS titles came a little bit a few years ago. But nowadays, this is their chance to sort of fight back, get into the scene. We saw a lot of success here for global esports in the previous LCQ. They did really well, I'd say. And this is the chance for VLT to prove that they can be better, that they can carry the torch for South Asia against all the other APAC countries. Because Dax, we've talked about this time and time again. South Asian teams, a lot of the time, struggle against Southeast Asian teams. This is a good start for them.
Yeah, and they want to have more of that interregional competition. Seems like the weakness sometimes of South Asia is that mechanical parity. They really try so hard to make these strats work, make these teamwork setups work, and Velocity is a shining example from what we've seen so far. Or overall, as a region, we have noticed that SEA can beat South Asia in the official circuit and as well as the community circuit. And it's been a struggle, in all honesty. You mentioned really the Renaissance years ago.